Myths and Legends of China by E. T. C. Werner, formerly HBM Consul Fuchao Barrister at Law, Middle Temple member of the Chinese government, Historiographical Bureau Peking, author of Descriptive Sociology, Chinese, China of the Chinese, etc., 1737. George G. Harrap Co., Ltd., London, Toronto, Wellington, Sydney. Contents. Chapter Fair. I. The Sociology of the Chinese. 2. On Chinese Mythology. 3. Cosmogony, Pan Ku and the Creation. Myth. 4. The Gods of China. V. Myths of the Stars. 6. Myths of Thunder, Lightning, Wind, and Rain. 7. Myths of the Waters. 8. Myths of Fire. 9. Myths of Epidemics, Medicine, Exorcism, etc. X. The Goddess of Mercy. 11. The Eight Immortals. 12. The Guardian of the Gate of Heaven. 13. A Battle of the Gods. 14. How the Monkey Became a God. 15. Fox Legends. 16. Miscellaneous Legends. Glossary and Index. Chapter 1. The Sociology of the Chinese. Racial Origin. In spite of much research and conjecture, the origin of the Chinese people remains undetermined. We do not know who they were nor whence they came. Such evidence as there is points to their immigration from elsewhere. The Chinese themselves have a tradition of a Western origin. The first picture we have of their actual history shows us not a people behaving as if long settled in a land which was their home and that of their forefathers, but an alien race fighting with wild beasts, clearing dense forests, and driving back the aboriginal inhabitants. Setting aside several theories, including the one that the Chinese are autochthonous and their civilization indigenous, now regarded by the best authorities as untenable, the researches of sinologists seem to indicate an origin, I, in early Acadia, or 2, in Khotan, the Darim Valley, generally what is now known as Eastern Turkestan, or the Kunlun Mountains, concerning which, more presently, the second hypothesis may relate only to a sojourn of longer or shorter duration on the way from Acadia to the ultimate settlement in China, especially since the Khotan civilization has been shown to have been imported from the Punjab in the 3rd century BC. The fact that serious mistakes have been made regarding the identifications of early Chinese rulers with Babylonian kings and of the Chinese Peking, Cantonese Boxing people with the Boxing or Bok tribes does not exclude the possibility of an Akkadian origin. But in either case, the immigration into China was probably gradual and may have taken the route from Western or Central Asia direct to the banks of the Yellow River, or may possibly have followed that to the southeast through Burma, and then to the northeast through what is now China, the settlement of the latter country having thus spread from southwest to northeast, or in a northeasterly direction along the Yangtze River, and so north, instead of, as is generally supposed, from north to south. Southern origin improbable. But this latter route would present many difficulties. It would seem to have been put forward merely as ancillary to the theory that the Chinese originated in the Indo-Chinese peninsula. This theory is based upon the assumptions that the ancient Chinese ideograms include representations of tropical animals and plants, that the oldest and purest forms of the language are found in the south, and that the Chinese and the Indo-Chinese groups of languages are both tonal. But all of these facts or alleged facts are as easily or better accounted for by the supposition that the Chinese arrived from the north or northwest in successive waves of migration, the later arrivals pushing the earlier farther and farther toward the south, so that the oldest and purest forms of Chinese would be found just where they are. The tonal languages of the Indo-Chinese peninsula being, in that case, regarded as the languages of the vanguard of the migration. Also, the ideograms refer to represent animals and plants of the temperate zone rather than of the tropics. But even if it could be shown, which it cannot, that these animals and plants now belong exclusively to the tropics, that would be no proof of the tropical origin of the Chinese. For in the earliest times the climate of North China was much milder than it is now, and animals such as tigers and elephants existed in the dense jungles which are later found only in more southern latitudes. Expansion of races from north to south. The theory of a southern origin, to which a further serious objection will be stated presently, implies a gradual infiltration of Chinese immigrants through South or Mid-China, as above indicated, toward the north, but there is little doubt that the movement of the races has been from north to south, and not vice versa. In what are now the provinces of Western Gansu and Sichuan, there lived a people related to the Chinese, as proved by the study of Indo-Chinese comparative philology, who moved into the present territory of Tibet and are known as Tibetans. In what is now the province of Yunnan were the Shan, or Lao, modern Laos, who, forced by Mongol invasions, emigrated to the peninsula in the south and became the Siamese. And in Indochina, not related to the Chinese, were the Annamese, Khmer, Mon, Khasi, Coleraines, whose remnants are dispersed over the hill tracts of central India, and other tribes, extending in prehistoric times into southern China, but subsequently driven back by the expansion of the Chinese in that direction. Arrival of the Chinese in China. Taking into consideration all the existing evidence, the objections to all other theories of the origin of the Chinese seem to be greater than any yet raised to the theory that immigrants from the Darim Valley or beyond, i.e. from Elam or Acadia, either direct or via eastern Turkestan, struck the banks of the Yellow River in their eastward journey and followed its course until they reached the localities where we first find them settled, namely, in the region covered by parts of the three modern provinces of Shanxi, Shenxi, and Honan, where their frontiers join. They were then, about 2,500 or 3,000 BC, in a relatively advanced state of civilization. The country east and south of this district was inhabited by aboriginal tribes, with whom the Chinese fought, as they did with the wild animals and the dense vegetation, but with whom they also commingled and intermarried, and among whom they planted colonies as centers from which to spread their civilization. The Kunlun Mountains. With reference to the Kunlun Mountains, designate in Chinese mythology as the abode of the gods, the ancestors of the Chinese race. It should be noted that these are identified not with the range dividing Tibet from Chinese Turkestan, but with the Hindu Kush. That brings us somewhat nearer to Babylon, and the apparent convergence of the two theories, the Central Asian and the Western Asian, would seem to point to a possible solution of the problem. Ni Kwa, one of the alleged creators of human beings, and Ni and Kwa, the first two human beings, according to a variation of the legend, are placed in the Kunlun Mountains. That looks hopeful. Unfortunately, the Kunlun legend is proved to be of Taoist origin. Kunlun is the central mountain of the world, and 3,000 miles in height. There is the fountain of immortality, and thence flow the four great rivers of the world. In other words, it is the Sumeru of Hindu mythology transplanted into Chinese legend, and for our present purpose without historical value. The sociology of the Chinese. It would take up too much space to go into details of this interesting problem of the origin of the Chinese and their civilization, the cultural connections or similarities of China and Western Asia in pre-Babylonian times, the origin of the two distinct culture areas so marked throughout the greater part of Chinese history, etc., and it will be sufficient for our present purpose to state the conclusion to which the evidence points. Provisional conclusion. Pending the discovery of decisive evidence, the following provisional conclusion has much to recommend it, namely, that the ancestors of the Chinese people came from the West, from Acadia or Elam, or from Khotan, or, more probably, from Acadia or Elam via Khotan, as one nomad or pastoral tribe or group of nomad or pastoral tribes, or as successive waves of immigrants, reached what is now China proper at its northwest corner, settled round the elbow of the Yellow River, spread northeastward, eastward, and southward, conquering, absorbing, or pushing before them the aborigines into what is now South and Southwest China. These aboriginal races, who represent a wave or waves of Neolithic immigrants from Western Asia earlier than the relatively high-headed immigrants into North China, who arrived about the 25th or 24th century BC, and who have left so deep an impress on the Japanese, mixed and intermarried with the Chinese in the South, eventually producing the pronounced differences in physical, mental, and emotional traits and sentiments, ideas, languages, processes, and products from the Northern Chinese which are so conspicuous at the present day inorganic environment. At the beginning of their known history, the country occupied by the Chinese was the comparatively small region above mentioned. It was then a tract of an irregular oblong shape, lying between latitude 34.0 and 40 degree N and longitude 107 degrees and 1140 E. This territory round the elbow of the Yellow River had an area of about 50,000 square miles and was gradually extended to the seacoast on the northeast as far as longitude 119 degree, when its area was about doubled. It had a population of perhaps 1 million, increasing with the expansion to 2 million. This may be called infant China. Its period, the feudal period, was in the 2000 years between the 24th and 3rd centuries BC. During the first centuries of the monarchical period, which lasted from 221 BC to AD 1912, it had expanded to the south to such an extent that it included all of the 18 provinces constituting what is known as China proper of modern times, with the exception of a portion of the west of Gansu and the greater portions of SSFLCH*Yuan and Yunnan. At the time of the Manchu conquest at the beginning of the 17th century AD, it embraced all the territory lying between latitude 180 and 40 degrees north, and longitude 98 degrees and 1220 E. The 18 provinces, or China proper, with the addition of the vast outlying territories of Manchuria, Mongolia, Ili, Kokonor, Tibet, and Korea, with suzerainty over Burma and Annam, an area of more than 5 million square miles, including the 2,000,000 square miles covered by the 18 provinces. Generally, this territory is mountainous in the west, sloping gradually down toward the sea on the east. It contains 3 chief ranges of mountains and large alluvial plains in the north, east, and south. 3 great and about 30 large rivers intersect the country, their numerous tributaries reaching every part of it. As regards geological features, the great alluvial plains rest upon granite, new red sandstone, or limestone. In the north is found the peculiar Lus Formation, having its origin probably in the accumulated dust of ages blown from the Mongolian plateau. The passage from north to south is generally from the older to the newer rocks. From east to west a similar series is found, with some volcanic features in the west and south. Coal and iron are the chief minerals, gold, silver, copper, lead, tin, jade, etc., being also mined. The climate of this vast area is not uniform. In the north the winter is long and rigorous, the summer hot and dry, with a short rainy season in July and August. In the south the summer is long, hot, and moist, the winter short. The mean temperature is 50.30 F and 70 F in the north and south respectively. Generally, the thermometer is low for the latitude, though perhaps it is more correct to say that the Gulf Stream raises the temperature of the west coast of Europe above the average. The mean rainfall in the north is 16, in the south 70 inches, with variations in other parts. Typhoons blow in the south between July and October. Organic environment. The vegetal productions are abundant and most varied. The rice zone, significant in relation to the cultural distinctions above noted, embraces the southern half of the country. Tea, first cultivated for its infusion in AD 350, is grown in the southern and central provinces between the 23rd and 35th degrees of latitude, though it is also found as far north as Shantung, the chief tea district, however, being the large area south of the Yangtze River, east of the Tungting Lake and Great Shang River, and north of the Kwangtung province. The other chief vegetal products are wheat, barley, maize, millet, the bean, yam, sweet and common potato, tomato, eggplant, ginseng, cabbage, bamboo, indigo, pepper, tobacco, camphor, tallow, groundnut, poppy, watermelon, sugar, cotton, hemp, and silk. Among the fruits grown are the date, mulberry, orange, lemon, pumelo, persimmon, lychee, pomegranate, pineapple, fig, coconut, mango, and banana, besides the usual kinds common in Western countries. The wild animals include the tiger, panther, leopard, bear, sable, otter, monkey, wolf, fox, 27 or more species of ruminants, and numerous species of rodents. The rhinoceros, elephant, and tapir still exist. In Yunnan, the domestic animals include the tame land the water buffalo. There are about 700 species of birds and innumerable species of fishes and insects. Sociological environment. On their arrival in what is now known as China, the Chinese, as already noted, fought with the aboriginal tribes. The latter were exterminated, absorbed, or driven south with the spread of Chinese rule. The Chinese picked out the eyes of the land, and consequently then on Chinese tribes now live in the unhealthy forests or marshes of the south, or in mountain regions difficult of access, some even in trees, a voluntary, not compulsory promotion, though several, such as the Dogyung and Fujian, retain settlements like islands among the ruling race. In the 3rd century BC began the hostile relations of the Chinese with the northern nomads, which continued throughout the greater part of their history. During the first 6 centuries AD, there was intercourse with Rome, Parthia, Turkey, Mesopotamia, Ceylon, India, and Indochina, and in the 7th century with the Arabs. Europe was brought within the sociological environment by Christian travelers. From the 10th to the 13th century, the north was occupied by Khitans and Nicans, and the whole empire was under Mongol sway for 88 years in the 13th and 14th centuries. Relations of a commercial and religious nature were held with neighbors during the following 400 years. Regular diplomatic intercourse with Western nations was established as a result of a series of wars in the 18th and 19th centuries. Until recently, the nation held aloof from alliances and was generally averse to foreign intercourse. From 1537 onward, as a sequel of war or treaty, concessions, settlements, etc., were obtained by foreign powers. China has now lost some of her border countries and large adjacent islands. The military and commercial pressure of Western nations and Japan having taken the place of the military pressure of the Tartars already referred to. The great problem for her, an agricultural nation, is how to find means and the military spirit to maintain her integrity, the further violation of which could not but be regarded by the student of sociological history as a great tragedy and a worldwide calamity. Physical/emotional and intellectual characters. The physical characters of the Chinese are too well known to need detailed recital. The original immigrants into North China all belong to blonde races, but the modern Chinese have little left of the immigrant stock. The oblique, almond-shaped eyes, with black iris and the orbits far apart, have a vertical fold of skin over the inner canthus, concealing a part of the iris, a peculiarity distinguishing the eastern races of Asia from all other families of man. The stature and weight of brain are generally below the average. The hair is black, coarse, and cylindrical, the beard scanty or absent. The color of the skin is darker in the south than in the north. Emotionally, the Chinese are sober, industrious, of remarkable endurance, grateful, courteous, and ceremonious, with a high sense of mercantile honor, but timorous, cruel, unsympathetic, mendacious, and libidinous. Intellectually, they were until recently, and to a large extent still are, non-progressive, in bondage to uniformity and mechanism in culture, imitative, unimaginative, torpid, indirect, suspicious, and superstitious. The character is being modified by intercourse with other peoples of the earth and by the strong force of physical, intellectual, and moral education. Marriage in early times. Certain parts of the marriage ceremonial of China as now existing indicate that the original form of marriage was by capture, of which, indeed, there is evidence in the classical Book of Odes. But a regular form of marriage, in reality a contract of sale, is shown to have existed in the earliest historical times. The form was not monogamous, though it seems soon to have assumed that of a qualified monogamy consisting of one wife and one or more concubines, the number of the latter being, as a rule, limited only by the means of the husband. The higher the rank, the larger was the number of concubines and handmaids in addition to the wife proper, the palaces of the kings and princes containing several hundreds of them. This form it has retained to the present day, though associations now exist for the abolition of concubinage. In early times, as well as throughout the whole of Chinese history, concubinage was in fact universal, and there is some evidence also of polyandry, which, however, cannot have prevailed to any great extent. The age for marriage was 20 for the man and 15 for the girl, celibacy after 30 and 20 respectively being officially discouraged. In the province of Shantung, it was usual for the wives to be older than their husbands. The parents' consent to the betrothal was sought through the intervention of a matchmaker, the proposal originating with the parents, and the wishes of the future bride and bridegroom not being taken into consideration. The conclusion of the marriage was the progress of the bride from the house of her parents to that of the bridegroom, where after various ceremonies she and he worshipped his ancestors together, the worship amounting to little more than an announcement of the union to the ancestral spirits. After a short sojourn with her husband, the bride revisited her parents, and the marriage was not considered as finally consummated until after this visit had taken place. The status of women was low, and the power of the husband great, so great that he could kill his wife with impunity. Divorce was common, and all in favor of the husband, who, while he could not be divorced by her, could put his wife away for disobedience or even for loquaciousness. A widower remarried immediately, but refusal to remarry by a widow was esteemed an act of chastity. She often mutilated herself or even committed suicide to prevent remarriage, and was posthumously honored for doing so, being her husband's as much in the other world as in this. Remarriage would partake of the character of unchastity and insubordination. The argument, of course, not applying to the case of the husband, who by remarriage simply adds another member to his clan without infringing on anyone's rights. Marriage in monarchical and republican periods, the marital system of the early classical times, of which the above were the essentials, changed but little. During the long period of monarchical rule, lasting from 221 BC to AD 1912, the principal object, as before, was to secure an heir to sacrifice to the spirits of deceased progenitors. Marriage was not compulsory, but old bachelors and old maids were very scarce. The concubines were subject to the wife, who was considered to be the mother of their children as well as her own. Her status, however, was not greatly superior. Implicit obedience was exacted from her. She could not possess property, but could not be hired out for prostitution. The latter vice was common, in spite of the early age at which marriage took place, and in spite of the system of concubinage, which is after all but a legalized transfer of prostitutional cohabitation to the domestic circle. Since the establishment of the Republic in 1912, the landslide asterisk in the direction of Western progress has had its effect also on the domestic institutions. But while the essentials of the marriage contract remain practically the same as before, the most conspicuous changes have been in the accompanying ceremonial, now sometimes quite foreign, but in a very large, perhaps the greatest, number of cases that odious thing, half foreign, half Chinese. As, for instance, when the procession, otherwise native, includes foreign glass-paneled carriages, or the bridegroom wears a bowler or top hat with his Chinese dress, and in the greater freedom allowed to women, who are seen out of doors much more than formerly, sit at table with their husbands, attend public functions and dinners, dress largely in foreign fashion, and play tennis and other games, instead of being prisoners of the inner apartment and household drudges little better than slaves. One unexpected result of this increased freedom is certainly remarkable, and is one not likely to have been predicted by the most far-sighted sociologist. Many of the progressive Chinese, now that it is the fashion for Chinese wives to be seen in public with their husbands, finding the uneducated, gauche, small-footed household drudge unable to compete with the smarter foreign-educated wives of their neighbors, have actually repudiated them and taken unto themselves spouses whom they can exhibit in public without loss of face. It is, however, only fair to add that the total number of these cases, though by no means inconsiderable, appears to be proportionately small. Parents and children. As was the power of the husband over the wife, so was that of the father over his children. Infanticide, due chiefly to poverty, and varying with it, was frequent, especially in the case of female children, who were but slightly esteemed. The practice prevailing extensively in 3 or 4 provinces, less extensively in others, and being practically absent in a large number. Beyond the fact that some penalties were enacted against it by the Emperor Long, AD 1736-96, and that by statute. It was a capital offense to murder children in order to use parts of their bodies for medicine. It was not legally prohibited. When the abuse became too scandalous, in any district proclamations condemning it would be issued by the local officials. A man might, by purchase and contract, adopt a person as son, daughter, or grandchild, such person acquiring thereby all the rights of a son or daughter. Descent, both of real and personal property, was to all the sons of wives and concubines as joint heirs, irrespective of seniority. Bastards received half shares. Estates were not divisible by the children during the lifetime of their parents or grandparents. The head of the family being but the life renter of the family property, bound by fixed rules, wills were superfluous, and were used only where the customary respect for the parents gave them a voice in arranging the details of the succession. For this purpose, verbal or written instructions were commonly given. In the absence of the father, the male relatives of the same surname assumed the guardianship of the young. The guardian exercised full authority and enjoyed the surplus revenues of his ward's estate, but might not alienate the property. There are many instances in Chinese history of extreme devotion of children to parents taking the form of self-wounding and even of suicide in the hope of curing parents' illnesses or saving their lives. Political history. The country inhabited by the Chinese on their arrival from the West was, as we saw, the district where the modern provinces of Shanxi, Shenxi, and Honan join. This they extended in an easterly direction to the shores of the Gulf of Chile, a stretch of territory about 600 miles long by 300 broad. The population, as already stated, was between 1 and 2 millions. During the first 2,000 years of their known history, the boundaries of this region were not greatly enlarged, but beyond the more or less undefined borderland to the south were Chou, or colonies, nuclei of Chinese population, which continually increased in size through conquest of the neighboring territory. In 221 B.C., all the feudal states, into which this territory had been parceled out, and which fought with one another, were subjugated and absorbed by the state of Qin, which in that year instituted the monarchical form of government, the form which obtained in China for the next 21 centuries. Though the origin of the name China has not yet been finally decided, the best authorities regard it as derived from the name of this feudal state of Qin. Under this short-lived dynasty of Qin and the famous Han dynasty, 221 B.C. to AD 221, which followed it, the empire expanded until it embraced almost all the territory now known as China proper, the 18 provinces of Manchu times. To these were added in order between 194 B.C. and A.D. 1414, Korea, Xinjiang, the new territory or Eastern Turkestan, Manchuria, Formosa, Tibet, and Mongolia, Formosa and Korea being annexed by Japan in 1895 and 1910 respectively. Numerous other extra China countries and islands, acquired and lost during the long course of Chinese history, at one time, from 73 to 48 B.C. All Asia from Japan to the Caspian Sea was tributary to the Middle Kingdom, i.e. China. It is not necessary to mention here. During the Southern Sung Dynasty, 1127 to 1280, the Tartars owned the northern half of China, as far down as the Yangtze River, and in the Yuan Dynasty, 1280 to 1368, they conquered the whole country. During the period 1644 to 1912 it was in the possession of the Manchus. At present the 5 chief component peoples of China are represented in the striped national flag. From the top downward, by red, Manchus, yellow, Chinese, blue, Mongolians, white, Mohammedans, and black, Tibetans. This flag was adopted on the establishment of the Republic in 1912 and supplanted the triangular dragon flag previously in use. By this time the population, which had varied considerably at different periods owing to war, famine, and pestilence, had increased to about 400 million. General government. The general division of the nation was into the king and the people. The former was regarded as appointed by the will of heaven and as the parent of the latter. Besides being king, he was also lawgiver, commander-in-chief of the armies, high priest, and master of ceremonies. The people were divided into 4 classes. 1. Spib, officers, later scholars, consisting of ch**n, officials, a few of whom were ennobled, and spib, gentry. 2. Nung, agriculturists. 3. Kung, artisans, and 4. Shang, merchants. For administrative purposes there were at the seat of central government, which, first at P***Injiang, in modern Shanxi, was moved 11 times during the feudal period, and was finally at In, ministers, or ministers and a hierarchy of officials, the country being divided into provinces, varying in number from 9 in the earliest times to 36 under the first emperor, 221 B.C., and finally 22 at the present day. At first these provinces contained states, which were models of the central state, the ruler's * Middle Kingdom. The provincial administration was in the hands of 12 pastors, or lord lieutenants. They were the chiefs of all the nobles in a province. Civil and military offices were not differentiated. The feudal lords, or princes of states, often resided at the king's court, officers of that court being also sent forth as princes of states. The king was the source of legislation and administered justice. The princes in their several states had the power of rewards and punishments. Revenue was derived from a tithe on the land, from the income of artisans, merchants, fishermen, foresters, and from the tribute brought by savage tribes. The general structure and principles of this system of administration remained the same, with few variations, down to the end of the monarchical period in 1912. At the end of that period, we find the emperor still considered as of divine descent, still the head of the civil, legislative, military, ecclesiastical, and ceremonial administration, with the nation still divided into the same 4 classes. The chief ministries at the capital, Peking, could in most cases trace their descent from their prototypes of feudal times, and the principal provincial administrative officials, the governor-general or viceroy, governor, provincial treasurer, judge, etc., had similarly a pedigree running back to offices then existing. A continuous duration of adherence to type, which is probably unique. Appointment to office was at first by selection, followed by an examination to test proficiency. Later was introduced the system of public competitive literary examinations for office, fully organized in the 17th century, and abolished in 1903, when official positions were thrown open to the graduates of colleges established on a modern basis. In 1912, on the overthrow of the Manchu monarchy, China became a republic with an elected president and a parliament consisting of a Senate and House of Representatives. The various government departments were reorganized on Western lines, and a large number of new offices instituted. Up to the present year, the law of the Constitution, owing to political dissension between the North and the South, has not been put into force. Laws. Chinese law, like primitive law generally, was not instituted in order to ensure justice between man and man. Its object was to enforce subordination of the ruled to the ruler. The laws were punitive and vindictive rather than reformatory or remedial, criminal rather than civil. Punishments were cruel: branding, cutting off the nose, the legs at the knees, castration, and death, the latter not necessarily, or indeed ordinarily, for taking life. They included in some cases punishment of the family, the clan, and the neighbors of the offender. The lex talionis was in full force. Nevertheless, in spite of the harsh nature of the punishments, possibly adapted, more or less, to a harsh state of society, though the proper end of punishments. To make an end of punishing was missed, the Chinese evolved a series of excellent legal codes. This series began with the revision of King Mu's punishments in 950 BC, the first regular code being issued in 650 BC, and ended with the well-known Ta Sibianji Li laws and statutes of the Great Qing dynasty, issued in AD 1647. Of these codes, the great exemplar was the law classic drawn up by Li Ke Fa Qing, a statesman in the service of the first ruler of the Wei state, in the 4th century BC. The Ta Qing Lu LX has been highly praised by competent judges. Originally, it sanctioned only two kinds of punishment, death and flogging, but others were in use, and the barbarous lingering death asterisk or slicing to pieces, invented about AD 1000 and abolished in 1905, was inflicted for high treason, parricide, on women who killed their husbands, and murderers of 3 persons of one family. In fact, until some first-hand knowledge of Western systems and procedure was obtained, the vindictive as opposed to the reformatory idea of punishments continued to obtain in China down to quite recent years, and has not yet entirely disappeared. Though the crueler forms of punishment had been legally abolished, they continued to be used in many parts. Having been joint judge at Chinese trials at which, in spite of my protests, prisoners were hung up by their thumbs and made to kneel on chains in order to extort confession, without which no accused person could be punished, I can testify that the true meaning of the proper end of punishments had no more entered into the Chinese mind at the close of the monarchical regime than it had 4,000 years before. As a result of the reform movement into which China was forced as an alternative to foreign domination toward the end of the Manchu period, but chiefly owing to the bait held out by Western powers, that extraterritoriality would be abolished when China had reformed her judicial system. A new provisional criminal code was published. It substituted death by hanging or strangulation for decapitation, and imprisonment for various lengths of time for bambooing. It was adopted in large measure by the Republican regime, and is the chief legal instrument in use at the present time. But close examination reveals the fact that it is almost an exact copy of the Japanese Penal Code, which in turn was modeled upon that of Germany. It is, in fact, a Western code imitated, and as it stands is quite out of harmony with present conditions in China. It will have to be modified and recast to be a suitable, just, and practicable national legal instrument for the Chinese people. Moreover, it is frequently overridden in a high-handed manner by the police, who often keep a person acquitted by the courts of justice in custody until they have squeezed him off all they can hope to get out of him. And it is noteworthy that, though provision was made in the draft code for trial by jury, this provision never went into effect, and the slavish imitation of alien methods is shown by the curiously inconsistent reason given, that the fact that jury trials have been abolished in Japan is indicative of the inadvisability of transplanting this Western institution into China. Local government. The central administration being a far-flung network of officialdom, there was hardly any room for local government apart from it. We find it only in the village elder and those associated with him, who took up what government was necessary where the jurisdiction of the unit of the central administration, the district magistracy, ceased, or at least did not concern itself in meddling much. Military system. The peace-loving agricultural settlers in early China had at first no army. When occasion arose, all the farmers exchanged their plowshares for swords and bows and arrows, and went forth to fight. In the intervals between the harvests, when the fields were clear, they held maneuvers and practiced the arts of warfare. The king, who had his 6 armies, under the 6 high nobles, forming the royal military force, led the troops in person, accompanied by the spirit tablets of his ancestors and of the gods of the land and grain. Chariots, drawn by 4 horses and containing soldiers, armed with spears and javelins and archers, were much in use. 1,000 chariots was the regular force. Warriors wore buskins on their legs, and were sometimes gagged in order to prevent the alarm being given to the enemy. In action, the chariots occupied the center, the bowmen the left, the spearmen the right flank. Elephants were sometimes used in attack. Spikekites, signal flags, hook ladders, horns, cymbals, drums, and beacon fires were in use. The ears of the vanquished were taken to the king, quarter being rarely, if ever, given. After the establishment of absolute monarchical government, standing armies became the rule. Military science was taught, and soldiers sometimes trained for 7 years. Chariots with upper stories or spy towers were used for fighting in narrow defile, and hollow squares were formed of mixed chariots, infantry, and dragoons. The weakness of disunion of forces was well understood. In the 6th century AD, the massed troops numbered about 1.25 million. In AD 627, there was an efficient standing army of 900,000 men, the term of service being from the ages of 20 to 60. During the Mongol dynasty, 1280 to 1368, there was a navy of 5,000 ships manned by 70,000 trained fighters. The Mongols completely revolutionized tactics and improved on all the military knowledge of the time. In 1614, the Manchu 8 banners, composed of Manchus, Mongolians, and Chinese, were instituted. The provincial forces, designated the Army of the Green Standard, were divided into land forces and marine forces, superseded on active service by braves, young, or irregulars, enlisted and discharged according to circumstances. After the war with Japan in 1894, reforms were seriously undertaken, with the result that the army has now been modernized in dress, weapons, tactics, etc., and is by no means a negligible quantity in the world's fighting forces. A modern navy is also being acquired by building and purchase. For many centuries, the soldier, being like the priest, unproductive, was regarded with disdain, and now that his indispensableness for defensive purposes is recognized, he has to fight not only any actual enemy who may attack him, but those far subtler forces from over the sea which seem likely to obtain supremacy in his military councils, if not actual control of his whole military system. It is, in my view, the duty of Western nations to take steps before it is too late to avert this great disaster. Ecclesiastical institutions. The dancing and chanting exorcists called Wu were the first Chinese priests, with temples containing gods worshipped and sacrificed to, but there was no special sacerdotal class. Worship of heaven could only be performed by the king or emperor. Ecclesiastical and political functions were not completely separated. The king was Pontifex Maximus. The nobles, statesmen, and civil and military officers acted as priests, the ranks being similar to those of the political hierarchy. Worship took place in the Hall of Light, which was also a palace and audience and council chamber. Sacrifices were offered to heaven, the hills and rivers, ancestors, and all the spirits. Dancing held a conspicuous place in worship. Idols are spoken of in the earliest times. Of course, each religion, as it formed itself out of the original ancestor worship, had its own sacred places, functionaries, observances, ceremonial. Thus, at the state worship of heaven, nature, etc., there were the great, medium, and inferior sacrifices consisting of animals, silk, grain, jade, etc. Panegyrics were sung, and robes of appropriate color worn. In spring, summer, autumn, In winter, there were the seasonal sacrifices at the appropriate altars. Taoism and Buddhism had their temples, monasteries, priests, sacrifices, and ritual, and there were village and wayside temples and shrines too. Ancestors, the gods of thunder, rain, wind, grain, agriculture, and many others. Now encouraged, now tolerated, now persecuted. The ecclesiastical personnel and structure of Taoism and Buddhism survived into modern times. When we find complete schemes of ecclesiastical gradations of rank and authority grafted upon these two priestly hierarchies, in their temples, priests, etc., fulfilling generally, with worship of ancestors, state or official, Confucianism, and private or unofficial, and the observance of various annual festivals, such as All Souls' Day for wandering and hungry ghosts, the spiritual needs of the people as the three religions, Sanchao. The emperor, as high priest, took the responsibility for calamities, etc., making confession to heaven and praying that as a punishment, the evil be diverted from the people to his own person. Statesmen, nobles, and officials discharged, as already noted, priestly functions in connection with the state religion in addition to their ordinary duties. As a rule, priests proper, frowned upon as non-producers, were recruited from the lower classes, were celibate, unintellectual, idle, and immoral. There was nothing, even in the elaborate ceremonies on special occasions in the Buddhist temples, which could be likened to what is known as for public worship and common prayer in the West. Worship had for its sole object either the attainment of some good or the prevention of some evil. Generally, this represents the state of things under the Republican regime, the chief differences being greater neglect of ecclesiastical matters and the conversion of a large number of temples into schools. Professional institutions. We read of physicians, blind musicians, poets, teachers, prayer makers, architects, scribes, painters, diviners, ceremonialists, orators, and others during the feudal period. These professions were of ecclesiastical origin, not yet completely differentiated from the church/ and both in earlier and later times not always or often differentiated from each other. Thus the historiographers combined the duties of statesmen, scholars, authors, and generals. The professions of authors and teachers, musicians and poets, were united in one person. And so it continued to the present day. Priests discharge medical functions, poets still sing their verses. But experienced medical specialists, though few, are to be found, as well as women doctors. There are veterinary surgeons, musicians, chiefly, belonging to the poorest classes and often blind, actors, teachers, attorneys, diviners, artists, letter writers, and many others. Men of letters being perhaps the most prominent and most esteemed. Accessory institutions. A system of schools, academies, colleges, and universities, obtained in villages, districts, departments, and principalities. The instruction was divided into primary learning and great learning. There were special schools of dancing and music, libraries and almshouses. For old men are mentioned. Associations of scholars for literary purposes seem to have been numerous. Whatever form and direction education might have taken, it became stereotyped at an early age by the road to office being made to lead through a knowledge of the classical writings of the ancient sages. It became not only the thing to be well versed in the sayings of Confucius, Mencius, etc., and to be able to compose good essays on them containing not a single wrongly written character, but useless for aspirants to office, who constituted practically the whole of the literary class, to acquire any other knowledge. So obsessed was the national mind by this literary mania that even infants' spines were made to bend so as to produce when adult the scholarly stoop. And from the fact that besides the scholar class the rest of the community consisted of agriculturists, artisans, and merchants, whose knowledge was that of their fathers and grandfathers, inculcated in the sons and grandsons as it had been in them, showing them how to carry on in the same groove the calling to which fate had assigned them, a departure from which would have been considered unfilial, unless, of course, as it very rarely did, it went the length of attaining, through study of the classics, a place in the official class, and thus shedding eternal luster on the family. It will readily be seen that there was nothing to cause education to be concerned with any but one or two of the subjects, which are included by Western peoples under that designation. It became at an early age, and remained for many centuries, a rote learning of the elementary textbooks, followed by a similar acquisition by heart of the texts of the works of Confucius and other classical writers. And so it remained until the abolition, in 1905, of the old competitive examination system, and the substitution of all that is included in the term *modern education at schools, colleges, and universities all over the country, in which there is rapidly growing up a force that is regenerating the Chinese people and will make itself felt throughout the whole world. It is this keen and shrewd appreciation of the learned, and this lust for knowledge, which, barring the tragedy of foreign domination, will make China, in the truest and best sense of the word, a great nation, where, as in the United States of America, the rigid class status and undervaluation, if not disdaining, of knowledge which are proving so disastrous in England and other European countries will be avoided, and the aristocracy of learning established in its place. Besides educational institutions, we find institutions for poor relief, hospitals, foundling hospitals, orphan asylums, banking, insurance, and loan associations, travelers' clubs, mercantile corporations, anti-opium societies, cooperative burial societies, as well as many others, some imitated from Western models. Bodily mutilations. Compared with the practices found to exist among most primitive races, the mutilations the Chinese were in the habit of inflicting were but few. They flattened the skulls of their babies by means of stones, so as to cause them to taper at the top, and we have already seen what they did to their spines. Also the mutilations in warfare, and the punishments inflicted both within and without the law, and how filial children and loyal wives mutilated themselves for the sake of their parents and to prevent remarriage. Eunuchs, of course, existed in great numbers. People bit, cut, or marked their arms to pledge oaths. But the practices which are more peculiarly associated with the Chinese are the compressing of women's feet and the wearing of the queue, misnamed pigtail. The former is known to have been in force about AD 934, though it may have been introduced as early as 583. It did not, however, become firmly established for more than a century. This extremely painful mutilation, begun in infancy, illustrates the tyranny of fashion, for it is supposed to have arisen in the imitation by the women generally of the small feet of an imperial concubine admired by one of the emperors from 10 to 15 centuries ago. The books differ as to his identity. The second was a badge of servitude inflicted by the Manchus on the Chinese when they conquered China at the beginning of the 17th century, discountenanced by governmental edicts. Both of these practices are now tending toward extinction, though, of course, compressed feet and pigtails are still to be seen in every town and village. Legally, the queue was abolished when the Chinese rid themselves of the Manchu yoke in 1912. Funeral rites. Not understanding the real nature of death, the Chinese believed it was merely a state of suspended animation in which the soul had failed to return to the body, though it might yet do so, even after long intervals. Consequently, they delayed burial and fed the corpse and went on to the housetops and called aloud to the spirit to return. When at length they were convinced that the absent spirit could not be induced to re-enter the body, they placed the latter in a coffin and buried it, providing it, however, with all that it had found necessary in this life, food, clothing, wives, servants, etc., which it would require also in the next, in their view rather a continuation of the present existence than the beginning of another, and, having inducted or persuaded the spirit to enter the soul tablet, which accompanied the funeral procession, which took place the moment the tablet was dotted, when the character Wang, Prince, was changed into Chu, Lord, carried it back home again, set it up in a shrine in the main hall, and fell down and worshipped it. Thus was the spirit propitiated, and as long as occasional offerings were not overlooked, the power for evil possessed by it would not be exerted against the surviving inmates of the house, whom it had so thoughtlessly deserted. The latter mourned by screaming, wailing, stamping their feet, and beating their breasts, renouncing, in the earliest times, even their clothes, dwelling, and belongings to the dead, removing to mourning sheds of clay, fasting, or eating only rice gruel, sleeping on straw with a clod for a pillow, and speaking only on subjects of death and burial. Office and public duties were resigned, and marriage, music, and separation from the clan prohibited. During the lapse of the long ages of monarchical rule, funeral rites became more elaborate and magnificent, but, though less rigid and ceremonious since the institution of the Republic, they have retained their essential character down to the present day. Funeral ceremonial was more exacting than that connected with most other observances, including those of marriage. Invitations or notifications were sent to friends, and after receipt of these on the various days appointed therein, the guest was obliged to send presents, such as money, paper horses, slaves, etc., and go and join in the lamentations of the hired mourners and attend at the prayers recited by the priests. Funeral etiquette could not be PU'd, i.e. made good, if overlooked or neglected at the right time, as it could in the case of the marriage ceremonial. Instead of symmetrical public graveyards, as in the West, the Chinese cemeteries belong to the family orclan of the deceased and are generally beautiful and peaceful places planted with trees and surrounded by artistic walls enclosing the grave mounds and monumental tablets. The cemeteries themselves are the metonyms of the villages and the graves of the houses. In the north especially, the grave is very often surmounted by a huge marble tortoise bearing the inscribed tablet, or what we call the gravestone, on its back. The tombs of the last two lines of emperors, the Ming and the Manchu, are magnificent structures, spread over enormous areas, and always artistically situated on hillsides facing natural or artificial lakes or seas. Contrary to the practice in Egypt, with the two exceptions above mentioned, the conquering dynasties have always destroyed the tombs of their predecessors. But for this savage vandalism, China would probably possess the most magnificent assembly of imperial tombs in the world's records. Laws of intercourse. Throughout the whole course of their existence as a social aggregate, the Chinese have pushed ceremonial observances to an extreme limit. Ceremonies, says the Li Qi, the great classic of ceremonial usages, are the greatest of all things by which men live. Ranks were distinguished by different headdresses, garments, badges, weapons, writing tablets, number of attendants, carriages, horses, height of walls, etc. Daily as well as official life was regulated by minute observances. There were written codes embracing almost every attitude and act of inferiors toward superiors, of superiors toward inferiors, and of equals toward equals. Visits, forms of address, and giving of presents had each their set of formulae, known and observed by every one as strictly and regularly as each child in China learned by heart and repeated aloud the three-word sentences of the elementary, trimetrical classic. But while the school textbook was extremely simple, ceremonial observances were extremely elaborate. A Chinese was in this respect as much a slave to the living as in his funeral rites he was a slave to the dead. Only now, in the rush of modern progress, is the doffing of the hat taking the place of the asterisk kowtow, kaotyo. It is in this matter of ceremonial observances that the East and the West have misunderstood each other perhaps more than in all others. Where rules of etiquette are not only different, but are diametrically opposed, there is every opportunity for misunderstanding, if not estrangement. The points at issue in such questions as kowtowing to the emperor and the worshipping of ancestors are generally known, but the Westerner, as a rule, is ignorant of the fact that if he wishes to conform to Chinese etiquette when in China, instead of to those Western customs which are in many cases unfortunately taking their place, he should not, for instance, take off his hat when entering a house or a temple, should not shake hands with his host, nor, if he wishes to express approval, should he clap his hands. Clapping of hands in China, i.e. non-Europeanized China, is used to drive away the sha-qi, or deathly influence of evil spirits. And to clap the hands at the close of the remarks of a Chinese host, as I have seen prominent, well-meaning, but ill-guided men of the West do, is equivalent to disapproval, if not insult. Had our diplomatists been sociologists instead of only commercial agents, more than one war might have been avoided. Habits and customs. At intervals during the year the Chinese make holiday. Their public festivals begin with the celebration of the advent of the new year. They let off innumerable firecrackers and make much merriment in their homes, drinking and feasting, and visiting their friends for several days. Accounts are squared, houses cleaned, fresh paper door gods pasted on the front doors, strips of red paper with characters implying happiness, wealth, good fortune, longevity, etc., stuck on the doorposts or the lintel, tables, etc., covered with red cloth, and flowers and decorations displayed everywhere. Business is suspended, and the merriment, dressing in new clothes, feasting, visiting, offerings to gods and ancestors, and idling continue pretty consistently during the first half of the first moon, the vacation ending with the Feast of Lanterns, which occupies the last 3 days. It originated in the Han Dynasty 2,000 years ago. Innumerable lanterns of all sizes, shapes, colors, except holy white, or rather undyed material, the color of mourning, and designs are lit in front of public and private buildings. But the use of these was an addition about 800 years later, about 1,200 years ago. Paper dragons, hundreds of yards long, are moved along the streets at a slow pace, supported on the heads of men whose legs only are visible, giving the impression of huge serpents winding through the thoroughfares. Of the other chief festivals, about 8 in number, not counting the festivals of the 4 seasons with their equinoxes and solstices, for are especially concerned with the propitiation of the spirits, namely, the earlier spirit festival, 15th day of second moon, the festival of the tombs, about the 3rd day of the 3rd moon, when graves are put in order and special offerings made to the dead, the middle spirit festival, 15th day of 7th moon, and the later spirit festival, 15th day of 10th moon. The Dragon Boat Festival, 5th day of 5th moon, is said to have originated as a commemoration of the death of the poet Chi Yuan, who drowned himself in disgust at the official intrigue and corruption of which he was the victim, but the object is the procuring of sufficient rain to ensure a good harvest. It is celebrated by racing with long narrow boats shaped to represent dragons and propelled by scores of rowers, pasting of charms on the doors of dwellings, and eating a special kind of rice cake, with a liquor as a beverage. The 15th day of the 8th moon is the Mid-Autumn Festival, known by foreigners as All Souls' Day. On this occasion, the women worship the moon, offering cakes, fruit, etc. The gates of purgatory are opened, and the hungry ghosts troop forth to enjoy themselves for a month on the good things provided for them by the pious. The 9th day of the 9th moon is the Chungyang Festival, when everyone who possibly can ascends to a high place, a hill or temple tower. This inaugurates the kite-flying season and is supposed to promote longevity. During that season, which lasts several months, the Chinese people the sky with dragons, centipedes, frogs, butterflies, and hundreds of other cleverly devised creatures, which, by means of simple mechanisms worked by the wind, roll their eyes, make appropriate sounds, and move their paws, wings, tails, etc., in a most realistic manner. The festival originated in a warning received by a scholar named Huan Qing from his master Fei Zhangfang, a native of Junan and Honan, who lived during the Han Dynasty, that a terrible calamity was about to happen, and enjoining him to escape with his family to a high place. On his return he found all his domestic animals dead, and was told that they had died instead of himself and his relatives. On New Year's Eve, Tuan Nian or Chu Hsd, the kitchen god ascends to heaven to make his annual report, the wise feasting him with honey and other sticky food before his departure, so that his lips may be sealed and he be unable to let on too much to the powers that be in the regions above. Sports and games. The first sports of the Chinese were festival gatherings for purposes of archery, to which succeeded exercises partaking of a military character. Hunting was a favorite amusement. They played games of calculation, chess, or the game of war, shuttlecock with the feet, pitchpot, throwing arrows from a distance into a narrow-necked jar, and horn goring, fighting on the shoulders of others with horn masks on their heads. Stilts, football, dice throwing, boat racing, dog racing, cockfighting, kite flying, as well as singing and dancing marionettes, afforded recreation and amusement. Many of these games became obsolete in course of time, and new ones were invented. At the end of the monarchical period, during the Manchu dynasty, we find those most in use to be foot shuttlecock, lifting of beams headed with heavy stones, dumbbells 4 feet long and weighing 30 or 40 pounds, kite flying, quail fighting, cricket fighting, sending birds after seeds thrown into the air, sauntering through fields, playing chess or mora, or gambling with cards, dice, or over the cricket and quail fights or seed-catching birds. There were numerous and varied children's games tending to develop strength, skill, quickness of action, parental instinct, accuracy, and sagacity. Theatricals were performed by strolling troupes on stages erected opposite temples, though permanent theaters also existed, female parts until recently being taken by male actors. Peep shows, conjurers, ventriloquists, acrobats, fortune-tellers, and storytellers kept crowds amused or interested. Generally, young China, of the present day, identified with the Party of Progress, seems to have adopted most of the outdoor, but very few of the indoor games of Western nations. Domestic life. In domestic or private life, observances at birth, betrothal, and marriage were elaborate and retained superstitious elements. Early rising was general. Shaving of the head and beard, as well as cleaning of the ears and massage, was done by barbers. There were public baths in all cities and towns. Shops were closed at nightfall, and the streets being until recent times ill-lit or unlit. Passengers or their attendants carried lanterns. Most houses, except the poorest, had private watchmen. Generally 2 meals a day were taken. Dinners to friends were served at inns or restaurants, accompanied or followed by musical or theatrical performances. The place of honor is stated in Western books on China to be on the left, but the fact is that the place of honor is the one which shows the utmost solicitude for the safety of the guest. It is therefore not necessarily one fixed place, but would usually be the one facing the door, so that the guest might be in a position to see an enemy enter and take measures accordingly. Lapdogs and cage birds were kept as pets. Wonks, the Harrap Co, or yellow dog, were guards of houses and street scavengers. Aquaria with goldfish were often to be seen in the houses of the upper and middle classes. The gardens and courtyards of which usually contained rockeries and artistic shrubs and flowers. Whiskers were never worn, and mustaches and beards only after 40, before which age the hair grew, if at all, very scantily. Full, thick beards, as in the West, were practically never seen, even on the aged. Snuff bottles, tobacco pipes, and fans were carried by both sexes. Nails were worn long by members of the literary and leisured classes. Non-Manchu women and girls had cramped feet, and both Manchu and Chinese women used cosmetics freely. Industrial institutions. While the men attended to farm work, women took care of the mulberry orchards and silkworms, and did spinning, weaving, and embroidery. This, the primitive division of labor, held throughout, though added to on both sides, so that eventually the men did most of the agriculture, arts, production, distribution, fighting, etc. And the women, besides the duties above named and some field labor, mended old clothes, drilled and sharpened needles, pasted tinfoil, made shoes, and gathered and sorted the leaves of the tea plant. In course of time trades became highly specialized, their number being legion, and localized, bankers, for instance, congregating in Shanxi, carpenters in Chichou, and porcelain manufacturers in Jiaoqiu, in Jiangxi. As to land, it became at an early age the property of the sovereign, who farmed it out to his relatives or favorites. It was arranged on the Qing, or asterisk system. 8 private squares round a 9th public square cultivated by the 8 farmer families in common for the benefit of the state. From the beginning to the end of the monarchical period, tenure continued to be of the crown, land being unallodial, and mostly held in clans or families, and not entailed, the conditions of tenure being payment of an annual tax, a fee for alienation, and money compensation for personal services to the government, generally incorporated into the direct tax escutage. Slavery, unknown in the earliest times, existed as a recognized institution during the whole of the monarchical period. Production was chiefly confined to human and animal labor, machinery being only now in use on a large scale. Internal distribution was carried on from numerous centers and at fairs, shops, markets, etc. With few exceptions, the great trade routes by land and sea have remained the same during the last 2,000 years. Foreign trade was with Western Asia, Greece, Rome, Carthage, Arabia, etc., and from the 17th century d. More generally with European countries. The usual primitive means of conveyance, such as human beings, animals, carts, boats, etc., were partly displaced by steam vessels from 186 onward. Exchange was effected by barter, cowries of different values being the prototype of coins, which were cast in greater or less quantity under each reign. But until within recent years, there was only one coin, the copper cash, in use, bullion and paper notes being the other media of exchange. Silver Mexican dollars and subsidiary coins came into use with the advent of foreign commerce. Weights and measures, which generally decreased from north to south, officially arranged part line the decimal system, were discarded by the people in ordinary commercial transactions for the more convenient duodecimal subdivision. Arts, hunting, fishing, cooking, weaving, dyeing, carpentry, metallurgy, glass dash, brick dash, and papermaking, printing, and bookbinding were in a more or less primitive stage. The mechanical arts showing much servile imitation and simplicity in design, but pottery, carving, and lacquer workwear in an exceptionally high state of development. The articles produced being surpassed in quality and beauty by no others in the world. Agriculture and rearing of livestock. From the earliest times, the greater portion of the available land was under cultivation. Except when the country has been devastated by war, the Chinese have devoted close attention to the cultivation of the soil continuously for 40 centuries. Even the hills are terraced for extra growing room. But poverty and governmental inaction caused much to lie idle. There were 2 annual crops in the north and 5 in 2 years in the south. Perhaps 2/3 of the population cultivated the soil. The methods, however, remained primitive, but the great fertility of the soil and the great industry of the farmer, with generous but careful use of fertilizers, enabled the vast territory to support an enormous population. Rice, wheat, barley, buckwheat, maize, kaoyong, several millets, and oats were the chief grains cultivated. Beans, peas, oil-bearing seeds, sesame, rape, etc., fiber plants, hemp, rami, jute, cotton, etc., starch roots, taros, yams, sweet potatoes, etc., tobacco, indigo, tea, sugar, fruits, were among the more important crops produced. Fruit growing, however, lacked scientific method. The rotation of crops was not a usual practice, but grafting, pruning, dwarfing, enlarging, selecting, and varying species were well understood. Vegetable culture had reached a high state of perfection, the smallest patches of land being made to bring forth abundantly. This is the more creditable inasmuch as most small farmers could not afford to purchase expensive foreign machinery, which, in many cases, would be too large or complicated for their purposes. The principal animals, birds, etc., reared were the pig, ass, horse, mule, cow, sheep, goat, buffalo, yak, fowl, duck, goose, pigeon, silkworm, and bee. The Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce, the successor to the Board of Agriculture, Manufactures, and Commerce, instituted during recent years, is now adapting Western methods to the cultivation of the fertile soil of China, and even greater results than in the past may be expected in the future. Sentiments and moral ideas. The Chinese have always shown a keen delight in the beautiful, in flowers, music, poetry, literature, embroidery, paintings, porcelain. They cultivated ornamental plants, almost every house, as we saw, having its garden, large or small, and tables were often decorated with flowers in vases or ornamental wire baskets or fruits or sweetmeats. Confucius made music an instrument of government. Paper bearing the written character was so respected that it might not be thrown on the ground or trodden on. Delight was always shown in beautiful scenery or tales of the marvelous. Commanding or agreeable situations were chosen for temples. But until within the last few years, streets and houses were generally unclean, and decency in public frequently absent. Morality was favored by public opinion, but in spite of early marriages and concubinage, there was much laxity. Cruelty both to human beings and animals has always been a marked trait in the Chinese character. Savagery warfare, cannibalism, luxury, drunkenness, and corruption prevailed in the earliest times. The attitude toward women was despotic. But moral principles pervaded the classical writings and formed the basis of law. In spite of these, the inferior sentiment of revenge was, as we have seen, approved and preached as a sacred duty. As a result of the universal yin-yang dualistic doctrines, immorality was leniently regarded. In modern times, at least, mercantile honor was high. A merchant's word is as good as his bond, being truer in China than in many other countries. Intemperance was rare. Opium smoking was much indulged in until the use of the drug was forcibly suppressed, 1906-16. Even now much is smuggled into the country, or its growth overlooked by bribed officials. Clan quarrels and fights were common, vendettas sometimes continuing for generations. Suicide under depressing circumstances was approved and honored. It was frequently resorted to under the sting of great injustice. There was a deep reverence for parents and superiors. Disregard of the truth, when useful, was universal and unattended by a sense of shame, even on detection. Thieving was common. The illegal exactions of rulers were burdensome. In times of prosperity, pride and satisfaction in material matters was not concealed and was often short-sighted. Politeness was practically universal, though said to be often superficial, but gratitude was a marked characteristic and was heartfelt. Mutual conjugal affection was strong. The love of gambling was universal, but little has occurred in recent years to modify the above characters. Nevertheless, the inferior traits are certainly being changed by education and by the formation of societies whose members bind themselves against immorality, concubinage, gambling, drinking, smoking, etc. Religious ideas. Chinese religion is inherently an attitude toward the spirits or gods with the object of obtaining a benefit or averting a calamity. We shall deal with it more fully in another chapter. Suffice it to say here that it originated in ancestor worship, and that the greater part of it remains ancestor worship to the present day. The state religion, which was Confucianism, was ancestor worship. Taoism, originally a philosophy, became a worship of spirits, of the souls of dead men supposed to have taken up their abode in animals, reptiles, insects, trees, stones, etc. Borrowed the cloak of religion from Buddhism, which eventually outshone it, and degenerated into a system of exorcism and magic. Buddhism, a religion originating in India, in which Buddha, once a man, is worshipped, in which no beings are known with greater power than can be attained to by man, and according to which at death, the soul migrates into anything from a deified human being to an elephant, a bird, a plant, a wall, a broom, or any piece of inorganic matter, was imported ready-made into China and took the side of popular superstition and Taoism against the orthodox belief, finding that its power lay in the influence on the popular mind of its doctrine, respecting a future state, in contrast to the indifference of Confucianism. Its pleading for compassion and preservation of life met a crying need, and but for it the state of things in this respect would be worse than it is. Religion, apart from ancestor worship, does not enter largely into Chinese life. There is none of the real love of God found, for example, in the fervent as distinguished from the conventional Christian, and as ancestor worship gradually loses its hold and dies out, agnosticism will take its place. Superstitions, an almost infinite variety of superstitious practices due to the belief in the good or evil influences of departed spirits, exists in all parts of China. Days are lucky or unlucky. Eclipses are due to a dragon trying to eat the sun or the moon. The rainbow is supposed to be the result of a meeting between the impure vapors of the sun and the earth. Amulets are worn and charms hung up. Sprigs of artemisia or of peach blossom are placed near beds and over lintels respectively. Children and adults are locked to life by means of locks on chains or cords worn round the neck. Old brass mirrors are supposed to cure insanity. Figures of gourds, tigers' claws, or the unicorn are worn to ensure good fortune or ward off sickness, fire, etc. Spells of many kinds, composed mostly off the written characters for happiness and longevity, are worn or written on paper, cloth, leaves, etc., and burned, the ashes being made into a decoction and drunk by the young or sick. Divination by means of the divining stalks, the divining plant, milfoil or yarrow, and the tortoiseshell has been carried on from time immemorial, but was not originally practiced with the object of ascertaining future events, but in order to decide doubts, much as lots are drawn or a coin tossed in the West. Things but the art of adapting the residence of the living and the dead so as to cooperate and harmonize with the local currents of the cosmic breath, the yin and the yang. See Chapter 3. A doctrine which had its root in ancestor worship has exercised an enormous influence on Chinese thought and life from the earliest times, and especially from those of Chu, Shi, and other philosophers of the Sung dynasty. Knowledge. Having noted that Chinese education was mainly literary, and why it was so, it is easy to see that there would be little or no demand for the kind of knowledge classified in the West under the head of science. Insofar as any demand existed, it did so, at any rate at first, only because it subserved vital needs. Thus, astronomy, or more properly astrology, was studied in order that a calendar might be regulated, and so the routine of agriculture correctly followed, for on that depended the people's daily rice, or rather, in the beginning, the various fruits and kinds of flesh which constituted their means of sustentation before their now universal food was known. In philosophy, they have had two periods of great activity. The first beginning with Lao Tzu and Confucius in the 6th century BC and ending with the burning of the books by the first emperor, Shi Huangti, in 213 BC. The second beginning with Zhou Tzu, AD 1017-73, and ending with Chu Shi, N30 to 1200. The Department of Philosophy in the Imperial Library contained in 190 BC, 2705 volumes by 137 authors. There can be no doubt that this zeal for the orthodox learning, combined with the literary test for office, was the reason why scientific knowledge was prevented from developing, so much so that after 4,000 or more years of national life, we find, during the Manchu period, which ended the monarchical regime, few of the educated class, giants though they were in knowledge of all departments of their literature and history, the continuity of their traditions laid down in their 24 dynastic annals has been described as one of the great wonders of the world, with even the elementary scientific learning of a schoolboy in the West. Crude, primitive, mediocre, vague, inaccurate, want of analysis and generalization, are terms we find applied to their knowledge of such leading sciences as geography, mathematics, chemistry, botany, and geology. Their medicine was much hampered by superstition, and perhaps more so by such beliefs as that the seat of the intellect is in the stomach, that thoughts proceed from the heart, that the pit of the stomach is the seat of the breath, that the soul resides in the liver, etc. The result partly of the idea that dissection of the body would maim it permanently during its existence in the other world. What progress was made was due to European instruction, and this again is the causa-causans of the great wave of progress in scientific and philosophical knowledge which is rolling over the whole country and will have marked effects on the history of the world during the coming century. Language. Originally polysyllabic, the Chinese language later assumed a monosyllabic, isolating, uninflected form, grammatical relations being indicated by position. From the earliest forms of speech, several subordinate vernacular languages arose in various districts, and from these sprang local dialects, etc. Tone distinctions arose, i.e. the same words pronounced with a different intonation came to mean different things. Development of these distinctions led to carelessness of articulation and multiplication of what would be homonyms, but for these tones. It is incorrect to assume that the tones were invented to distinguish similar sounds, so that, at the present day, anyone who says ma will mean either an exclamation, hemp, horse, or curse according to the quality he gives to the sound. The language remains in a primitive state, without inflection, declension, or distinction of parts of speech. The order in a sentence is subject, verb, complement direct, complement indirect. Gender is formed by distinctive particles, number by prefixing numerals, etc. Cases by position or appropriate prepositions. Adjectives precede nouns. Position determines comparison, and absence of punctuation causes ambiguity. The latter is now introduced into most newly published works. The new education is bringing with it innumerable words and phrases not found in the old literature or dictionaries. Japanese idioms which are now being imported into the language are making it less pure. The written language, too well known to need detailed description, a thing of beauty and a joy forever to those able to appreciate it, said to have taken originally the form of knotted cords and then of notches on wood, though this was more probably the origin of numeration than of writing proper, took later that of rude outlines of natural objects, and then went on to the phonetic system, under which each character is composed of two parts, the radical, indicating the meaning, and the phonetic, indicating the sound. They were symbols, non-agglutinative and non-inflectional, and were written in vertical columns, probably from having in early times been painted or cut on strips of bark. Achievements of the Chinese. As the result of all this fitful fever during so many centuries, we find that the Chinese, after having lived in nests in order to avoid the animals, and then in caves, have built themselves houses and palaces which are still made after the pattern of their prototype, with a flat wall behind, the openings in front, the walls put in after the pillars and roof tree have been fixed, and outbuildings added on as side extensions. The Kaong, or stove bed now a platform made of bricks, found all over the northern provinces, was a place scooped out of the side off the cave, with an opening underneath in which, as now, a fire was lit in winter. Windows and shutters opened upward, being a survival of the mat or shade hung in front of the apertures in the walls of the primitive cave dwelling. 4 of these buildings facing each other round a square made the courtyard, and 1 or more courtyards made the compound. They have fed themselves on almost everything edible to be found on, under, or above land or water, except milk, but live chiefly on rice, chicken, fish, vegetables, including garlic, and tea. Though at one time they ate flesh and drank wine, sometimes to excess, before tea was cultivated. They have clothed themselves in skins and feathers, and then in silks and satins, but mostly in cotton and hardly ever in wool. Under the Manchu regime, the type of dress adopted was that of this horse-riding race, showing the chief characteristics of that noble animal, the broad sleeves representing the hoofs, the queue the mane, etc. This queue was formed of the hair growing from the back part off the scalp, the front of which was shaved. Unlike the Egyptians, they did not wear wigs. They have nearly always had the decency to wear their coats long, and have despised the Westerner for wearing his too short. They are now paradoxical enough to make the mistake of adopting the Westerner's costume. They have made to themselves great canals, bridges, aqueducts, and the longest wall there has ever been on the face of the earth, which could not be seen from the moon, as some sinologists have erroneously supposed, any more than a hair, however long, could be seen at a distance of 100 yards. They have made long and wide roads, but failed to keep them in repair during the last few centuries, though much zeal, possibly due to commercial oil or electricity-driven wheels, is now being shown in this direction. They have built honorary portals, toe-cased widows, pagodas, and arched bridges of great beauty, not forgetting to surround each city with a high and substantial wall to keep out unfriendly people. They have made innumerable implements and weapons, from pens and fans and chopsticks to plows and carts and ships, from fiery darts, flame elephants, bows and spears, spiked chariots, battering rams, and hurling engines to mangonels, trebuchets, matchlocks of wrought iron and plain bore with long barrels resting on a stock, and jingals 14 feet long resting on a tripod, cuirasses of quilted cotton cloth covered with brass knobs, and helmets of iron or polished steel, sometimes inlaid with neck and ear lappets, and they have been content not to improve upon these to any appreciable extent, but have lately shown a tendency to make the later patterns imported from the West in their own factories. They have produced one of the greatest and most remarkable accumulations of literature the world has ever seen, and the finest porcelain, some music, not very fine, and some magnificent painting, though hardly any sculpture, and little architecture that will live. This book was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelations on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support us. Chapter 2. On Chinese Mythology, Mythology and Intellectual Progress. The Manichaeist, yin-yang, dualist, idea of existence, to which further reference will be made in the next chapter, finds its illustration in the dual life, real and imaginary, of all the peoples of the earth. They have both real histories and mythological histories. In the preceding chapter 1 have dealt briefly with the first, the life of reality, in China from the earliest times to the present day. The succeeding chapters are concerned with the second, the life of imagination. A survey of the first was necessary for a complete understanding of the second. The two react upon each other, affecting the national character and through it the history of the world. Mythology is the science of the unscientific man's explanation of what we call the other world, itself and its denizens, their mysterious habits and surprising actions both there and here, usually including the creation of this world also. By the other world, he does not necessarily mean anything distant or even invisible, though the things he explains would mostly be included by us under those terms. In some countries, myths are abundant, in others scarce. Why should this be? Why should some peoples tell many and marvelous tales about their gods and others say little about them, though they may say a great deal to them? We recall the great myths of Greece and Scandinavia. Other races are poor in myths. The difference is to be explained by the mental characters of the peoples as molded by their surroundings and hereditary tendencies. The problem is of course a psychological one, for it is, as already noted, in imagination that myths have their root. Now imagination grows with each stage of intellectual progress, for intellectual progress implies increasing representativeness of thought, i.e. in the lower stages of human development imagination is feeble and unproductive. In the highest stages it is strong and constructive. The Chinese intellect. The Chinese are not unimaginative, but their minds did not go on to the construction of any myths which should be world great and immortal. And one reason why they did not construct such myths was that their intellectual progress was arrested at a comparatively early stage. It was arrested because there was not that contact and competition with other peoples which demands brainwork of an active kind as the alternative of subjugation, inferiority, or extinction, and because, as we have already seen, the knowledge required of them was mainly Thepirot-like repetition of the old instead of the thinking out of the new one, a state of things rendered possible by the isolation just referred to. Confucius discountenanced discussion about the supernatural, and just as it is probable that the exhortations of Wen Wang, the virtual founder of the Zhou dynasty, I-12-1 to 25-5 BC, against drunkenness, in a time before tea was known to them, helped to make the Chinese the sober people that they are, so it is probable, more than probable, that this attitude of Confucius may have nipped in the bud much that might have developed a vigorous mythology, though for a reason Tobe stated later it may be doubted if he thereby deprived the world of any beautiful and marvelous results of the inventions of the Chinese during a period of 4,000 years, may be numbered on the fingers of one hand. Highest flights of poetical creativeness. There are times, such as those of any great political upheaval, when human nature will assert itself and break through its shackles in spite of all artificial or conventional restraints. Considering the enormous influence of Confucianism throughout the latter half of Chinese history, i.e. the last 2,000 years, it is surprising that the Chinese diretto think about supernatural matters at all, except in the matter of propitiating their dead ancestors. That they did so is evidence not only of human nature's inherent tendency to tell stories, but also of the irrepressible strength of feeling which breaks all laws and commandments under great stimulus. On the opposing unesthetic side, this may be compared to the feeling which prompts the unpremeditated assassination of a man who is guilty of great injustice, even though it be certain that in due course he would have met his deserts at the hands of the public executioner. The influence of religion. Apart from this, the influence of Confucianism would have been even greater than it was, but for the imperial partiality periodically shown for rival doctrines, such as Buddhism and Taoism, which threw their weight on the side of the supernatural, and which at times were exalted to such great heights as to be officially recognized as state religions. These, Buddhism especially, appealed to the popular imagination and love of the marvelous. Buddhism spoke of the future state and the nature of the gods in no uncertain tones. It showed men how to reach the one and attain to the other. Its founder was virtuous, his commandments pure and life-sustaining. It supplied in great part what Confucianism lacked. And, as in the 5th and 6th centuries AD, when Buddhism and Taoism joined forces and a working union existed between them, they practically excluded for the time all the chilly growth of Confucian classicism. Other opponents of myth, including a critical philosopher of great ability, we shall have occasion to notice presently, history and myth. The sobriety and accuracy of Chinese historians is proverbial. I have dilated upon this in another work, and need add here only what I inadvertently omitted there, a point hitherto unnoticed or at least unremarked, that the very word for history in Chinese, shi, means impartiality or an impartial analyst. It has been said that where there is much myth, there is little history, and vice versa, and though this may not be universally true, undoubtedly the persistently truthful recording of facts, events, and sayings, even at the risk of loss, an actual loss of life of the historian as the result of his refusal to make false entries in his chronicle at the bidding of the emperor, as in the case of the historiographers of Qi in 547 BC, indicates a type of mind which would require some very strong stimulus to cause it to soar very far into the hazy realms of fanciful imagination. Chinese rigidity. A further cause, already hinted at above, for the arrest of intellectual progress is to be found in the growth of the nation in size during many centuries of isolation from the mainstream of world civilization, without that increase in heterogeneity which comes from the molding be forces external to itself. As iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. Other nations have their imaginations stimulated to exceptional poetic creativeness. The background of the Danaids is Egyptian, not Greek, but it was the danger in which the Greeks were placed in their wars with the Sansof, the land of the pharaohs, that stimulated the Greek imagination to the creation of that great myth. This explains why so many of the greatest myths have their staging, not in the country itself whose treasure possessions they are, but where that country is playing the great game, is carrying on wars decisive of far-reaching national events, which arouse to the greatest pitch of excitement the feelings both of the combatants and of those who are watching them from their homes. It is by such great events, not by the romance writer in his peaceful study, that mythology, like literature, is incisively determined. Imagination, we saw, goes pari passu with intellectual progress, and intellectual progress, in early times, is furthered not so much by the mere contact as by the actual conflict of nations. And we see also that myths may, and very frequently do, have a character quite different from that of the nation to which they appertain, for environment plays a most important part both in their inception and subsequent growth, truth too obvious to need detailed elaboration. Persistent soul expression. A third condition is that the type of imagination must be persistent through fairly long periods of time. Otherwise, not only will there be an absence of sufficient feeling or momentum to cause the myths to be repeated and kept alive and transmitted to posterity, but the inducement towed to them and so enable them to mature and become complete and finished off and sufficiently attractive to appeal to the human mind in spite of the foreign character they often bear will be lacking. In other words, myths and legends grow. They resemble not so much the narrative of the storyteller or novelist as a gradually developing art like music, or a body of ideas like philosophy. They are human and natural, though they express the thought not of any one individual mind, but of the folk soul, exemplifying in poetical form some great psychological or physiographical truth. 7. He character of Chinese myth. The nature of the case thus forbids us to expect to find the Chinese myths exhibiting the advanced state and brilliant heterogeneity of those which have become part of the world's permanent literature. We must expect them to be true to type and conditions, as we expect the other ideas of the Chinese to be, and looking for them in the light of this knowledge we shall find them just where we should expect to find them. The great sagas and eddas exalted among the world's literary masterpieces, and forming part of the very life of a large number of its inhabitants, are absent in China. The Chinese people, says one well-known sinologist, are not prone to mythological invention. He who expects to find in Tibet, says another writer, the poetical charm of Greek or Germanic mythology will be disappointed. There is a striking poverty of imagination in all the myths and legends. A great monotony pervades them all. Many of their stories, taken from the sacred texts, are quite puerile and insipid. It may be noted that the Chinese mythology labors under the same defect. And then there comes the crushing judgment of an overzealous Christian missionary sinologist. There is no hierarchy of gods brought in to rule and inhabit the world they made, no conclave on Mount Olympus, nor judgment of the mortal soul by Osiris, no transfer of human love and hate, passions and hopes, to the powers above. All here is ascribed to disembodied agencies, or principles, and their works are represented as moving in quiet order. There is no religion, ! No imagination. All is impassible, passionless, uninteresting. It has not, as in Greece and Egypt, been explained in sublime poetry, shadowed forth in gorgeous ritual and magnificent festivals, represented in exquisite sculptures, nor preserved in faultless, imposing fanes and temples, filled with ideal creations. Besides being incorrect as to Manioff, its alleged facts, this view would certainly be shown by further study to be greatly exaggerated. Periods fertile in myth. What we should expect, then, to find from our philosophical study of the Chinese mind as affected by its surroundings would be barrenness of constructive imagination, except when birth was given to myth through the operation of some external agency. And this we do find. The period of the overthrow of the Yin dynasty and the establishment of the great house of Zhou in 1122 BC, or of the wars of the three states, for example, in the 3rd century after Christ, a time of terrible anarchy, a medieval age of epic heroism, sung in 100 form soft prose and verse, which has entered as motive into a dozen dramas, or the advent of Buddhism, which opened up a new world of thought and life to the simple, sober, peace-loving agricultural folk of China, were stimuli not by any means devoid of result. In China there are gods many and heroes many, and the very fact of the existence of so great a multitude of gods would logically imply a wealth of mythological lore inseparable from their apotheosis. You cannot, and the Chinese cannot, get behind reason. A man is not made a god without some cause being assigned for so important and far-reaching a step. And in matters of this sort the stated cause is apt to take the form of a narrative more or less marvelous or miraculous. These resulting myths may, of course, be born and grow at a later time than that in which the circumstances giving rise to them took place. But if so, that merely proves the persistent power of the originating stimulus. That in China these narratives always or often reach the highest flights of constructive imagination is not maintained. The maintenance of that argument would indeed be contradictory. But even in those countries where the mythological garden has produced some of the finest flowers, millions of seeds must have been sown which either did not spring up at all, or at least failed to bring forth fruit. And in the realm of mythology it is not only those gods who sit in the highest seats, creators of the world or heads of great religions, who dominate mankind. The humbler, though often no less powerful gods or spirits, those even who run on all fours and live in holes in the ground, or buzz through the air and have their thrones in the shadow of a leaf, have often made a deeper impress on the minds and in the hearts of the people, and through that impress, for good or evil, have, in greater or less degree, modified the life of the visible universe. Sources of Chinese myth. So, if we ask whence comes the heroic and the romantic, which supplies the storyteller's stock in trade, the answer is easy. The legends and history of early China furnish abundance of material for them. To the Chinese mind, their ancient world was crowded with heroes, fairies, and devils, who played their part in the mixed-up drama, and left a name and fame both remarkable and piquant. Everyone who is familiar with the ways and the language of the people knows that the country is full of common objects to which poetic names have been given, and with many of them there is associated a legend or a myth. A deep river's gorges, called the blind man's pass, because a peculiar bit of rock, looked at from a certain angle, assumes the outline of the human form, and there comes to be connected therewith a pleasing story which reaches its climax in the petrifaction of the hero. A mountain's crest shaped like a swooping eagle will from someone have received the name of Eagle Mountain, whilst by its side another shaped like a couchant lion will have a name to match. There is no lack of poetry among the people, and most striking objects claim a poetic name, and not a few of them are associated with curious legends. It is, however, to their national history that the storyteller goes for his most interesting subjects, and as the so-called history of China imperceptibly passes into the legendary period, and this again fades into the mythical, and as all this is assuredly believed by the masses of the people, it is obvious that in the national life of China there is no dearth of heroes whose deeds of prowess will command the rapt attention of the crowds who listen. One, the soul in China is everywhere in evidence, and if myths have first and foremost to do with the life of the soul, it would appear strange that the Chinese, having spiritualized everything from a stone to the sky, have not been creative of myth. Why they have not, the foregoing considerations show us clearly enough that we must take them and their myths as we find them. Let us, then, note briefly the result of their mental workings as reacted on by their environment. Phases of Chinese myth. We cannot identify the earliest mythology of the Chinese with that of any primitive race. The myths, if any, of their place of origin may have faded and been forgotten in their slow migration eastward. We cannot say that when they came from the west, which they probably did, they brought their myths with them, for in spite of certain conjectural derivations from Babylon, we do not find them possessed of any which we can identify as imported by them at that time. But research seems to have gone at least as far as this, namely, that while we cannot say that Chinese myth was derived from Indian myth, there is good reason to believe that Chinese and Indian myth had a common origin, which was of course outside of China. To set forth in detail the various phases through which Chinese myth has passed would involve a technical description foreign to the purpose of a popular work. It will sufficiently serve our present purpose to outline its most prominent features. In the earliest times there was an asterisk age of magic asterisk followed by an asterisk heroic age, but myths were very rare before 800 BC, and what is known as primitive mythology is said to have been invented or imitated from foreign sources after 820 BC. In the 8th century BC, myths of an astrological character began to attract attention. In the age of Lao Tzh, 604 BC, the reputed founder of the Taoist religion, fresh legends appear, though Lao Tzu himself, absorbed in the abstract, records none. Neither did Confucius, 551 to 479 BC, nor Mencius, who lived 200 years later, add any legends to history. But in the period of the Warring States, 500 to 100 BC, fresh stimuli, and great emotion prompted to mythological creation. Sociology Ming and Li Tzu. Sociology Ming, commentator on Confucius's Annals, frequently introduced legend into his history. Li Tzu, 5th and 4th centuries BC, a metaphysician, is one of the earliest authors who deal in myths. Hayes, the first to mention the story of Shi Wang Mu, the Western Queen, and from his day onward the fabulous Shay vied with one another in fantastic descriptions of the wonders of her fairyland. He was the first to mention the islands of the immortals in the ocean, the kingdoms of the dwarfs and giants, the fruit of immortality, the repairing of the heavens by Ni Kwa, she with 5-colored stones, and the great tortoise which supports the universe. The T***ong and Sung epics. Religious romance began at this time. The Tanjpak, AD 618 to 907, was one of the resurrection of the arts of peace after a long period of dissension. A poorer and more enduring form of intellect was gradually overcoming the grosser but less solid superstition. Nevertheless, the intellectual movement, which now manifested itself, was not strong enough to prevail against the powers of mythological darkness. It was reserved for the scholars of the Sung period, AD 960-1280, to carry through to victory a strong and sustained offensive against the spiritualistic obsessions which had weighed upon the Chinese mind more or less persistently from the Han period, 206 B.C. AD 221 onward. The dogma of materialism was specially cultivated at this time. The struggle of sober reason against superstition or imaginative invention was largely a struggle of Confucianism against Taoism, though many centuries had elapsed since. The great master walked the earth. The anti-myth movement of the Tang and Sung periods was in reality the long arm and heavy fist of Confucius, emphasizing a truer rationalism than that of his opponents and denouncing the danger of leaving the firm earth to soar into the unknown hazy regions of fantasy. It was Sung scholarship that gave the death blow to Chinese mythology. It is unnecessary to labor the point further, because after the Sung epic we do not meet with any period of new mythological creation, and its absence can be ascribed to no other cause than its defeat at the hands of the Sung philosophers. After their time, the tender plant was always in danger of being stunted or killed by the withering blast of philosophical criticism. Anything in the nature of myth ascribable to post-Sung times can at best be regarded only as a late blossom born when summer days are past. Myth and doubt. It will bear repetition to say that unless the myth builder firmly believes in his myth, be he the layer of the foundation stone or one of the raisers of the superstructure, he will hardly make it a living thing. Once believes in reincarnation and the suspension of natural laws, the boundless vistas of space and the limitless eons of time are open to him. He can perform miracles which astound the world. But if he allow his mind to inquire, for instance, why it should have been necessary for Elijah to part the waters of the Jordan with his garment in order that he and Elisha might pass over dry shod, or for Bodhidharma to stand on a reed to cross the great Yangtze River, or for innumerable immortals tossed on favorable clouds to make their journeys through space, he spoils myth. His child is stillborn or does not survive to maturity. Though the growth of philosophy and decay of superstition may be good for a nation, the process is certainly conducive to the destruction of its myth and much of its poetry. The true mythologist takes myth for myth, enters into its spirit, and enjoys it. We may thus expect to find in the realm of Chinese mythology a large number of little hills rather than a few great mountains. But the little hills are very good ones after their kind, and the object of this work is to present Chinese myth as it is, not as it might have been had the universe been differently constituted. Nevertheless, if, as we may rightly do, we judge of myth by sentiments pervading it and the ideals upheld and taught by it, we shall find that Chinese myth must be ranked among the greatest. Myth and legend. The general principles considered above, while they explain the paucity of myth in China, explain also the abundance of legend there. The 600 years during which the Mongols, Mings, and Manchus sat upon the throne of China are barren of myth, but like all periods of the Chinese national life, are fertile in legend. And this chiefly for the reason that myths are more general, national, divine, while legends are more local, individual, human. And since, in China as elsewhere, the lower classes are as a rule less educated and more superstitious than the upper classes, have a certain amount of constructive imagination, but not enough to be self-critical, legends, rejected, or even ridiculed by the scholarly, class when their knowledge has become sufficiently scientific, continue to be invented and believed in by the peasant and the dweller in districts far from the madding crowd long after myth, properly so called, has exhaled its last breath. Chapter 3. Cosmogony. P***NKU, and the creation MYH, the fashioner of the universe. He most conspicuous figure in Chinese cosmogony is P***NKU. He it was who chiseled the universe out of chaos. According to Chinese ideas, he was the offspring of the original dual powers of nature, the yin and the yang, to be considered presently, which, having in some incomprehensible way produced him, set him the task of giving form to chaos and making the heavens and the earth. Some accounts describe him as the actual creator of the universe, the ancestor of heaven and earth and all that live and move and have their being. Pan means the shell of an egg, and ku, to secure. Solid, referring to Pan Ku being hatched from out of chaos, and to his settling the arrangement of the causesto which his origin was due. The characters themselves may, however, mean nothing more than asterisk researches into antiquity, though some bolder translators have assigned to them the significance if not the literal sense of aboriginal abyss, or the Babylonian Tiamat, the deep. Pan Ku is pictured as a man of dwarfish stature clothed in bearskin, or merely in leaves, or with an apron off leaves. He has 2 horns on his head. In his right hand he holds a hammer, and in his left a chisel. Sometimes these are reversed, the only implements he used in carrying out his great task. Other pictures show him attended in his labors by the 4 supernatural creatures: the unicorn, phoenix, tortoise, and dragon. Others again with the sun in one hand and the moon in the other. Some of the first fruits of his stupendous labors. The reason for these being there will be apparent presently. His task occupied 18,000 years, during which formed the sun, moon, and stars, the heavens and the earth, himself increasing in stature day by day, being daily 6 feet taller than the day before, until his labors ended. He died that his works might live. His head became the mountains, his breath the wind and clouds, his voice the thunder, his limbs the 4 quarters off the earth, his blood the rivers, his flesh the soil, his beard the constellations, his skin and hair the herbs and trees, his teeth, bones, and marrow the metals, rocks, and precious stones, his sweat the rain, and the insects. Creeping over his body human beings, who thus had a lowlier origin even than the tears of Khepera in Egyptian cosmology. Point 1. This account of P***NKU and his achievements is of Taoist origin. The Buddhists have given a somewhat different account of him, which is a late adaptation from the Taoist myth, and must not be mistaken for Buddhist cosmogony proper. 2. The sun and the moon. In some of the pictures of Pan Ku he is represented, as already noted, as holding the sun in one hand and the moon in the other. Sometimes they are in the form of To's bodies, sometimes in the classic character. The legend says that when Pan Ku put things in order in the lower world, he did not put these 2 luminaries in their proper courses, so they retired into the Han Sea, and the people dwelt in darkness. The terrestrial emperor sent an officer, terrestrial time, with orders that they should come forth and take their places in the heavens and give the world day and night. They refused to obey the order. They were reported to Ju Lai. Pan Ku was called, and, at the divine direction of Buddha, wrote the character for sun asterisk in his left hand, and that for moon in his right hand, and went to the Han Sea, and stretched forth his left hand and called the sun, and then stretched forth his right hand and called the moon, at the same time repeating a charm devoutly 7 times. And they forthwith ascended on high, and separated time into day and night. 1. Other legends recount that Pan Ku had the head of a dragon and the body of a serpent, and that by breathing he caused the wind, by opening his eyes he created day, his voice made the thunder, etc. Pan Ku in an ire. Thus we have the heavens and the earth fashioned by this wonderful being in 18,000 years. With regard to him, we may adapt the Scandinavian ballad, It Was Time's Morning. When Pan Ku lived, there was no sand, no sea, nor cooling billows. Earth there was none, no lofty heaven, no spot of living green, only a deep, profound. And it is interesting to note, in passing, the similarity between this Chinese artificer of the universe and Ymir, the giant, who discharges the same functions in Scandinavian mythology. Though Pan Ku did not have the same kind of birth nor meet with the violent death of the latter, The results as regards the origin of the universe seem to have been pretty much the same. 1 F** in Kua late creation. But though the Chinese creation myth deals with primeval things, it does not itself belong to a primitive time. According to some writers whose views are entitled to respect, it was invented during the 4th century AD by the Taoist recluse, magistrate Ko Hung, author of the Xin Chuan biographies of the gods. The picturesque person of Pan Ku is said to have been a concession to the popular dislike of, or inability to comprehend, the abstract. He was conceived, some Chinese writers say, because the philosophical explanations of the cosmos were too recondite for the ordinary mind to grasp. That he did fulfill the purpose of furnishing the ordinary mind with a fairly easily comprehensible picture of the creation may be admitted. But, as will presently be seen, it is overstating the case to say that he was conceived with the set purpose of furnishing the ordinary mind with a concrete solution or illustration of this great problem. There is no evidence that Pan Ku had existed as a tradition before the time when we meet with the written account of him. And, what is more, there is no evidence that there existed any demand on the part of the popular mind for any such solution or illustration. The ordinary mind would seem to have been either indifferent to or satisfied with the abstruse cosmogonical and cosmological theories of the early sages for at least 1,000 years. The cosmogonies of the One Qing, of Lao Tzu, Confucius, such as it was, Quan Tzu, Mencius, Chuang Tzu, were impersonal. Pan Ku and his myth must be regarded rather as an accident than as a creation resulting from any sudden flow of psychological forces or wind of discontent ruffling the placid Chinese mind. If the Chinese brought with them from Babylon or anywhere else the elements of a cosmogony, whether of a more or less abstruse scientific nature or a personal mythological narrative, it must have been subsequently forgotten or at least has not survived in China. But for Ko Hung's eccentricity and his wish to experiment with cinnabar from Cochin China in order to find the elixir of life, Pan Ku would probably never have been invented, and the Chinese mind would have been content to go on ignoring the problem or would have quietly acquiesced in the abstract philosophical explanations of the learned which it did not understand. China's cosmogony would then have consisted exclusively of the recondite impersonal metaphysics which the Chinese mind had entertained or been fed on for the 900 or more years preceding the invention of the Pan-Ku myth. Nu Kwa Shi, the repairer of the heavens. It is true that there exist one or two other explanations of the origin of things which introduce a personal creator. There is, for instance, the legend, first mentioned by Li Tzu, to whom we shall revert later, which represents Ni Kwa Shi, also called Nu Wan Nu Shi, said to have been the sister and successor of Fu Shi, the mythical sovereign whose reign is ascribed to the years 2953 to 2838 BC, as having been the creator of human beings when the earth first emerged from chaos. She, or he, for the sex seems uncertain, who had the body of a serpent and head of an ox, or a human head and horns of an ox, according to some writers, molded yellow earth and made man. Sima Cheng, of the 8th century AD, author of the historical records and of another work on the three great legendary emperors, Fu Shi, Xin Neng, and Huang Ti, gives the following account of her. Fu Shi was succeeded by Ni Kwa, who like him had the surname Feng. Ni Kwa had the body of a serpent and a human head, with the virtuous endowments of a divine sage. Toward the end of her reign there was among the feudatory princes Kung Kung, whose functions were the administration of punishment. Violent and ambitious, he became a rebel, and sought by the influence of water to overcome that of wood, under which Ni Kwa reigned. He did battle with Chu Yung, said to have been one of the ministers of Huang Ti, and later the god of fire, but was not victorious, whereupon he struck his head against the imperfect mountain, Pu Cho Shan, and brought it down. The pillars of heaven were broken, and the corners of the earth gave way. Hereupon Ni Kwa melted stones of the 5 color stone repair the heavens, and cut off the feet of the tortoise-toesed upright the 4 extremities of the earth. 1 Gathering the ashes of reeds, she stopped the flooding waters, and thus rescued the land of Qi, Cho, the early seat of the Chinese sovereignty. Another account separates the name and makes Nyan Kwa brother and sister, describing them as the only 2 human beings in existence. At the creation they were placed at the foot of the Kunlun mountains. Then they prayed, saying, If thou, O God, hast sent us to be man and wife, the smoke of our sacrifice will stay in one place, but if not, it will be scattered. The smoke remains stationary. But though Ni Kwa is said to have molded the first man, or the first human beings, out of clay, it is to be noted that, being only the successor of Fu Shi, long lines of rulers had preceded her of whom no account is given, and also that, as regards the heavens and the earth at least, she is regarded as the repairer and not the creator of them. Heaven deaf, Tianlong, and earth dumb, Tia, the two attendants of Wenchang, the god of literature, see following chapter, have also been drawn into the cosmogonical net. From their union came the heavens and the earth, mankind, and all living things. These and other brief and unelaborated personal cosmogonies, even if not to be regarded as spurious imitations, certainly have not become established in the Chinese mind as the explanation of the way in which the universe came to be. In this sphere the Pan-Ku legend reigns supreme, and, owing to its concrete, easily apprehensible nature, has probably done so ever since the time of its invention. Early cosmogony dualistic. The period before the appearance of the Pan-Ku myth may be divided into two parts, that from some early unknown date up to about the middle of the Confucian epoch, say 500 BC, and that from 500 BC to AD 400 we know that during the latter period the minds of Chinese scholars were frequently occupied with speculations as to the origin of the universe. Before 500 BC, we have no documentary remains telling us what the Chinese believed about the origin of things, but it is exceedingly unlikely that no theories or speculations at all concerning the origin of themselves and their surroundings were formed by this intelligent people during the 18 centuries or more which preceded the Datit, which we find the views held by them put into written form. It is safe to assume that the dualism which later occupied their philosophical thoughts to so great an extent as almost to seem inseparable from them, and exercised so powerful an influence throughout the course of their history, was not only formulating itself during that long period, but had gradually reached an advanced stage. We may even go so far as to say that dualism, or its beginnings, existed in the very earliest times, for the belief in the second self or ghost or doubly off the dead is in reality nothing else. And we find it operating with apparently undiminished energy after a Chinese mind had reached its maturity in the Sung dynasty. The canon of changes. The Bible of Chinese dualism is the one chink the canon of changes or permutations. It is held in great veneration both on account of its antiquity and also because of the unfathomable wisdom which is supposed to lie concealed under its mysterious symbols. It is placed first in the list of the classics, or sacred books, though it is not the oldest of them. When exactly the work itself on which the subsequent elaborations were founded was composed is not now known. Its origin is attributed to the legendary Emperor Fu Shi, 2953 to 2838 BC. It does not furnish a cosmogony proper, but merely a dualistic system as an explanation, or attempted explanation, or even perhaps a record of the constant changes, in modern philosophical language the redistribution of matter and motion, going on everywhere. That explanation or accord was used for purposes of divination. This dualistic system, by a simple addition, became a monism, and at the same time furnished the Chinese with a cosmogony. The five elements. The five elements, or forces, wuxing, which, according to the Chinese, are metal, air, fire, water, and wood, are first mentioned in Chinese literature in a chapter of the classic book of history. They play a very important part in Chinese thought. Elements, meaning generally not so much the actual substances as the forces essential to human life. They have to be noticed in passing, because they were involved in the development of the cosmogonical ideas which took place in the 11th and 12th centuries AD monism. As their imagination grew, it was natural that the Chinese should begin to ask themselves what, if the yang and the yin by their permutations produced, or gave shape to, all things, was it that produced the yang and the yin? When we see traces of this inquisitive tendency, you find ourselves on the borderland of dualism, where the transition is taking place into the realm of monism. But though there may have been a tendency toward monism in early times, it was only in the Sung dynasty that the philosophers definitely placed behind the yang and the yin of first cause, the grand origin, grand extreme, grand terminus, or ultimate ground of existence. Point 1, they gave to it the name T'ai Chi, and represented it by a concrete sign, the symbol of a circle. The complete scheme shows the evolution of the 64 diagrams, Qua, from the T'ai Chi through the Yang and the Yin, the 4, 8, 16, and 32 diagrams successively. This conception was the work of the Sung philosopher Chou Tunai, AD 1017-73, commonly known as Chou Tzu, and his disciple Chu Shi, AD 1130-1200, known as Chu Tzi or Chu Fu Tzu, the famous historian and Confucian commentator, two of the greatest names in Chinese philosophy. It was at this time that the tide of constructive imagination in China, tinged though it always was with classical Confucianism, rose to its greatest height. There is the philosophers seeking for causes. Yet in this matter of the first cause we detect, in the full flood of Confucianism, the potent influence of Taoist and Buddhist speculations. It has even been said that the Sung philosophy, which grew, not from the I Ching itself, but from the appendixes to it, is more Taoistic than Confucian. As it was with the Pan Ku legend, so is it with this more philosophical cosmogony. The more fertile Taoist and Buddhist imaginations led to the preservation of what the Confucianists, distrusting marvelous, would have allowed to die a natural death. It was, after all, the mystical foreign elements which gave point to, we may rightly say rounded off, the early dualism by converting it into monism, carrying philosophical speculation from the knowable to the unknowable, and furnishing the Chinese with their first scientific theory of the origin, not of the changes going on in the universe, on which they had already formed their opinions, but of the universe itself. Chou Tzu's T*AI Chi T*U Chou Tunai, appropriately apotheosized as Prince N. The Empire of Reason, completed and systematized the philosophical world conception which had hitherto obtained in the Chinese mind. He did not ask his fellow countrymen to discard any part of what they had long held in high esteem. He raised the old theories from the sphere of science to that of philosophy by unifying them and bringing them to a focus. And he made this unification intelligible to the Chinese mind by his famous Tai Chi Tu, or diagram of the great origin, or grand terminus, showing that the grand original cause, itself, uncaused, produces the yang and the yin, these the five elements, and so on, through the male and female norms, Tao, to the production of all things. Chu Shi's monistic philosophy. The writings of Chu Shi, especially his treatise on the immaterial principle /LT/ and primary matter saged, leave no doubt as to the monism of his philosophy. In this work occurs the passage, in the universe there exists no primary matter devoid of the immaterial principle, and no immaterial principle apart from primary matter, and although the two are never separated, the immaterial principle, as Chou Tzu explains, is what is previous to form, while primary matter is what is subsequent to form, the idea being that the two are different manifestations of the same mysterious force from which all things proceed. It is unnecessary to follow this philosophy along all the different branches which grew out of it, for we are here concerned only with the seed. We have observed how Chinese dualism became a monism, and how while the monism was established the dualism was retained. It is this monodualistic theory, combining the older and newer philosophy, which in China, then, as now, constitutes the accepted explanation of the origin of things, of the universe itself, and all that it contains. Lao Tzu's Tao. There are other cosmogonies in Chinese philosophy, but they need not detain us long. Lao Tzu, 6th century BC, in his Tao Ti Ching, the canon of reason and virtue, at first entitled simply Lao Tztt, gave to the then existing scattered sporadic conceptions of the universe a literary form. His Tao, or way, is the originator of heaven and earth. It is the mother of all things. His way, which was before God, is but a metaphorical expression for the manner in which things came at first into being out of the primal nothingness, and how the phenomena of nature continue to go on in stillness and quietness, without striving or crying. Lao Tzu is thus so far monistic, but he is also mystical, transcendental, even pantheistic. The way that can be walked is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the originator of heaven and earth, manifesting itself as the nameable. It is the mother of all things. In eternal non-being one see the spirituality of things, in eternal being there. Limitation, though different under these two aspects, they are the same in origin. It is when development takes place that different names have to be used. It is while they are in the condition of sameness that the mystery concerning them exists. This mystery is, indeed, the mystery of mysteries. It is the door of all spirituality. This Tao, indefinable and in its essence unknowable, is the fountainhead of all beings and the norm of all actions. But it is not only the formative principle of the universe, it also seems to be primordial matter, chaotic in its composition, born prior to heaven and earth, noiseless, formless, standing alone in its solitude, and not changing, universal in its activity, and unrelaxing, without being exhausted. It is capable of becoming the mother of the universe. And there we may leave it. There is no scheme of creation, properly so called. The unwalkable way leads us to nothing further in the way off a cosmogony. Confucius's agnosticism. Confucius, 551 to 479 BC, did not throw any light on the problem of origin. He did not speculate on the creation of things, nor the end of them. He was not troubled to account for the origin of man, nor did he seek to know about his hereafter. He meddled neither with physics nor metaphysics. There might, he thought, be something on the other side of life, for he admitted the existence of spiritual beings. They had an influence on the living, because they caused them to clothe themselves in ceremonious dress and attend to the sacrificial ceremonies. But we should not trouble ourselves about them, any more than about supernatural things, or physical prowess, or monstrosities. How can we serve spiritual beings while we do not know how to serve men? We feel the existence of something invisible and mysterious, but its nature and meaning are too deep for the human understanding to grasp. The safest, indeed the only reasonable, course is that of the agnostic, to leave alone the unknowable, while acknowledging its existence and its mystery, and to try to understand knowable phenomena and guide our actions accordingly. Between the monism of Lao Tzu and the positivism of Confucius on the one hand, and the landmark of the Taoistic transcendentalism of Chuang Tzu, 4th and 3rd centuries BC, on the other, we find several guesses at the riddle of existence, which must be briefly note das links in the chain of Chinese speculative thought on this important subject. Mo Tzu and creation. In the philosophy of Mo T, 5th and 4th centuries C, generally known as Mo Tzu or Mu Tzu, the philosopher of humanism and utilitarianism, we find the idea of creation. It was, he says, heaven, which was anthropomorphically regarded by him as a personal supreme being, who created the sun, moon, and innumerable stars. His system closely resembles Christianity, but the great power of Confucianism as a weapon wielded against all opponents by its doughty defender Mencius, 372 to 289 BC, is shown by the complete suppression of the influence of Mo Tzuism at his hands. He even went so far as to describe Mo Tzu and those who thought with him as wild animals. Mencius and the first cause. Mencius himself regarded heaven as the first cause, or cause of causes, but it was not the same personal heaven as that of Mo Tzu, nor does he hang any cosmogony upon it. His chief concern was to eulogize the doctrines of the great Confucius, and like him he preferred to let the origin of the universe look after itself. Li Tzu's absolute. Li Tzu, said to have lived in the 5th century BC, one of the brightest stars in the Taoist constellation, considered this nameable world as having evolved from an unnameable absolute being. The evolution did not take place through the direction of a personal, while working out a plan of creation. In the beginning there was chaos, hun turi /. It was a mingled potentiality of form, xing, pneuma, h asterisk, and substance, qi. A great change tai took place in it, and there was a great starting, tichu /, which is the beginning of form. The great starting evolved a great beginning, shi /, which is the inception of pneuma. The great beginning was followed by the great blank, taisii, which is the first formation of substance. Substance, pneuma, and form being all evolved out of the primordial chaotic mass. This material world, as it lies before us, came into existence. And that which made it possible for chaos to evolve was the solitary indeterminate, I2 or the two, which is not created, but is able to create everlastingly. And being both solitary and indeterminate, it tells us nothing determinate about itself. Chuang Tzu Super Tao. Chuang Tzu, 4th and 3rd centuries BC, generally known as Chuang Tzu, the most brilliant Taoist of all, maintained with Lao Tzu that the universe started from the nameless, but it was if possible a more absolute and transcendental nameless than that of Lao Tzu. Head dwells on the relativity of knowledge, as when asleep did not know that he was a man dreaming that he was a butterfly. So when awake he did not know that he was not a butterfly dreaming that he was a man. One but all is embraced in the obliterating unity of the Tao, and the wise man, passing into the realm of the infinite, finds rest therein. And this Tao, of which we hear so much in Chinese philosophy, was before the great ultimate or grand terminus, Pai Chi, and from it came the mysterious existence of God /Ti/. It produced heaven, it produced earth. Popular cosmogony still personal or dualistic. These and other cosmogonies which the Chinese have devised, though it is necessary to note their existence in order to give a just idea of their cosmological speculations, need not, as I said, detain us long. And the reason why they need not do so is that, in the matter of cosmogony, the Pan-Ku legend and the yin-yang system with its monistic elaboration occupy virtually the whole field of the Chinese mental vision. It is these two, the popular and the scientific, that we mean when we speak of Chinese cosmogony. Though here and there a stern sectarian might deny that the universe originated in one or the other of these two ways, still, the general rule holds good. And I have dealt with them in this order because, though the Pan-Ku legend belongs to the 4th century AD, the I Ching dualism was not, rightly speaking, a cosmogony until Chou Tun and made it one by the publication of his Tai Chi Tu in the 11th century AD over the unscientific and the scientific minds of the Chinese. These two are paramount. Applying the general principles stated in the preceding chapter, we find the same cause which operated to restrict the growth of mythology in general in China operated also in like manner in this particular branch of it. With one exception, Chinese cosmogony is non-mythological. The careful and studiously accurate historians, whose work aimed at being ex veritate, made of truth, the sober literature, the vast influence of agnostic, matter-of-fact Confucianism, supported by the heavy-mention artillery, are indisputable indications of a constructive imagination which grew too quickly and became too rapidly scientific to admit of much soaring into the realms of fantasy. Unaroused by any strong stimulus in their ponderings over the riddle of the universe, the sober, plodding scientists and the calm, truth-loving philosophers gained a peaceful victory over the mythologists. Chapter 4, The Gods of China, The Birth of the Soul. Hinduism noted in the last chapter is well illustrated by the Chinese pantheon. Whether as the result of the cooperation of the yin and the yang or of the final dissolution of Pan-Ku, human beings came into existence. To the primitive mind, the body and its shadow, an object and its reflection in water, real life and dream life, sensibility and insensibility, as in fainting, etc., suggest idea of another life parallel with this life and of the doings of the other self in it. This other self, this spirit, which leaves the body for longer or shorter intervals in dreams, swoons, death, may return or be brought back, and the body revive. Spirits which do not return or are not brought back may cause mischief, either alone or by entry into another human or animal body or even an inanimate object, and should therefore be propitiated, hence worship and deification. The populous otherworld. The Chinese pantheon has gradually become so multitudinous that there is scarcely a being or thing which is not, or has not been at some time or other, propitiated or worshipped. As there are good and evil people in this world, so there are gods and demons in the other world. We find a polytheism limited only by a polydemonism. The dualistic hierarchy is almost all-embracing. To get a clear idea of this populous otherworld, of the supernal and infernal hosts and their organizations, it needs but to imagine the social structure in its main features as it existed throughout the greater part of Chinese history, and to make certain additions. The social structure consisted of the ruler, his court, his civil, military, and ecclesiastical officials, and his subjects, classed as scholars, officials, and gentry, agriculturists, artisans, and merchants, in that order. Worship of Shang-Ti. When these died, their other selves continued to exist, and to hold the same rank in the spirit world as they did in this one. The Ti, Emperor, became the Shang 77, Emperor on high, who dwelt in 7-inch FIV, heaven originally. The Great Dome. Point 1 and Shang-Ti, the Emperor on high, was worshipped by Ti, the Emperor here below, in order to pacify or please him, to ensure a continuance of his benevolence on his behalf in the world of spirits. Confusion of ideas and paucity of primitive language lead to personification and worship of a thing or being in which a spirit has taken up its abode in place of, or in addition to worship of the spirit itself. Thus heaven, Tian itself, came to be personified and worshipped in addition to Shang-Ti, the emperor who had gone to heaven, and who was considered as the chief ruler in the spiritual world. The worship of Shang-Ti was in existence before that of Tian was introduced. Shang-Ti was worshipped by the emperor and his family as their ancestor, or the head of the hierarchy of their ancestors. The people could not worship Shang-Ti, for to do so would imply affamiliarity or a claim of relationship punishable with death. The emperor worshipped his ancestors, the officials, theirs, the people theirs. But, in the same way and since that the people worshipped the emperor on earth, as the father of the nation, namely, by adoration and obeisance, so also could they in this way, in this sense worship Shang-Ti. An Englishman may take off his hat as the king passes in the street to his coronation without taking any part in the official service in Westminster Abbey. So the worship of Shang-Ti by the people was not done officially or with any special ceremonial or on fixed state occasions, as in the case of the worship of Shang-Ti by the emperor. This, subject to a qualification to be mentioned later, is really all that is meant, or should be meant, when it is said that the Chinese worship Shang-Ti. As regards sacrifices to Shang-Ti, these could be offered officially only by the emperor, as high priest on earth, who was attended or assisted in the ceremonies by members of his own family or clan or the proper state officials. Often, even in comparatively modern times, members of the imperial family or clan. In these official sacrifices, which formed part of the state worship, the people could not take part, nor did they at first offer sacrifices to Shang-Ti in their own homes or elsewhere. In what way and to what extent they did so later will be shown presently. Worship of 7-foot yen. Owing to Tian, heaven, the abode of the spirits, becoming personified, it came to be worshipped not only by the emperor, but by the people also. But there was a difference between these two worships, because the emperor performed his worship of heaven officially at the great altar of the Temple of Heaven at Peking, in early times at the altar in the suburb of the capital, whereas the people, continuing always to worship their ancestors, worshipped heaven when they did so at all, the custom being observed by some and not by others. Just as in Western countries, some people go to church, while others stay away, usually at the time of the new year, in a simple, unceremonious way, by lighting some incense sticks and waving them toward the sky in the courtyards of their own houses or in the street just outside their doors. Confusion of Shang-Ti and T*yen. The qualification necessary to the above description is that, as time went on, and especially since the Sung Dynasty, AD 960-1280, much confusion arose regarding Shang-Ti and Tian, and thus it came about that the terms became mixed and their definitions obscure. This confusion of ideas has prevailed down to the present time. One result of this is that the people may sometimes state, when they wave their incense sticks or light their candles, that their humble sacrifice is made to Shang-Ti, whom in reality they have no right either to worship or to offer sacrifice to, but whom they may unofficially pay respect and make obeisance to, as they might and did to the emperor behind the high boards on the roadsides which shielded him from their view, as he was borne along in his elaborate procession on the few occasions when he came forth from the imperial city. Thus we find that, while only the emperor could worship and sacrifice to Shang-Ti, and only he could officially worship and sacrifice to Tian, the people who early personified and worshipped Tian, as already shown, came, owing to confusion of the meanings of Shang-Ti and Tian, unofficially to worship both, but only in the sense and to the extent indicated, and to offer sacrifices to both, also only in the sense and to the extent indicated. But for these qualifications, the statement that the Chinese worship and sacrifice to Shang-Ti and Tian would be apt to convey an incorrect idea. From this it will be apparent that Shang-Ti, the supreme ruler on high, and Tian, heaven, later personified, do not mean God in the sense that the word is used in the Christian religion. To state that they do, as so many writers on China have done, without pointing out the essential differences, is misleading. That Chinese religion was or is a monotheistic worship of God is further disproved by the fact that Shang-Ti and Tian do not appear in the list of the popular pantheon at all, though all the other gods are there represented. Neither Shang-Ti nor Tian mean the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost of the New Testament. Did they mean this? The efforts of the Christian missionaries to convert the Chinese would be largely superfluous. The Christian religion, even the Holy Trinity, is a monotheism. That the Chinese religion, even though a summary of extracts from the majority of foreign books on China might point to its being so, is not a monotheism, but a polytheism or even a pantheism, as long as that term is taken in the sense of universal deification and noten that of one spiritual being immanent in all things. The rest of this chapter will abundantly prove. There have been 3 periods in which gods have been created in unusually large numbers. That of the mythical Emperor Xin Yuan, 2698 to 2598 BC, that of Chang Tsvaya, in the 12th century BC, and that of the first emperor of the Ming dynasty, in the 14th century AD. The other world similar to this world. The similarity of the other world to this world above alluded to is well shown by Du Bois in his Dragon, Image, and Demon, from which I quote the following passages. The world of spirits is an exact counterpart of the Chinese Empire, or, as has been remarked, it is China pluffed under asterisk. This is the world of light. Put out the lights, and you have Tartarus. China has 18, now 22 provinces, so has Hades. Each province has 8 or 9 prefects, or departments. So each province in Hades has 8 or 9 departments. Every prefect or department averages 10 counties, so every department in Hades has 10 counties. In Suqiao, the governor, the provincial treasurer, the criminal judge, the intendant of circuit, the prefect or departmental governor, and the 3 district magistrates or county governors each have temples with their apotheoses in the other world. Not only these, but every yamen secretary, runner, executioner, policeman, and constable has his counterpart in the land of darkness. The market towns have also mandarins of lesser rank in charge, besides a host of revenue collectors, the Bureau of Government Works and other departments, with several 100,000 officials, who all rank as gods beyond the grave. These deities are civilians, the military having a similar gradation for the armies of Hades, whose captains are gods, and whose battalions are devils. The framers of this wonderful scheme for the spirits of the dead, having no higher standard, transferred to the authorities of that world the etiquette, tastes, and venality of their correlate officials in the Chinese government, thus making it necessary to use similar means to appease theon, which are found necessary to move the other. All the state gods have their assistants, attendants, doorkeepers, runners, horses, horsemen, detectives, and executioners, corresponding in every particular to those of Chinese officials of the same rank. This likeness explains also why the hierarchy of beings in the other world concerns itself not only with the affairs of the other world, but with those of this world as well. So faithful is the likeness that we find the gods. The term is used in this chapter to include goddesses, who are, however, relatively few, subjected to many of the rules and conditions existing on this earth. Notably do they, as already shown, differ in rank, but they hold levees and audiences and may be promoted for distinguished services, just as the Chinese officials are. They may rise from an humble position to one near the pearly emperor, who gives them the reward of merit for ruling well the affairs of men. The correlative deities of the mandarins are only of equal rank, yet the fact that they have been apotheosized makes them their superiors and fit objects of worship. Chinese mandarins rotate in office, generally every 3 years, and then there is a corresponding change in Hades. The image in the temple remains the same, but the spirit which dwells in the clay tabernacle changes, so the idol has a different name, birthday, and tenant. The priests are informed by the great wizard of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. But how can the people know gods which are not the Samito day as yesterday? pp. 360 to 361. The gods also indulge in amusements, marry, sin, are punished, die, are resurrected, or die and are transformed, or die finally. 1 The 3 religions. We have in China the universal worship of ancestors, which constitutes, or did until AD 1912, the state religion, usually known as Confucianism, and in addition we have the gods of the specific religions, which also originally took their rise in ancestor worship, namely Buddhism and Taoism. Other religions, though tolerated, are not recognized as Chinese religions. It is with a brief account of this great hierarchy and its mythology that we will now concern ourselves. Besides the ordinary ancestor worship, as distinct from the state worship, the people took to Buddhism and Taoism, which became the popular religions, and authoritative also honored the gods of these two sects. Buddhist deities gradually became installed in Taoist temples, and the Taoist immortals were given seats beside the Buddhas in their sanctuaries. Everyone patronized the god who seemed to him the most popular and the most lucrative. There even came to be united in the same temple and worshipped at the same altar. The three religious founders or figureheads, Confucius, Buddha, and Lao Tzu. The three religions were even regarded as forming one whole, or at least, though different, as having one and the same object, Sanurai. Yeah, or Han San Wei Ti. The three are one. Or the three uniteto form one, a quotation from the phrase Tai Chi Han San Wei I of Feng Yilu. When they reach the extreme, the three are seen to be one. In the popular pictorial representations of the pantheon, this impartiality is clearly shown. The supertriad, the toleration, fraternity, or commixture of the three religions, ancestor worship or Confucianism, Chinese Buddhism, and Taoism, explains the compound nature of the triune head of the Chinese pantheon. The numerous deities of Buddhism and Taoism culminate each in a triad of gods, the three precious ones and the three pure ones respectively, but the three religions jointly have also a triad compounded of one representative member of each. This general or supertriad is, of course, composed of Confucius, Lao Tzu, and Buddha. This is the officially decreed order, though it is varied occasionally by Buddha being placed in the center, the place of honor, as an act of ceremonial deference shown to a stranger or guest from another country. Worship of the living. Before proceeding to consider the gods of China in detail, it is necessary to note that ancestor worship, which, as before stated, is worship of the ghosts of deceased persons, who are usually but not invariably relatives of the worshipper, has at times a sort of preliminary stage in this world consisting of the worship of living beings. Emperors, viceroys, popular officials, or people beloved for their good deeds have had altars, temples, and images erected to them, where they are worshipped in the same way as those who have already shuffled off this mortal coil. The most usual cases are perhaps those of worship of living emperors, and those in which some high official who has gained the gratitude of the people is transferred to another post. The explanation is simple. The second self which exists after death is identical with the second self inhabiting the body during life. Therefore it may be propitiated or gratified by sacrifices of food, drink, etc., or theatricals performed in its honor, and continue its protection and good offices even though now far away. Confucianism, Ju Chao, is said to be the religion of the learned, and the learned were the officials and the literati or lettered class, which includes scholars waiting for posts, those who have failed to get posts, or, though qualified, prefer to live in retirement, and those who have retired from posts. Of this religion it has been said, the name embraces education, letters, ethics, and political philosophy. Its head was not a religious man, practiced few religious rites, and taught nothing about religion. In its usual acceptation, the term Confucianist means a gentleman and a scholar. He may worship only once a year, yet he belongs to the church. Unlike its two sisters, it has no priesthood, and fundamentally is not a religion at all, yet with the many rites grafted onto the original tree, it becomes a religion, and the one most difficult to deal with. Considered as a church, the classics are its scriptures, the schools its churches, the teachers its priests, ethics its theology, and the written character, so sacred, its symbol. One Confucius not a god. It should be noted that Confucius himself is not a god, though he has been and is worshipped. 66,000 animals used to be offered to him every year. Probably the number is about the same now. Suggestions have been made to make him the god of China and Confucianism's religion of China, so that he and his religion would hold the same relative positions that Christ and Christianity do in the West. I was present at the lengthy debate which took place on this subject in the Chinese Parliament in February 1917, but in spite of many long, learned, and eloquent speeches, chiefly by scholars of the old school, the motion was not carried. Nevertheless, the worship accorded to Confucius was, and is, except before New or Young China, of so extreme a nature that he may almost be described as the great unapotheosized god of China. 1 Some of his portraits even ascribe to him superhuman attributes. But in spite of all this, the fact remains that Confucius has not been appointed a god and holds no exequatur entitling him to that rank. If we inquire into the reason of this, we find that, astonishing though it may seem, Confucius is classed by the Chinese not as a god, shun, but as a demon, k. A short historical statement will make the matter clear. In the classical Li Qi, Book of Ceremonial, we find the categorical assignment of the worship of certain objects to certain subjective beings. The emperor worshipped heaven and earth, the feudal princes the mountains and rivers, the officials the hearth, and the literati their ancestors. Heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and hearth were called shun, gods, and ancestors k, demons. This distinction is due to heaven being regarded as the god, and the people as demons. The upper is the god, the lower the evil spirit or demon. Though k were usually bad, the term in Chinese includes both good and evil spirits. In ancient times, those who had by their meritorious virtue while in the world averted calamities from the people were posthumously worshipped and called gods, but those who were worshipped by their descendants only were called spirits or demons. In the worship of Confucius by emperors of various dynasties, details of which need not be given here, the highest titles conferred on him were Xin Xing, former ancestral saint / and even when Shi and Wang, accomplished, and illustrious prince / and others containing like epithets. When for his image or idol there was, in the 11th year, AD 1307, of the reign period Tate of the Emperor Sijing of the Yuan dynasty, substituted the tablet now seen in the Confucian temples. These were the inscriptions engraved on it. In the inscriptions authoritatively placed on the tablets, the word Xin does not occur. In those cases where it does occur, it has been placed there, as by the Taoists, illegally and without authority by two ardent devotees. Confucius may not be called a Xin, since there is no record showing that the great ethical teacher was ever apotheosized, or that any order was given that the character Xin was Tob applied to him. 7. He god of literature. In addition to the ancestors of whose worship it really consists, Confucianism has in its pantheon the specialized gods worshipped by the literati. Naturally, the chief of these is Wenchang, the god of literature. The account of him, which varies in several particulars in different Chinese works, relates that he was a man of the name of Changya, who was born during the Tang dynasty in the kingdom of Ye, modern Zhejiang, and went to live at Tung in Sichuan, where his intelligence raised him to the position of president of the board of ceremonies. Another account refers to him as Changya Tziji, the solar spirit of Tung, and states that he held office in the Qin dynasty, AD 265 to 316, and was killed in a fight. Another again states that under the Sung dynasty, AD 960-1280, in the third year, AD 1000, of the reign period Xinping of the Emperor Qinsong, he repressed the revolt of Wang Chun at Xingtu in Suchin. General Lei Yucheng caused to be shot into the besieged town arrows, to which notices were attached inviting the inhabitants to surrender. Suddenly a man mounted Alatar, and pointing to the rebels cried in a loud voice, "The spirit of Tsu Tung has sent me to inform you that the town will fall into the hands of the enemy on that 20th day of the 9th moon, and not a single person will escape death." Attempts to strike down this prophet of evil were in vain, for he had already disappeared. The town was captured on the day indicated. The general, as a reward, caused the temple of Tsu Tung's spirit to bear a paired, and sacrifices offered to it. The object of worship nowadays in the temples dedicated to Wenchang is Tsu Tung Ti Chun, the god of Tsu Tung. The convenient elasticity of dualism enabled Chang to have as many as 17 reincarnations, which ranged over a period of some 3,000 years. Various emperors at various times bestowed upon Wenchang honorific titles, until ultimately, in the Yuan, or Mongol, dynasty, in the reign Yanyu, in AD 1314, the title was conferred on him of supporter of the Yuan dynasty, diffuser of renovating influences, Sulu of Wenchang, god and lord. He was thus apotheosized, and took his place among the gods of China. By steps few or many a man in China has often become a god. Ivan Tiang and the Great Bear. Thus we have the god of literature, Wenchang Ti Chun, duly installed in the Chinese pantheon, and sacrifices were offered to him in the schools. But scholars, especially those about to enter for the public competitive examinations, worshipped as the god of literature, or as his palace or abode, Wenchang. The star K in the Great Bear, or Dipper, or Bushel, the latter name derived from its resemblance in shape to the measure used by the Chinese and called toil. The term Kui was more generally applied to the 4 stars forming the body or square part of the Dipper, the 3 forming the tail, or handle being called Xiao or Piao. Howl. This came about is another story. A scholar, as famous for his literary skill as his facial deformities, had been admitted as first academician at the metropolitan examinations. It was the custom that the emperor should give with his own hand a rose of gold to the fortunate candidate. This scholar, whose name was Chung Ke, presented himself according to custom to receive the reward which by right was due to him. At sight of his repulsive face, the emperor refused th golden rose. In despair, the miserable rejected one went and threw himself into the sea. At the moment when he was being choked by the waters, a mysterious fish or monster called Ao raised him on its back and brought him to the surface. K ascended to heaven and became arbiter of the destinies of men of letters. His abode was said to be the star K, a name given by the Chinese to the 16 stars of the constellation or asterisk mansion of Andromeda and Pisces. The scholars quite soon began to worship K as the god of literature and to represent it on a column in the temples. Then sacrifices were offered to it. This star or constellation was regarded as the palace of the god. The legend gave rise to an expression frequently used in Chinese of one who comes out first in an examination, namely, Tu Chan Ao, Toy, to stand alone on the sea monster's head. It is especially to be noted that though the two Ks have the same sound, they are represented by different characters, and that the two constellations are not the same, but are situated in widely different parts of the heavens. How then did it come about that scholars worshiped K in the Great Bear as the abode of the god of literature? It may be remarked in passing that a literary people could not have chosen a more appropriate palace for this god, since the Great Bear, the asterisk chariot of heaven, is regarded as the center and governor of the whole universe. The worship, we saw, was at first that of the star K, the apotheosized, homely, asterisk successful, but rejected candidate. As time went on, there was a general demand for a sensible, concrete representation of this star god. A simple character did not satisfy the popular taste, but it was no easy matter to comply with the demand. Eventually, guided doubtless by the community of pronunciation, they substituted for the star or group of stars K, I, one venerated in ancient times, a new star or group of stars K, 2, forming the square part of the bushel, dipper, or great bear. But for this again no bodily image could be found, so the form of the written character itself was taken and saw drawn as to represent a K, 3, disembodied spirit or ghost, with its foot raised and bearing aloft a 2, 4 bushel measure. The adoration was thus misplaced, for the constellation K, 2, was mistaken for K, 1, the proper object of worship. It was due to this confusion by the scholars that the northern bushel Komedo be worshipped as the god of literature, Wenchang and Tsu Tung. This worship had nothing whatever to do with the spirit of Tsu Tung, but the Taoists have connected Changya with the constellation in another way by saying that Shang Ti, the supreme ruler, entrusted Chang Ya's son with the management of the palace of Wenchang, and scholars gradually acquired the habit of saying that they owed their success to the spirit of Tsu Tung, which they falsely represented as being an incarnation of the star Wenchang. This is how Changya came to have the honorific title of Wenchang. But, as a Chinese author points out, Chang belonged properly to such Yuan, and his worship should be confined to that province. The literati there venerated him as their master, and as a mark of affection and gratitude built a temple to him. But in doing so they had no intention of making him the god of literature. There being no real connection between Changya and Kiyui, the worship should be stopped. The device of combining the personality of the patron of literature enthroned among the stars with that of the deified mortal canonized as the spirit of Tsu Tung was essentially a Taoist trick. The thaumaturgic reputation assigned to the spirit of Chang Yitsu was confined for centuries to the valleys of Sichuan, until at some period antecedent to the reign Yanyu. In AD 1314, a combination was arranged between the functions of the local god and those of the stellar patron of literature. Imperial sanction was obtained for this stroke of priestly cunning, and notwithstanding protests continually repeated by orthodox sticklers for accuracy in the religious canon, the composite deity has maintained his claims intact, and an inseparable connection between the god of literature created by imperial patent and the spirit lodged among the stars of Ursa Major is fully recognized in the state ceremonial of the present day. A temple dedicated to this divinity by the state exists in every city of China, besides others erected as private benefactions or speculations. Wherever Wenchang is worshipped, there will also be found a separate representation of Ke Xing, showing that while the official deity has been allowed to borrow glory from the popular god, and even to assume his personality, the independent existence of the stellar spirit is nevertheless sedulously maintained. The place off the ladder in the heavens above is invariably symbolized by the lodgment of his idol in an upper story or tower, known as the Ke Xing Ko, or Ke Xing Lu. Here, students worship the patron of their profession with incense and prayers. Thus, the ancient stellar divinity still largely monopolizes the popular idea of a guardian of literature and study, notwithstanding that the deified recluse of Tsu Tung has been added in this capacity to the state pantheon for more than 500 years. Heaven deaf and earth dumb. The popular representations of Wenchang depict the god himself and 4 other figures. The central and largest is the demure portrait of the god, clothed in blue and holding a scepter in his left hand. Behind him stand 2 youthful attendants. They are the servant and groom who always accompany him on his journeys, on which he rides a white horse. Their names are respectively Shi and Ti *Ung Tsvai and Timu * Somber Youth * and * Earth Mother *. More commonly they are called Tian Lung, Deaf Celestial, * and Tia, Mute Terrestrial, *, or * Deaf as Heaven * and Mute as Earth. Thus they cannot divulge the secrets of their master's administration as he distributes intellectual gifts, literary skill, etc. Their cosmogonical connection has already been referred to in a previous chapter. Image of IQE using. In front of Wenchang, on his left, stands Ke Xing. He is represented as of diminutive stature, with the visage of a demon, holding a writing brush in his right hand and a 2 in his left, one of his legs kicking up behind, the figure being obviously intended as an impersonation of the character Kui 2. This book was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelations on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support us. 1. He is regarded as the distributor of literary degrees, and was invoked above all in order to obtain success at the competitive examinations. His images and temples are found in all towns. In the temples dedicated to Wenchang, there are always 2 secondary altars, one of which is consecrated to his worship, Mr. Redcoat. The other is dedicated to Chu Ai, Mr. Redcoat. * and Ke Xing are represented as the 2 inseparable companions of the god of literature. The legend related of Chu Ai is as follows. During the Tang dynasty, in the reign period Qiancheng, AD 780-4, of the Emperor Taizong, the Princess Tai noticed that Lu Qi, a native of Huazhou, had a bones of an immortal and wished to marry him. Ma Pe, her neighbor, introduced him one day into the Crystal Palace for an interview with his future wife. The princess gave him the choice of 3 careers: to live in the Dragon Prince's palace, with the guarantee of immortal life, to enjoy immortality among the people in the earth, or to have the honor of becoming a minister of the empire. Lu Qi first answered that he would like to live in the Crystal Palace. The young lady, overjoyed, said to him, "I am Princess Taiyin. I will at once inform Shang Ti, the supreme ruler." A moment later, the arrival of a celestial messenger was announced. 2 officers bearing flags preceded him and conducted him to the foot of the flight of steps. He then presented himself as Chu Ai, the envoy of Shang Ti. Addressing himself to Lu Qi, he asked, "Do you wish to live in the Crystal Palace?" The latter did not reply. Tai Yin urged him to give his answer, but he persisted in keeping silent. The princess in despair retired to her apartment and brought out 5 pieces of precious cloth, which she presented to the divine envoy, begging him to have patience a little longer and wait for the answer. After some time, Chu Ai repeated his question. Then Lu Qi in a firm voice answered, "One have consecrated my life to the hard labor of study, and wish to attain to the dignity of minister on this earth." Tai Yin ordered Ma Pe to conduct Lu Qi from the palace. From that day his face became transformed. He acquired the lips of a dragon, the head of a panther, the green face of an immortal, etc. He took his degree, and was promoted to be director of the censorate. The emperor, appreciating the good sense shown in his advice, appointed him a minister of the empire. From this legend, it would seem that Chu Ai is the purveyor of official posts. However, in practice, he is more generally regarded as the protector of weak candidates, as the god of good luck for those who present themselves at the examinations with a somewhat light equipment of literary knowledge. The special legend relating to Thisardal is known everywhere in China. It is as follows. Mr. Redcoat nods his head. An examiner, engaged in correcting the essays of the candidates, after a superficial scrutiny of one of the essays, put it on one side as manifestly inferior, being quite determined not to pass the candidate who had composed it. The essay, moved by some mysterious power, was replaced in front of his eyes, as if to invite him to examine it more attentively. At the same time, a reverend old man, clothed in a red garment, suddenly appeared before him, and by a nod of his head gave him to understand that he should pass the essay. The examiner, surprised at the novelty of the incident, and fortified by the approval of his supernatural visitor, admitted the author of the essay to the literary degree. Chuai, like Kui Shing, is invoked by the literati as a powerful protector and aid to success. When anyone with but a poor chance of passing presents himself at an examination, his friends encourage him by the popular saying, "Who knows but that Mr. Redcoat will nod his head?" Mr. Golden Chorus. Chuai is sometimes accompanied by another personage, named Chin Chia. Mr. Golden Chorus / like K. Singen Chu, he is charge of the interests of scholars, but differs from them in that he holds a flag, which he has only to wave in front of a house for the family inhabitant to be assured that among their descendants will be some who will win literary honors and be promoted to high offices under the state. Though Chin Chia is the protector of scholars, he is also the redoubtable avenger of their evil actions. His flag is saluted as a good omen, but his sword is the terror of the wicked. The god of Ivar. Still another patron deity of literature is the god of war. How, it may be asked, can so peaceful a people as the Chinese put so peaceful an occupation as literature under the patronage of so warlike a deity as the god of war? But that question betrays ignorancy of the character of the Chinese Quan Ti. He is not a cruel tyrant delighting in battle and the slaying of enemies. He is the god who can avert war and protect the people from its horrors. A youth, whose name was originally Chongqing, afterward changed to Shouchong, and then to Yinchong, who was born near Qiliang, in Hotung, now the town of Chichou in Shanxi, and was of an intractable nature, having exasperated his parents, was shut up in a room from which he escaped by breaking through the window. In one of the neighboring houses he heard a young lady and an old man weeping and lamenting. Running to the foot of the wall of the compound, he inquired the reason of their grief. The old man replied that though his daughter was already engaged, the uncleef, the local official, smitten by her beauty, wished to make her his concubine. His petitions to the official had only been rejected with curses. Beside himself with rage, the youth seized a sword and went and killed both the official and his uncle. He escaped through the Tung Quan, the pass to Shinxi. Having with difficulty avoided capture by the barrier officials, he knelt down at the side of a brook to wash his face. When lo, his appearance was completely transformed. His complexion had become reddish-gray, and he was absolutely unrecognizable. He then presented himself with assurance before the officers, who asked him his name. "My name is Quan," he replied. It was by that name that he was thereafter known. The meat seller's challenge. One day he arrived at Chuzhou, a dependent subprefecture of Peking, in Chile. There Chong Fei, a butcher, who had been selling his meat all the morning, at noon lowered what remained into a well, placed over the mouth of the well a stone weighing 25 pounds, and said with a sneer, "If anyone can lift that stone and take my meat, I will make him a present of it." Quan Yi, going up to the edge of the well, lifted the stone with the same ease as he would a tile, took the meat, and made off. Chong Fei pursued him, and eventually the two came tableaus, but no one dared to separate them. Just then Liu Pei, a hawker of straw shoes, arrived, interposed, and put a stop to the fight. The community of ideas which they found they possessed soon gave rise to a firm friendship between the three men. The oath in the peach orchard. Another account represents Liu Pei and Chong Fei as shaving entered a village in to drink wine, when a man of gigantic stature pushing a wheelbarrow stopped at the door to rest. As he seated himself, he hailed the waiter, saying, "Bring me some wine quickly, because I have to hasten to reach the town to enlist in the army." Liu Pei looked at this man, 9 feet in height, with a beard 2 feet long. His face was the color of the fruit of the jujube tree, and his lips carmine. Eyebrows like sleeping silkworms shaded his phoenix eyes, which were a scarlet red. Terrible indeed was his bearing. "What is your name?" asked Liu Pei. "My family name is Quan. My own name is Yi. My surname Yinchong," he replied. 1 a.m. from the Hotung country. For the last 5 or 6 years I have been wandering about the world as a fugitive, to escape from my pursuers, because one killed a powerful man of my country who was suppressing the poor people. I hear that they are collecting a body of troops to crush the brigands, and I should like to join the expedition. Chang Fei, also named Chang Ai-Tai, is described as 6 feet in height, with round shining eyes and a panther shed, and a pointed chin bristling with a tiger's beard. His voice resembled the rumbling of thunder. His ardor was like that of a fiery steed. He was a native of Cho-Chun, where he possessed some fertile farms, and was a butcher and wine merchant. Liu Pei, surnamed Xian-Tai, otherwise Sicken Chu, was the 3rd member of the group. The 3 men went to Chang Fei's farm, and on the morrow met together in his peach orchard, and sealed their friendship with an oath. Having procured a black ox and a white horse, with the various accessories to a sacrifice, they immolated the victims, burnt the incense of friendship, and after twice prostrating themselves took this oath. We 3, Liu Pei, Quan Yi, and Chang Fei, already united by mutual friendship, although belonging to different clans, now bind ourselves by the union of our hearts, and join our forces in order to help each other in times of danger. We wish to pay to the state our debt of loyal citizens, and give peace to our black-haired compatriots. We do not inquire if we were born in the same year, the same month, or on the same day, but we desire only that the same year, the same month, and the same day may find us united in death. May heaven our king, and earth our queen, see clearly our hearts. If any one of us violate justice or forget benefits, may heaven and man unite to punish him. The oath having been formally taken, Liu Pei was saluted as elder brother, Quan Yi as the 2nd, and Chang Fei as the youngest. Their sacrifice to heaven and earth ended. They killed an ox and served a feast, to which the soldiers of the district were invited to the number of 300 or more. They all drank copiously until they were intoxicated. Liu Pei enrolled the peasants. Chang Fei procured for them horses and arms, and then they set out to make war on the yellow turbans, Huang Chen Tse. Quan Yi proved himself worthy of the affection which Liu Pei showed him. Brave and generous, he never turned aside from danger. His fidelity was shown especially on one occasion when, having been taken prisoner by Tsao, together with 2 of Liu Pei's wives, and having been allotted a common sleeping apartment with his fellow captives, he preserved the lady's reputation and his own trustworthiness by standing all night at the door of the room with a lighted lantern in his hand. Into details of the various exploits of the 3 brothers off the peach orchard we need not enter here. They are written in full in the book of the story of the 3 kingdoms, a romance in which every Chinese who can read takes keen delight. Quan Yu remained faithful to his oath, even though tempted with a marquisate by the great Tsao, but he was at length captured by Sun Sichen and put to death. AD 219. Long celebrated as the most renowned of China's military heroes, he was ennobled in AD 1120 as faithful and loyal Duke. 8 years later, he had conferred on him by letters patent the still more glorious title of Magnificent Prince and Pacificator. The Emperor I, AD 1330-3, of the Yuan dynasty added the appellation Warrior Prince and Civilizer, and, finally, the Emperor I Li of Theming dynasty, in 1594, conferred on him the title of Faithful and Loyal Great T, supporter of heaven and protector of the kingdom. He thus became a god, a Ti, and has ever since received worship as Quan Ti or Wu Ti, the god of war. Temples, 1,600 state temples and thousands of smaller ones, erected in his honor are to be seen in all parts of the country. He is one of the most popular gods of China. During the last half-century of the Manchu period, his fame greatly increased. In 1856, he is said to have appeared in the heavens and successfully turned the tide of battle in favor of the imperialists. His portrait hangs in every tent, but his worship is not confined to the officials and the army, for many trades and professions have elected him as a patron saint. The sword of the public executioner used to be kept within the precincts of his temple, and after an execution, the presiding magistrate would stop there to worship for fear the ghost of the criminal might follow him home. He knew that the spirit would not dare to enter Quan Ti's presence. Thus the Chinese have no fewer than 3 gods of literature, perhaps not too many for so literary a people. A 4th, a Taoist god, will be mentioned later. Buddhism in China. Buddhism and its mythology have formed an important part of Chinese thought for nearly 2,000 years. The religion was brought to China about AD 65, ready-made in its Mahayanistic form, in consequence of a dream of the Emperor Ming Ti, AD 58-76, of the Eastern Han dynasty in or about the year 63. Though some knowledge of Buddha and his doctrines existed as early as 217 BC. As Buddha, the chief deity of Buddhism, was Amun and became a god, the religion originated, like the others, in ancestor worship. When a man dies, says this religion, his other self reappears in one form or another, from a clod to a divinity. The way for Buddhism in China was paved by Taoism, and Buddhism reciprocally affected Taoism by helpful development of its doctrines of sanctity and immortalization. Buddhism also, as it has been well put by Dr. de Groot, one contributed much to the ceremonial adornment of ancestor worship. Its salvation work on behalf of the dead saved its place in Confucian China. For of Confucianism itself, piety and devotion towards parents and ancestors, and the promotion of their happiness, were the core, and, consequently, their worship with sacrifices and ceremonies was always a sacred duty. It was thus that it was possible for the gods of Buddhism to be introduced into China and to maintain their special characters and fulfill their special functions without being absorbed into or submerged by the existing native religions. The result was, as we have seen, in the end a partnership rather than a relation of master and servant. And I say asterisk in the end because, contrary to popular belief, the Chinese have not been tolerant of foreign religious faiths and at various times have persecuted Buddhism as relentlessly as they have other rivals to Orthodox Confucianism. Buddha, the law, and the priesthood. At the head of the Buddhist gods in China we find the triad known as Buddha, the law, and the church, or priesthood, which are personified as Shichia Fo, Sakya, Omito Fo, Amida, and Julai Fo, Tathagata. Otherwise Fo Pao, Fa Pao, and Sung Pao, the San Pao, asterisk three precious ones. That is, Buddha, the prophet who came into the world to teach the law, Dharma, the law everlasting, and Samga, its mystical body. Priesthood, or church. Dharma is an entity underived, containing the spiritual elements and material constituents of the universe. From it the other two evolve. Buddha, Shakyamuni, the creative energy, Samga, the totality of existence and of life. To the people these are three personal Buddhas, whom they worship without concerning themselves about their origin. To the priests they are simply the Buddha, past, present, or future. There are also several other of these groups, or triads, 10 or more, composed of different deities, or sometimes containing one or two of the triad already named. Shakyamuni heads the list, having a place in at least 6. The legend of the Buddha belongs rather to Indian than to Chinese mythology, and is too long to bear produced here. 1. The principal gods of Buddhism are Janting Fo, the light lamp Buddha, Milo Fo, Mithriya. The expected messiah of the Buddhists, 0, Me. Tfo, Amitba or Amida, the guide who conducts his devotees to the Western paradise. Yushi Fo, the master physician Buddha. Tashichi Pu Sa, Mahastama, companion of Amitba, Pailu Fo, Virachana, the highest of the threefold embodiments. Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, Tiseng Wang, the god of Hades, Wei Tio, Viharapala, the Deva protector of the law of Buddha in Buddhist temples, the 4 diamond kings of heaven, and Bodhidharma, the first of the 6 patriarchs of Eastern or Chinese Buddhism. Diamond Kings of Heaven. On the right and left sides of the entrance hall of Buddhist temples, 2 on each side, are the gigantic figures of the 4 great Su Ta Chin Kong or T*Yin Wang, the Diamond Kings of Heaven, protectors or governors of the continents lying in the direction of the 4 cardinal points from Mount Sumru, the center of the world. They are 4 brothers named respectively Emily Qing, pure, or Sang Chong, Emily Hong, vast, or Kuang Mu, Emily Hai, sea, or to one, and Emily Shou, age, or Chfih Kwa. The Qin Kuang Ming states that they bestow all kinds of happiness on those who honor the 3 treasures, Buddha, the law, and the priesthood. Kings and nations who neglect the law lose their protection. They are described and represented as follows. Emily Qing, the eldest, is 24 feet in height, with a beard the hairs of which are like copper wire. He carries a magnificent jade ring and a spear, and always fights on foot. He has also a magic sword, Blue Cloud, on the blade of which are engraved the characters T, Shut, Hua, Foam, Earth, Water, Fire, Wind. When brandished, it causes a black wind, which produces tens of thousands of spears, which pierce the bodies of men and turn them to dust. The wind is followed by a fire, which fills the air with tens of thousands of golden, fiery serpents. A thick smoke also rises out of the ground, which blinds and burns men, none being able to escape. Emily Hung carries in his hand an umbrella, called the Umbrella of Chaos, formed of pearls possessed of spiritual properties. Opening this marvelous implement causes the heavens and earth to be covered with thick darkness, and turning it upside down produces violent storms of wind and thunder and universal earthquakes. Emily High holds a 4-string guitar, the twanging of which supernaturally affects the earth, water, fire, or wind. When it is played, all the world listens, and the camps of the enemy take fire. Emily Show has 2 whips and a panther skin bag, the home of a creature resembling a white rat, known as Huahu Tiao. When at large, this creature assumes the form of a white-winged elephant, which devours men. He sometimes has also a snake or other man-eating creature, always ready to obey his behests. This book was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelations on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support us. Legend of the Diamond Kings. The legend of the 4 Diamond Kings given in the FSNG Xin Yan I is as follows. At the time of the consolidation of the Zhou dynasty in the 12th and 11th centuries BC, Chang Tsuya, chief counselor to Wen Wang, and General Huang Feihu were defending the town and mountain of Shixichai. The supporters of the House of Shang appealed to the 4 genii IMO, who lived at Qiamengquan, praying them to come to their aid. They agreed, raised an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, and traversing towns, fields, and mountains arrived in less than a day at the north gate of Shixichai, where Li pitched his camp and entrenched his soldiers. Hearing of this, Huang Feihu hastened to warn Chang Tsuya of the danger which threatened him. The 4 great generals who have just arrived at the north gate, he said, are marvelously powerful genii, experts in all the mysteries of magic and use of wonderful charms. It is much to be feared that we shall not be able to resist them. Many fierce battles ensued. At first, these went in favor of the Qin Kong, thanks to their magical weapons and especially to Emoli Shou's Huahu Tiao, who terrorized the enemy by devouring their bravest warriors. Huahu Tiao devours Yang Qian. Unfortunately for the Qin Kong, the brute attacked and swallowed Yang Qian, the nephew of Yi Huang. This genie, on entering the body of the monster, tint his heart asunder and cut him in 2. As he could transform himself at will, he assumed the shape of Huahu Tiao and went off to Emily Shou, who unsuspectingly put him back into his bag. The 4 kings held a festival to celebrate their triumph, and having drunk copiously gave themselves over to sleep. During the night, Yang Qian came out of the bag, with the intention of possessing himself of the 3 magical weapons of the Qin Kong. But he succeeded only in carrying off the umbrella of Emily Hung. In a subsequent engagement, No Cha, the son of Vajra and Pani, the god of thunder, broke the jade ring of Emily. Misfortune followed misfortune. The Qin Kong, deprived of their magical weapons, began to lose heart to complete their discomfiture. Huang Tianhua brought the attack a matchless magical weapon. This was a spike 7 inches long, enclosed in a silk sheath, and called Heart Piercer. It projected so strong a ray of light that eyes were blinded by it. Huang Tianhua, hard-pressed by Emily Qing, drew the mysterious spike from its sheath and hurled it at his adversary. It entered his neck, and with a deep groan the giant fell dead. Emily Hung and Emily Hai hastened to avenge their brother, but ere they could come within striking distance of Huang Tianhua, his redoubtable spike reached their hearts, and they lay prone at his feet. The one remaining hope for the sole survivor was in Huahu Tiao. Emily Shou, not knowing that the creature had been slain, put his hand into the bag to pull him out, whereupon Yang Qian, who had re-entered the bag, bit his hand off at the wrist, so that there remained nothing but a stump of bone. In this moment of intense agony, Emily Shou fell anxiously prey to Huang Tianhua. The magical spike pierced his heart, and he fell bathed in his blood. Thus perished the last of the Qin Kong, the 3 pure ones. Turning to the gods of Taoism, we find that the triad or trinity, already noted as forming the head of that hierarchy, consists of 3 supreme gods, each in his own heaven. These 3 heavens, the Sanqing, * 3 pure ones, this name being also applied to the sovereigns ruling in them, were formed from the 3 airs, which are subdivisions of the one primordial air. The first heaven is Yuqing. In it reigns the first member of the Taoist triad. He inhabits the Jade Mountain. The entrance to his palace is named the Golden Door. He is the source of all truth, as the sun is the source of all light. Various authorities give his name differently. Yanshi Tian Sun, or Lo Qing Hsin, and call him Tian Pao, * the treasure of heaven. Some state that the name of the ruler of this first heaven is Yu Huang, and in the popular mind, he it is who occupies this supreme position. The three pure ones are above him in rank, but to him, the pearly emperor, is entrusted the superintendence of the world. He has all the power of heaven and earth in his hands. He is the correlative of heaven, or rather heaven itself. The second heaven, Shangqing, is ruled by the second person of the triad, named Ling Pao Tian Sun, or Tao Chun. No information is given as to his origin. He is the custodian of the sacred books. He has existed from the beginning of the world. He calculates time, dividing it into different epochs. He occupies the upper pole of the world and determines the movements and interaction, or regulates the relations of the yin and the yang, the two great principles of nature. In the third heaven, Tai Ching, the Taoists place Lao Tzu, the promulgator of the true doctrine drawn up by Ling Pao Tian Sun. He is alternatively called Shun Pao, the treasure of the spirits, and Taishang Lao Qin, the most eminent aged ruler. Under various assumed names, he has appeared as the teacher of kings and emperors, the reformer of successive generations. This three-storied Taoist heaven, or three heavens, is the result of the wish of the Taoists not to be out-rival be the Buddhists. For Buddha, the law, and the priesthood they substitute the Tao, or reason, the classics, and the priesthood. As regards the organization of the Taoist heavens, Yi Huang has on his register the name of 800 Taoist divinities and a multitude of immortals. These are all divided into three categories: saints, Xingyuri, heroes, I Chen Zhen, and immortals, Xin Zhen, occupying the three heavens respectively in that order. The three causes, connected with Taoism, but not exclusively associated with that religion, is the worship of the three causes, the deities presiding over three departments of physical nature, heaven, earth, and water. They are known by various designations: San Quan, the three agents, Santuan; the three origins, San Quan Ta Ti, the three great emperor agents; and Taishang San Quan, the three supreme agents. This worship has passed through four chief phases, as follows. The first comprises heaven, earth, and water, Tien, Ti, Shut, the sources of happiness, forgiveness of sins, and deliverance from evil respectively. Each of these is called King Emperor. Their names, written on labels and offered to heaven, on a mountain, earth, by burial, and water, by immersion, are supposed to cure sickness. This idea dates from the Han Dynasty, being first noted about AD 172. The second, Santuan, dating from AD 407 under the Wei Dynasty, identified the three agents with three dates off which they were respectively made the patrons. The year was divided into three unequal parts: the first to the seventh moon, the 7th to the 10th, and the 10th to the 12th. Of these, the 15th day of the 1st, 7th, and 10th moons respectively became the three principal dates of these periods. Thus, the agent of heaven became the principal patron of the first division, honored on the 15th day of the first moon, and so on. The third phase, San Quan, resulted from the first two being found too complicated for popular favor. The San Quan were the three sons of a man, Sichun Tisechun, who was so handsome and intelligent that the three daughters of Lung Wang, the Dragon King, fell in love with him and went to live with him. The eldest girl was the mother of the superior cause, the second of the medium cause, and the third of the inferior cause. All these were gifted with supernatural powers. Yan Xian's son canonized them as the three great emperor agents of heaven, earth, and water, governors of all beings, devils, or gods, in the three regions of the universe. As in the first phase, the Tian Quan confers happiness, the Ti Quan grants remission of sins, and the Shut Quan delivers from evil or misfortune. The fourth phase consisted simply in the substitution be the priests for the abstract or time principles of the three great sovereigns of ancient times, Yao, Shun, and Yu. The literati, proud of the apotheosis of their ancient rulers, hastened to offer incense to them, and temples, San Yuan Kung, arose in very many parts of the empire. That a variation of this phase is the canonization, with the title of San Yuan or Three Causes, of Wu Ke *O San Shin Chun, the three true sovereigns, guests of the kingdom of Wu. They were three censors who lived in the reign of King Li Wang, 878 to 841 BC, of the Zhou dynasty. Leaving the service of the Zhou on account of Li's dissolute living, they went to live in Wu and brought victory to that state in its war with the Chu state, then returned to their own country and became pillars of the Zhou state under Li's successor. They appeared to protect the Emperor Chen Song when he was offering the Fengshan sacrifices on Taishan in AD 1008, on which occasion they were canonized with the titles of superior, medium, and inferior causes, as before, conferring upon them the regencies of heaven, earth, and water respectively. Yuan Shitian Sun, Yan Shitian Sun, or the first cause, the highest in heaven, generally placed at the head of the Taoist triad, is said never to have existed but in the fertile imagination of the Lao Tzuist sectarians. According to them, Yan Shitian Sun had neither origin nor master, but is himself the cause of all beings, which is why he is called the first cause. As first member of the triad and sovereign ruler of the first heaven, Yu Qing, where reign the saints, he is raised in rank above all the other gods. The name assigned to him is Lo Qing Hsin. He was born before all beginnings. His substance is imperishable. It is formed essentially of uncreated air se, invisible and without perceptible limits. No one has been able to penetrate the beginnings of his existence, the source of all truth. He at each renovation of the worlds, that is, at each new kalpa, gives out the mysterious doctrine which confers immortality. All who reach this knowledge attain by degrees to life eternal, become refined like the spirits, or instantly become immortals, even while upon earth. Originally, Yan Shitian Sun was not a member of the Taoist triad. He resided above the three heavens, above the three pure ones, surviving the destruction sand renovations of the universe, as an immovable rock in the midst of a stormy sea. He set the stars in motion and caused the planets to revolve. The chief of his secret police was Cao Chun, the kitchen god, who rendered to him an account of the good and evil deeds of each family. His executive agent was Lai Tzu, the god of thunder, and his subordinates. The 7 stars of the North Pole were the palace of his ministers, whose offices were on the various sacred mountains. Nowadays, however, Yan Shitian Sun is generally neglected for Yi Huang, an avatar of Fan Ku. According to the tradition of Qin Heng, the god of Tai Shan of the 5th generation from Pan Ku, this being, then called Yan Shitian Wang, was an avatar of Pan Ku. It came about in this wise. In remote age there lived on the mountains an old man, Yan Shitian Wang, who used to sit on a rock and preach to the multitude. He spoke of the highest antiquity as if from personal experience. When Qin Heng asked him where he lived, he just raised his hand toward heaven. Iridescent clouds enveloped his body, and he replied, "Whoso wishes to know where I dwell must rise to impenetrable heights." But how, said Qin Heng, was he to be fui in this immense emptiness? 2 genii, Chih Ching Tzu and Huang Lao, then descended in the summit of Taishan and said, "Let us go and visit this Yuanxi. To do so, we must cross the boundaries of the universe and pass beyond the farthest stars." Qin Heng begged them to give him their instructions, to which he listened attentively. They then ascended the highest of the sacred peaks, and thence mounted into the heavens, calling to him from the misty heights. If you wish to know the origin of Yanxi, you must pass beyond the confines of heaven and earth, because he lives beyond the limits of the worlds. You must ascend and ascend until you reach the sphere of nothingness and of being, in the plains of the luminous shadows. Having reached these ethereal heights, the 2 genii saw a bright light, and Suanxi and Shangjin appeared before them. The 2 genii bowed to do him homage and to express their gratitude. "You cannot better show your gratitude," he replied, "than by making me doctrine known among men. You desire," he added, "to know the history of Yuanxi. I will tell it you. When Pan Ku had completed his work in the primitive chaos, his spirit left its mortal envelope and found itself tossed about in empty space without any fixed support. I must, it said, get reborn in visible form. Until I can go through a new birth, I shall remain empty and unsettled." His soul, carried on the wings of the wind, reached Fuyi Tai. There it saw a saintly lady named Ai Yuan, 40 years of age, still a virgin, and living alone in Mount Tsuo. Air and variegated clouds were the sole nourishment of her vital spirits. An hermaphrodite, at once both the active and the passive principle, she daily scaled the highest peak of the mountain to gather there the flowery quintessence of the sun and the moon. Pan Ku, captivated by her virgin purity, took advantage of a moment when she was breathing to enter her mouth in the form of a ray of light. She was in Sinta for 12 years, at the end of which period the fruit offer womb came out through her spinal column. From its first moment the child could walk and speak, and its body was surrounded by a five-colored cloud. The newly born took the name of Yuan Shi Tian Wang, and his mother was generally known as Taiyan Shengmu, * the Holy Mother of the First Cause. Yi Huang. Yu Huang means the Jade Emperor, or, for the pure August one, jade symbolizing purity. He is also known by the name Yi Huang Shang Ti, for the pure August Emperor on high. The history of this deity, who later received many honorific titles and became the most popular god, a very Chinese Jupiter, seems to be somewhat as follows. The Emperor Xingzong of the Sung dynasty, having been obliged in AD 1005 to sign a disgraceful peace with the Tunguzes or Khitans, the dynasty was in danger of losing the support of the nation. In order to hoodwink the people, the emperor constituted himself a seer and announced with great pomp that he was in direct communication with the gods of heaven. In doing this, he was following the advice of his crafty and unreliable minister Wang Xinzhou, who had often tried to persuade him that the pretended revelations attributed to Fu Shi, Yi Wang, and others were only pure inventions. To induce obedience, the emperor, having studied his part well, assembled his ministers in the 10th moon of the year 1012, and made to them the following declaration. In a dream I had a visit from an immortal, who brought me a letter from Yi Huang, the purport of which was as follows. * I have already sent you by your ancestor Chao, Taitsu, 2 celestial missives. Now I am going to send him in person to visit you. A little while after his ancestor Taitsu, the founder of the dynasty, came according to Yu Huang's promise, and Xingzong hastened to inform his ministers of it. Thesis: the origin of Yi Huang. He was born of a fraud, and came ready-made from the brain of an emperor. The cask of pearls. Fearing to be admonished for the fraud by another of his ministers, the scholar Wang Tan, the emperor resolved to put a golden gag in his mouth. So one day, having invited him to a banquet, he overwhelmed him with flattery and made him drunk with good wine. I would like the members of your family also to taste this wine, he added. So I am making you a present of a cask of it. When Wang Tan returned home, he found the cask filled with precious pearls. Out of gratitude to the emperor, he kept silent as to the fraud, and made no further opposition to his plans, but when on his deathbed asked that his head be shaved like a priest's, and that he be clothed in priestly robes, so that he might expiate his crime of feebleness before the emperor. Kangxi, the great emperor of the Qing dynasty, who had already declared that if it is wrong to impute a deceit to a man, it is still more reprehensible to impute a fraud to heaven, stigmatized him as follows. Wang Tan committed 2 faults. The first was in showing himself a vile flatterer of his prince during his life. The second was in becoming a worshipper of Buddha at his death. The legend of Yu Huang. So much for historical record. The legend of Yu Huang relates that in ancient times there existed a kingdom named Kuang, Yin Miao Lo Kwa, whose king was Qing Te, his queen being called Pao Ye. Though getting on in years, the latter had no son. The Taoist priests were summoned by edict to the palace to perform their rites. They recited prayers with the object of obtaining an heir to the throne. During the ensuing night, the queen had a vision. Lao Chun appeared to her, riding a dragon, and carrying a male child in his arms. He floated down through the air in her direction. The queen begged him to give her the child as an heir to the throne. I am quite willing, he said. Here it is. She fell on her knees and thanked him. On waking, she found herself enceinte. At the end of a year, the prince was born. From an early age, he showed himself compassionate and generous to the poor. On the death of his father, he ascended the throne, but after reigning only a few days, abdicated in favor of his chief minister, and became a hermit at Puming, in Shenxi, and Alsun Mount Suyin, in Yunnan. Having attained to perfection, he passed the rest of his days in curing sickness and saving life, and it was in the exercise of these charitable deeds that he died. The emperors Ung-tsung and Hui-tsung of the Sung dynasty loaded him with all the various titles associated with his name at present day. Both Buddhists and Taoists claim him as their own, the former identifying him with Indra, in which case Yu Huang is a Buddhist deity incorporated into the Taoist pantheon. He has also been taken to be the subject of a * nature myth. The Emperor Qing Te, his father, is the sun, the Queen Pao Yu the moon, and the marriage symbolizes the rebirth of the vivifying power which clothes nature with green plants and beautiful flowers. Tung Tian Chaochu. In modern Taoism, Tung Tian Chaochu is regarded as the first of the patriarchs and one of the most powerful genii of the sect. His master was Hengqin Laotzu. He wore a red robe embroidered with white cranes, Andro de Kuyai Nyo, a monster resembling a buffalo, with one long horn like a unicorn. His palace, the Pai Yu Kong, was situated on Mount Suqiyai. This genie took the part of Chou Wang and helped him to resist Wu Wang's armies. First, he sent his disciple, Tapao Taojin, to Chipai Quan. He gave him 4 precious swords and the plan of a fort which he was to construct and to name Chu Shin Shun, the citadel of all the immortals. Tapao Taojin carried out his orders, but he had to fight a battle with Quang Saint Sti, and the latter, armed with a celestial seal, struck his adversary so hard that he fell to the ground and had to take refuge in flight. Tung Tian Chaochu came to the defense of his disciple and to restore the morale of his forces. Unfortunately, a posse of gods arrived to aid Wu Wang's powerful general, Chang Tsuya. The first who attacked Tung Tian Chaochu was Lao Tzu, who struck him several times with his stick. Then came Chun Ti, armed with his cane. The buffalo of Tung Tian Chaochu stamped him underfoot, and Chun Ti was thrown to the earth, and only just had time to rise quickly and mount into the air amid a great cloud of dust. There could be no doubt that the fight was going against Tung Tian Chaochu. To complete his discomfiture, Janting Taojin cleft the air and fell upon him unexpectedly. With a violent blow of his *fixie staff, he cast him down and compelled him to give up the struggle. Tung Tian Chaochu then prepared plans for a new fortified camp beyond Tung Quan, and tried to take the offensive again, but again Lao Tzu stopped him with a blow of his stick. Yanshi Tian Sun wounded his shoulder with his precious stone Juai, and Chun Ti Taojin waved his branch of the 7 virtues. Immediately the magic sword of Tung Tian Chaochu was reduced to splinters, and he saved himself only by flight. Hengqin Laotzu, the master of these 3 genii, seeing his 3 beloved disciples in the melee, resolved to make peace between them. He assembled all 3 in a tent in Chang Tsuya's camp, made them kneel before him, then reproached Tung Tian Chaochu at length for having taken the part of the tyrant Chou, and recommended them in future to live in harmony. After finishing his speech, he produced 3 pills and ordered each of the genii to swallow one. When they had done so, Hengqin Laotzu said to them, "I have given you these pills to ensure an inviolable truce among you. Know that the first who entertains a thought of discord in his heart will find that the pill will explode in his stomach and cause his instant death." Hengqin Laotzu then took Tung Tian Chaochu away with him on his cloud to heaven. Immortals, heroes, saints. An immortal, according to Taoist lore, is a solitary man of the mountains. He appears to die, but does not. After death, his body retains all the qualities of the living. The body or corpse is for him only a means of transition, a phase of metamorphosis, a cocoon or chrysalis, the temporary abode of the butterfly. To reach this state, a hygienic regimen both of the body and mind must be observed. All luxury, greed, and ambition must be avoided. But negation is not enough. In the system of nourishment, all the elements which strengthen the essence of the constituent yin and yang principles must be found by means of medicine, chemistry, gymnastic exercises, etc. When the maximum vital force has been acquired, the means of preserving it and keeping it from the attacks of death and disease must be discovered. In a word, he must spiritualize himself, render himself completely independent of matter. All the experiments have for their object the storing in the pills of immortality the elements necessary for the development of the vital force and for the constitution of a new spiritual and superhumanized being. In this ascending perfection there are several grades. 1. The immortal, Shin. The first stage consists in bringing about the birth of the superhuman in the ascetics person, which reaching perfection leaves the earthly body, like the grasshopper its sheath. This first stage attained, the immortal travels at will throughout the universe, enjoys all the advantages of perfect health, without dreading disease or death, eats and drinks copiously, nothing is wanting to complete his happiness. 2. The perfect man, or hero, Chlng. The second stage is a higher one. The whole body is spiritualized. It has become so subtle, so spiritual, that it can fly in the air. Born on the wings of the wind, seated on the clouds of heaven, it travels from one world to another and fixes its habitation in the stars. It is freed from all laws of matter, but is, however, not completely changed into pure spirit. 3. The Saint, Shengjian. The third stage is that of the superhuman beings, or saints. They are those who have attained to extraordinary intelligence and virtue. The god of the immortals. Mu Kung or Tung Wang Kung, the god of the immortals, was also called I Chun Ming and Yu Huang Chun, the Prince Yu Huang. The primitive vapor congealed, remained inactive for a time, and then produced living beings, beginning with the formation of Mu Kung, the purest substance of the eastern air, and sovereign of the active male principle Yang and of all the countries of the East. His palace is in the misty heavens, violet clouds form its dome, blue clouds its walls. Shin Tung, the immortal youth / and Yu Ni, the Jade Maiden, are his servants that he keeps the register of all the immortals, male and female. Shi Ai Vang Mu. Shi Wang Mu was formed of the pure quintessence of the western air in the legendary continent of Xinqiu. She is often called the Golden Mother of the Tortoise. Her family name is variously given as Ho, Yang, and Ho. Her own name was Hui, and first name Wanqin. She had 9 sons and 24 daughters. As Mu Kung, formed of the eastern air, is the active principle of the male air and sovereign of the eastern air, so Shi Wang Mu, born of the western air, is the passive or female principle, yin, and sovereign of the western air. These two principles, cooperating, engender heaven and earth and all the beings of the universe, and thus become the two principles of life and of the subsistence of all that exists. She is the head of the troop of genii dwelling on the Kf Unluan Mountains, the Taoist equivalent of the Buddhist Sumru, and from time to time holds intercourse with favored imperial votaries. The Feast of Peaches. Shi Wang Mu's palace is situated in the high mountains of the snowy Kunlun. It is 1,000 li, about 333 miles. In circuit, a rampart of massive gold surrounds its battlements of precious stones. Its right wing rises on the edge of the Kingfisher's River. It is the usual abode of the immortals, who are divided into 7 special categories according to the color of their garments: red, blue, black, violet, yellow, green, and nature color. There is a marvelous fountain built of precious stones, where the periodical banquet of the immortals is held. This feast is called Panti *Ao Hui, the Feast of Peaches. It takes place on the borders of the Yaosijich, Lake of Gems, and is attended by both male and female immortals. Besides several superfine meats, they are served with bear's paws, monkey's lips, dragon's liver, phoenix marrow, and peaches gathered in the orchard, endowed with the mystic virtue of conferring longevity on all who have the good luck to taste them. Dai tea was by these peaches that the date of the banquet was fixed. The tree put forth leaves once every 3,000 years, and it required 3,000 years after that for the fruit to ripen. These were Shi Wang Mu's birthdays, when all the immortals assembled for the great feast, the occasion being more festive than solemn, for there was music on invisible instruments, and songs not from mortal tongues. The first Taoist Pope, Chang Taoling, the first Taoist Pope, was born in AD 35, in the reign of the Emperor Quang Wu Ti of the Han Dynasty. His birthplace is variously given as the Timushan, Eye of Heaven Mountain, in Linan Shin, in Chekiang, and Fengyang Fu, in Anhui. He devoted himself wholly to study and meditation, declining all offers to enter the service of the state. He preferred to take up his abode in the mountains of western China, where he persevered in the study of alchemy and in cultivating the virtues of purity and mental abstraction. From the hands of Lao Tzu, he received supernaturally a mystic treatise, by following the instructions in which was successful in his search for the elixir of life. One day when he was engaged in experimenting with the dragon-tiger elixir, a spiritual being appeared to him and said, "On Paisung Mountain is a stone halcyon, which are concealed the writings of the 3 emperors of antiquity and a canonical work. By obtaining these you may ascend to heaven, if you undergo the course of discipline they prescribe." Chang Taoling found these works, and by means of them obtained the power of flying, of hearing distant sounds, and of leaving his body. After going through 1,000 days of discipline and receiving instruction from a goddess, who taught him to walk about among the stars, he proceeded to fight with the king of the demons, to divide mountains and seas, and to command the wind and thunder. All the demons fled before him. On account of the prodigious slaughter of demons by this hero, the wind and thunder were reduced to subjection, and various divinities came with eager haste to acknowledge their faults. In 9 years he gained the power to ascend to heaven. The founder of modern Taoism. Chang Taoling may rightly be considered as the true founder of modern Taoism. The recipes for the pills of immortality contained in the mysterious books, and the invention of talismans for the cure of all sorts of maladies, not only exalted him to the high position he has since occupied in the minds of his numerous disciples, but enabled them in turn to exploit successfully this new source of power and wealth. From that time, the Taoist sect began to specialize in the art of healing. Protecting or curing talismans bearing the master seal were purchased for enormous sums. It is thus seen that he was after all a deceiver of the people, an unbelievers or rival. Partisans of other sects have dubbed him a rice thief, which perhaps he was. He is generally represented as clothed in richly decorated garments, brandishing with his right hand his magic sword, holding in his left a cup containing Thedrod of immortality, and riding a tiger which in one paw grasps his magic seal, and with the others tramples down the 5 venomous creatures: lizard, snake, spider, toad, and centipede. Pictures of him with these accessories are pasted up in houses on the 5th day of the 5th moon to forfend calamity and sickness. The peach gathering. It is related of him that, not wishing to ascend to heaven too soon, he partook of only half of the pill of immortality, dividing the other half among several Ophi's admirers, and that he had at least 2 selves or personalities, one of which used to disport itself in a boat on a small lake in front of his house. The other self would receive his visitors, entertaining them with food and drink and instructive conversation. On one occasion this self said to them, "You are unable to quit the world altogether as I can, but by imitating my example in the matter of family relations you could procure a medicine which would prolong your lives by several centuries. I have given the crucible in which Huang Te prepared the draught of immortality to my disciple Wang Sichang. Later on, a man will come from the east, who also will make use of it. He will arrive on the 7th day of the 1st moon. Exactly on that day there arrived from the east a man named Chao Sheng, who was the person indicated by Chang Taoling. He was recognized by a manifestation of himself he had caused to appear in advance of his coming. Chang then led all his disciples, to the number of 300, to the highest peak of the Yuntai. Below them they saw a peach tree growing near a pointed rock, stretching out its branches like arms above a fathomless abyss. It was a large tree, covered with ripe fruit. Chang said to his disciples, "I will communicate a spiritual formula to the one among you who will dare to gather the fruit of that tree." They all leaned over to look, but each declared the feat to be impossible. Chao Sheng alone had the courage to rush out to the point of the rock and up the tree, stretching out into space. With firm foot he stood and gathered the peaches, placing them in the folds of his cloak, as many as it would hold. But when he wished to climb back up the precipitous slope, his hands slipped on the smooth rock, and all his attempts were in vain. Accordingly, he threw the peaches, 302 in all, one by one up to Chang Taoling, who distributed them. Each disciple ate one, as also did Chang, who reserved the remaining one for Chao Sheng. Huam helped to climb up again. To do this, Chang extended his arm to a length of 30 feet, all present marveling at the miracle. After Chao had eaten his peach, Chang stood on the edge of the precipice and said with a laugh, "Chao Sheng was brave enough to climb out to that tree and his foot never tripped. I too will make the attempt. If I succeed, I will have a big peach as a reward." Having spoken thus, he leapt into space and alighted in the branches of the peach tree. Wang Chang and Chao Sheng also jumped into the tree and stood one on each side of him. There Chang communicated to them the mysterious formula. 3 days later they returned to their homes. Then, having made final arrangements, they repaired once more to the mountain peak, whence, in the presence of the other disciples, who followed them with their eyes until they had completely disappeared from view, all 3 ascended to heaven in broad daylight. Chang Taoling's great power. The name of Chang Taoling, the heavenly teacher, is a household word in China. He is on earth the vicegerent of the pearly emperor in heaven, and the commander-in-chief of the hosts of Taoism. He, the chief of the wizards, the true, ideal man, as he is called, wields an immense spiritual power throughout the land. The present pope boasts of an unbroken line for 60 generations. His family obtained possession of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in Jiangxi about 80 years ago. This personage, says a pre-Republican writer, assumes a state which mimics the imperial. He confers buttons like an emperor. Priests come to him from various cities and temples to receive promotion. Hum invests with titles and presents with seals of office. Kings of Heaven. The four kings of heaven, Su Ta Ti, F Yen Wang, reside on Mount Sumru, Sumi Shan, the center of the universe. It is 3,360,000 li, that is, about 1,000,000 miles. High Point 1. Its eastern slope is of gold, its western of silver, its southeastern of crystal, and its northeastern of agate. The four kings appear to be the Taoist reflection of the four Qinkong of Buddhism already noticed. Their names are Li, Ma, Chao, and Wan. They are representatives holding a pagoda, sword, two swords, and spiked club respectively. Their worship appears to be due to their auspicious appearance and aid on various critical occasions in the dynastic history of the Tang and Sung periods. Kale. Temples are found in various parts dedicated to Ti. Faii, the Great One, or Great Unity. When Emperor Wu Ti, 140 to 86 BC, of the Han Dynasty was in search of the secret of immortality, and various suggestions had proved unsatisfactory, a Taoist priest, Miao Qi, told the emperor that his want of success was due to his omission to sacrifice to Tai, the first of the celestial spirits, quoting the classical precedent of antiquity found in the Book of History. The emperor, believing his word, ordered the Grand Master of Sacrifices to re-establish this worship at capital. He followed carefully the prescriptions of Miao Qi. This enraged the literati, who resolved to ruin him. One day, when the emperor was about to drink one of his potions, one of the chief courtiers seized the cup and drank the contents himself. The emperor was about to have him slain, when he said, "Your Majesty's order is unnecessary. If the potion confers immortality, I cannot be killed. If, on the other hand, it does not, Your Majesty should recompense me for disproving the pretensions of the Taoist priest." The emperor, however, was not convinced. One account represents Tai as having lived in the time of Shin Nong, the divine husbandman, who visited him to consult with him on the subjects of diseases and fortune. He was Xin Yuan's medical preceptor. His medical knowledge was handed down to future generations. He was one of those who, with the immortals, was invited to the Great Peach Assembly of the Western Royal Mother. As the spirit of the star Tai, he resides in the Eastern Palace, listening for the cries of sufferers in order to save them. For this purpose, he assumes numberless forms in various regions. With a boat of lotus flowers of 9 colors, he ferries men over to the shore of salvation. Holding in his hand a willow branch, he scatters from it the dew of the doctrine. Tai is variously represented as the ruler of the 5 celestial sovereigns, cosmic matter before it congealed into concrete shapes, the triune spirit of heaven, earth, and Tai as 3 separate entities, an unknown spirit, the spirit of the pole star, etc., but practically the Taoists confine their Tai to Tai Qinjian, in which perfect man they personify the abstract philosophical notions. 1 Goddess of the North Star. 2 Mu, the bushel mother, or goddess of the North Star, worshipped by both Buddhists and Taoists, is the Indian Marichi, and was made a stellar divinity by Taoists. She is said to have been the mother of the 9 Jin Huang, or human sovereigns of fabulous antiquity, who succeeded the lines of celestial and terrestrial sovereigns. She occupies in the Taoist religion the same relative position as Kuan Yin, who may be said to be the heart of Buddhism. Having attained to a profound knowledge of celestial mysteries, she shone with heavenly light, could cross the seas, and pass from the sun to the moon. She also had a kind heart for the sufferings of humanity. The king of Chou Yi, in the north, married her on hearing of her many virtues. They had 9 sons. The Yan Shiten's son came to earth to invite her, her husband, and 9 sons to enjoy the delights of heaven. He placed her in the palace Tu Shu, the pivot of the pole, because all the other stars revolve round it, and gave her the title of Queen of the Doctrine of Primitive Heaven. Her 9 sons have their palaces in the neighboring stars. Tu Mu wears the Buddhist crown, is seated on a lotus throne, has 3 eyes, 18 arms, and holds various precious objects in her numerous hands, such as a bow, spear, sword, flag, dragon's head, pagoda, 5 chariots, sun's disk, moon's disk, etc. She has control of the books of life and death, and all who wish to prolong their days worship at her shrine. Her devotees abstain from animal food on the 3rd and 27th day of every month. Of her sons, 2 are the northern and southern bushels. The latter, dressed in red, rules birth, the former, in white, rules death. A young Esau once found them on the South Mountain, under a tree, playing chess, and by an offer of venison, his lease of life was extended from 19 to 99 years. Snorter and Blower. At the time of the overthrow of the Shang and establishment of the Zhou dynasty in 1122 B.C., there lived two marshals, Cheng Lung and Seichen Qi. These were Heng and Ha, the Snorter and Blower respectively. The former was the chief superintendent of supplies for the armies of the tyrant Emperor Zhou, the Nair of China. The latter was in charge of the victualling department of the same army. From his master, 20, the celebrated Taoist magician off the Unluan Mountains, Heng acquired a marvelous power. When he snorted, his nostrils, with a sound like that of a bell, emitted two white columns of light, which destroyed his enemies, body and soul. Thus, through him the Zhou gained numerous victories. But one day he was captured, bound, and taken to the general of Zhou. His life was spared, and he was made general superintendent of army stores as well as generalissimo of 5 army corps. Later on he found himself face to face with the Blower. The latter had learnt from the magician how to store in his chest a supply of yellow gas which, when he blew it out, annihilated anyone whom it struck. This means he caused large gaps to be made in the ranks of the enemy. Being opposed to each other, the one snorting out great streaks of white light, the other blowing streams of yellow gas. The combat continued until the Blower was wounded in the shoulder by No Cha, of the army of Zhou, and pierced in the stomach with a spear by Huang Feihu, Yellow Flying Tiger. The Snorter in turn was slain in this fight by Marshal Qin Tashing, Golden Big Pint, who was an ox spiritant endowed with the mysterious power of producing in his entrails the celebrated Niu Huang, ox yellow, or bezoar. Facing the Snorter, he spat in his face, with a noise like thunder, a piece of bezoar as large as a rice bowl. It struck him on the nose and split his nostrils. He fell to the earth, and was immediately cut in two by a blow from his victor's sword. After the Zhou dynasty had been definitely established, Chang Suya canonized the two marshals Heng and Ha, and conferred on them the offices of guardians of the Buddhist temple gates, where their gigantic images may be seen. Blue Dragon and Javite Tiger. The functions discharged by Heng and Ha at the gates off Buddhist temples are in Taoist temples discharged by Blue Dragon and White Tiger. The former, the spirit of the Blue Dragon star, was Tingqiu Kong, one of the chief generals of the last emperor of the Yin dynasty. He had a son named Teng Su, and a daughter named Xianyu. The army of Tingqiu Kong was camped at Sanshan, Quan, when he received orders to proceed to the battle, then taking place at Shiqi. There, in standing up to No Cha and Huang Feihu, he had his left arm broken by the former's magic bracelet, but, fortunately for him, his subordinate, Tu Xingsun, a renowned magician, gave him a remedy which quickly healed the fracture. His daughter then came on the scene to avenge her father. She had a magic weapon, the 5-fire stone, which she hurled full in the face of Yang Qian. But the immortal was not wounded. On the other hand, his celestial dog jumped at Xianyu and bit her neck, so that she was obliged to flee. Tu Xingsun, however, healed the wound. After a banquet, Tung Chiu Kung promised his daughter in marriage to Tu Xingsun if he would gain him the victory at Shiqi. Chang Tsuya then persuaded Tu's magic master, Kai Lu Sun, to call his disciple over to his camp, where he asked him why he was fighting against the new dynasty. Because, he replied, Chu Kung has promised me his daughter in marriage as a reward of success. Chang Tsuya thereupon promised to obtain the bride and sent a force to seize her. As a result of the fighting that ensued, Chu Kung was beaten and retreated in confusion, leaving Xianyu in the hands of the victors. During the next few days the marriage was celebrated with great ceremony in the victors' camp. According to custom, the bride returned for some days to her father's house, and while there she earnestly exhorted Chu Kong to submit. Following her advice, he went over to Chang Xi's party. In the ensuing battles, he fought valiantly on the side of his former enemy and killed many famous warriors, but he was eventually attacked by the Blower, from whose mouth a column of yellow gas struck him, throwing him from his steed. He was made prisoner and executed by order of General Xiu Yin. Chang Tsuya conferred on him the kingdom of the Blue Dragon Star. The spirit of the White Tiger Star is Yin Xiang Su. His father, Yin Papai, a high courtier of the tyrant Zhou Wang, was sent to negotiate peace with Chang Tsuya, but was seized and put to death by Marquis Cheng Wenhuan. His son, attempting to avenge his father's murder, was pierced by a spear, and his head was cut off and carried in triumph to Chang Tsuya. As compensation he was, though somewhat tardily, canonized as the spirit of the White Tiger Star. Apotheosized philosophers. The philosophers Li Tzu, Huainan Tzu, Chuang Tzu, Imo Tzu, etc., have also been apotheosized. Nothing very remarkable is related of them. Most of them had several reincarnations and possessed supernatural powers. The second, who was a king, when taken by the Eight Immortals to the Genii's heaven, forgot now and Thinto addressed them as superiors, and but for their intercession with Yi, the Pearly Emperor, would have been reincarnated. In order to humiliate himself, he thereafter called himself Huainan Tzu, the sage of the south of the Huai. The third, Chuang Tzu, Chuang Sheng, or Chuang Chou, was a disciple of Lao Tzu. Chuang Tzu was in the habit of sleeping during the day, and at night would transform himself into a butterfly, which fluttered gaily over the flowers in the garden. On waking, he would still feel the sensation of flying in his shoulders. On asking Lao Tzu the reason for this, he was told, "Formerly you were a white butterfly which, having partaken of the quintessence of flowers and of the yin and the yang, should have been immortalized, but one day you stole some peaches and flowers in Wang Moon Yang Yang's garden. The guardian of the garden slew you, and that is how you came to be reincarnated." At this time he was 50 years of age. Fanning the grave. One of the tales associated with him describes how he saw a young woman in mourning vigorously fanning a newly made grave. On his asking her the reason of this strange conduct, she replied, "I am doing this because my husband begged me to wait until the earth in his tomb was dry before one remarried." Chuang Tzu offered to help her, and as soon as he waved the fan once the earth was dry, the young widow thanked him and departed. On his return home, Chuang Sheng related this incident to his wife. She expressed astonishment at such conduct on the part of a wife. "There's nothing to be surprised at," rejoined the husband. "That's how things go in this world." Seeing that he was poking fun at her, she protested angrily. Some little time after this, Chuang Sheng died. His wife, much grieved, buried him. Husband and wife. A few days later, a young man named Chef Yu Wang's son arrived with the intention, as he said, of placing himself under the instruction of Chuang Sheng. When he heard that he was dead, he went and performed prostrations before his tomb, and afterward took up his abode in an empty room, saying that he wished to study. After half a month had elapsed, the widow asked an old servant who had accompanied Wang's son if the young man was married. On his replying in the negative, she requested the old servant to propose a match between them. Wang's son made some objections, saying that people would criticize their conduct. "Since my husband is dead, what can they say?" replied the widow. She then put off her mourning garments and prepared for the wedding. Wang's son took her to the grave of her husband and said to her, "The gentleman has returned to life." She looked at Wang's son and recognized the features of her husband. She was so overwhelmed with shame that she hanged herself. Chuang Sheng buried her in an empty tomb and then began to sing. He burnt his house, went away to Pushui, in Hupei, and occupied himself in fishing. From there he went on to Chengtai Shan, where he met Feng Ho and her teacher Suen Nu, the Mother of Heaven. In their company he visited the palaces of the stars. One day, when Hu was attending a banquet at the palace of Wang Mu, Shang Ti gave him as his kingdom the planet Jupiter and assigned to him as his palace the ancient abode of Mao Meng, the stellar god reincarnated during the Zhou dynasty. He had not yet returned and had left his palace empty. Shang Ti had cautioned him never to absent himself without his permission. Canonized Generalissimos. A large number of military men also have been canonized as celestial generalissimos. A few will serve as examples of the rest. The three musical brothers. There were three brothers, Tian Yan Shui, the eldest, Tian Hung Ai, the second, and Tian Chi Piao, the youngest. They were all musicians of unsurpassed talent. In the Kaiyan period, AD 713-42, the Emperor Xianzong of the Tang dynasty appointed them his music masters. At the sound of their wonderful flute, the clouds in the sky stopped in their courses. The harmony of their songs caused the odoriferous La May flower to open in winter. They excelled also in songs and dances. The emperor fell sick. He saw in a dream the three brothers accompanying their singing on a mandolin and violin. The harmony of their songs charmed his ear, and on waking, he found himself well again. Out of gratitude for this benefit, he conferred on each the title of Marquis. The Grand Master of the Taoists was trying to stay the ravages of a pestilence, but he could not conquer the devils which caused it. Under these circumstances, she appealed to the three brothers and asked their advice as to what course to adopt. Tian Yan Shui had a large boat built, called Spirit Boat. He assembled and knit 1,000,000 spirits, and ordered them to beat drums that on hearing this tumult, all the demons of the town came out to listen. Tian Yan Shui, seizing the opportunity, captured them all and, with the help of the Grand Master, expelled them from the town. Besides the canonization of the three Tian brothers, all the members of their families received posthumous titles. The Dragon Boat Festival. This is said to be the origin of the dragon boats, which are to be seen on all the waterways of China on the 5th day of the 5th moon. 1. The Festival of the Dragon Boats, held on that day, was instituted in memory of the statesman poet Chi Yuan, 332 to 296 BC, who drowned himself in the Milo River, an affluent of the Tungtangji Lake, after having been falsely accused by one of the petty princes of the state. The people, out of pity for the unfortunate courtier, sent out these boats in search of his body. Chang Tsuya. In the wars which resulted in the overthrow of the tyrant Chou Wang and his dynasty and the establishment of the Great Chou dynasty, the most influential generalissimo was Chang Tsuya. His family name was Chang, and his own name Shang, but owing to his descent from one of the ministers of the ancient King Yao, whose heirs owned the fief of Li, the family came to be called by that name, and he himself was known as Li Shang. His honorific title was Tai Kung Wang, Hope of Tai Kung, given him by Wen Wang, who recognized in the person of Chang Tsuya the wise minister whom his father Tai Kung had caused him to expect before his death. The Battle of Muye. Chang Tsuya was originally in the service of the tyrant Chou Wang, but transferred his services to the Chou cause, and by his wonderful skill enabled that house finally to gain the victory. The decisive battle took place at Muye, situated to the south of Weihui Fu, in 1122 BC. The soldiers of Yin, 700,000 in number, were defeated, and Chou, the tyrant, shut himself up in his magnificent palace, set it alight, and was burned alive with all his possessions. For this achievement, Chang Tsuya was granted by Wu Wang the title of Father and Counselor, and was appointed Prince of Qi, with perpetual succession to his descendants. A Legend of Chang Tsuya. The Feng Shan Yin I contains many chapters describing in detail the various battles which resulted in the overthrow of the last tyrant of the Shang dynasty and the establishment of the illustrious Chou dynasty on the throne of China. This legend, and the following one, are epitomized from that work. Nocha defeats Chang Kaifeng. The redoubtable Nocha having, by means of his heaven and earth bracelet, vanquished Feng Lin, Astagod and subordinate officer of Chang Kaifeng, in spite of the black smoke clouds which he blew out Ofi's nostrils. The defeated warrior fled and sought the aid of his chief, who fought Nocha in some 30 to 40 encounters without succeeding in dislodging him from his wind-fire wheel, which enabled him to move about rapidly and to perform prodigious feats, such as causing hosts of silver flying dragons like clouds of snow to descend upon his enemy. During one of these fights, Nocha heard his name called 3 times, but paid no heed. Finally, with his heaven and earth bracelet, he broke Chang Kaifeng's left arm, following this up by shooting out some dazzling rays of light, which knocked him off his horse. When he returned to the city to report his victory to Tsuya, the latter asked him if during the battle Kaifeng had called his name. Yes, replied Nocha. He called, but I took no heed of him. When Kaifeng calls, said Tsuya, the Hun and the P*O\anima and Dumbra become separated, and so the body falls apart. But, replied Nocha, I had changed myself into a lotus flower, which has neither Hun nor P*O, so he could not succeed in getting me off my magic wheel. Tsuya goes to Kunlun. Tsuya, however, still uncertain in mind about the finality of Nocha's victories, went to consult Wu Wang, whose death had not yet taken place at this time. After the interview, Tsuya informed Wu Wang of his wish to visit Kunlun Mountain. Wu Wang warned him of the danger of leaving the kingdom with the enemy so near the capital, but Tsuya obtained his consent by saying he would be absent only 3 days at most. So gave instructions regarding the defense to Nocha, and went off in his spirit chariot to Kunlun. On his arrival at the Unicorn Precipice, he was much enraptured with the beautiful scenery, the colors, flowers, trees, bridges, birds, deer, apes, blue lions, white elephants, etc., all of which seemed to make earth surpass heaven in loveliness. he receives the list of immortals. From the Unicorn Precipice, he went on to the Jade Palace of Abstraction. Here he was presented to Yanqi. From him, he received the list of promotions to immortals, which Nanshi Shinwan, ancient immortal of the South Pole had brought, and was told to go and erect a Feng Shen Tai, spirit's promotion terrace on which to exhibit it. Yanqi also warned him that if anyone called him while he was on the way, he was told most careful not to answer. On reaching the Unicorn Precipice on his way back, he heard someone call, "Chang Tsuya." This happened 3 times without his paying any heed. Then the voice was heard, "Tosui. Now that you are Prime Minister, how devoid of feeling and forgetful of bygone benefits, you must be Nato remember one who studied with you in the Jade Palace of Abstraction." Tsuya could not but turn his head and look. He then saw that it was Shun Kung Pao. He said, "Brother, I did not know it was you who were calling me, and I did not heed you as Shitsun told me in no account to reply." Shun Kung Pao said, "What is that you hold in your hand?" He told him it was the list of promotions to immortals. Shun Kung Pao then tried to entice Tsuya from his allegiance to Cho. Among Shin's tactics was that of convincing Tsuya of the superiority of the magical arts at the disposal of the supporters of Cho Wan. "You," he said, "can drain the sea, change the hills, and such like things. But what are those compared with my powers, who can take off my head, make it mount into space, travel 10 million li, and return to my neck just as complete as before, and able to speak? I burn your list of promotions to immortals, and come with me." Tsuya, thinking that a head which could travel 10 million li, and be the same as before was exceedingly rare, said, "Brother, you take your head off, and if in reality it can do as you say, rise into space and return and be as before, one shall be willing to burn the list of promotions to immortals and return with you to Chao Ko." Shin Kung Pao said, "You will not go back on your word?" Sphaya said, "When your elder brother has spoken, his word is as unchangeable as Mount Tai. How can there be any going back on my word?" The soaring head. Shin Kung Pao then doffed his Taoist cap, seized his sword, with his left hand firmly grasped the blue thread binding his hair, and with his right cut off his head. His body did not fall down. He then took his head and threw it up into space. Tsuya gazed with upturned face as it continued to rise, and was sorely puzzled. But the ancient immortal of the South Pole had kept a watch on the proceedings. Pai said, "Tsuya is a loyal and honest man. It looks as if he has been deceived by this charlatan." He ordered White Crane Youth to assume quickly the form of a crane and fetch Shun Kung Pao's head. The ancient immortal saves the situation. Tsuya was still gazing upward when he felt a slap on his back and, turning round, saw that it was the ancient immortal of the South Pole. Tsuya quickly asked, "My elder brother, why have you returned?" Xinwing said, "You are a fool. Shin Kung Pao is a man of unholy practices. These few small tricks of his you take as realities. But if the head does not return to the neck within an hour and 3/4, the blood will coagulate, and he will die. Shitsun ordered you not to reply to anyone. Why did you not hearken to his words? From the Jade Palace of Abstraction, I saw you speaking together, and knew you had promised to burn the list off promotions to immortals. So I ordered White Crane Youth to bring me the head. After an hour and 3/4, Shin Kung Pao will be recompensed." Sia said, "My elder brother, since you know all, you can pardon him. In the Taoist heart, there is no place where mercy cannot be exercised. Remember the many years during which he has faithfully followed the path." Eventually, the ancient immortal was persuaded, but in the meantime Shin Kung Pao, finding that his head did not return, became very much troubled in mind. In an hour and 3/4, the blood would stop flowing and he would die. However, Tsuya, having succeeded in his intercession with the ancient immortal, the latter signed to White Crane Youth, who was flying in space with the head in his beak, to let it drop. He did so, but when it reached the neck, it was facing backward. Shun Kung Pao quickly put up his hand, took hold of an ear, and turned his head the right way round. He was then able to open his eyes, when he saw the ancient immortal of the South Pole. The latter arraigned him in a loud voice, saying, "You as good as dead charlatan, who by means of corrupt tricks try to deceive Xian, make him burn the list of immortals, and help Cho Wang against Cho. What do you mean by all this? If you should be taken to the Jade Palace of Abstraction to be punished." Shun Kung Pao, ashamed, could not reply. Mounting his tiger, he made off, but as he left he hurled back a threat that the Cho would yet have their white bones piled mountains high at Shichi. Subsequently, Tsuya, carefully preserving the precious list, after many adventures succeeded in building the Feng Shen Tai, and posted the list up on it. Having accomplished his mission, he returned in time to resist the capture of Shichi by Chang Kaifeng, whose troops were defeated with great slaughter. Taiyong Xiao's magic scissors. In another of the many conflicts between the two rival states, Lao Tzu entered the battle, whereupon Xiang Xiao, a goddess who fought for the house of Shang, Zhou, hurled into the air her gold, scaly dragon scissors. As these slowly descended, opening and closing in a most ominous manner, Lao Tzu waved the sleeve of his jacket, and they fell into the sea and became absolutely motionless. Many similar tricks were used by the various contestants. The gold bushel of chaotic origin succumbed to the windfire sphere, and so on. Xiang Xiao resumed the attack with some magic two-edged swords, but was killed by a blow from W. Thy Crane Youth's 3 precious jade scepter, hurled at her by Lao Tzu's orders. Pai Xiao, her sister, attempted to avenge her death, but Yuan Shi, producing from his sleeve a magical box, threw it into the air and caught Pai Xiao in it. When it was opened, it was found that she had melted into blood and water. Chang 7-foot Zhu, Yi defeats Ivan Cheng. After this, Lao Tzu rallied many of the skillful spirits to help Chang Tzuya in his battle with Wen Cheng, providing them with the ancient immortal of the South Pole's sandblaster and an earth-conquering light which enabled them to travel 1,000 li in a day. From the hot sand used, the contest became known as the Red Sand Battle. Jan Tung, on Penglai Mountain, in consultation with Tijia, also arranged the plan of battle. The Red Sand Battle. The fight began with a challenge from the ancient immortal of the South Pole to Chang Shao. The latter, riding his deer, dashed into the fray and aimed a terrific blow with his sword at Xinwang's head, but White Crane Youth warded it off with his 3 precious jade scepter. Chang then produced a two-edged sword and renewed the attack, but, being disarmed, dismounted from his deer and threw several handfuls of hot sand at Xinwang. The latter, however, easily fanned them away with his 5 fire 7 feathers fan, rendering them harmless. Chang then fetched a whole bushel of the hot sand and scattered it over the enemy, but Xinwang counteracted the menace by merely waving his fan. White Crane Youth struck Chang Shao with his jade scepter, knocking him off his horse, and then dispatched him with his two-edged sword. After this battle, Wu Wang was found to be already dead. Jan Tung, on learning this, ordered Lei Chinsudo take the corpse to Mount Peng and wash it. He then dissolved a pill in water and poured the solution into Wu Wang's mouth, whereupon he revived and was escorted back to his palace. Further fighting. Preparations were then made for resuming the attack in Wencheng. While the latter was consulting with Tixian Shinsu and Han Qixin, he heard the sound of the Chou guns and the thunder of their troops. Wencheng, mounting his black unicorn, galloped like a whiff of smoke to meet Tsuya, but was stopped by blows from 2 silver hammers wielded by Huang Tianhua. Han Qixin came to Wen's aid, but was opposed by Pai Xiangyang. Tsa Yin Shinsi dashed into the fray, but No Cha stepped on to his windfire wheel and opposed him. From all sides, other immortals joined in the terrific battle, which was a turmoil of longbows and crossbows, iron armor and brass mail, striking whips and falling hammers, weapons cleaving mail and mail-resisting weapons. In this fierce contest, while Xiao was fighting Wencheng, Han Qixin released a black wind from his magic windbag, but he did not know that the Taoist barge of mercy, which transports departed souls to the land of bliss, sent by Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, had on board the stop-wind pearl, by which the black storm was immediately quelled. Thereupon Tsuya quickly seized his vanquished spirit's whip and struck Han Qixin in the middle of the skull, so that the brain fluid gushed forth and he died. No Cha then slew Tsf Aiyin Shinsu with a spear thrust. Thus the stern fight went on, until finally Tsuya, under cover of night, attacked Wencheng's troops simultaneously on all 4 sides. The noise of slaughter filled the air. Generals and rank and file, lanterns, torches, swords, spears, guns, and daggers were one confused MSUE. Heaven could scarcely be distinguished from earth, and corpses were piled mountains high. Tsuya, having broken through 7 lines of Phenomese ranks, forced his way into Wencheng's camp. The latter mounted his unicorn, and brandishing his magic whip dashed to meet him. Tsuya drew his sword and stopped his onrush, being aided by Lung Saihu, who repeatedly cast a rain of hot stones onto the troops. In the midst of the fight, Sfaya brought out his great magic whip, and in spite of Wencheng's efforts to avoid it, succeeded in wounding him in the left arm. The Chou troops were fighting like dragons, lashing their tails, and pythons curling their bodies. To add to their disasters, the Chou now saw flames rising behind the camp and knew that their provisions were being burned beyond Qian. The Chou armies, with gongs beating and drums rolling, advanced for a final effort, the slaughter being so great that even the devils wept and the spirits wailed. When Shang was eventually driven back 70 li to Sichail, his troops could do nothing but sigh and stumble along. He made for Peach Blossom Range. But as he approached it, he saw a yellow banner hoisted, and under it was Kuang Sikantu. Being prevented from escaping in that direction, he joined battle, but by use of red-hot sand, his two-edged sword, and his turn heaven seal Kuang Sisu put him to flight. He then made off toward the west, followed by Tung Chung. His design was to make for Swallow Hill, which he raked after several days of weary marching. Here he saw another yellow banner flying, and Chih Chinks informed him that Jan Tung had forbidden him to stop at Swallow Hill or to go through the 5 passes. Filed to another pitched battle, when Shang using his magic whip and Chih his spiritual two-edged sword. After several bouts, Chih brought out his Yin-Yang mirror, by use of which irresistible weapon one was driven to Yellow Flower Hill and Blue Dragon Pass, and so on from battle to battle, until he was drawn up to heaven from the top of Dead Dragon Mountain. Thousand Li, and favorable wind ear. *** Yen Li Yen, 1000-/ and Shun Feng favorable wind ear, were 2 brothers named Cao Ming and Cao Chio. On account of their martial bearing, they found favor with the tyrant Emperor Chou Wang, who appointed them generals and sent them to serve with Generalissimo Yuan Heng, who was a monkey which had taken human form, at Mengqing. Cao Ming was very tall, with a blue face, flaming eyes, a large mouth, and prominent teeth like those of a rhinoceros. Cao Chio had a greenish face and skin, 2 horns on his head, a red beard, and a large mouth with teeth shaped like swords. One of their first encounters was with No Cha, who hurled at them his mystic bracelet, which struck Cao Chio on the head, but did not leave even a scratch. When, however, he seized his fire globe, the brothers thought it wiser to retreat. Finding no means of conquering them, Yang Qian, Chang Tsuya, and Li Qing took counsel together and decided to have recourse to Fu Shi's trigrams, and by smearing them with the blood of a fowl and a dog to destroy their spiritual power. But the 2 brothers were fully informed of what was designed. */ I had seen and favorable wind ear had heard everything, so that all their preparations proved unavailing. Yang Qian then went to Chang Tsuya and said to him, "These 2 brothers are powerful devils. I must take more effectual measures." "Where will you go for aid?" asked Chang Tsuya. "I cannot tell you, for they would hear," replied Yang. He then left. Favorable wind ear heard this dialogue, and Thessanli, I saw him leave. He did not say where he was going. They said to each other, "But we fear him not." Yang Qian went to Yusichai and Shan, where lived Yi Ting Qinjian, hero Jade Tripod / he told him about their 2 adversaries, and asked him how they were to conquer them. "These 2 genii," replied the Qinjian, "are from Sichupian Shan, Chessboard Mountain. One is a spiritual peach tree, the other a spiritual pomegranate tree. Their roots cover an area of 30 square li off-ground. On that mountain there is a temple dedicated to Huang Ti, in which are clay images of 2 devils, called Chen Li Yen and Shun Feng Pound RH. The peach tree and pomegranate tree, having become spiritual beings, have taken up their abode in these images. One hases which can see objects distinctly at a distance of 1,000 li, the other ears that can hear sounds at a like distance. But beyond that distance they can neither see nor hear. Return and tell Chang Tsuya to have the roots of those trees torn up and burned, and the images destroyed. Then the 2 genii will be easily vanquished, in order that they may neither see nor hear you during your conversation with Chang Tsuya. Wave flags about the camp, and order the soldiers to beat tom-toms and drums." How the brothers were defeated. Yang Qian returned to Chang Tsuya. "What have you been doing?" asked the latter. Before replying, Yang Qian went to the camp and ordered soldiers to wave large red flags, and 1,000 others to beat the tom-toms and drums. The air was so filled with the flags and the noise that nothing else could be either seen or heard. Under cover of this device, Yang Qian then communicated to Chang Tsuya the course advised by the Qinjian. Accordingly, Li Qing at the head of 3,000 soldiers proceeded to Sichupian Shan, pulled up and burned the roots of the 2 trees, and broke the images to pieces. At the same time, Lei Qintiziji was ordered to attack the 2 genii. */ I and favorable wind ear could neither see nor hear, The flags effectually screened the horizon, and the infernal noise of the drums and gongs deadened all other sound. They did not know how to stop them. The following night, Yuan Hung decided to take the camp of Chang Tsuya by assault and sent the brothers in advance. They were, however, themselves surprised by Wu Wang's officers, who surrounded them. Chang Tsuya then threw into the air his devil chaser whip, which fell on the two scouts and cleft their skulls in. Twang. Celestial Ministries. The dualistic idea, already referred to, of the other world being a replica of this one is nowhere more clearly illustrated than in the celestial ministries, or official bureaus or boards, with their chiefs and staffs functioning over the spiritual hierarchies. The 9 ministries up aloft doubtless had their origin in imitation of the 6, 8, or 9 ministries or boards which at various periods of history have formed the executive part of the official hierarchy in China. But their names are different, and their functions do not coincide. Generally, the functions of the officers of the celestial boards are to protect mankind from the evils represented in the title of the board, as, for example, thunder, smallpox, fire, etc. In all cases, the duties seem to be remedial, as the god of war was, as we saw, the god who protects people from the evils of war. So the vast hierarchy of these various divinities is conceived as functioning for the good of mankind, being too numerous for inclusion. Here, an account of them is given under various headings in some of the following chapters. Protectors of the people. Besides the gods who hold definite official posts in these various ministries, there are a very large number who are also protecting patrons of the people, and, though ex officio, in many cases quite as popular and powerful, if not more so. Among the most important are the following: Shi Qi, gods of the soil and crops; Shin Nung, god of agriculture; Ho Tiu, earth mother; Ch Huang, city god; Tu Ti, local gods; Sao Qin, kitchen god; Tian Ho and In Kung, goddess and god of sailors; Ts Ni, goddess of silkworms; Pa Cha, god of grasshoppers; Fu Shun, Tsai Shun, and Shou Xing, gods of happiness, wealth, and longevity; Min Shin, door gods, and Xiamo Wang, etc., the gods of the Sichuan. Sichuan is the celestial mandarin or city god. Every fortified city or town in China is surrounded by a wall, composed usually of 2 battlement walls, the space between which is filled with earth. This dug from the ground outside, making a ditch, or huang, running parallel with the ch**. The Huang is the spiritual official of the city or town. All the numerous Sichuan constitute a celestial ministry of justice, presided over by a Siyang chief. The origin of the worship of the Sichuan dates back to the time of the great Emperor Yao, 2357 BC, who instituted a sacrifice called Pa Cha in honor of fate's spirits, of whom the 7th, Shui Yang, had the meaning of, or corresponded to, the dike and rampart known later as Sichuan. Since the Sung dynasty, sacrifices have been offered to the Sichuan all over the country, though now and then some towns have adopted another or special god as their Sichuan, such as Chou Hsin, adopted as the Sichuan of Hangzhou, the capital of Zhejiang province. Concerning Chou Hsin, who had a face of ice and iron, and was so much dreaded for his severity that old and young fled at his approach, it is related that once when he was trying a case, a storm blew some leaves onto his table. In spite of diligent search, the tree to which this kindoff leaf belonged could not be found anywhere in the neighborhood, but was eventually discovered in a Buddhist temple a long way off. The judge declared that the priests of this temple must be guilty of murder. By his order, the tree was felled, and in its trunk was found the body of a woman who had been assassinated, and the priests were convicted of the murder. The kitchen god. Sao Chun is a Taoist invention, but is universally worshipped by all families in China. About 60 million soft pictures of him are regularly worshipped twice a month, at new and full moon. His temple is a little niche in the brick cooking range. His palace is often filled with smoke, and his majesty sells for 1 farthing. He is also called the god of the stove. The origin of his worship, according to the legend, is that a Taoist priest, Li Shaoqin by name, of the Qi state, obtained from the kitchen god the double favor of exemption from growing old and of being able to live without eating. He then went to the Emperor Xiao Wu Ti, 140 to 86 BC, of the Han dynasty, and promised that credulous monarch that he should benefit by the powers of the god provided that he would consent to patronize and encourage his religion. It was by this means, he added, that the Emperor Huangti obtained his knowledge of alchemy, which enabled him to make gold. The emperor asked the priest to bring him his divine patron, and one night the image of Cao Chun appeared to him. Deceived by this trick, dazzled by the ingots of gold which he too should obtain, and determined to risk everything for the pill of immortality, which was among the benefits promised, the emperor made a solemn sacrifice to the god of the kitchen. This was the first time that a sacrifice had been officially offered to this new deity. Li Xiaochun gradually lost the confidence of the emperor and, at his wit's end, conceived the plan of writing some phrases on a piece of silk and then causing them to be swallowed by an ox. This done, he announced that a wonderful script would be found in the animal's stomach. The ox being killed, the script was found there as predicted, but Li's unlucky star decreed that the emperor should recognize his handwriting, and he was forthwith put to death. Nevertheless, the worship of the kitchen god continued and increased and exists in full vigor down to the present day. This deity has power over the lives of the members of each family under his supervision, distributes riches and poverty at will, and makes an annual report to the Supreme Being on the conduct of the family during the year, for which purpose he is usually absent for from 4 to 7 days. Some hold that he also makes these reports once or twice, or several times each month. Various ceremonies are performed on seeing him off to heaven and welcoming him back. One of the former, as we saw, is to regale him with honey, so that only sweet words, if any, may be spoken by him while up aloft. Tien Nu. In the kingdom of Shu, modern Sichuan, in the time of Cao Xingti, a band of robbers kidnapped the father of Tien Nu. A whole year elapsed, and the father's horse still remained in the stable as he had left it. The thought of not seeing her father again caused Tien Nu such grief that she would take no nourishment. Her mother did what she could to console her, and further promised her in marriage to anyone who would bring back her father. But no one was found who could do this. Hearing the offer, the horse stamped with impatience, and struggled so much that at length he broke the halter by which he was tied up. He then galloped away and disappeared. Several days later, his owner returned riding the horse. From that time the horse neighed incessantly, and refused all food. This caused the mother to make known to her husband the promise she had made concerning her daughter. An oath made to man, he replied, does not hold good for a horse. Is a human being meant to live in marital relations with a horse? Nevertheless, however good and abundant food they offered him, the horse would not eat. When he saw the young lady, he plunged and kicked furiously. Losing his temper, the father discharged an arrow and killed him on the spot. Then he skinned him and spread the skin on the ground outside the house to dry. As the young lady was passing the spot, the skin suddenly moved, rose up, enveloped her, and disappeared into space. 10 days later, it was found at the foot of a mulberry tree. Tien Nu changed into a silkworm, was eating the mulberry leaves, and spinning for herself a silken garment. The parents, of course, were in despair. But one day, while they were overwhelmed with sad thoughts, they saw on a cloud Tien Nu riding the horse and attended by several dozens of servants. She descended toward her parents and said to them, "The Supreme Being, as a reward for my martyrdom in the cause of filial piety and my love of virtue, has conferred on me the dignity of concubine of the 9 palaces. Be reassured as to my fate, for in heaven I shall live forever." Having said this, she disappeared into space. In the temples, her image is to be seen covered with a horse skin. She is called Ma Tianyang, the lady with the horse's head, and is prayed to for the prosperity of mulberry trees and silkworms. The worship continues 7 in modern times. The goddess is also represented as a stellar divinity, the star Tian Svi, as the first man who reared silkworms, in this character bearing the same name as the god of agriculture, pasture, and fire, and as the wife of the Emperor Huangti. The god of happiness. The god of happiness, Fu Shan, owes his origin to the predilection of the Emperor Wu Ti, AD 502-50, of the Liang dynasty for dwarfs as servants and comedians in his palace. The number levied from the Taochou district in Hunan became greater and greater until it seriously prejudiced the ties of family relations. When Yang Seicheng, alias Yang Shiqi, was criminal judge of Taochou, he represented to the emperor that, according to law, the dwarfs were his subjects but not his slaves. Being touched by this remark, the emperor ordered the levy to be stopped. Overjoyed at their liberation from this hardship, the people of that district set up images of Yang and offered sacrifices to him. Everywhere he was venerated as the spirit of happiness. It was in this simple way that there came into being a god whose portraits and images abound everywhere throughout the country, and who is worshipped almost as universally as the god of riches himself. Another person who attained to the dignity of god of happiness, known as Sang Fu Xiang Kong, the young gentleman who increases happiness, was Li Keitsu, the minister of Emperor Wen Ti of the Wei dynasty, the son of the famous Tsio Tsio, but in modern times the honor seems to have passed to Kuo Ziyai. He was the savior of the Tang dynasty from the depredations of the Turfans in the reign of the Emperor Xian Tsung. He lived AD 697 to 781, was a native of Huazhou, in Shenxi, and one of the most illustrious of Chinese generals. He is very often represented in pictures clothed in blue official robes, leading his small son Kui Ai to court. The god of wealth. As with many other Chinese gods, the proto-being of the god of wealth, Tsai Shun, has been ascribed to several persons. The original and best known until later times was Chao Kungming. The accounts of him differ also, but the following is the most popular. When Shang Zi was fighting for Wu Wang of the Zhou dynasty against the last of the Shang emperors, Chao Kungming, then a hermit on Mount Ome, took the part of the latter. He performed many wonderful feats. He could ride a black tiger and hurl pearls which burst like bombshells. But he was eventually overcome by a form of witchcraft known in Wales as Sierp Cred. Chang Tijia made a straw image of him, wrote his name on it, burned incense, and worshipped before it for 20 days, and on the 21st shot arrows made of peach wood into its eyes and heart. At that same moment Kungming, then in the enemy's camp, felt ill and fainted, and uttering a cry gave up the ghost. Later on Chang Xia persuaded Yuanshi Tainsun to release from the otherworld the spirits of the heroes who had died in battle, and when Chao Kungming was led into his presence, he praised his bravery, deplored the circumstances of his death, and canonized him as president of the Ministry of Riches and Prosperity. The god of riches is universally worshipped in China. Images and portraits of him are to be seen everywhere. Talismans, trees of which the branches are strings of cash, and the fruits ingots of gold, to be obtained merely by shaking them down, a magic inexhaustible casket full of gold and silver. These and other spiritual sources of wealth are associated with this much-adored deity. He himself is represented in the guise of a visitor accompanied by a crowd of attendants laden with all the treasures that the hearts of men, women, and children could desire. The god of longevity. The god of longevity, Shou Xing, was first a stellar deity, later on represented in human form. It was constellation formed of the two star groups Chiao and Keong, the first two on the list of 28 constellations. Hence, say the Chinese writers, because of this precedence, it was called the star of longevity. When it appears, the nation enjoys peace. When it disappears, there will be war. Qin Shi Huang Ti, the first emperor, was the first to offer sacrifices to this star, the old man of the South Pole, at Shipa, in 246 BC. Since then the worship has been continued pretty regularly until modern times. But desire for something more concrete, or at least more personal, than a star led to the gods being represented as an old man. Connected with this is a long legend which turns on the point that after the father of Chao, Yin had been told by the celebrated physiognomist Quan Lo that his son would not live beyond the age of 19. The transposition from Shichiu, 19, Tokushi, 90, was made by one of two gamblers, who turned out to be the spirit of the North Pole, who fixes the time of decease, as the spirit of the South Pole does that of birth. The deity is a domestic god, of happy mien, with a very high forehead, usually spoken of as Shou Xing Liu Tzu, for longevity star Old Pate, and is represented as riding a stag, with a flying bat above his head. He holds in his hand a large peach, and attached to his long staff are a gourd and a scroll. The stag and the bat both indicate Teju, happiness. The peach, gourd, and scroll are symbols of longevity. The door gods. An old legend relates that in the earliest times there grew on Mount Tu Shuo, in the eastern sea, a peach tree of fabulous size whose branches covered an area of several thousand square li. The lowest branches, which inclined toward the northeast, formed the door of the devils, Kate, through which millions of them passed in and out. Two spirits, named Shinshu, or Shuyu, and Yu Li, had been instructed to guard this passage. Those who had done wrong to mankind were immediately bound by them, and given over to be devoured by tigers. When Huang Ti heard of this, he had the portraits of the two spirits painted on peachwood tablets and hung above the doors to keep off evil spirits. This led to the suspension of the small figures or plaques on the doors of the people generally. Gradually, they were supplanted by painting sun paper pasted on the doors, showing the two spirits. Armed with bows, arrows, spears, etc., Shinshu on the left, Yuli on the right. In later times, however, these door gods were supplanted in popular favor by two ministers of the Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, by name Qin Shu Pao and Hu Qingti. Taizong had fallen sick and imagined that he heard demons rampaging in his bedroom. The ministers of state, on inquiring as to the nature of the malady, were informed by the physician that His Majesty's pulse was feverish, that he seemed nervous and saw visions, and that his life was in danger. The ministers were in great fear. The empress summoned other physicians to a consultation, and after the sick emperor had informed them that, though all was quiet during the daytime, he was sure he saw and heard demons during the night. Qin Shu Pao and Hu Qingti stated that they would sit up all night and watch outside his door. Accordingly, they posted themselves, fully armed, outside the palace gate all night, and the emperor slept in peace. Next day, the emperor thanked them heartily, and from that time his sickness diminished. The two ministers, however, continued their vigils until the emperor informed them that he would no longer impose upon their readiness to sacrifice themselves. He ordered them to paint their portraits in full martial array and paste these on the palace doors to see if that would not have the same effect. For some nights all was peace. Then the same commotion was heard at the back gates of the palace. The minister Wei Chung offered to stand guard at the back gates in the same way that his colleagues had done at the front gates. The result was that in a few days the emperor's health was entirely restored. Thus it is that Wei Chung is often associated with the other two door gods, sometimes with them, sometimes in place of them. Pictures of these Min Shin, elaborately colored and renewed at the new year, are to be seen on almost every door in China. Chinese polytheism. That the names of the gods of China are legion will be readily conceded when it is said that, besides those already described, those still to be mentioned, and many others to whom space will not permit us to refer, there are also gods, goddesses, patrons, etc., of wind, rain, snow, frost, rivers, tides, caves, trees, flowers, theaters, horses, oxen, cows, sheep, goats, dogs, pigs, scorpions, locusts, gold, tea, salt, compass, archery, bridges, lamps, gems, wells, carpenters, masons, barbers, tailors, jugglers, nets, wine, bean curd, jade, paper clothing, eye, ear, nose, tongue, teeth, heart, liver, throat, hands, feet, skin, architecture, rain clothes, monkeys, lice, punch and Judy, firecrackers, cruelty, revenge, manure, fornication, shadows, corners, the gods of China, gamblers, oculists, smallpox, liver complaint, stomachache, measles, luck, womb, midwives, hasteners of childbirth, brigands, butchers, furnishers, centipedes, frogs, stones, beds, candle merchants, fishermen, millers, wig merchants, incense merchants, spectacle makers, cobblers, harness makers, seedsmen, innkeepers, basket makers, chemists, painters, perfumers, jewelers, brush makers, dyers, fortune tellers, strolling singers, brothels, varnishers, combs, etc., etc. There is a god of the light, of the eye as well as of the eye itself, of smallpox marks, as well as of smallpox, of benign measles as well as of measles. After reading a full list of the gods of China, those who insist that the religion of China was or is a monotheism may be disposed to revise their belief. Chapter 5. Myths of Thesters. Astrological superstitions. According to Chinese ideas, the sun, moon, and planets influence sublunary events, especially thel life and death of human beings, and changes into air color menace approaching calamities. Alterations in the appearance of the sun announce misfortune's toth state or its head, as revolts, famines, or the death of the emperor. When the moon waxes red or turns pale, men should be in awe of the unlucky times thus foreomened. The sun is symbolized by the figure of a raven in a circle, and the moon by a hare on its hind legs pounding rice in a mortar, or by a three-legged toad. The last refers to the legend of Chong Zero, detailed later. The moon is a special object of worship in autumn, and mooncakes dedicated to it are sold at this season. All the stars are ranged into constellations, and an emperor is installed over them, who resides at the North Pole. 5 monarchs also live in the 5 stars in Leo, whereas Apple is called Wu Ti Tso, or I throne of the 5 emperors / in this celestial government there are also an heir apparent, empresses, sons and daughters, and tribunals, and the constellations receive the names Offman, animals, and other terrestrial objects. The Great Bear, or Dipper, is worshipped as the residence of the fates, where the duration of life and other events relating to mankind are measured and meted out. Fears are excited by unusual phenomena among the heavenly bodies. Both the sun and the moon are worshipped by the government in appropriate temples on the east and west sides of Peking. Various star gods. Some of the star gods, such as the god of literature, the goddess of the North Star, the gods of happiness, longevity, etc., are noticed in other parts of this work. The cycle gods are also star gods. There are 60 years in a cycle, and over each of these presides a special star deity. The one worshipped is the one which gave light on the birthday of the worshipper, and therefore the latter burns candles before that particular image on each succeeding anniversary. These cycle gods are represented by most grotesque images: white, black, yellow, and red, ferocious gods with vindictive eyeballs popping out, and gentle faces as expressive as a lump of putty, some looking like men and some like women. In one temple, one of the 60 was in the form of a hog, and another in that of a goose. Here is an image with arms protruding out of his eye sockets, and eyes in the palms of his hands, looking downward to see the secret things within the earth. See that rabbit? Minerva-like, jumping from the divine head. Again a mud rat emerges from his occipital hiding place, and lo, a snake comes coiling from the brain of another god. So the long line serves as models for an artist who desires to study the fantastic. Shooting the heavenly dog. In the family sleeping apartments in Chinese houses, hang pictures of Chang Xin, a white-faced, long-bearded man with a little boy by his side, and in his hand a bow and arrow, with which he is shooting the heavenly dog. The dog is the dog star, and if the fate asterisk of the family is under this star, there will be no son, or the child will be short-lived. Chang Xin is the patron of childbearing women, and was worshipped under the Song dynasty by women desirous of offspring. The introduction of this name into the Chinese pantheon is due to an incident in the history of Huaji Fujin, a name given to Lady Fei, concubine of Meng Chong, the last ruler of the later Shu state, AD 935 to 964. When she was brought from Shu to grace the harem of the founder of the Song dynasty, in AD 960, she is said to have preserved secretly the portrait of her former lord, the Prince of Shu, whose memory she passionately cherished. Jealously questioned by her new consort respecting her devotion to this picture, she declared it to beta representation of Chang Xin, the divine being worshipped by women desirous of offspring. Opinions differ as to the origin of the worship. One account says that the Emperor Jin Song of the Song dynasty saw in a dream a beautiful young man with white skin and black hair, carrying a bow in his hand. He said to the emperor, "The star Tian Ko, heavenly dog, in the heavens is hiding the sun and moon, and on earth, devouring small children. It is only my presence which keeps him at bay." On waking, the emperor at once ordered the young man's portrait to be painted and exhibited, and from that time childless families would write the name Chang Xin on tablets and worship them. Another account describes Chang Xin as the spirit of the star Chang. In the popular representations, Chang Xin is seen in the form of a distinguished personage drawing a bow. The spirit of the star Chang is supposed to preside over the kitchen of heaven and to arrange the banquets given by the gods. The Sun King. The worship of the sun is part of the state religion, and the officials make their offerings to the sun tablet. The moon also is worshipped. At the harvest moon, the full moon of the 8th month, the Chinese bow before the heavenly luminary, and each family burns incense as an offering. Thus, 100,000 classes all receive the blessings of the icy wheel in the Milky Way along the heavenly street, a mirror always bright. In Chinese illustrations, we see the moon palace of Chang Zero, who stole the pill of immortality and flew to the moon, the fragrant tree which one of the genii tried to cut down, and a hare pestling medicine in a mortar. This refers to the following legend. The sun and the moon are both included by the Chinese among the stars, the spirit of the former being called Taiyang Ti Qin, the Sun King, or Jai Kung Si Chiqiang, Si Chi Shang of the solar palace, that of the latter Taiyin Huang Qin, the Moon Queen, or Yihu Changzero. Changzero of the Lunar Palace. Chi Cheng, Ci lived in the reign of Xinyan Huangti, who appointed him director of construction and furnishing. When Xinyan went on his visit to Zero Mei Shan, a mountain in Sfichin, Sicheng, Thi obtained permission to accompany him. Their object was to be initiated into the doctrine of immortality. The emperor was instructed in the secrets of the doctrine by Tai Huangjin, the spirit of this famous mountain, who, when he was about to take his departure, begged him to allow Cheng Fi to remain with him. The new hermit went out every day to gather the flowering plants which formed the only food of his master, Tai Huangjin, and he also took to eating these flowers, so that his body gradually became spiritualized. The steep summit. One day Tai Huangjin sent him to cut some bamboo on the summit of Omei Shan, distant more than 300 li from the place where they lived. When he reached the base of the summit, all of a sudden 3 giddy peaks confronted him, so dangerous that even the monkeys and other animals dared not attempt to scale them. But he took his courage in his hands, climbed the steep slope, and by sheer energy reached the summit. Having cut the bamboos, he tried to descend, but the rocks rose like a wall and sharp points all round him, and he could not find a foothold anywhere. Then, laden with the bamboos, he threw himself into the air, and was borne on the wings of the wind. He came forth safe and sound at the foot of the mountain, and ran with the bamboos to his master. On account of this feat, he was considered advanced enough to be admitted to instruction in the doctrine. The divine archer. The Emperor Yao, in the 12th year of his reign, 2346 BC, one day, while walking in the streets of Huayang, met a man carrying a bow and arrows, the bow being bound round with a piece of red stuff. This was Chi Cheng Tsiyu. He told the emperor he was a skillful archer and could fly in the air on the wings of the wind. Yao, to test his skill, ordered him to shoot one of his arrows at a pine tree on the top of a neighboring mountain. Chi shot an arrow which transfixed the tree, and then jumped on to a current of air to go and fetch the arrow back. Because of this, the emperor named him Shenai, the divine archer attached him to his suite, and appointed him chief mechanician of all works in wood. He continued to live only on flowers. Vanquishes the Ivan spirit. At this time, terrible calamities began to lay waste the land. 10 suns appeared in the sky, the heat of which burnt up all the crops. Dreadful storms uprooted trees and overturned houses. Floods overspread the country. Near the Tungtiji Lake, a serpent, 1,000 feet long, devoured human beings, and wild boars of enormous size did great damage in the eastern part of the kingdom. Yao ordered Shun I to go and slay the devils and monsters who were causing all this mischief, placing 300 men at his service for that purpose. Shun I took up his post on Mount Qing Chiu to study the cause of the devastating storms, and found that these tempests were released by Fei Lin, the spirit of the wind, who blew them out of a sack. As we shall see when considering the thunder myths, the ensuing conflict ended in Fei Lin suing for mercy and swearing friendship to his victor, whereupon the storms ceased. Dispels the 9 false suns. After this first victory, Shun I led his troops to the banks of the Shiho, West River, at Linshan. Here He discovered that on 3 neighboring peaks 9 extraordinary birds were blowing out fire and thus forming 9 new suns in the sky. Shun I shot 9 arrows in succession, pierced the birds, and immediately the 9 false suns resolved themselves into red clouds and melted away. Shun I and his soldiers found the 9 arrows stuck in 9 red stones at the top of the mountain. Mary's the sister of the Ifatter's Firet. Shun I then led his soldiers to Kaoyang, where the river had risen and formed an immense torrent. He shot an arrow into the water, which thereupon withdrew to its source. In the flood he saw a man clothed in white, riding a white horse and accompanied by a dozen attendants. He quickly discharged an arrow, striking him in the left eye, and the horseman at once took to flight. He was accompanied by a young woman named Hung Zero, the younger sister of Ho Pu, the spirit off the waters. Shun I shot an arrow into her hair. She turned and thanked him for sparing her life, adding, "I will agree to be your wife." After these events had been duly reported to the Emperor Yao, the wedding took place. Slays various dangerous creatures. 3 months later, Yao ordered Shun I to go and kill the great Tung Tenji serpent. An arrow in the left, I laid him out stark and dead. The wild boars also were all caught in traps and slain. As a reward for these achievements, Yao canonized Shun I with the title of Marquis Pacifier of the country. Builds a palace for Qin Mu. About this time, Taiwu Fujian, the third daughter of Shi Wangmu, had entered a nunnery on Nanmin Shan, to the north of Lofo Shan, where her mother's palace was situated. She mounted a dragon to visit her mother, and all along the course left a streak of light in her wake. One day the Emperor Yao, from the top of Xingyun Shan, saw this track of light, and asked Shun I the cause of this unusual phenomenon. The latter mounted the current of luminous air, and letting it carry him whither it listed, found himself on Lofo Shan, in front of the door of the mountain, which was guarded by a great spiritual monster. On seeing Shun I, this creature called together a large number of phoenixes and other birds of gigantic size and set them at Shun I. One arrow, however, settled the matter. They all fled. The door opened, and a lady followed by 10 attendants presented herself. She was no other than Qin Mu herself. Shun I, having saluted her and explained the object of his visit, was admitted to the goddess's palace and royally entertained. I have heard, said Shun I to her, that you possess the pills of immortality. I beg you to give me one ortwo. You are a well-known architect, replied Qin Mu. Please build me a palace near this mountain. Together they went to inspect a celebrated site known as Peking Shan, *White Jade Tortoise Mountain, and fixed upon it as the location of the new abode of the goddess. Shun I had all the spirits of the mountain to work for him. The walls were built of jade, sweet-smelling woods were used for the framework and wainscoting, the roof was of glass, the steps of agate. On a fortnight's time 16 palace buildings stretched magnificently along the side of the mountain. Qin Mu gave to the architect a wonderful pill which would bestow upon him immortality as well as the faculty of being able at will to fly through the air. But, she said, it must not be eaten now. You must first go through a 12 months preparatory course of exercise and diet, without which the pill will not have all the desired results. Shani thanked the goddess, took leave of her, and, returning to the emperor, related to him all that had happened. Kills Chiseltooth. On reaching home, the archer hid his precious pill under a rafter, lest anyone should steal it, and then began the preparatory course in immortality. At this time there appeared in the south a strange man named Sociology, Chiseltooth. He had round eyes and a long projecting tooth. He was a well-known criminal. Yao ordered Shun I and his small band of brave followers to deal with this new enemy. This extraordinary man lived in a cave, and when Shun I and his men arrived he emerged brandishing a padlock. Shun I broke his long tooth by shooting an arrow at it, and Sociology fled, but was struck in the back and laid low by another arrow from Shun I. The victor took the broken tooth with him as a trophy. Hung Zero flies to the moon. Hung Zero, during her husband's absence, saw a white light which seemed to issue from a beam in the roof, while a most delicious odor filled every room. By the aid of a ladder she reached up to the spot whence the light came, found the pill of immortality, and ate it. She suddenly felt that she was freed from the operation of the laws of gravity, and as if she had wings, and was just essaying her first flight when Shun I returned. He went to look for his pill, and, not finding it, asked Hung Zero what had happened. The young wife, seized with fear, opened the window and flew out. Shun I took his bow and pursued her. The moon was full, the night clear, and he saw his wife flying rapidly in front of him, only about the size of a toad. Just when he was redoubling his pace to catch her up, a blast of wind struck him to the ground like a dead leaf. Hung Zero continued her flight until she reached a luminous sphere, shining like glass, of enormous size, and very cold. The only vegetation consisted of cinnamon trees. No living being was to be seen. All of a sudden she began to cough, and vomited the covering of the pill of immortality, which was changed into a rabbit as white as the purest jade. This was the ancestor of the spirituality of the YTNY, or female, principle. Hung Zero noticed a bitter taste in her mouth, drank some dew, and, feeling hungry, ate some cinnamon. She took up her abode in this sphere. As to Shun I, he was carried by the hurricane up into a high mountain. Finding himself before the door of Apolis, he was invited to enter, and found that it was the palace of Tung Hua Ti Chin, otherwise Tung Wang Kong, the husband of Shi Wangmu, the Sun Palace and the Bird of Dawn. The god of the immortals said to Shun I, "You must not be annoyed with Hung Zero. Everybody's fate is settled beforehand. Your labors are nearing an end, and you will become an immortal. It was I who let loose the whirlwind that brought you here. Hung Zero, through having borrowed the forces which by right belong to you, is now an immortal in the palace of the moon. As for you, you deserve much for having so bravely fought the 9 false suns. As a reward, you shall have the palace of the sun. Thus the yin and the yang will be united in marriage. This said, Tung Huati Chun ordered his servants to bring a red Chinese sarsaparilla cake with a lunar talisman. Eat this cake, he said. It will protect you from the heat of the solar hearth. And by wearing this talisman, you will be able to visit the lunar palace of Hung Zero. But the converse does not hold good, for your wife will not have access to the solar palace. This is why the light of the moon has its birth in the sun and decreases in proportion to its distance from the sun, the moon being light or dark according as the sun comes and goes. Shani ate the sarsaparilla cake, attached the talisman to his body, thanked the god, and prepared to leave. Tung Wang Kung said to him, "The sun rises and sets at fixed times. You do not yet know the laws of day and night. It is absolutely necessary for you to take with you the bird with the golden plumage, which will sing to advise you of the exact times of the rising, culmination, and setting of the sun." "Where is this bird to be found?" asked Shanai. "It is the one you hear Kalingla. La. It is the ancestor of the spirituality of the yang, or male, principle. Through having eaten the active principle of the sun, it has assumed the form of a three-footed bird, which perches on the Fusang tree, a tree said to grow at the place where the sun rises, in the middle of the eastern sea. This tree is several thousands of feet in height and of gigantic girth. The bird keeps near the source of the dawn, and when it sees the sun taking his morning bath, gives vent to a cry that shakes the heavens and wakes up all humanity. That is why I ordered Ling Chinsfai to put it in a cage on Taohua Shan, Peach Blossom Hill. Since then its cries have been less harsh. Go and fetch it and take it to the palace of the sun. Then you will understand all the laws of the daily movements." He then wrote a charm which Shun I was to present to Ling Chinsi to make him open the cage and hand the golden bird over to him. The charm worked, and Ling Chinsi opened the cage. The bird of golden plumage had a sonorous voice and majestic bearing. "This bird," he said, "lays eggs, which hatch out nestlings with red combs, who answer him every morning when he starts crowing. He is usually called the cock of heaven and the cock's down. Here which crow morning and evening are descendants of the celestial cock." Shanai visits the moon. Shanai, riding on the celestial bird, traversed the air and reached the disk of the sun just at midday. He found himself carried into the center of an immense horizon, as large as the earth, and did not perceive the rotatory movement of the sun. He then enjoyed complete happiness without care or trouble. The thought of the happy hours passed with his wife Hung Zero, however, came back to memory, and, borne on a ray of sunlight, he flew to the moon. He saw the cinnamon trees and the frozen-looking horizon. Going to a secluded spot, he found Hung Zero there all alone. On seeing him, she was about to run away, but Shin I took her hand and reassured her. "I am now living in the solar palace," he said. "Do not let the past annoy you." Shin I cut down some cinnamon trees, used them for pillars, shaped some precious stones, and so built a palace, which he named Kwanghan Kung, Palace of Great Cold. From that time forth, on the 15th day of every moon, he went to visit her in her palace. That is the conjunction of the yang and yin, male and female principles, which causes the great brilliancy of the moon at that epoch. Shanai, on returning to his solar kingdom, built a wonderful palace, which he called the Palace of the Lonely Park. From that time the sun and moon each had their ruling sovereign. This regime dates from the 49th year, 2309 BC, of Yao's reign. When the old emperor was informed that Shanai and his wife had both gone up to heaven, he was much grieved to lose the man who had rendered him such valuable service, and bestowed upon him the posthumous title of Tsung Pu, governor of countries. In the representations of this god and goddess, the former is shown holding the sun, the latter the moon. The Chinese add the sequel that Hung Zero became changed into a toad, whose outline is traceable on the moon's surface. Star worship. The star deities are adored by parents on behalf of their children. They control courtship and marriage, bring prosperity or adversity in business, send pestilence-seamed war, regulate rainfall and drought, and command angels and demons. So every event in life is determined by the star ruler, who at that time from the shining firmament manages the destinies of men and nations. The worship is performed in the native homes, either by astrologers engaged for that purpose or by Taoist priests. In times of sickness, 10 paper star gods are arranged, 5 good on one side and 5 bad on the other. A feast is placed before them, and it is supposed that when the Bad have eaten enough, they will take their flight to the southwest. The propitiation of the good star gods is in the hope that they will expel the evil stars, and happiness thus be obtained. The practical effect of this worship is seen in the following examples taken from the Chinese list of 129 lucky and unlucky stars, which, with the 60 cycle stars and the 28 constellations, besides a vast multitude of others, make up the celestial galaxy worshipped by China's millions. The orphan star enables a woman to become a man. The star of pleasure decides on betrothals, binding the feet of those destined to be lovers with silver cords. The bone-piercing star produces rheumatism. The morning star, if not worshipped, kills the father or mother during the year. The balustrade star promotes lawsuits. The three-corpse star controls suicide. The peach blossom star lunacy, and so on. The herdsman and the eye weaver girl. In the myths and legends which have clustered about the observations of the stars by the Chinese, there are subjects for pictorial illustration without number. One of these stories is the fable of Aquila and Vega, known in Chinese mythology as the herdsman and the weaver girl. The latter, the daughter of the sun god, was so constantly busied with her loom that her father became worried at her close habits and thought that by marrying her to a neighbor who herded cattle on the banks of the silver stream of heaven, the Milky Way, she might awake to a brighter manner of living. No sooner did the maiden become wife than her habits and character utterly changed for the worse. She became not only very merry and lively, but quite forsook loom and needle, giving up her nights and days to play and idleness. No silly lover could have been more foolish than she. The Sun King, in great wrath at all this, concluded that the husband was the cause of it, and determined to separate the couple. So he ordered him to remove to the other side of the river of stars, and told him that hereafter they should meet only once a year, on the 7th night of the 7th month. To make a bridge over the flood of stars, the Sun King called myriads of magpies, who thereupon flew together, and, making a bridge, supported the poor lover on their wings and backs, as if on a roadway of solid land. So, bidding his weeping wife farewell, the lover-husband sorrowfully crossed the river of heaven, and all the magpies instantly flew away. But the two were separated, the one to lead his ox, the other to ply her shuttle during the long hours of the day with diligent toil, and the Sun King again rejoiced in his daughter's industry. At last the time for their reunion drew near, and only one fear possessed the loving wife. What if it should rain? For the river of heaven is always full to the brim, and one extra drop causes a flood which sweeps away even the bird bridge. But not a drop fell. All the heavens were clear. The magpies flew joyfully in myriads, making a way for the tiny feet of the little lady. Trembling with joy, and with heart fluttering more than a bridge of wings, she crossed the river of heaven and was in the arms of her husband. This she did every year. The husband stayed on his side of the river, and the wife came to him on the magpie bridge, savvy in the sad occasions when it rained. So every year the people hope for clear weather, and the happy festival is celebrated alike by old and young. These two constellations are worshipped principally by women, that they may gain cunning in the arts of needlework and making of fancy flowers. Watermelons, fruits, vegetables, cakes, etc., are placed with incense in the reception room, and before these offerings are performed the kneeling and the knocking of the head on the ground in the usual way. The 28 constellations. Sacrifices were offered to these spirits by the emperor on the marble altar of the Temple of Heaven, and by the high officials throughout the provinces. Of the 28, the following are regarded as propitious, namely, the horned, room, tail, sieve, bushel, house, wall, mound, stomach, and bristling, well-drawn bow, and revolving constellations, the neck, bottom, heart, cow, female, empty, danger, astride, cock, mixed, demon, willow, star, wing, are unpropitious. The 28 constellations seem to have become the abodes of gods as a result of the defeat of a Taoist patriarch, Tungtin Chaochu, who had espoused the cause of the tyrant Chou, when he and all his followers were slaughtered by the heavenly hosts in the terrible catastrophe known as the Battle of the 10,000 Immortals. Chang Tsuya, as a reward, conferred on them the uppunnage of the 28 constellations. The 5 planets, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Mars, and Saturn, are also the abodes of stellar divinities, called the white, green, black, red, and yellow rulers respectively. Stars good and bad are all likewise inhabited by gods or demons. a victim of Ta Chi. Concerning Tsu Wei Xing, the constellation Tizijue, North Circumpolar Stars, of which the stellar deity is Paike *AO, the following legend is related in the FTNG Shin. Yanai, Paike was the eldest son of Wen Wang, and governed the kingdom during the 7 years that the old king was detained as a prisoner of the tyrant Cho, that he did everything possible to procure his father's release. Knowing the tastes of the cruel king, he sent him for his harem 10 of the prettiest women who could be found, accompanied by 7 chariots made of perfumed wood, and a white-faced monkey of marvelous intelligence. Besides these, he included in his presence a magic carpet, on which it was necessary only to sit in order to recover immediately from the effects of drunkenness. Unfortunately for Paikao, Chao's favorite concubine, Ta Chi, conceived a passion for him and had recourse to all sorts of ruses to catch him in her net, but his conduct was throughout irreproachable. Vexed by his indifference, she tried slander in order to bring about his ruin. But her calumnies did not at first have the result she expected. Cho, after inquiry, was convinced of the innocence of Pa, but an accident spoiled everything. In the middle of an amusing seance, the monkey which had been given to the king by Pa perceived some sweets in the hand of Ta Chi, and, jumping onto her body, snatched them from her. The king and his concubine were furious. Cho had the monkey killed forthwith, and Ta Chi accused Paikao of having brought the animal into the palace with the object of making an attempt on the lives of the king and herself. But the prince explained that the monkey, being only an animal, could not grasp even the first idea of entering into a conspiracy. Shortly after this, Pa committed an unpardonable fault, which changed the goodwill of the king into mortal enmity. He allowed himself to go so far as to suggest to the king that he should break off his relations with this infamous woman, the source of all the woes which weary desolating the kingdom. And when Ta Chi on this account grossly insulted him, he struck her with his lute. For this offense, Ta Chi caused him to be crucified in the palace. Large nails were driven through his hands and feet, and his flesh was cut off in pieces. Not content with ruining Paikao, this wretched woman wished also to ruin Wen Wang. She therefore advised the king to have the flesh of the murdered man made up into rissoles and sent as a present to his father. If he refused to eat the flesh of his own son, he was to be accused of contempt for the king, and there would thus be a pretext for having him executed. When Carrot Ong, being versed in divination and the science of the Pa Qua, 8 trigrams, knew that these rissoles contained the flesh of his son, and to avoid the snare spread for him, he ate 3 off the rissoles in the presence of the royal envoys. On their return, the latter reported this to the king, who found himself helpless on learning of Wen Wang's conduct. Paikao was canonized by Chang Tstia and appointed ruler of the constellation Tsu Wei of the North Polar Heavens. Myths of Time. Tai Sui is the celestial spirit who presides over the year. He is the president of the Ministry of Time. This god is much to be feared. Whoever offends against him is sure to be destroyed. He strikes when least expected. Tai Sui is also the ministry itself, whose members, numbering 120, are set over time, years, months, and days. The conception is held by some writers to be of Chaldeo-Assyrian origin. The god Tai Sui is not mentioned in the Tang and Sung rituals, but in the Yuan dynasty, AD 1280 to 1368, sacrifices were offered to him in the College of the Grand Historiographer whenever any work of importance was about to be undertaken. Under this dynasty, the sacrifices were offered to Tai Sui and to the ruling gods of the months and of the days. But these sacrifices were not offered at regular times. It was only at the beginning of the Qing, Manchu, dynasty, 1644 to 1912, that it was decided to offer the sacrifices at fixed periods. The planet Jupiter. Tai Sui corresponds to the planet Jupiter. He travels across the sky, passing through the 12 sidereal mansions. He is a stellar god. Therefore an altar is raised to him and sacrifices are offered on it under the open sky. This practice dates from the beginning of the Ming dynasty, when the Emperor Tai Tzu ordered sacrifices to this god to be made throughout the empire. According to some authors, he corresponds to the god of the 12 sidereal mansions. He is also variously represented as the moon, which turns to the left in the sky, and the sun, which turns to the right. The diviners gave to Tai Sui the title of Grand Marshal, following the example of the usurper Wang Mang, AD 9 to 23, of the Western Han Dynasty, who gave that title to the year star. Legend of Tai Sui. The following is the legend of Tai Sui. Tai Sui was the son of the Emperor Chou, the last of the Yin dynasty. His mother was Queen Cheng. When he was born, he looked like a lump of formless flesh. The infamous Ta Chi, the favorite concubine of this wicked emperor, at once informed him that a monster had been born in the palace, and the overcredulous sovereign ordered that it should immediately be cast outside the city. Shenzhen, who was passing, saw the small abandoned one, and said, "This is an immortal who has just been born." With his knife he cut open the caul which enveloped it, and the child was exposed. His protector carried him to the cave Shui Lin, where he led the life of a hermit, and entrusted the infant Toho Shinku, who acted as his nurse and brought him up. The child's hermit name was Yin Ting Nu, his ordinary name Yin No Cha, but during his boyhood he was known as Yin Chao, in the deserted of the suburb. When he had reached an age when he was sufficiently intelligent, his nurse informed him that he was not Herdsman, but really the son of the Emperor Chou, who, deceived by the calumnies of his favorite Ta Chi, had taken him for an evil monster and had him cast out of the palace. His mother had been thrown down from an upper story and killed. Yin Chao went to his rescuer and begged him to allow him to avenge his mother's death. The goddess Tian Fei, the heavenly concubine, picked out 2 magic weapons from the armory in the cave, a battle axe and club, both of gold, and gave them to Yin Chao. When the Shang army was defeated at Mu Ye, Yin Chao broke into a tower where Ta Chi was, seized her, and brought her before the victor, King Wu, who gave him permission to split her head open with his battle axe. But Ta Chi was a spiritual hen pheasant, some say a spiritual vixen. She transformed herself into smoke and disappeared. To reward Yin Chao for his filial piety and bravery in fighting the demons, Ut canonized him with the title Tai Sui Martial Yin. According to another version of the legend, Yin Chao fought on the side of the Yin against Wu Wang, and after many adventures was caught by Jan Tung between 2 mountains, which he pressed together, leaving only Yin Chao's head exposed above the summits. The general Wu Qi promptly cut it off with a spade. Chang Tsuya subsequently canonized Yin Chao. Worship of Tai Sui. The worship of Tai Sui seems to have first taken place in the reign of Shun Tsung, AD 1068-86, of the Sung dynasty, and was continued during the remainder of the monarchical period. The object of the worship is to avert calamities, Tai Sui being a dangerous spirit who can do injury to palaces and cottages, to people in their houses as well as to travelers on the roads. But he has this peculiarity, that he injures persons and things not in the district in which he himself is, but in those districts which adjoin it. Thus, if some constructive work is undertaken in a region where Tai Sui happens to be, the inhabitants of the neighboring districts take precautions against his evil influence. This they generally do by hanging out the appropriate talisman. In order to ascertain in what region Tai Sui is at any particular time, an elaborate diagram is consulted. This consists of a representation of the 12 terrestrial branches or stems, Ti Chi, and the 10 celestial trunks, Tien Can, indicating the cardinal points and the intermediate points, northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. The 4 cardinal points are further verified with the 8 of the 5 elements, the 5 colors, and the 8 trigrams. By using this device, it is possible to find the geographical position of Tai Sui during the current year, the position of threatened districts, and the methods to be employed to provide against danger. Chapter 6. Myths of Thunder, Lightning, Wind, and Rain. The Ministry of Thunder and Storms. As already noted, affairs in the otherworld are managed by official bureaus or ministries very similar to those on Earth. The FSNG Shin Yanai mentions several of these and gives full details of their constitution. The first is the Ministry of Thunder and Storms. This is composed of a large number of officials. The principal ones are Lei Tzu, the ancestor of thunder, Lei Kong, the Duke of Thunder, Tian Mu, the Mother of Lightning, Feng Pu, the Count of Wind, and Yu Shi, the Master of Rain. These correspond to the Buddhist Ajuras, the 4th class of sentient beings, the mightiest of all demons, titanic enemies of the Dvaivas, and the Vedic Maruta, storm demons. In the temples, Lei Tzu is placed in the center with the other 4 to right and left. There are also sometimes represented other gods of rain or attendants. These are Xing Tian Chun and Tao Tian Chun, both officers of Wencheng, or Lei Tzu, Ma Yan Shui, Generalissimo Ma, whose exploits are referred to later, and others. The President of the Ministry of Thunder. This divinity has 3 eyes, one in the middle of his forehead, from which, when open, a ray of white light proceeds to a distance of more than 2 feet. Mounted in a black unicorn, he traverses millions of miles in the twinkling of an eye. His origin is ascribed to a man named Wencheng, generally known as Wencheng Taishi, for the great teacher Wencheng / he was a minister of the tyrant King Chou, in 54 to 122 BC, and fought against the armies of the Chou dynasty. Being defeated, he fled to the mountains of Yanshan, where he met Qingxi, one of the alleged discoverers of fire, and joined battle with him. The latter, however, flashed his yin-yang mirror at the unicorn and put it out of action. Lei Chen-Su, one of Wu Wang's marshals, then struck the animal with his staff and severed it in twain. Wencheng escaped in the direction of the mountains of Chulungling, where another marshal, Yin Chengsu, barred his way. Aitan's hands had the power of producing lightning, and 8 columns of mysterious fire suddenly came out of the earth, completely enveloping Wencheng. They were 30 feet high and 10 feet in circumference. 90 fiery dragons came out of each and flew away up into the air. The sky was like a furnace, and the earth shook with the awful claps of thunder. In this fiery prison, Wencheng died. When the new dynasty finally proved victorious, Chang Tsuya, by order of Yan Shitian's son, conferred on Wencheng the supreme direction of the Ministry of Thunder, appointing him celestial prince and plenipotentiary defender of the laws governing the distribution of clouds and rain. His full title was celestial and highly honored head of the 9 orbits of the heavens, voice of the thunder, and regulator of the universe. His birthday is celebrated on the 24th day of the 6th moon. The Duke of Thunder, the spirit of thunder, for whom Lei Tzu is often mistaken, is represented as an ugly, black, bat-winged demon, with clawed feet, monkey's head, and eagle's beak, who holds in one hand a steel chisel, and in the other a spiritual hammer, with which he beats numerous drums strung about him, thus producing the terrific noise of thunder. According to Chinese reasoning, it is the sound of these drums, and not the lightning, which causes death. A. Gruenwedel, in his guide to the Lamuist collection of Prince Uktomsky, page 161, states that the Chino-Japanese god of thunder, Lei Kung, has the shape of the Indian divine bird Garuda. Are we to suppose, then, that the Chinese Lei Kung is of Indian origin? In modern pictures, the god of thunder is depicted with a cock's head and claws, carrying in one hand the hammer, in the other the chisel. We learn, however, from Wang Sicheng's Luan Hung that in the 1st century BC, when Buddhism was not yet introduced into China, the thunderer was represented as a strong man, not as a bird, with one hand dragging a cluster of drums, and with the other brandishing a hammer. Thus Lei Kung existed already in China when the latter received her first knowledge of India. Yet his modern image may well owe its wings to the Indian rain god Vajrapani, who in one form appears with Garuda wings. Lei Kung Puese, the avatar of Lei Kung, whose existence as the spirit of thunder is denied by at least one Chinese writer, has made various appearances on the earth. One of these is described below. Lei Kung in the tree. A certain Ye Xiaqian Chao of Hsn Chou, when a youth, used to climb the mountain Qiansechongshan for the purpose of cutting firewood and collecting medicinal herbs. One day, when he had taken refuge under a tree, during a rainstorm there was a loud clap of thunder, and he saw a winged being, with a blue face, large mouth, and bird's claws, caught in a cleft of the tree. This being addressed Ye, saying, "I am Lei Kung. In splitting this tree I got caught in it. If you will free me, I will reward you handsomely." The woodcutter opened the cleft wider by driving in some stones as wedges, and liberated the prisoner. "Return to this spot tomorrow," said the latter, "and I will reward you." The next day the woodcutter kept the appointment, and received from Lei Kung a book. "If you consult this work," he explained, "you will be able at will to bring thunder or rain, cure sickness, or assuage sorrow. We are 5 brothers, of whom I am the youngest. When you want to bring rain, call one or other of my brothers, but call me only in case of pressing necessity, because I have a bad character, but one will come if it is really necessary." Having said these words, he disappeared. Ye Xiaqian Chao, by means of the prescriptions contained in the mysterious book, could cure illnesses as easily as the sun dissipates the morning mist. On Nativity, when he was intoxicated and had gone to bed in the temple of Chicho Su, the magistrate wished to arrest and punish him. But when he reached the steps off the yamen, Xiaqian Chao, called Lei Kung to his aid. A terrible clap of thunder immediately resounded throughout the district. The magistrate, nearly dead with fright, at once dismissed the case without punishing the culprit. The four brothers never failed to come to his aid. By the use of his power, Xiqianqiao saved many regions from famine by bringing timely rain. The mysterious bottle. Another legend relates that an old woman living in Qiangxi had her arm broken through being struck by lightning, when a voice from above was heard saying, "One have made a mistake." A bottle fell out of space, and the voice again said, "Apply the contents, and you will be healed at once." This being done, the old woman's arm was promptly mended. The villagers, regarding the contents of the bottle as divine medicine, wished to take it away and hide it for future use, but several of them together could not lift it from the ground. Suddenly, however, it rose up and disappeared into space. Other persons in Qiangxi were also struck, and the same voice was heard to say, "Apply some grubs to the throat, and they will recover." After this had been done, the victims returned to consciousness, none the worse for their experience. The worship of Lei Kung seems to have been carried on regularly from about the time of the Christian era. Lei Chinsu. Another son of thunder is Lei Chinsu, mentioned above, whose name when a child was Wen Yu, who was hatched from an egg after a clap of thunder and found by the soldiers of Wen Wang in some brushwood near an old tomb. The infant's chief characteristic was its brilliant eyes. Wen Wang, who already had 99 children, adopted it as his 100th, but gave it to a hermit named Yin Chung Tzu to rear as his disciple. The hermit showed him the way to rescue his adopted father from the tyrant who held him prisoner. In seeking for some powerful weapon, the child found on the hillside 2 apricots and ate them both. He then noticed that wings had grown on his shoulders and was too much ashamed to return home. But the hermit, who knew intuitively what had taken place, sent a servant to seek him. When they met, the servant said, "Do you know that your face is completely altered?" The mysterious fruit had not only caused Lei Chenxi to grow wings, known as wings of the wind and thunder, but his face had become green, his nose long and pointed, and 2 tusks protruded horizontally from each side of his mouth, while his eyes shone like mirrors. Lei Chenxi now went and rescued Wen Wang, dispersing his enemies by means of his mystical power and bringing the old man back on his shoulders. Having placed him in safety, he returned to the hermit, the mother of lightning. This divinity is represented as a female figure, gorgeously apparelled in blue, green, red, and white, holding in either hand a mirror from which proceed 2 broad streams or flashes of light. Lightning, say the Chinese, is caused by the rubbing together of the yin and the yang, just as sparks of fire may be produced by the friction of 2 substances. The origin of the spirit of lightning. Tung Wang Kung, the king of the immortals, was playing at pitchpot 1 with Yini. He lost, whereupon heaven smiled, and from its half-open mouth a ray of light came out. This was lightning. It is regarded as feminine because it is supposed to come from the earth, which is of the yin, or female, principle. The god of the Jade wind. Feng Pe, the god of the wind, is represented as an old man with a white beard, yellow cloak, and blue and red cap. He holds a large sack and directs the wind which comes from its mouth in any direction. There are various ideas regarding the nature of this deity. He is regarded as a stellar divinity under the control of the star Qi, one because the wind blows at the time when the moon leaves that celestial mansion. Haze, also said to be a dragon called Fei Lin, at first one of the supporters of the rebel Chihu, who was defeated by Huang Ti. Having been transformed into a spiritual monster, he stirred up tremendous winds in the southern regions. The Emperor Yao sent Shun Ai with 300 soldiers to quiet the storms and appease Chihu's relatives, who were wreaking their vengeance on the people. Shun Ai ordered the people to spread a long cloth in front of their houses, fixing it with stones. The wind, blowing against this, had to change its direction. Shun Ai then flew on the wind to the top of a high mountain, whence he saw a monster at the base. It had the shape of a huge yellow and white sack, and kept inhaling and exhaling in great gusts. Shun Ai, concluding that this was the cause of all these storms, shot an arrow and hit the monster, whereupon it took refuge in a deep cave. Here it turned in Shun Ai, and, drawing a sword, dared him to attack the mother of the winds. Shun Ai, however, bravely faced the monster and discharged another arrow, this time one in Sagittarius, or the Sieve, Chinese constellation of the leopard. Myths of thunder, lightning, pounds section FC, hitting it in the knee. The monster immediately threw down its sword and begged that its life might be spared. Fei Lin is elsewhere described as a dragon who was originally one of the wicked ministers of the tyrant Chou, and could walk with unheard of swiftness. Bo and his son Zero Lai, who was so strong that he could tear a tiger or rhinoceros to pieces with his hands, were killed when in the service of Chou Wang. Fei Lin is also said to have the body of a stag, about the size of a leopard, with a bird's head, horns, and a serpent's tail, and to be able to make the wind blow whenever he wishes. The Master of Rain. Yu Shi, the Master of Rain, clad in yellow scale armor, with a blue hat and yellow busby, stands on a cloud, and from a watering can pours rain upon the earth. Like many other gods, however, he is represented in various forms. Sometimes he holds a plate, on which is a small dragon, in his left hand, while with his right he pours down the rain. He is obviously the Purjanya of Vedism. According to a native account, the god of rain is once Ihij Sung Tzu, who appeared during a terrible drought in the reign of Shin Nung, 2838 to 2698 BC, and owing Tohi's reputed magical power was requested by the latter to bring rain from the sky. "Nothing is easier," he replied. "Pour a bottle full of water into an earthen bowl and give it to me." This being done, he plucked from a neighboring mountain a branch of a tree, soaked it in the water, and with it sprinkled the earth. Immediately clouds gathered and rain fell in torrents, filling the rivers to overflowing. Chih Sung Tzu was then honored as the god of rain, and his images show him holding the mystic bowl. He resides in the Kunlun Mountains and has many extraordinary peculiarities, such as the power to go through water without getting wet, to pass through fire without being burned, and to float in space. This rain god also assumes the form of a silkworm chrysalis in another account. He is there believed to possess a concubine who has a black face, holds a serpent in each hand, and has other serpents, red and green, reposing on her right and left ears respectively. Also a mysterious bird, with only one leg, the Shangyang, which can change its height at will and drink the seas dry. The following legend is related of this bird. The one-legged bird. At the time when Suan Ming Tajin instructed Fei Lin in the secrets of magic, the latter saw a wonderful bird which drew in water with its beak and blew it out again in the shape of rain. Fei Lin tamed it, and would take it about in his sleeve. Later on, a one-legged bird was seen in the palace of the Prince of Qi, walking up and down and hopping in front of the throne. Being much puzzled, the prince sent a messenger to Lu to inquire of Confucius concerning this strange behavior. "This bird is a Shangyang," said Confucius. "Its appearance is a sign of rain." In former times, the children used to amuse themselves by hopping on one foot, knitting their eyebrows, and saying, "It will rain," because the Shangyang is disporting himself. Since this bird has gone to Qi, heavy rain will fall, and the people should be told to dig channels and repair the dikes, for the whole country will be inundated. Not only Qi, but all the adjacent kingdoms were flooded. All sustained grievous damage except Qi, where the myths of thunder, lightning, and sea. Necessary precautions had been taken. This caused Duke Qing to exclaim, "Alas, how few listen to the words of the sages." Ma Yuan Shui. Ma Yuan Shui is a three-eyed monster condemned by Zhu Lai to reincarnation for excessive cruelty in the extermination of evil spirits. In order to obey this command, he entered the womb of Ma Qinmu in the form of 5 globes of fire. Being a precocious youth, he could fight when only 3 days old, and killed the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. From his instructor, he received a spiritual work dealing with wind, thunder, snakes, etc., and a triangular piece of stone which he could change into anything he liked. By order of Ut, he subdued the spirits of the wind and fire, the blue dragon, the king of the 5 dragons, and the spirit of the 500 fire ducks, all without injury to himself. For these and many other enterprises he was rewarded by Yi with various magic articles, and with the title of Generalissimo of the West, and is regarded as so successful an interceder with Yi that he is prayed to for all sorts of benefits. Chapter 7. Myths of the Waters. The Dragons. The dragons are spirits of the waters. The dragon is a kind of being whose miraculous changes are inscrutable. In a sense, the dragon is the type of a man, self-controlled, and with powers that verge upon the supernatural. In China, the dragon, except as noted below, is not a power for evil, but a beneficent being producing rain and representing the fecundating principle in nature. He is the essence of the yang, or male, principle. He controls the rain, and so holds in his power prosperity and peace. The evil dragons are those introduced by the Buddhists, who applied the current dragon legends to the Nagas inhabiting the mountains. These mountain Nagas, or dragons, perhaps originally dreaded mountain tribes, are harmful, those inhabiting lakes and rivers friendly and helpful. The dragon, the chief of the 306 stiscally reptiles, is most generally represented as having a head of a horse and the tail of a snake, with wings on its sides. It has 4 legs. The imperial dragon has 5 claws on each foot, other dragons only 4. The dragon is also said to have 9 resemblances asterisk. Its horns resemble those of a deer, its head that of a camel, its eyes those of a devil, its neck that of a snake, its abdomen that of a large cockle, its scales those of a carp, its claws those of an eagle, the soles of its feet those of a tiger, its ears those of an ox. But some have no ears, the organ of hearing being said to be in the horns, or the creature hears through its horns. These various properties are supposed to indicate the fossil remnants of primitive worship of many animals. The small dragon is like the silk caterpillar. The large dragon fills the heaven and the earth. Before the dragon, sometimes suspended from his neck, is a pearl. This represents the sun. There are azure, scaly, horned, hornless, winged, etc. dragons, which apparently evolve one out of the other. A horned dragon, for example, in 1,000 years, changes to a flying dragon. The dragon is also represented as the father of the great emperors of ancient times. His bones, teeth, and saliva are employed as a medicine. He has the power of transformation and of rendering himself visible or invisible at pleasure. In the spring he ascends to the skies, and in the autumn buries himself in the watery depths. Some are wingless and rise into the air by their own inherent power. There is the celestial dragon, who guards the mansions of the gods and supports them so that they do not fall. The divine dragon, who causes the Yigids to blow and produces rain for the benefit of mankind. The earth dragon, who marks out the courses of rivers and streams, and the dragon of the hidden treasures, who watches over the wealth concealed from mortals. The Buddhists count their dragons in number equal to the fish of the great deep, which defies arithmetical computation and can be expressed only by their sacred numerals. The people have a more certain faith in them than in most of their divinities, because they see them so often. Every cloud with a curious configuration or serpentine tail is a dragon. We see him, they say. The scattering of the cloud is his disappearance. He rules the hills, is connected with Feng Eschim, geomancy, dwells round the graves, is associated with the Confucian worship, is the Neptune of the sea, and appears on dryland. The Dragon Kings. The sea dragon kings live in gorgeous palaces in the depths of the sea, where they feed on pearls and opals. There are 5 of these divinities, the chief being in the center, and the other 4 occupying the north, the west, the south, and the east. Each is a league in length, and so bulky that in shifting its posture it tosses one mountain against another. It has 5 feet, one of them being in the middle of its belly, and each foot is armed with 5 sharp claws. It can reach into the heavens and stretch itself into all quarters of the sea. It has a glowing armor of yellow scales, a beard under its long snout, a hairy tail, and shaggy legs. Its forehead projects over its blazing eyes, its ears are small and thick, its mouth gaping, its tongue long, and its teeth sharp. Fish are boiled by the blast of its breath, and roasted by the fiery exhalations of its body. When it rises to the surface, the whole ocean surges, waterspouts foam, and typhoons rage. When it flies, wingless, through the air, the winds howl, torrents of rain descend, houses are unroofed, the firmament is filled with a din, and whatever lies along its route is swept away with a roar in the hurricane created by the speed of its passage. The 5 sea dragon kings are all immortal. They know each other's thoughts, plans, and wishes without intercommunication. Like all the other gods, they gunce a year to the superior heavens to make an annual report to the supreme ruler, but they go in the 3rd month, at which time none of the other gods dare appear, and their stay above is but brief. They generally remain in the depths of the ocean, where their courts are filled with their progeny, their dependents, and their attendants, acid where the gods and genii sometimes visit them. Their palaces, of diverse colored transparent stones, with crystal doors, are said to have been seen in the early morning by persons gazing into the deep waters. The foolish dragon. The part of the great Buddha legend referring to the dragon is as follows. In years gone by, A dragon living in the Great Sea saw that his wife's health was not good. He, seeing her color fade away, said, "My dear, what shall I get you to eat?" Mrs. Dragon was silent. "Just tell me and I will get it," pleaded the affectionate husband. "You cannot do it." "Why trouble?" quoth she. "Trust me, and you shall have your heart's desire," said the dragon. "Well, I want a monkey's heart to eat." "Why, Mrs. Dragon, the monkeys live in the mountain forests. How can I get one of their hearts?" "Well, I am going to die. I know I am." Forthwith the dragon went on shore, and, spying a monkey on the top of a tree, said, "Hail, shining one. Are you not afraid you will fall?" "No, I have Gnostic fear." "Why eat of one tree? Cross the sea, and you will find forests of fruit and flowers." "How can I cross?" "Get on my back." The dragon with his tiny load went seaward, and then suddenly dived down. "Where are you going?" said the monkey, with the salt water in his eyes and mouth. "Oh, my dear sir, my wife is very sad and ill, and has taken a fancy to your heart." "What shall I do?" thought the monkey. He then spoke, "Illustrious friend, why did not you tell me? I left my heart on the top of the tree. Take me back, and one will get it for Mrs. Dragon." The dragon returned to the shore. As the monkey was tardy in coming down from the tree, the dragon said, "Hurry up, little friend, I am waiting." Then the monkey thought within himself, "What a fool this dragon is." Then Buddha said to his followers, "At this time I was the monkey, the ministry of Ivaders. In the spirit world, there is a ministry which controls all things connected with the waters on earth, salt or fresh. Its main divisions are the Department of Salt Waters, presided over by 4 dragon kings, those of the east, south, west, and north, and the Department of Sweet Waters, presided over by the 4 kings, Su-Tu, of the 4 great rivers, the Blue, Chang, Yellow, Ho, Huai, and Shi, and the dragon spirits who control the secondary waters, the rivers, springs, lakes, pools, rapids. Into the names and functions of the very large number of officials connected with these departments it is unnecessary to enter. It will be sufficient here to refer only to those whose names are connected with myth or legend. An unauthorized portrait. One of these legends relates to the visit of Qin Shi Huangti, the first emperor, to the spirit of the sea, Yang Ho, originally a marquis, Bu, of the state Yang, who became a god through being drowned in the sea. Pa Shi, a Taoist priest, told the emperor that an enormous oyster vomited from the sea a mysterious substance which accumulated in the form of a tower, and was known as *the market of the sea *, Chinese for mirage. Every year, at a certain period, the breath from his mouth was like the rays of the sun. The emperor expressed a wish to see it, and Pa Shi said he would write a letter to the god of the sea, and the next day the emperor could behold the wonderful sight. The emperor then remembered a dream he had had the year before in which he saw 2 men fighting for the sun. The one killed the other and carried it off. He therefore wished to visit the country where the sun rose. Pa Shi said that all that was necessary was to throw rocks into the sea and build a bridge across them. Thereupon he rang his magic bell. The earth shook, and rocks began to rise up, but as they moved too slowly, he struck them with his whip, and blood came from them which left red marks in many places. The row of rocks extended as far as the shore of the sun country, but to build the bridge across them was found to be beyond the reach of human skill. So Pa Shi sent another messenger to the god of the sea, requesting him to raise a pillar and place a beam across it which could be used as a bridge. The submarine spirits came and placed themselves at the service of the emperor, who asked for an interview with the god. As the latter agreed on condition that no one should make a portrait of him, he being very ugly. Instantly a stone gangway 100,000 feet long rose out of the sea, and the emperor, mounting his horse, went with his courtiers to the palace of the god. Among his followers was one Lu Tengshi, who tried to draw a portrait of the god by using his foot under the surface of the water. Detecting this maneuver, the god was incensed and said to the emperor, "You have broken your word. Did you bring Lu here to insult me? Retire at once, or evil will befall you." The emperor, seeing that the situation was precarious, mounted his horse and galloped off. As soon as he reached the beach, the stone causeway sank, and all his suite perished in the waves. One of the court magicians said to the emperor, "This god ought to be feared as much as the god of thunder. Then he could be made to help us. Today a grave mistake has been made." For several days after this incident, the waves beat upon the beach with increasing fury. The emperor then built a temple and a pagoda to the god on Chi Fu Shan and Wunting Shan respectively, by which act of propitiation he was apparently appeased, the shipwrecked servant. Once the Eight Immortals, see Chapter 11, were on their way to Xichang Lishan to celebrate the birthday anniversary of Xin Wang, the god of longevity. They had with them a servant who bore the presents they intended to offer to the god. When they reached the seashore, the immortals walked on the waves without any difficulty. But Lan Tissao remarked that the servant was unable to follow them, and said that a means of transport must be found for him. So Tsao Quichiu took a plank of cypress wood and made a raft. But when they were in mid-ocean, a typhoon arose and upset the raft, and servant and present sank to the bottom of the sea. Regarding this as the hostile act of a water devil, the immortals said they must demand an explanation from the Dragon King, Ao Qin. Li Tiquai took his gourd, and, directing the mouth toward the bottom of the sea, created so brilliant a light that it illuminated the whole palace of the Sea King. Ao Qin, surprised, asked where this powerful light originated, and deputed a courier to ascertain its cause. To this messenger the immortals made their complaint. All we want, they added, is that the Dragon King shall restore to us our servant and the presents. On this, being reported to Ao Qin, he suspected his son of being the cause, and, having established his guilt, severely reprimanded him. The young prince took his sword, and, followed by an escort, went to find those who had made the complaint to his father. As soon as he caught sight of the immortals, he began to inveigh against them. A battle and its results. Han Xiang Tzu, not liking this undeserved abuse, changed his flute into a fishing line, and as soon as the dragon prince was within reach, caught him on the hook, with intent to retain him as a hostage. The prince escort returned in great haste and informed Qin of what had occurred. The latter declared that his son was in the wrong and proposed to restore the shipwrecked servant and the presents. The court officers, however, held a different opinion. These immortals, they said, dare to hold captive your majesty's son merely on account of a few lost presents and a shipwrecked servant. This is a great insult, which we ask permission to avenge. Eventually, they won over Ao Qin, and the armies of the deep gathered for the fray. The immortals called to their aid the other Taoist immortals and heroes, and thus two formidable armies found themselves face to face. Several attempts were made by other divinities to avert the conflict, but without success. The battle was a strenuous one. Ao Qin received a ball of fire full on his head, and his army was threatened with disaster when Tang Kashi appeared with his bottle of flustral water. He sprinkled the combatants with this magic fluid, using a willow branch for the purpose, thus causing all their magic powers to disappear. Shui Quan, the ruler of the watery elements, then arrived and reproached Ao Qin. He assured him that if the matter were to come to the knowledge of Shang-Ti, the supreme ruler, he would not only be severely punished, but would risk losing his post. Ao Sichin expressed penitence, restored the servant and the presents, and made full apology to the Eight Immortals. The dragon in the pond. One day Chang Taoling, the forefather of modern Taoism, was on Homingshan with his disciple Wang Xiechang. See, he said, that shaft of white light on Yangshan yonder. There are undoubtedly some bad spirits there. Let us go and bring them to reason. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they met 12 women who had the appearance of evil spirits. Chang Taoling asked them whence came the shaft of white light. They answered that it was the Een, Orfmale, principle of the earth. Where is the source of the salt water? He asked again. That pond in front of you, they replied, in which lives a very wicked dragon. Chang Taoling tried to force the dragon to come out, but without success. Then he drew a phoenix with golden wings on a charm and hurled it into the air, over the pond. Thereupon the dragon took fright and fled, the pond immediately drying up. After that Chang Taoling took his sword and stuck it in the ground, whereupon a well full of salt water appeared on the spot. The spirits of the well. The 12 women each offered Chang Taoling a jade earring, and asked that they might become his wives. He took the rings, and pressing them together in his hands made of them one large single ring. I will throw this ring into the well, he said, and the one of you who recovers it shall be my wife. All the 12 women jumped into the well to get the ring, whereupon Chang Taoling put a cover over it and fastened it down, telling them that henceforth they should be the spirits of the well and would never be allowed to come out. Shortly after this, Chang Taoling met a hunter. He exhorted him not to kill living beings, but to change his occupation to that of a salt burner, instructing him how to draw out the salt from saltwater wells. Thus the people of that district were advantaged both by being able to obtain the salt and by being no longer molested by the 12 female spirits. A temple, called Templioff the Prince of Qingho, was built by them, and the territory of Lingqiu was given to Chang Taoling in recognition of the benefits he had conferred upon the people. The Dragon King's daughter, a graduate named Lu Ai, in the reign period I Feng, AD 676 to 679, of the Emperor Cao Tsung of the Tang dynasty, having failed in his examination for his licentiate's degree, when passing through Qingyang Shin, in Xichang'an, Shenxi, on his way home, saw a young woman tending goats by the roadside. She said to him, "I am the youngest daughter of the Dragon King of the Tungtenji Lake. My parents married Matoth's son of the god of the river Qing, but my husband, misled by the slanders of the servants, repudiated me. I have heard that you are returning to the kingdom of Wu, which is quite close to my native district, so I want to ask you to take this letter to my father. To the Nordhof, the Tungtf and G Lake, you will find a large orange tree, called by the natives protector of the soil. Strike it 3 times with your girdle, and someone will appear." Some months later, the graduate went to the spot, found the orange tree, and struck it 3 times, whereupon a warrior arose from the lake and, saluting him, asked what he wanted. "I wish to see your great king," the graduate replied. The warrior struck the waters, opening a passage for Lu Ai, and led him to a palace. "This," he said, "is the palace of Ling Su." In a few minutes there appeared a person dressed in violet-colored clothes and holding in his hand a piece of jade. "This is our king," said the warrior. "I am your majesty's neighbor," replied Lu Ai. "I spent my youth in Chu and studied in Qin. I have just failed in my licentiate examination. On my way home, I saw your daughter tending some goats. She was all disheveled, and in so pitiable a condition that it hurt me to see her. She has sent you this letter. Golden Dragon, Great Prince." On reading the letter, the king wept, and all the courtiers followed his example. "Stop wailing," said the king, "lest Xichentiang hear." "Who is Xichentiang?" asked Lu Ai. "He is my dear brother," replied the king. "Formerly he was one of the chief administrators of the Xinjiang River. Now he is the chief god of rivers." "Why are you so afraid that he might hear what I have just told you?" "Because he has a terrible temper. It was he who, in the reign of Yao, caused a 9-year flood." Before he had finished speaking, a red dragon, 1,000 feet long, with red scales, mane of fire, bloody tongue, and eyes blazing like lightning, passed through the air with rapid flight and disappeared. Barely a few moments had elapsed when it returned with a young woman whom Lu Ai recognized as the one who had entrusted him with the letter. The Dragon King, overjoyed, said to him, "This is my daughter. Her husband is no more, and she offers you her hand." Lu did not dare to accept, since it appeared that they had just killed her husband. He took his departure and married a woman named Chang, who soon died. He then married another named Han, who also died. He then went to live at Nanking, and his solitude preying upon his spirits, he decided to marry yet again. A middleman spoke to him of a girl of Fengyang, in Chile, whose father, Hao, had been magistrate of Qinglu, in Anhui. This man was always absent on his travels, no one knew whither. The girl's mother, Chang, had married her 2 years before to a man named Chang of Qingho, in Chile, who had just died. Distressed at her daughter being left a widow so young, the mother wished to find another husband for her. Lu Ai agreed to marry this young woman, and at the end of a year they had a son. She then said to her husband, "I am the daughter of the king of the Tungtenji Lake. It was you who saved me from my miserable plight on the bank of the Qing, and I swore I would reward you. Formerly you refused to accept my hand, and my parents decided to marry me to the son of a silk merchant. I cut my hair, and never ceased to hope that I might some time or other be united to you, in order that I might show you my gratitude." In AD 712, in the reign period Kaiyan of the Emperor Suan Tsung of the Tang dynasty, they both returned to the Tungtenji Lake, but the legend says nothing further with regard to them. Shang Ti, the supreme ruler, conferred on Lu Ai the title of Qin Lung Ta Wang, for Golden Dragon Great Prince / the Old Mother of the Waters. The Old Mother of the Waters, Shuimu Nyang Nyang, is the legendary spirit of Suzhou, in Anhui. To her is popularly ascribed the destruction of the ancient city of Suzhou, which was completely submerged by the waters of the Hongzhe Lake in AD 1574. One author states that this goddess of the waters is the younger sister of the white spiritual elephant, a guardian of the door of Buddha. This elephant is the 44 subtle principle of metamorphosed water. In his recherches sur les superstitions en Chine, Perron Dor, S.J., relates the legends he had heard with regard to this deity. One of these is as follows. Shuimu Nyang Nyang inundated the town of Suchu almost every year. A report was presented to Yu Huang, Lord of the Skies, begging him to put an end to the scourge which devastated the country and cost so many lives. The Lord of the Skies commanded the great kings of the skies and their generals to raise troops and take the field in order to capture this goddess and deprive her of the power of doing further mischief. But her tricks triumphed over force, and the city continued to be periodically devastated by inundations. One day, Shuimu Nyang Yang was seen near the city gate carrying 2 buckets of water. Li Laochun suspected some plot, but an open attack being too risky. He preferred to adopt a ruse. He went and bought a donkey, led it to the buckets of water, and let it drink their contents. Unfortunately, the animal could not drink all the water, so that a little remained at the bottom off the buckets. Now these magical buckets contained the sources of the 5 Great Lakes, which held enough water to inundate the whole of China. Shuimu Nyang Yang with her foot overturned one of the buckets, and the water that had remained in it was enough to cause a formidable flood, which submerged the unfortunate town and buried it forever under the immense sheet of water called the Lake of Hongtse. So great a crime deserved an exemplary punishment, and accordingly Yu Huang sent reinforcements to his armies, and a pursuit of the goddess was methodically organized. The magic vermicelli, Sun Hotsu, the monkey's son, won the rapid courier, who in a single skip could traverse 108,000 li, 36,000 miles, started in pursuit and caught her up, but the astute goddess was clever enough to slip through his fingers. Sun Hotsu, furious at this setback, went to ask Kuan Pusa to come to his aid. She promised to do so. As one may imagine, the furious race she had had to escape from her enemy had given Shu Nyang Yang a good appetite. Exhausted with fatigue, and with an empty stomach, she caught sight of a woman selling vermicelli, who had just prepared 2 bowls of it and was awaiting customers. Shu Nyang Yang went up to her and began to eat the strength-giving food with avidity. No sooner had she eaten half of the vermicelli than it changed in her stomach into iron chains, which wound round her intestines. The end of the chain protruded from her mouth, and the contents of the bowl became another long chain, which welded itself to the end which stuck out beyond her lips. The vermicelli seller was no other than Kuan Pusa herself, who had conceived this stratagem as a means of ridding herself of this evil-working goddess. She ordered Sun Hotsu to take her down a deep well at the foot of a mountain in Sai'ai and to fasten her securely there. It is there that Shuimu Nyang Yang remains in her liquid prison. The end of the chain is to be seen when the water is low. Sai, the dragon slayer. Su Qinshin was a native either of Juning Fuanhonan or of Nanxiechong Fu in Qiangxi. His father was Su Su. His personal name was Qingqi, and his ordinary name Sun. At 41 years of age, when he was magistrate of Qingyang, near the modern Qichangshin, in Hupei, during times of drought he had only to touch a piece of tile to turn it into gold, and thus relieve the people of their distress. He also saved many lives by curing sickness through the use of talismans and magic formulae. During the period of the dynastic troubles, he resigned and joined the famous magician Kuo Pe. Together they proceeded to the minister Wang Tun, who had risen against the Eastern Qin dynasty. Kuo Pfo***s. Remonstrances only irritated the minister, who cut off his head. Su Sun then threw his chalice on the ridge pulley off the room, causing it to be whirled into the air. As Wang Tun was watching the career of the chalice, Su disappeared and escaped. When he reached Lu Qingke, OU, in Anhui, he boarded a boat, which 2 dragons towed into the offing and then raised into the air. In an instant they had borne it to the Lishan Mountains, to the south of Quqiang, in Qiangxi. The perplexed boatman opened the window of his boat and took a furtive look out. Thereupon the dragons, finding themselves discovered by an infidel, set the boat down on the top of the mountain and fled. The spiritual alligator. In this country was a dragon, or spiritual alligator, which transformed itself into a young man named Shinlang, and married Chiayu, daughter of the chief judge of Tanshou, Sichangsha Fu, capital of Hunan. The young people lived in rooms below the official apartments. During spring and summer Shinlang, as dragons are wont to do, roamed in the rivers and jakes. One day Su Qinshin met him, recognized him as a dragon, and knew that he was the cause of the numerous floods which were devastating Qiangxi province. He determined to find a means of getting rid of him. Shinlang, aware of the steps being taken against him, changed himself into a yellow ox and fled. Su Qinshan at once transformed himself into a black ox and started in pursuit. The yellow ox jumped down a well towhide, but the black ox followed suit. The yellow ox then jumped out again and escaped to Gongsha, where he reassumed a human form and lived with his wife in the home of his father-in-law. Su's son, returning to the town, hastened to the yamen and called to Shen Lang to come out and show himself, addressing him in a severe tone of voice as follows: "Dragon, how dare you hide yourself there under a borrowed form?" Shen Lang then reassumed the form of a spiritual alligator, and Su Sun ordered the spiritual soldiers to kill him. He then commanded his two sons to come out of their abode. By merely spurting a mouthful of water on them, he transformed them into young dragons. Chia Yu was told to vacate the rooms with all speed, and in the twinkling ofen eye the whole Yarian sank beneath the earth, and there remained nothing but a lake where it had been. Su Qinshan, after his victory over the dragon, assembled the members of his family, to the number of 42, on Xishan, outside the city of Nanxijiangfu, and all ascended to heaven in full daylight, taking with them even the dogs and chickens. He was then 133 years old. This took place on the first day of the 8th moon of the second year, AD 374, of the reign period Ninkong of the reign of the Emperor Xiao Wuti of the Eastern Qin dynasty. Subsequently, a temple was erected to him, and in AD 1111 he was canonized as just Prince, Admirable and Beneficent. The Great Flood. The repairing of the heavens by Nti Qua, elsewhere alluded to, is also attributed to the following incident. Before the Chinese Empire was founded, a noble and wonderful queen fought with the chief of the tribes who inhabited the country round about Omeishan. In a fierce battle, the chief and his followers met defeat. Raging with anger at being beaten by a woman, he rushed up the mountainside. The queen pursued him with her army and overtook him at the summit. Finding no place to hide himself, he attempted in desperation both to wreak vengeance upon his enemies and to end his own life by beating his head violently against the cane of the heavenly bamboo which grew there. By his mad battering heat last succeeded in knocking down the towering trunk off the tree, and as he did so its top tore great rents in the canopy of the sky, through which poured great floods of water, inundating the whole earth and drowning all the inhabitants except the victorious queen and her soldiers. The floods had no power to harm her or her followers, because she herself was an all-powerful divinity and was known as the Mother of the gods and the defender of the gods. From the mountainside she gathered together 6 tones of a kind having 5 colors and ground them into powder. Of this she made a plaster or mortar, with which she repaired the tears in the heavens, and the floods immediately ceased. The marriage of the river god. In Yexin there was a witch and some official attendants who collected money from the people yearly for the marriage of the river god. The witch would select a pretty girl of low birth and say that she should be the queen of the river god. The girl was bathed and clothed in a beautiful dress of gay and costly silk. She was then taken to the bank of the river, to a monastery which was beautifully decorated with scrolls and banners. A feast was held, and the girl was placed on a bed which was floated out upon the tide till it disappeared under the waters. Many families having beautiful daughters moved to distant places, and gradually the city became deserted. The common belief in Ye was that if no queen was offered to the river god, a flood would come and drown the people. One day Shimin Pao, magistrate of Yexin, said to his attendants, "When the marriage of the river god takes place, I wish to say farewell to the chosen girl." Accordingly, Shimin Pao was present to witness the ceremony. About 3,000 people had come together, standing beside the old, which were 10 of her female disciples. "Call the girl out," said Shimin Pao. After seeing her, Shimin Pao said to the witch, "She's not fair. Go you to the river god and tell him that we will find a fairer maid and present her to him later on." His attendants then seized the witch and threw her into the river. After a little while, Shimin Pao said, "Why do you stay so long? Send a disciple to call her back." One of the disciples was thrown into the river. Another and yet another followed. The magistrate then said, "The witches are females and therefore cannot bring may reply." So one of the official attendants of the witch was thrown into the river. Shimin Pao stood on the bank for a long time, apparently awaiting a reply. The spectators were alarmed. Shimin Pao then bade his attendants send the remaining disciples of the witch and the other official attendants to recall their mistress. The wretches threw themselves on their knees and knocked their heads on the ground, which was stained with the blood from their foreheads, and with tears confessed their sin. "The river god detains his guest too long," said Shimen Pao at length. "Let us adjourn." Thereafter none dared to celebrate the marriage of the river god. Legend of the building of Peking. When the Mongol Yuan dynasty had been destroyed, and the Emperor Hung Wu had succeeded in firmly establishing that of the great Ming, Ta Ming, he made Qinling, the present Nanking, his capital, and held his court there with great splendor. Envoys from every province within the 4 seas, the Chinese Empire, assembling there to witness his greatness and to prostrate themselves before the dragon throne. The emperor had many sons and daughters by his different consorts and concubines, each mother, in her inmost heart, fondly hoping that her own son would be selected by his father to succeed him. Although the empress had a son, who was the heir apparent, yet she felt envious of those ladies who had likewise been blessed with children, for fear one of the princes should supplant her son in the affection of the emperor and in the succession. This envy displayed itself on every occasion. She was greatly beloved by the emperor and exerted all her influence with him, as the other young princes grew up, to get them removed from court. Through her means most of them were sent to the different provinces as governors, those provinces under their government being so many principalities or kingdoms. Chu Ti, one of the consorts of Hung Wu, the Lady Wang, had a son named Chu Ti. This young prince was very handsome and graceful in his deportment. He was, moreover, of an amiable disposition. He was the 4th son of the emperor, and his pleasing manner and address had made him a great favorite, not only with his father, but with everyone about the court. The empress noticed the evident affection the emperor evinced for this prince, and determined to get him removed from the court as soon as possible. By a judicious use of flattery and cajolery, she ultimately persuaded the emperor to appoint the prince governor of the Yan country, and thenceforth he was styled Yan Wang, Prince of Yan. The sealed packet. The young prince, shortly after, taking an affectionate leave of the emperor, left Qinling to proceed to his post. Ere he departed, however, a Taoist priest, called Lu Puan, who had a great affection for the prince, put a sealed packet into his hand, and told him to open it when found himself in difficulty, distress, or danger. The perusal of the first portion that came to his hand would invariably suggest some remedy for the evil, whatever it was. After doing so, he was again to seal the packet, without further looking into its contents, till some other emergency arose necessitating advice or assistance, when would again find it. The prince departed on his journey, and in the course of time, without meeting with any adventures worth recording, arrived safely at his destination, a desolate region. The place where Peking now stands was originally called Yuchou. In the Tang dynasty, it was called Peking Fu, and afterward became known as Shunyan Fu, but that was after the city now called Peking was built. The name of the country in which this place was situated was Yan. It was a mere barren wilderness, with very few inhabitants. These lived in huts and scattered hamlets, and there was no city to afford protection to the people and to check the depredations of robbers. When the prince saw what a desolate-looking place he had been appointed to, and thought of the long years she was probably destined to spend there, he grew very melancholy, and nothing his attendants essayed to do in hope of alleviating his sorrow succeeded. The prince opens the sealed packet. All at once the prince bethought himself of the packet which the old Taoist priest had given him. He forthwith proceeded to make search for it, for in the bustle and excitement of traveling, he had forgotten all about it, in hope that it might suggest something to better the prospects before him. Having found the packet, he hastily broke it open to see what instructions it contained. Taking out the first paper which came to hand, he read the following. When you reach Peifu, you must build a city there and name it Nocha Sing, the city of Nocha. 1. But, as the work will be costly, you must issue a proclamation inviting the wealthy to subscribe the necessary funds for building it. At the back of this paper is a plan of the city. You must be careful to act according to the instructions accompanying it. The prince inspected the plan, carefully read the instructions, and found even the minutest details fully explained. He was struck with the grandeur of the design of the proposed city, and at once acted on the instructions contained in the packet. Proclamations were posted up, and large sums were speedily subscribed. 10 of the wealthiest families who had accompanied him from Qinling being the largest contributors, supporting the plan not only with their purses, by giving immense sums, but by their influence among their less wealthy neighbors. The city is founded. When sufficient money had been subscribed, a propitious day was chosen on which to commence the undertaking. Trenches where the foundations of the walls were to be were first dug out, according to the plan found in the packet. The foundations themselves consisted of layers of stone quarried from the western hills. Bricks of an immense size were made and burnt in the neighborhood. The moat was dug out, and the earth from it used to fill in the center of the walls, which, when complete, were 48 in circumference, 50 cubits in height, and 50 in breadth. The whole circuit off the walls having battlements and embrasures. Above each of the 9 gates of the city, immense 3-storied towers were built, each tower being 99 cubits in height. Near the front entrance of the city, facing each other, were built the temples of heaven and of earth. In rear of it, the beautiful asterisk Coal Hill, better known as Prospect Hill, was raised, while in the square in front of the great gate of the palace was buried an immense quantity of charcoal, that and the coal being stored as a precaution in case of siege. The palace, containing many superb buildings, was built in a style of exceeding splendor. In the various enclosures were beautiful gardens and lakes. In the different courtyards, too, 72 wells were dug and 36 golden tanks placed. The whole of the buildings and grounds was surrounded by a lofty wall and a stone-paved moat, in which the lotus and other flowers bloomed in great beauty and profusion, and in the clear waters of which myriads of gold and silver fish disported themselves. The geomancy of the city was similar to that of Chinling. When everything was completed, the prince compared it with the plan and found that the city tallied with it in every respect. He was much delighted and called for the 10 wealthy persons who had been the chief contributors and gave each of them a pair of 4 Cauchentragon silk or satin-embroidered cuffs and allowed them great privileges. Up to the present time there is the common saying, 44 since then the dragon-cuffed gentlefolks have flourished. General prosperity. All the people were loud in praise of the beauty and strength of the newly built city. Merchants from every province hastened to Peking, attracted by the news they heard of its magnificence and the prospect there was of profitably disposing of their wares. In short, the people were prosperous and happy. Food was plentiful, the troops brave, the monarch just, his ministers virtuous, and all enjoyed the blessings of peace. A drought and its cause. While everything was thus tranquil, a sudden and untoward event occurred which spread dismay and consternation on all sides. One day when the prince went into the hall of audience, one of his ministers reported that the wells are thirsty and the rivers dried up. There was no water, and the people were all in the greatest alarm. The prince at once called his counselors together to devise some means of remedying this disaster and causing the water to return to the wells and springs, but no one could suggest a suitable plan. It is necessary to explain the cause of this scarcity of water. There is a dragon's cave outside the east gate off the city at a place called Harrap Co, Thunderclap Mouth or Pass, the name of a village. The dragon had not been seen for myriads of years, yet it was well known that he lived there. In digging out the earth to build the wall, the workmen had broken into this dragon's cave, little thinking of the consequences which would result. The dragon was exceedingly wroth and determined to shift his abode. But the she-dragon said, "We have lived here thousands of years, and shall we suffer the Prince of Yin to drive us forth thus? If we do go, we will collect all the water, place it in our inyang baskets, used for drawing water, and at midnight we will appear in a dream to the prince, requesting permission to retire. If he gives us permission to do so, and allows us also to take our baskets of water with us, he will fall into our trap, for we shall take the water with his own consent." The prince's dream. The 2 dragons then transformed themselves into an old man and an old woman, went to the chamber of the prince, who was asleep, and appeared to him in a dream. Kneeling before him, they cried, "Zero, Lord of 1,000 years, we have come before you to beg leave to retire from this place, and to beseech you out of your great bounty to give us permission to take these 2 baskets of water with us." The prince readily assented, little dreaming of the danger he was incurring. The dragons were highly delighted, and hastened out of his presence. They filled the baskets with all the water there was in Peking and carried them off with them. When the prince awoke, he paid no attention to his dream till he heard the report of the scarcity of water, when, reflecting on the singularity of his dream, thought there might be some hidden meaning in it. Therefore had recourse to the packet again, and discovered that his dream visitors had been dragons, who had taken the waters of Peking away with them in their magic baskets. The packet, however, contained directions for the recovery of the water, and he at once prepared to follow them. The pursuit of the dragons. In haste the prince donned his armor, mounted his black steed, and, spear in hand, dashed out of the west gate of the city. He pressed on his horse, which went swift as the wind, nor did he slacken speed till he came up with the water-stealing dragons, who still retained the forms in which they had appeared to him in his dream. On a cart were the two identical baskets he had seen. In front of the cart, dragging it, was the old woman, while behind, pushing it, was the old man. An unexpected flood. When the prince saw them, he galloped up to the cart, and, without pausing, thrust his spear into one of the baskets, making a great hole, out of which the water rushed so rapidly that the prince was much frightened. He dashed off at full speed to save himself from being swallowed up by the waters, which in a very short time had risen more than 30 feet and had flooded the surrounding country. On galloped the prince, followed by the roaring water, till he reached a hill, up which hurried his startled horse. When he gained the top, he found that it stood out of the water like an island, completely surrounded. The water was seething and swirling round the hill in a frightful manner, but no vestige could he see of either of the dragons. The invaders subside. The prince was very much alarmed at his perilous position, when suddenly a Buddhist priest appeared before him, with clasped hands and bent head, who bade him not be alarmed, as with heaven's assistance he would soon disperse the water. Hereupon the priest recited a short prayer or spell, and the waters receded as rapidly as they had risen, and finally returned to their proper channels. The origin of Chinshueta. The broken basket became a large, deep hole, some 3 mu, about half an English acre, in extent, in the center of which was a fountain which threw up a vast body of clear water. From the midst of this there arose a pagoda, which rose and fell with the water, floating on the top like a vessel, the spire thrusting itself far up into the sky, and swaying about like the mast of a ship in a storm. The prince returned to the city filled with wonder at what he had seen, and with joy at having so successfully carried out the directions contained in the packet. On all sides he was greeted by the acclamations of the people, who hailed him as the savior of Peking. Since that time, Peking has never had the misfortune to be without water. The pagoda is called the pagoda on the hill of the imperial spring, Yichin Shan Ta, more commonly Chinshui Ta, water-repressing pagoda. J.1 The spring is still there, and day and night, unceasingly, it's clear. Waters bubble up and flow eastward to Peking, which would now be a barren wilderness but for Yin Wang's pursuit of the water. Chapter 8. Myths of Fire. The Ministry of Fire. The celestial organization of fire is the 5th ministry and is presided over by a president, Lo Xian, whose titular designation is Huadi Xingqian, stellar sovereign of the fire virtue, with 5 subordinate ministers, 4 of whom are star gods, and a 5th a celestial prince who receives fire, Qi Wo Tian Qin. Like so many other Chinese deities, the 5 were all ministers of the tyrant Emperor Chou. It is related that Lo Xian was originally a Taoist priest known as Yincheng Xin, of the island Hualong, fire dragon. His face was the color of ripe fruit of thejujub tree, his hair and beard red, the former dun yup in the shape of a fishtail, and he had 3 eyes. He wore a red cloak ornamented with the pa qua. His horse snorted flames from its nostrils and fire darted from its hoofs. While fighting in the service of the son of the tyrant emperor, Lo Xian suddenly changed himself into agent with 3 heads and 6 arms. In each of his hands, he held a magic weapon. These were a seal which reflected the heavens and the earth, a wheel of the 5 fire dragons, a gourd containing 10,000 fire crows, and, in the other hands, 2 swords which floated like smoke, and a column of smoke several thousands of it long enclosing swords of fire. A conflagration. Having arrived at the city of Shi*I, Lo Suin sent forth his smoke column. The air was filled with sword-saw fire. The 10,000 fire crows, emerging from the gourd, spread themselves over the town, and a terrible conflagration broke out, the whole place being ablaze in a few minutes. At this juncture there appeared in the sky the Princess Long Qi, daughter of Wang Mu Nyang. Forthwith she spread over the city her shroud of mist and dew, and the fire was extinguished by a heavy downpour of rain. All the mysterious mechanisms of Lo Xian lost their efficacy, and the magician took to his heels down the side of the mountain. There he was met by Li, the pagoda bearer, one who threw his golden pagoda into the air. The pagoda fell on Lo Xian's head and broke his skull. Tai Ching Tzu. Of the various fire gods, Ching Tizaji, the principally spiritual fire, is one of the 5 spirits representing the 5 elements. He is fire personified, which has its birth in the south, on Mount Shitiang. He himself and everything connected with him, his skin, hair, beard, trousers, cloak of leaves, etc., are all of Tolji color off fire, though he is sometimes represented with a blue cap resembling the blue tip of a flame. He appeared in the presence of Huang Lao in a fire cloud. He it was who obtained fire from the wood of the mulberry tree, and the heat of this fire, joined with the moisture off water, developed the germs of terrestrial beings. The Red Emperor, Chu Yung, though also otherwise personified, is generally regarded as having been a legendary emperor who made his first appearance in the time of Xin Yuan, 2698 to 2598 BC. In his youth, he asked Guangshou Laojin, old longevity / to grant him immortality. The time has not yet come, replied old longevity. Before it does, you have to become an emperor. I will give you the means of reaching the end you desire. Give orders that after you are dead, you are to be buried in the southern slope of the sacred mountain Hengshan. There you will learn the doctrine of Chih Qingtsu and will become immortal. The Emperor Xin Yuan, having abdicated the throne, sent for Chu Yung and bestowed upon him the crown. Chu Yung, having become emperor, taught the people the use of fire and the advantages Tobe derived therefrom. In those early times, the forests were filled with venomous reptiles and savage animals. He ordered the peasants to set fire to the brushwood to drive away these dangerous neighbors and keep them at a distance. He also taught his subjects the art of purifying, forging, and welding metals by the action of fire. He was nicknamed Chiht, the Red Emperor / he reigned for more than 200 years and became an immortal. His capital was the ancient city of K, 30 at northeast of Hs in Qingshin, in the prefecture of Kaifengfu, Honan. His tomb is on the southern slope of Hengshan. The peak is known as Chu Yung Peak. His descendants, who went to live in the south, were the ancestors of the directors of fire. Huilu. The most popular god of fire, however, is Huilu, a celebrated magician who, according to the Xin Tung Qian, lived some time before the reign of Tiku, 2436 to 2366 BC, the father of Yao the Great, and had a mysterious bird named Pai Fong and 100 other firebirds shut up in a gourd. He had only to let them out to set up a conflagration which would extend over the whole country. Huang Ti ordered Chu Yung to fight Huilu and also to subdue the rebel Qiyu. Chu Yung had a large bracelet of pure gold, a most wonderful and effective weapon that he hurled it into the air, and it fell on Huilu's neck, throwing him to the ground and rendering him incapable of moving. Finding resistance impossible, he asked mercy from his victor and promised to be his follower in the spiritual contests. Subsequently, he always called himself Huashi Chi Tu, the disciple of the Master of Fire, *. The Fire Emperor. Sheneng, the god of agriculture, also adds to his other functions those appertaining to the god of fire. The reason being that when he succeeded the Emperor Fu Shi on the throne, he adopted fire as the emblem of his government, just as Huang Ti adopted the symbol of earth. Thus, he came to be called Hua Ti, the Fire Emperor. He taught his subjects the use of fire for smelting metals and making implements and weapons, and the use of oil and lamps, etc. All the divisions of his official hierarchy were connected in some way with this element. Thus, there were the ministers of fire generally, the officers of fire of the north, south, etc. Becoming thus doubly the patron of fire, a second fire symbol Hua was added to his name, changing it from Hua Ti, Fire Emperor, to Yin Ti, Blazing Emperor. Chapter 9. Myths of Epidemics, Medicine, Exorcism, etc. The Ministry of Epidemics. He gods of epidemics, etc., belong to the 6th, 9th, 2nd, and 3rd celestial ministries. The composition of the Ministry of Epidemics is arranged differently in different works as epidemics, regarded as epidemics on earth, but as demons in heaven, of the center, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, or as the marshals clothed in yellow, green, red, white, and blue respectively, or as the officers of the east, west, south, and north, with 2 additional members, a Taoist who quells the plague, and the Grand Master who exhorts people to do right. With regard to the ministry of seasonal epidemics, it is related that in the 6th moon of the 11th year, AD 599, of the reign of Cao Tzu, founder of the Sui dynasty, 5 stalwart persons appeared in the air, clothed in robes of 5 colors, each carrying different objects in his hands. The first a spoon and earthenware vase, the second a leather bag and sword, the third Afin, the fourth a club, the fifth a jug of fire. The emperor asked Chang Kai-jin, his grand historiographer, who these were, and if they were benevolent or evil spirits. The official answered, "These are the 5 powers of the 5 directions. Their appearance indicates the imminence of epidemics, which will last throughout the 4 seasons of the year." "What remedy is there, and how am I to protect the people?" inquired the emperor. "There is no remedy," replied the official, "for epidemics are sent by heaven." During that year the mortality was very great. The emperor built a temple to the 5 persons, and bestowed upon them the title of marshals to the 5 spirits of the plague. During that, and the following dynasty sacrifices were offered to them on the 5th day of the 5th moon. The president of the ministry. The following particulars are given concerning the president of the ministry, whose name was Lxi. He was an old Taoist hermit, living at Chulung Tao, *9 Dragon Island, who became an immortal. The 4 members of the ministry were his disciples. He wore a red garment, had a blue face, red hair, long teeth, and 3 eyes. His warhorse was named the Myopic Camel. He carried a magic sword, and was in the service of Cho Wang, whose armies were concentrated at Shichi. In a duel with Mu Cha, brother of Nochar, he had his arm severed by a sword cut. In another battle with Huang Tianhua, son of Huang Feihu, he appeared with 3 heads and 6 arms. In his many hands he held the celestial seal, plague microbes, the flag of plague, the plague sword, and 2 mysterious swords. His faces were green, and large teeth protruded from his mouths. Huang Tianhua threw his magic weapon, Huolong Piao, and hit him on the leg. Just at that moment Chang Tsuya arrived with his goblin-dispelling whip and felled him with a blow. He was able, however, to rise again, and took to flight. The plague-disseminating umbrellas. Resolved to avenge his defeat, he joined General Su Fong, who was commanding an army corps at Xinyuan. Round the mountain, he organized a system of entrenchments and of infection against their enemies. Yang Qian released his celestial hound, which bit Li Yu on the crown of his head. Then Yang Jin, armed with his magic fan, pursued Li Yu and compelled him to retreat to his fortress. Li Ye mounted the central raised part of the embattled wall and opened all his plague-disseminating umbrellas, with the object of infecting Yang Jin, but the latter, simply by waving his fan, reduced all the umbrellas to dust, and also burned the fort, and with it Li Ye. Similar wonderful achievements are related in short notices in the Fing Xin Yen I of the 4 other officers of the ministry. Li Ping, the 6th officer of the ministry, met a like fate to that of Li Ye after having failed to induce the latter to abandon the cause of the Shang dynasty for that of Zhou. The 5 graduates. In Henri d'Ors Recherches sur les superstitions in China is given an interesting legend concerning 5 other gods of epidemics. These gods are called the Wu Ye, *5 mountains, and are worshipped in the Temple Senai Ko at Jukao, especially in outbreaks of contagious diseases and fevers. A sufferer goes to the temple and promises offerings to the gods in the event of recovery. The customary offering is 5 small wheaten loaves, called Xiao Ping, and a pound of meat. The Wu Ye are stellar devils whom Yi Huang Sento be reincarnated on earth. Their names were Tian Pashie, Tung Hungwan, Tsai Wen Kai, Chao Wuchen, and Huang Ying Tu, and they were reincarnated at Nanchang Fu, Qianxiachang Fu, Yinmin Quan, Yangzhou, and Nanking respectively. They were all noted for their brilliant intellects, and were clever scholars who passed their graduates' examination with success. When Li Shimin ascended the throne, in AD 627, he called together all the literati of the empire to take the doctor's examination in the capital. Our 5 graduates started for the metropolis, but, losing their way, were robbed by brigands, and had to beg help in order to reach the end of their journey. By good luck, they all met in the Temple Senai Ko, and related to each other the various hardships they had undergone. But when they eventually reached the capital, the examination was over, and they were out in the streets without resources. So they took an oath of brotherhood for life and death. They pawned some of the few clothes they possessed, and buying some musical instruments, formed themselves into a band of strolling musicians. The first bought a drum, the second a 7-stringed guitar, the third a mandolin, the fourth a clarinet, and a 5th and youngest composed songs. Thus they went through the streets of the capital, giving their concerts, and fate decreed that Li Shimin should hear their melodies. Charmed with the sweet sounds, he asked Su Maokung whence came this band of musicians, whose skill was certainly exceptional. Having made inquiries, the minister related their experiences to the emperor. Li Shimin ordered them to be brought into his presence, and after hearing them play and sing, appointed them to his private suite, and henceforth they accompanied him wherever he went. The emperor's strategy. The emperor bore malice toward Chang Tianxi, the master of the Taoists, because he refused to pay the taxes on his property, and conceived a plan to bring about his destruction. He caused a spacious subterranean chamber to be dug under the reception hall of Ofi's palace. A wire passed through the ceiling to where the emperor sat. He could thus at will give the signal for the music to begin or stop. Having stationed the 5 musicians in this subterranean chamber, he summoned the master of the Taoists to his presence and invited him to a banquet. During the course of this, he pulled the wire, and a subterranean babble began. The emperor pretended to be terrified and allowed himself to fall to the ground. Then, addressing himself to the Tianxi, he said, "I know that you cannot will catch the devilish hobgoblins which molest human beings. You can hear for yourself the infernal row they make in my palace. I order you under penalty of death to put a stop to their pranks and to exterminate them. The musicians are slain." Having spoken thus, the emperor rose and left. The master of the Taoists brought his projecting mirror and began to seek for the evil spirits. In vain he inspected the palace and its precincts. He could discover nothing. Fearing that he was lost, he in despair threw his mirror on the floor of the reception hall. A minute later, sad and pensive, he stooped to pick it up. What was his joyful surprise when he saw reflected in it the subterranean room and the musicians. At once he drew 5 talismans on yellow paper, burned them, and ordered his celestial general, Chao Kungming, to take his sword and kill the 5 musicians. The order was promptly executed, and the Tianxi informed the emperor, who received the news with ridicule, not believing it to be true. He went to his seat and pulled the wire, but all remained silent. A second and third time he gave the signal, but without response. He then ordered his grand officer to ascertain what had happened. The officer found the 5 graduates bathed in their blood and lifeless. The emperor, furious, reproached the master of the Taoists. "But," replied the Tianxi, "was it not your majesty who ordered me under pain of death to exterminate the authors of this pandemonium?" Li Shimin could not reply. He dismissed the master of the Taoists and ordered the 5 victims to be buried. The emperor tormented. After the funeral ceremonies, apparitions appeared at night in the place where they had been killed, and the palace became a babel. The spirits threw bricks and broke the tiles on the roofs. The emperor ordered his uncomfortable visitors to go to the Tianxi who had murdered them. They obeyed, and, seizing the garments of the master of the Taoists, swore not to allow him any rest if he would not restore them to life. To appease them, the Taoists said, "I am going to give each of you a wonderful object. You are then to return and spread epidemics among wicked people, beginning in the imperial palace and with the emperor himself, with the object of forcing him to canonize you." One received a fan, another a gourd filled with fire, the third a metallic ring to encircle people's heads, the fourth a stick made of wolves' teeth, and the 5th a cup of lustral water. The spirit graduates left full of joy and made their first experiment on Li Shimin. The first gave him feverish chills by waving his fan, the second burned him with the fire from his gourd, the third encircled his head with the ring, causing him violent headache, the fourth struck him with his stick, and the 5th poured out his cup of lustral water on his head. The same night, a similar tragedy took place in the palace of the empress and the 2 chief imperial concubines. Taipa Qinxing, however, informed Yi Huang what had happened, and, touched with compassion, he sent 3 immortals with pills and talismans which cured the empress and the ladies of the palace. The graduates canonized. Li Shimin, having also recovered his health, summoned the 5 deceased graduates and expressed his regret for the unfortunate issue of his design against the Tianxi. He proceeded, "To the south of the capital is the temple Sanai Ko. I will change its Namido Xiangshan Wu Ye Shan, fragrant hill of the 5 mountain spirits. On the 28th day of the 9th moon, betake yourselves to that temple to receive the seals of your canonization." He conferred upon them the title of Emperor, the Ministry of Medicine. The Celestial Ministry of Medicine is composed of 3 main divisions comprising 1. The ancestral gods of the Chinese race, 2. The King of Remedies, Yao Wang, and 3. The Specialists. There is a separate Ministry of Smallpox. This latter controls and cures smallpox, and the establishment of a separate celestial ministry is significant of the prevalence and importance of the affliction. The ravages of smallpox in China, indeed, have been terrific, so much so that, until recent years, it was considered as natural and inevitable for a child to have smallpox as for it to cut its teeth. One of the ceremonial questions addressed by a visitor to the parent of a child was always "Chu la huar h mayu?" Has he had the smallpox? And a child who escaped the scourge was often, if not as a rule, regarded with disfavor and, curiously enough, as a weakling. Probably the train of thought in the Chinese mind was that, as it is the fittest who survive, those who have successfully passed through the process of putting out the flowers have proved their fitness in the struggle for existence. Nowadays, vaccination is general, and the number of pockmarked faces seen is much smaller than it used to be. In fact, the pockmarked are now the exception. But as far as I have been able to ascertain, the Ministry of Smallpox has not been abolished, and possibly its members, like those of some more mundane ministries, continue to draw large salaries for doing little or no work. The medicine gods. The chief gods of medicine are the mythical kings P** and Ku, Fu Shi, Shen Nung, and Huang Ti. The first, two, being by different writers regarded as the first progenitor or creator of the Chinese people, are alternatives, so that Fu Shi, Shen Nung, and Huang Ti may be said to be a sort of ancestral triad of medicine gods, superior to the actual god or king of medicine, Yao Wang out of Pan Ku. We have spoken sufficiently in Chapter 3. And with regard to Fu Shi, also called Tian Huang Shi, the celestial emperor, the mythical sovereign and supposed inventor of cooking, musical instruments, the calendar, hunting, fishing, etc., the chief interest for our present purpose centers in his discovery of the Pakwa, or 8 trigrams. It is on the strength of the tetragrams that Fu Shi is regarded as the chief god of medicine, since it is by their mystical power that the Chinese physicians influence the minds and maladies of their patients. He is represented as holding in front of him a disc on which the signs are painted. The Ministry of Exorcism. The Ministry of Exorcism is a Taoist invention and is composed of 7 chief ministers, whose duty is to expel evil spirits from dwellings and generally to counteract the annoyances of infernal demons. The 2 gods usually referred to in the popular legends are Pan Quan and Cheng Ke. The first is really the guardian of the living and the dead in the other world, Feng Tu Pian Quan, Feng Tu or Feng Tu being the region beyond the tomb. He was originally a scholar named Tsui Chio. W. Ho became magistrate of Tsui Cho, and later minister of ceremonies. After his death, he was appointed to the spiritual post above mentioned. His best known achievement is his prolongation of the life of the Emperor Tai Tsung of the Tang dynasty by 20 years by changing T1 into San *3 in the life register kept by the gods. The term Pan Quan is, however, more generally used as the designation of an officer or civil or military attendant upon a god than of any special individual, and the original Pan Quan, the decider of life in Hades, has been gradually supplanted in popular favor by Cheng Ke, the protector against evil spirits. The exorcism of emptiness and devastation *, the Emperor Ming Huang of the Tang dynasty, also known as Tang Shi and Tsung, in the reign period Qian, AD 712 to 742, after an expedition to Mount Lion Shenxi, was attacked by fever. During a nightmare he saw a small demon fantastically dressed in red trousers, with a shoe on one foot but none on the other, and a shoe hanging from his girdle. Having broken through a bamboo gate, he took possession of an embroidered box and a jade flute, and then began to make a tour off the palace, sporting and gambling. The emperor grew angry and questioned him. "Your humble Sire, Vant," replied the little demon, "is named Sai Hao, * emptiness and devastation." "I have never heard of such a person," said the emperor. The demon rejoined, "Sai means to desire emptiness, because in emptiness one can fly just as one wishes. How * devastation changes people's joy to sadness." The emperor, irritated by this flippancy, was about to call his guard, when suddenly a great devil appeared, wearing a tattered head covering and a blue robe, a horn clasp on his belt, and official boots on his feet. He went up to the sprite, tore out one of his eyes, crushed it up, and ate it. The emperor asked the newcomer who he was. "Your humble servant," he replied, "is Cheng Kui, physician of Tungnan Shan in Shenxi. In therein period Wu Te, AD 618 to 627, Of the Emperor Cao of the Tang dynasty, I was ignominiously rejected and unjustly defrauded of a first class in the public examinations. Overwhelmed with shame, I committed suicide on the steps of the imperial palace. The emperor ordered me to be buried in a green robe, reserved for members of the imperial clan, and out of gratitude for that favor I swore to protect the sovereign in any part of the empire against the evil machinations of the demon. Su Hao. At these words the emperor awoke and found that the fever had left him. His Majesty called for Wu Taozi, one of the most celebrated Chinese artists, to paint the portrait of the person he had seen in his dream. The work was so well done that the emperor recognized it as the actual demon he had seen in his sleep and rewarded the artist with 100 taels of gold. The portrait is said to have been still in the imperial palace during the Sung dynasty. Another version of the legend says that Chung K's essay was recognized by the examiners as equal to the work of the best authors of antiquity, but that the emperor rejected him on account of his extremely ugly features, whereupon he committed suicide in his presence, was honored by the emperor and accorded a funeral as if he had been the successful first candidate and canonized with the title of Great Spiritual Chaser of Demons for the whole empire. Chapter 10. The Goddess of Mercy. The Guardian Angel of Buddhism. Mary is the guiding spirit of Rome, so is Kuan Yin of the Buddhist faith. According to a beautiful Chinese legend, Kuan Yin, when about to enter heaven, heard a cry of anguish rising from the earth beneath her, and, moved by pity, paused as her feet touched the glorious threshold. Hence her name, Kuan, she, Yin asterisk, one who notices or hears the cry, or prayer, of the world. Kuan Yin was at one time always represented as a man. But in the Tang dynasty and 5 dynasties we find him represented as a woman, and he has been generally, though not invariably, so represented since that time. In old Buddhism Shakyamuni was the chief god, and in many temples he still nominally occupies the seat of honor, but he is completely eclipsed by the god or goddess of mercy. The men love her, the children adore her, and the women chant her prayers. Whatever the temple may be, there is nearly always a chapel for Kuan Yin within its precincts. She lives in many homes, and in many, many hearts she sits enshrined. She is the patron goddess of mothers, and when we remember the relative value of a son in Chinese estimation, we can appreciate the heartiness of the worship. She protects in sorrow, and so millions of times the prayer is offered, great mercy, great pity, save from sorrow, save from suffering. Or, as it is in the books, for great mercy, great pity, save from misery, save from evil, broad, great, efficacious. Responsive Kuan Yin Buddha. She saves the tempest-tossed sailor, and so has eclipsed the Empress of Heaven, who, as the female Neptune, is the patroness of seamen. In drought the mandarins worship the dragon and the pearly emperor, but if they fail the bronze goddess of mercy from the hills brings rain. Other gods are feared, she is loved. Others have black, scornful faces. Her countenance is radiant as gold, and gentle as the moonbeam. She draws near to the people, and the people draw near to her. Her throne is upon the Isle of Putu, Put*O, to which she came floating upon a water lily. She's the model of Chinese beauty, and to say a lady or a little girl is a Kuan Yin is the highest compliment that can be paid to grace and loveliness. She is fortunate in having 3 birthdays, the 19th of the 2nd, 6th, and 9th moons. There are many metamorphoses of this goddess. The Buddhist savior. She is called Kuan Yin because at any cry of misery she hears the voice and removes the sorrow. Her appellation is taking away fear Buddha. If in the midst of the fire the name of Kuan Yin is called, the fire cannot burn. If tossed by mountain billows, call her name, and shallow waters will be reached. If merchants go across the sea seeking gold, silver, pearls, and precious stones, and a storm comes up and threatens to carry the crew to the evil devil's kingdom, if one on board calls on the name of Kuan Yin, the ship will be saved. If one goes into a conflict and calls on the name of Kuan Yin, the sword and spear of the enemy fall harmless. If the 3,000 great kingdoms are visited by demons, call on her name, and these demons cannot with an evil. I look on a man. If, within, you have evil thoughts, only call on Kuan Yin, and your heart will be purified. Anger and wrath may be dispelled by calling on the name of Kuan Yin. A lunatic who prays to Kuan Yin will become sane. Kuan Yin gives sons to mothers, and if the mother asks for a daughter, she will be beautiful. Two men, one chanting the names of the 6,200,000 Buddhas, in number like the sands of the Ganges, and the other simply calling on Kuan Yin, have equal merit. Kuan Yin may take the form of a Buddha, a prince, a priest, a nun, a scholar, any form or shape, go to any kingdom, and preach the law throughout the earth. Miao Chuang desires an heir. In the 21st year of the reign of Ta Hao, the great one, of the golden heavenly dynasty, a man named P.F. Chia, whose first name was Lo Yu, an enterprising kinglet of Shiyu, seized the throne for 20 years, after carrying on a war for a space of 3 years. His kingdom was known as Xinglin, and the title of his reign as Miao Chuang. The kingdom of Xinglin was, so says the Chinese writer, situated between India on the west, the kingdom of Tin Chung on the south, and the kingdom of Simon the north, and was 3,000 li in length. The boundaries differ according to different authors. Of this kingdom, the two pillars of state were the Grand Minister Chao-chen and the General Xie-chu-chi. The Queen Pao-te, whose maiden name was Puya, and the King Miao Chuang had lived nearly half a century without having any male issue to succeed to the throne. This was a source of great grief to them. Puya suggested to Peking that the god of Huashan, the sacred mountain in the west, had the reputation of being always willing to help, and that if he prayed to him and asked his pardon for having shed so much blood during the wars which preceded his accession to the throne, he might obtain an heir. Welcoming this suggestion, the king sent for Chao-chen and ordered him to dispatch to the temple of Huashan the two chief ministers of ceremonies, Shi Hongnan and Shi Tu, with instructions to request 50 Buddhist and Taoist priests to pray for 7 days and 7 nights in order that the king might obtain a son. When that period was over, the king and queen would go in person to offer sacrifices in the temple, prayers to the gods. The envoys took with them many rare and valuable presents, and for 7 days and 7 nights the temple resounded with the sound of drums, bells, and all kinds of instruments, intermingled with the voices of the praying priests. On their arrival, the king and queen offered sacrifices to the god of the sacred mountain. But the god of Huashan knew that the king had been deprived of a male heir as a punishment for the bloody hecatombs during his 3 years' war. The priests, however, interceded for him, urging that Peking had come in person to offer the sacrifices, wherefore the god could not altogether reject his prayer. So he ordered Sichulian, *//I, and Shunfenger, favorable wind ear, one to go quickly and ascertain if there were not some worthy person who was on the point of being reincarnated into this world. The two messengers shortly returned, and stated that in India, in the Chiu Ling Mountains, in the village of Chishu Yuan, there lived a good man named Shixichang, whose ancestors for 3 generations had observed all the ascetic rules of the Buddhists. This man was the father of 3 children, the eldest Xuan, the second Xichin, and the third Xishan, all worthy followers of the great Buddha. The murder of the Thais, Wang Che, a brigand chief, and 30 of his followers, finding themselves pursued and harassed by the Indian soldiers, without provisions or shelter, dying of hunger, went to Shi Wen and begged for something to eat. Knowing that they were evildoers, Shi Wen and his 2 brothers refused to give them anything. If they starved, they said, the peasants would no longer suffer from their depredations. Thereupon the brigands decided that it was a case of life for life, and broke into the house of a rich family of the name of Tai, burning their home, killing 100 men, women, and children, and carrying off everything they possessed. The local Tuti at once made a report to Yuhuang. This Shi family, replied the god, for 3 generations has given itself up to good works, and certainly the brigands were not deserving of any pity. However, it is impossible to deny that the 3 brothers Shi, in refusing them food, morally compelled them to loot the Tai family's house, putting all to the sword or flames. Is not this the same as if they had committed the crime themselves? Let them be arrested and put in chains in the celestial prison, and let them never see the light of the sun again. Since, said the messenger to the god of Huashan, your gratitude toward Miao Chuang compels you to grant him an heir, why not ask Yu Huang to pardon their crime and reincarnate them in the womb of the Queen Puya, so that they may begin a new terrestrial existence and give themselves up to good works? As a result, the god of Huashan called the spirit of the wind and gave him a message for Yu Huang. A message for Yu Huang. The message was as follows. King Miao Chuang has offered sacrifice to me and begged me to grant him an heir. But since by his wars he has caused the deaths of a large number of human beings, he does not deserve to have his request granted. Now these three brothers she have offended your majesty by constraining Thebrigand Wang Che to be guilty of murder and robbery. Point 1. Pray you to take into account their past good works and pardon their crime, giving them an opportunity of expiating it by causing them all three to be reborn, but off the female sex, in the womb of Puya the queen. Point 1. In this way they will be able to atone for their crime and save many souls. Yu Huang was pleased to comply, and he ordered the spirit of the North Pole to release the three captives and take their souls to the palace of King Miao Chuang, where in 3 years' time they would be changed into females in the womb of Queen Pia. Birth of the three daughters. The king, who was anxiously expecting day by day a birth of an heir, was informed one morning that a daughter had been born to him. She was named Miao Xiaqianji. A year went by, and another daughter was born. This one was named Miao Yin. When, at the end of the 3rd year, another daughter was born, Peking, beside himself with rage, called his grand minister, Chao Chun, and, all disconsolate, said to him, I am past 50, and have no male child to succeed me on the throne. My dynasty will therefore become extinct. Of what use have been all my labors and all my victories? Chao Chun tried to console him, saying, Heaven has granted you 3 daughters. No human power can change this divine decree. When these princesses have grown up, we will choose 3 sons-in-law for your majesty, and you can elect your successor from among them. Who will dare to dispute his right to the throne? The king named the 3rd daughter Miao Shan. She became noted for her modesty and many other good qualities, and scrupulously observed all the tenets of the Buddhist doctrines. Virtuous living seemed, indeed, to her as second nature. Miao Sherry's ambition. One day, when the 3 sisters were playing in the palace garden of perpetual spring, Miao Shan, with a serious mien, said to her sisters, Riches and glory are like the rain in spring or the morning dew. A little while, and all is gone. Kings and emperors think to enjoy in the good fortune which places them in a rank apart from other human beings. But sickness lays them low in their coffins, and all is over. Where are now all those powerful dynasties which have laid down the lot of the world? As for me, I desire nothing more than a peaceful retreat on a lone mountain, there to attempt the attainment of perfection. If some day I can reach a high degree of goodness, then, born on the clouds of heaven, I will travel throughout the universe, passing in the twinkling of an eye from east to west. I will rescue me father and mother, and bring them to heaven. I will save the miserable and afflicted on earth. I will convert the spirits which do evil, and cause them to do good. That is my only ambition. Her sisters marry. No sooner had she finished speaking than a lady of the court came to announce that the king had found sons-in-law to his liking for his 2 elder daughters. The wedding feast was to be the very next day. Be quick, she added, and prepare your presents, your dresses, and so forth, for the king's order is imperative. The husband chosen for Miao Qing was a first academician named Chao Ke. His personal name was Tai Ta, and he was the son of a celebrated minister of the reigning dynasty. Miao Yin's husband-elect was a military officer named Ho Feng, whose personal name was Chao Yang. He had passed first in the examination for the military doctorate. The marriage ceremonies were of a magnificent character. Festivity followed festivity. The newlywed were duly installed in their palaces, and general happiness prevailed. Miao Shan's renunciation. There now remained only Miao Shan. The king and queen wished to find for her a man famous for knowledge and virtue, capable of ruling the kingdom, and worthy of being the successor to the throne. So the king called her and explained to her all his plans regarding her, and how all his hopes rested on her. It is a crime, she replied, for me not to comply with my father's wishes, but you must pardon me. My ideas differ from yours. Tell me what your ideas are, said the king. I do not wish to marry, she rejoined. I wish to attain to perfection and to Buddhahood. Then I promise that I will not be ungrateful to you. Wretch of a daughter, cried the king in anger. You think you can teach me, the head of the state and ruler of so great a people? Has anyone ever known a daughter of a king become a nun? Can a good woman be found in that class? Put aside all these mad ideas off a nunnery, and tell me at once if you will marry a first academician or a military first graduate. Who is there, answered the girl, who does not love the royal dignity? What person who does not aspire to the happiness of marriage? However, I wish to become a nun. With respect to the riches and glory of this world, my heart is as cold as a dead cinder, and I feel a keen desire to make it ever purer and purer. The king rose in fury, and wished to cast her out from his presence. Miao Shan, knowing she could not openly disobey his orders, took another course. "If you absolutely insist upon my marrying," she said, "I will consent. Only I must marry a physician." "A physician?" growled the king. "Are men of good family and talents wanting in my kingdom? What an absurd idea, to want to marry a physician." 99. "My wish is," said Miao Shan, "to heal humanity of all its ills, of cold, heat, lust, old age, and all infirmities. I wish to equalize all classes, putting rich and poor on the same footing, to have community of goods, without distinction of persons. If you will grant me my wish, I can still in this way become a Buddha, a savior of mankind. There is no necessity to call in the diviner to choose an auspicious day. I am ready to be married now. She is exiled to the garden." At these words the king was mad with rage. "Wicked imbecile," he cried. "What diabolical suggestions are these that you dare to make in my presence?" Without further ado, he called Hoti, Fao, who on that day was officer of the palace guard. When he had arrived and kneeled to receive the king's commands, the latter said, "This wicked nun dishonors me. Take from her her court robes, and drive her from my presence. Take her to the queen's garden, and let her perish thereof cold. That will be one care less for my troubled heart." Miao Shan fell on her face and thanked the king, and then went with the officer to the queen's garden, where she began to lead her retired hermit life, with the moon for companion and the wind for friend, content to see all obstacles overthrown on her way to nirvana, the highest state of spiritual bliss, and glad to exchange the pleasures of the palace for the sweetness of solitude. The nunnery of the White Bird. After futile attempts to dissuade her from her purpose by the court ladies, her parents, and sisters, the king and queen next deputed Miao Hung and Tsui Hung to make a last attempt to bring their misguided daughter to her senses. Miao Shan, annoyed at this renewed solicitation, in a haughty manner ordered them never again to come and torment her with their silly prattle. "I have found out," she added, "that there is a well-known temple at Juchou in Lungshu Shin. This Buddhist temple is known as the Nunnery of the White Bird, Pchfioch and Su. In it 500 nuns give themselves up to the study of the true doctrine and the way of perfection. Go then and ask the queen on my behalf to obtain the king's permission for me to retire thither. If you can procure me this favor, I will not fail to reward you later." Miao Chuang summoned the messengers and inquired the result of their efforts. "She is more unapproachable than ever," they replied. "She has even ordered us to ask the queen to obtain your majesty's permission to retire to the nunnery of the White Bird in Lungshu Shin." The king gave his permission, but sent strict orders to the nunnery, instructing the nuns to do all in their power to dissuade the princess when she arrived from carrying out her intention to remain. Her reception at the nunnery. This nunnery of the White Bird had been built by Huang Ti, and the 500 nuns who lived in it had as superior a lady named Yu, who was remarkable for her virtue. On receipt of the royal mandate, she had summoned Chung Xiechong, the choir mistress, and informed her that Princess Miao Shan, owing to a disagreement with her father, would shortly arrive at the temple. She requested her to receive the visitor courteously, but at the same time to do all she could to dissuade her from adopting the life of a nun. Having given these instructions, the superior, accompanied by 2 novices, went to meet Miao Shan at the gate of the temple. On her arrival they saluted her. The princess returned the salute, but said, "I have just left the world in order to place myself under your orders. Why do you come and salute me on my arrival? I beg you to be so good as to take me into the temple, in order that I may pay my respects to the Buddha." Yu led her into the principal hall, and instructed the nuns to light incense sticks, ring the bells, and beat the drums. The visit to the temple finished, she went into the preaching hall, where she greeted her instructresses. The latter obeyed the king's command and endeavored to persuade the princess to return to her home, but, as none of their arguments had any effect, it was at length decided to give her a trial, and to put her in charge of the kitchen, where she could prepare the food for the nunnery, and generally be at the service of all. If she did not give satisfaction, they could dismiss her. She makes offering to the Buddha. Miao Shan joyfully agreed, and proceeded to make her humble submission to the Buddha. She knelt before Ju Lai, and made offering to him, praying as follows: "Great Buddha, full of goodness and mercy, your humble servant wishes to leave the world. Grant that I may never yield to the temptations which will be sent to try me faith. Miao Shan further promised to observe all the regulations of the nunnery and to obey the superiors, spiritual AIA. This generous self-sacrifice touched the heart of Yu Huang, the master of heaven, who summoned the spirit of the North Star and instructed him as follows. Miao Shan, the third daughter of King Miao Chuang, has renounced the world in order to devote herself to the attainment of perfection. Her father has consigned her to the nunnery of the White Bird. She has undertaken without grumbling the burden of all the work in the nunnery. If she is left without help, who is there? Who will be willing to adopt the virtuous life? Do you? Go quickly and order the 3 agents, the gods of the 5 sacred peaks, the 8 ministers of the heavenly dragon, Cha Lon, and the Tuti to send her help at once. Tell the sea dragon to dig her a well near the kitchen, a tiger to bring her firewood, birds to collect vegetables for the inmates of the nunnery, and all the spirits of heaven to help her in her duties, that she may give herself up without disturbance to the pursuit of perfection. See that my commands are promptly obeyed. The spirit of the North Star complied without delay. The nunnery on fire. Seeing all these gods arrive to help the novice, the superior, Iu, held consultation with the choir mistress, saying, "We assign to the princess the burdensome work of the kitchen because she refused to return to the world, but since she has entered on her duties, the gods of the 8 caves of heaven have come to offer her fruit. Cha Lon sweeps the kitchen, the dragon has dug a well, the god of the hearth and the tiger bring her fuel. Birds collect vegetables for her, the nunnery bell every evening at dusk booms of itself, as if struck by some mysterious hand. Obviously miracles are being performed. Hasten and fetch the king, and beg his majesty to recall his daughter." Cheng Seichong started on her way, and, on arrival, informed the king of all that had taken place. The king called Hu Pai Li, the chief of the guard, and ordered him to go to the sub-prefecture of Lungshu Xianat, the head of an army corps of 5,000 infantry and cavalry. He was to surround the nunnery of the White Bird and burn it to the ground, together with the nuns. When he reached the place, the commander surrounded the nunnery with his soldiers and set fire to it. The 500 doomed nuns invoked the aid of heaven and earth, and then, addressing Miao Shan, said, "It is you who have brought upon us this terrible disaster." "It is true," said Miao Shan. "I alone am the cause of your destruction." She then knelt down and prayed to heaven. "Great sovereign of the universe, your servant is the daughter of King Miao Chuang. You are the grandson of King Lin. Will you not rescue your younger sister? You have left your palace. I also have left mine. You in former times betook yourself to the snowy mountains to attain perfection. I came here with the same object. Will you not save us from this fiery destruction?" Her prayer ended. Miao Shan took a bamboo hairpin from her hair, pricked the roof of her mouth with it, and spat the flowing blood toward heaven. Immediately great clouds gathered in all parts of the sky and sent down inundating showers, which put out the fire that threatened the nunnery. The nuns threw themselves on their knees and thanked her effusively for having saved their lives. Hu Pai Li retired and went in haste to inform the king of this extraordinary occurrence. The king, enraged, ordered him to go back at once, bring his daughter in chains, and behead her on the spot. The execution of Miao Shan. But the queen, who had heard of this new plot, begged the king to grant her daughter a last chance. "If you will give permission," she said, "I will have a magnificent pavilion built at the side of the road where Miao Shan will pass in chains on the way to her execution, and will go there with our 2 other daughters and our sons-in-law. As she passes, we will have music, songs, feasting, everything likely to impress her and make her contrast our luxurious life with her miserable plight. This will surely bring her to repentance." "I agree," said the king, "to counter-order her execution until your preparations are complete." Nevertheless, when the time came, Miao Shan showed nothing but disdain for all this worldly show, and to all advances replied only, "I love not these pompous vanities. I swear that I prefer death to the so-called joys of this world." She was then led to the place of execution. All the court was present. Sacrifices were made to her as to one already dead. A grand minister pronounced the sacrificial oration. In the midst of all this, the queen appeared and ordered the officials to return to their posts, that she might once more exhort her daughter to repent. But Miao Shan only listened in silence with downcast eyes. The king felt great repugnance to shedding his daughter's blood and ordered her to be imprisoned in the palace, in order that he might make a last effort to save her. "I am the king," he said. My orders cannot be lightly set aside. Disobedience to them involves punishment, and in spite of my paternal love for you, if you persist in your present attitude, you will be executed tomorrow in front of the palace gate. The Tuti, hearing the king's verdict, went with all speed to Yu Huang and reported to him the sentence which had been pronounced against Miao Shan. Yi Huang exclaimed, "Save Buddha, there is none enthused so noble as this princess. Tomorrow, at the appointed hour, go to the scene of execution, break the swords, and splinter the lances they will use to kill her. See that she suffers no pain. At the moment of her death, transform yourself into a tiger and bring her body to the pine wood. Having deposited it in a safe place, put a magic pill in her mouth to arrest decay. Her triumphant soul, on its return from the lower regions, must find it in a perfect state of preservation in order to be able to re-enter it and animate it afresh. After that, she must betake herself to Xiangshan on Futu Island, where she will reach the highest state of perfection. On the day appointed, Commander Hu Pai Li led the condemned princess to the place of execution. A body of troops had been stationed there to maintain order. There was in attendance at the palace gates. Miao Shan was radiant with joy. "Today," she said, "I leave the world for a better life. Hasten to take my life, but beware of mutilating my body." The king's warrant arrived, and suddenly the sky became overcast and darkness fell upon the earth. A bright light surrounded Miao Shan, and when the sword of the executioner fell upon the neck of the victim, it was broken in two. Then they thrust at her with a spear, but the weapon fell to pieces. After that, the king ordered that she be strangled with a silken cord. A few moments later, a tiger leapt into the execution ground, dispersed the executioners, put the inanimate body of Miao Shan on his back, and disappeared into the pine forest. Hu Pai Li rushed to the palace, recounted to the king full details of all that had occurred, and received a reward of 2 ingots of gold. Miao Shan visits the infernal regions. Meantime, Miao Shan's soul, which remained unhurt, was borne on a cloud. When, waking as from a dream, she lifted her head and looked round, she could not see her body. "My father has just had me strangled," she sighed. "How is it that I find myself in this place? Here are neither mountains, nor trees, nor vegetation, no sun, moon, nor stars, no habitation, no sound, no cackling of a fowl nor barking of a dog. How can I live in this desolate region?" Suddenly a young man dressed in blue, shining with a brilliant light, and carrying a large banner, appeared and said to her, "By order of Yin Wang, the king of the hells, I come to take you to the 18 infernal regions." "What is this cursed place where I am now?" asked Miao Shan. "This is the lower world, hell," he replied. "Your refusal to marry, and the magnanimity with which you chose an ignominious death rather than break your resolutions, deserve the recognition of Yu Huang, and the 10 gods of the lower regions, impressed and pleased at your eminent virtue, have sent me to you. Fear nothing and follow me." Thus Miao Shan began her visit to all the infernal regions. The gods of the 10 hells came to congratulate her. "Who am I," asked Miao Shan, "that you should deign to take the trouble to show me such respect?" "We have heard," they replied, "that when you recite your prayers, all evil disappears as if by magic. We should like to hear you pray." "I consent," replied Miao Shan, "on condition that all the condemned ones in the 10 infernal regions be released from their chains in order to listen to me." At the appointed time, the condemned were led in by Nyo Tu, Oxhead, and Ma Mean, Horseface, the 2 chief constables of hell, and Miao Shan began her prayers. No sooner had she finished than hell was suddenly transformed into a paradise of joy, and the instruments of torture into lotus flowers. Hella Paradise. Pan Quan, the keeper of the register of the living and the dead, presented a memorial to Yin Wang stating that since Miao Shan's arrival, there was no more pain in hell, and all the condemned were beside themselves with happiness. "Since it has always been decreed," he added, "that, in justice, there must be both a heaven and a hell. If you do not send this saint back to earth, there will no longer be any hell, but only a heaven." "Since that is so," said Yin Wang, "let 48 flag bearers escort her across the Styx Bridge, now, that she may be taken to the pine forest to re-enter her body and resume her life in the upper world." The king of the hells having paid his respects to her, the youth in blue conducted her soul back to her body, which she found lying under a pine tree. Having re-entered it, Miao Shan found herself alive again. A bitter sigh escaped from her lips. "I remember," she said, "all that I saw and heard in hell. I sigh for the moment which will find me free of all impediments, and yet my soul has re-entered my body. Here, without any lonely mountain on which to give myself up to the pursuit of perfection, what will become of me? Great tears welled from her eyes. A test of virtue. Just then Julai Buddha appeared. Why have you come to this place? He asked. Miao Shan explained why the king had put her to death, and how after her descent into hell her soul had re-entered her body. I greatly pity your misfortune, Julai said, but there is no one to help you. I also am alone. Why should one marry? We could build ourselves a hut and pass our days in peace. What say you? Sir, she replied, you must not make impossible suggestions. One died and came to life again. How can you speak so lightly? Do me the pleasure of withdrawing from my presence. Well, said the visitor, he to whom you are speaking is no other than the Buddha of the West. I came to test your virtue. This place is not suitable for your devotional exercises. I invite you to come to Xiangshan. Miao Shan threw herself on her knees and said, my bodily eyes deceived me. I never thought that your majesty would come to a place like this. Pardon my seeming want of respect. Where is this Xiangshan? Xiangshan is a very old monastery, Julai replied. Built in the earliest historical times. It is inhabited by immortals. It is situated in the sea, on Pu-To Island, a dependency of the kingdom of Annam. There you will be able to reach the highest perfection. How far off is this island? Miao Shan asked. More than 3,000, Julai replied. I fear, she said. I could not bear the fatigue of so long a journey. Calm yourself, he rejoined. I have brought with me a magic peach, of a kind not to be found in any earthly orchard. Once you have eaten it, you will experience neither hunger nor thirst. Old age and death will have no power over you. You will live for ever. Miao Shan ate the magic peach, took leave of Julai, and started on the way to Xiangshan. From the clouds the spirit of the North Star saw her, wending her way painfully toward Pu-To. He called the guardian off the soil of Xiangshan and said to him, Miao Shan is on her way to your country. The way is long and difficult. Do you take the form of a tiger and carry her to her journey's end? The Tuti transformed himself into a tiger and stationed himself in the middle of the road along which Miao Shan must pass, giving vent to ferocious roars. I am a poor girl devoid of filial piety, said Miao Shan when she came up. One have disobeyed my father's commands. Devour me, and make an end of me. The tiger then spoke, saying, I am not a real tiger, but the guardian of the soil of Xiangshan. I have received instructions to carry you there. Get on my back. Since you have received these instructions, said the girl, I will obey, and when I have attained to perfection one will not forget your kindness. The tiger went off like a hash of lightning, and in the twinkling of an eye Miao Shan found herself at the foot of the rocky slopes of Pu-To Island. Miao Shan attains to perfection. After 9 years in this retreat Miao Shan had reached the acme of perfection. Tsang Wang then came to Xiangshan, and was so astonished at her virtue that he inquired of the local Tuti as to what had brought about this wonderful result. With the exception of Julai, in all the West no one equals her in dignity and perfection. She is the queen of the 3,000 PUSAs and of all the beings on earth who have skin and blood. We regard her as our sovereign in all things. Therefore, on the 19th day of the 11th moon we will enthrone her, that the whole world may profit by her beneficence. The Tuti sent out his invitations for the ceremony. The Dragon King of the Western Sea, the gods of the 5 sacred mountains, the emperor saints to the number of 120, the 36. Officials of the Ministry of Time, the celestial functionaries in charge of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the 3 causes, the 5 saints, the 8 immortals, the 10 kings of the hells, all were present on the appointed day. Miao Shan took her seat on the lotus throne, and the assembled gods proclaimed her sovereign of heaven and earth, and a Buddha. Moreover, they decided that it was not meet that she should remain alone at Xiangshan, so they begged her to choose a worthy young man and a virtuous damsel to serve her in the temple. The Tuti was entrusted with the task of finding them. While making search, he met a young priest named Shan Tsai. After the death of his parents, he had become a hermit on Tahuashan, and was still a novice in the science of perfection. Miao Shan ordered him to be brought to her. Who are you? She asked. I am a poor orphan priest of no merit, he replied. From my earliest youth I have led the life of a hermit. I have been told that your power is equally by your goodness, so I have ventured to come to pray you to show me how to attain to perfection. My only fear, replied Miao Shan, is that your desire for perfection may not be sincere. I have now no parents, the priest continued, and ye have come more than 1,000 to find you. How can I be wanting in sincerity? What special degree of ability have you attained during your course of perfection? Asked Miao Shan. I have no skill, replied Shan Tsai, but I rely for everything on your great pity, and under your guidance I hope to reach the required ability. Very well, said Miao Shan. Take up your station on the top of yonder peak, and wait till I find a means of transporting you. Carrot 4 Ruse. Miao Shan called the Tuti and bade him go and beg all the immortals to disguise themselves as pirates and to besiege the mountain, waving torches and threatening with swords and spears to kill her. Then I will seek refuge on the summit, and thence leap over the precipice to prove Shan Tsai's fidelity and affection. A minute later, a horde of brigands of ferocious aspect rushed up to the temple of Xiangshan. Miao Shan cried for help, rushed up the steep incline, missed her footing, and rolled down into the ravine. Shan Tsai, seeing her fall into the abyss, without hesitation flung himself after her in order to rescue her. When he reached her, he asked, What have you to fear from the robbers? You have nothing for them to steal. Why throw yourself over the precipice, exposing yourself to certain death? Miao Shan saw that he was weeping, and wept too. One must comply with the wish of heaven, she said. The transformation of Shan Tsai. Shan Tsai, inconsolable, prayed heaven and earth to save his protectress. Miao Shan said to him, You should not have risked your life by throwing yourself over the precipice. I have not yet transformed you, but you did a brave thing, and I know that you have a good heart. Now look down there. Oh, Sade, if I mistake not, that is a corpse. Yes, she replied, that is your former body. Now you are transformed, you can rise at will and fly in the air. Shan Tsai bowed low to thank his benefactress, who said to him, Henceforth you must say your prayers by my side, and not leave me for a single day. Brother and sister, with her spiritual sight, Miao Shan perceived at the bottom of the southern sea the third son of Lung Wang, who, in carrying out his father's orders, was cleaving waves in the form of a carp. While doing so, he was caught in a fisherman's net, taken to the market at Yechou, and offered for sale. Miao Shan at once sent her faithful Shan Tsai, in the guise of a servant, to buoy him, giving him 1,000 cash to purchase the fish, which he was to take to the foot of the rocks at Puto and set free in the sea. The son of Lung Wang heartily thanked his deliverer, and on his return to the palace related to his father what had occurred. Peking said, As a reward, make her a present of a luminous pearl, so that she may recite her prayers by its light at night time. Lung Ni, the daughter of Lung Wang's third son, obtained her grandfather's permission to take the gift to Miao Shan and begged that she might be allowed to study the doctrine of the sages under her guidance. After having proved her sincerity, she was accepted as a pupil. Shan Tsai called her his sister, and Lung Ni reciprocated by calling him her dear brother. Both lived as brother and sister by Miao Shan's side. The king's punishment. After King Miao Chuang had burned the nunnery of the White Bird and killed his daughter, Sichelan Buddha presented a petition to Yu Huang praying that the crime be not allowed to go unpunished. Yu Huang, justly irritated, ordered Pan Quan to consult the register of the living and the dead to see how long this homicidal king had yet to live. Pan Quan turned over the page off his register and saw that according to the divine ordinances the king's reign on the throne of Xing Lin should last for 20 years, but that this period had not yet expired. 1. That which has been decreed is immutable, said Yu Huang, but one will punish him by sending him illness. He called the god of epidemics and ordered him to afflict the king's body with ulcers, of a kind which could not be healed except by remediesto be given him by his daughter Miao Shan. The order was promptly executed, and the king could get no rest by day or by night. His 2 daughters and their husbands spent their time in feasting while he tossed about in agony on his sick bed. In vain the most famous physicians were called in. The malady only grew worse, and despair took hold of the patient. He then caused a proclamation to be made that he would grant the succession to the throne to any person who would provide him with an effectual remedy to restore him to health. The disguised priest-doctor. Miao Shan had learnt by revelation at Xiangshan all that was taking place at the palace. She assumed the form of a priest-doctor, clothed herself in a priest's gown, with the regulation headdress and straw shoes, and attached to her girdle a gourd containing pills and other medicines. In this apparel she went straight to the palace gate, read the royal edict posted there, and tore it down. Some members of the palace guard seized her and inquired angrily, "Who are you that you should dare to tear down the royal proclamation?" "I, a poor priest, am also a doctor," she replied. "I read the edict posted on the palace gates. The king is inquiring for a doctor who can heal him. I am a doctor of an old cultured family and propose to restore him to health." "If you are of a cultured family, why did you become a priest?" they asked. "Would it not have been better to gain your living honestly in practicing your art than to shave your head and go loafing about the world? Besides, all the highest physicians have tried in vain to cure the king. Do you imagine that you will be more skillful than all the aged practitioners?" "Set your minds at ease," she replied. "I have received from my ancestors the most efficacious remedies, and I guarantee that I shall restore the king to health." The palace guard then consented to transmit her petition to the queen, who informed the king, and in the end the pretended priest was admitted. Having reached the royal bedchamber, he sat still a while in order to calm himself before feeling the pulse, and to have complete control of all his faculties while examining the king. When he felt quite sure of himself, he approached the king's bed, took the king's hand, felt his pulse, carefully diagnosed the nature of the illness, and assured himself that it was easily curable. Strange medicine. One serious difficulty, however, presented itself, and that was that the right medicine was almost impossible to procure. The king showed his displeasure by saying, "For every illness there is a medical prescription, and for every prescription a specific medicine. How can you say that the diagnosis is easy, but that there is no remedy?" "Your Majesty," replied the priest, "the remedy for your illness is not to be found in any pharmacy, and none would agree to sell it." The king became angry, believed that he was being imposed upon, and ordered those about him to drive away the priest, who left smiling. The following night the king saw in a dream an old man who said to him, "This priest alone can cure your illness, and if you ask him, he himself will give you the right remedy." The king awoke as soon as these words had been uttered, and begged the queen to recall the priest. When the latter had returned, the king related his dream, and begged the priest to procure for him the remedy required. "What, after all, is this remedy that I must have in order to be cured?" he asked. "There must be the hand and eye of a living person, from which to compound the ointment which alone can save you," answered the priest. The king called out in indignation, "This priest is fooling me. Who would ever give his hand or his eye? Even if anyone would, I could never have the heart to make use of them." "Nevertheless," said the priest, "there is no other effective remedy." "Then where can I procure this remedy?" asked the king. "Your Majesty must send your ministers, who must observe the Buddhist rules of abstinence, to Xiangshan, where they will be given what is required." "Where is Xiangshan, and how far from here?" "About 3,000 or more **, but one myself will indicate the route to be followed. In a very short time they will return." The king, who was suffering terribly, was more contented when he heard that the journey could be rapidly accomplished. He called his two ministers, Chao Chun and Lu Qin, and instructed them to lose no time in starting for Xiangshan and to observe scrupulously the Buddhist rules of abstinence. He ordered the minister of ceremonies to detain the priest in the palace until their return, a conspiracy that failed. The two sons-in-law of the king, Ho Feng and Chao Qiyai, who had already made secret preparations to succeed to the throne as soon as the king should breathe his last, learned with no little surprise that the priest had hopes of curing the king's illness, and that he was waiting in the palace until the saving remedy was brought to him. Fearing that they might be disappointed in their ambition, and that after his recovery the king, faithful to his promise, would give the crown to the priest, they entered into a conspiracy with an unscrupulous courtier named Ho Li. They were obliged to act quickly, because the ministers were traveling by forced marches, and would soon be back. That same night Ho Li was to give to the king a poisoned drink, composed, he would say, by the priest with the object of assuaging the king's pain until the return of his two ministers. Shortly after, an assassin, Su Ta, was to murder the priest. Thus at one stroke, both the king and the priest would meet their death, and the kingdom would pass to the king's two sons-in-law. Miao Shan had returned to Xiangshan, leaving in the palace the bodily form of the priest. She saw the two traitors Ho Feng and Chao Ke preparing the poison, and was aware of their wicked intentions. Calling the spirit Ui, who was on duty that day, she told him to fly to the palace and change into a harmless soup the poison about to be administered to the king and to bind the assassin hand and foot. At midnight Ho Li, carrying in his hand the poisoned drink, knocked at the door of the royal apartment, and said to the queen that the priest had prepared a soothing potion while awaiting the return of the ministers. "I come," he said, "to offer it to his majesty." The queen took the bowl in her hands and was about to give it to the king when I arrived unannounced. Quick as thought, he snatched the bowl from the queen and poured the contents on the ground. At the same moment, Heck knocked over those present in the room, so that they all rolled on the floor. At the time this was happening, the assassin Su entered the priest's room and struck him with his sword. Instantly the assassin, without knowing how, found himself enwrapped in the priest's robe and thrown to the ground. He struggled and tried to free himself, but found that his hands had been rendered useless by some mysterious power, and that flight was impossible. The spirit Ui, having fulfilled the mission entrusted to him, now returned to Xiangshan and reported to Miaoshan. A confession and its resits. Next morning, the two sons-in-law of the king heard off the turn things had taken during the night. The whole palace was in a state of the greatest confusion. When he was informed that the priest had been killed, the king called Chu Tingli and ordered him to have the murderer arrested. Suta was put to the torture and confessed all that he knew. Together with Holiha was condemned to be cut into 1,000 pieces. The two sons-in-law were seized and ordered to instant execution, and it was only on the queen's intercession that their waves were spared. The infuriated king, however, ordered that his two daughters should be imprisoned in the palace. The gruesome remedy. Meantime, Chao Chun and Lu Qin had reached Xiangshan. When they were brought to Miaoshan, the ministers took out the king's letter and read it to her. "I, Miao Chuang, king of Xinglin, have learned that there dwells at Xiangshan an immortal whose power and compassion have no equal in the whole world. I have passed my 50th year and am afflicted with ulcers that all remedies have failed to cure. Today a priest has assured me that at Xiangshan I can obtain the hand and eye of a living person, with which he will prepare an ointment able to restore me to my usual state of health. Relying upon his word and upon the goodness of the immortal to whom he has directed me, I venture to beg that those 2 parts of a living body necessary to heal me ulcers be sent to me. I assure you of my everlasting gratitude, fully confident that my request will not bear fused." The next morning, Miao Shan bade the ministers take a knife and cut off her left hand and gouge out her left eye. Lu Qin took the knife offered him, but did not dare to obey the order. "Be quick," urged the immortal. "You have been commanded to return as soon as possible. Why do you hesitate as if you were a young girl?" Lu Xichen was forced to proceed. He plunged in the knife, and the red blood flooded the ground, spreading an odor like sweet incense. The hand and eye were placed on a golden plate, and, having paid their grateful respects to the mortal, the envoys hastened to return. When they had left, Miao Shan, who had transformed herself in order to allow the envoys to remove her hand and eye, told Shan Tsai that she was now going to prepare the ointment necessary for the cure of Peking. "Should the queen," she added, "send for another eye and hand, I will transform myself again, and you can give them to her." No sooner had she finished speaking than she mounted a cloud and disappeared in space. The two ministers reached the palace and presented to the queen the gruesome remedy which they had brought from the temple. She, overcome with gratitude and emotion, wept copiously. "What immortal," she asked, "can have been so charitable as to sacrifice a hand and eye for the king's benefit?" Then suddenly her tears gushed forth with redoubled vigor, and she uttered a great cry, for she recognized the hand of her daughter by a black scar which was on it. Half measures. Who else, in fact, but his child, she continued amid her sobs, could have had the courage to give her hand to save her father's life? "What are you saying?" said the king. "In the world there are many hands like this." While they thus reasoned, the priest entered Peking's apartment. "This great immortal has long devoted herself to the attainment of perfection," he said. "Those she has healed are innumerable. Give me the hand and eye." He took them and shortly produced an ointment which, he told the king, was to be applied to his left side. No sooner had it touched his skin than the pain on his left side disappeared as if by magic. No sign of ulcers was to be seen on that side, but his right side remained swollen and painful as before. "Why is it," asked the king, "that this remedy, which is so efficacious for the left side, should not be applied to the right?" "Because," replied the priest, "the left hand and eye of the saint cures only the left side. If you wish to be completely cured, you must send your officers to obtain the right eye and right hand also." The king accordingly dispatched his envoys anew with a letter of thanks, and begging as a further favor that the cure should be completed by the healing also of his right side. The king cured. On the arrival of the envoy, Shan Tsai met them in the mutilated form of Miao Shan, and he bade them cut off his right hand, pluck out his right eye, and put them on a plate. At the sight of the 4 bleeding wounds, Lu Qin could not refrain from calling out indignantly, "This priest is a wicked man, thus to make a martyr of a woman in order to obtain the succession." Having thus spoken, he left with his companion for the kingdom of Xinglin. On their return, the king was overwhelmed with joy. The priest quickly prepared the ointment, and the king, without delay, applied it to his right side. At once the ulcers disappeared like the darkness of night before the rising sun. The whole court congratulated the king and eulogized the priest. Peking conferred upon the latter the title Priest of the Brilliant Eye. He fell on his face to return thanks, and added, "I, a poor priest, have left the world, and have only one wish, namely, that your majesty should govern your subjects with justice and sympathy, and that all the officials of the realm should prove themselves men of integrity. As for me, I am used to roaming about. I have no desire for any royal estate. My happiness exceeds all earthly joys." Having thus spoken, the priest waved the sleeve of his cloak. A cloud descended from heaven, and seating himself upon it, he disappeared in the sky. From the cloud a note containing the following words was seen to fall: "I am one of the teachers of the West. One came to cure Peking's illness, and so to glorify the true doctrine." The king's daughter. All who witnessed this miracle exclaimed with one voice, "This priest is the living Buddha, who is going back to heaven." The note was taken to King Miao Chuang, who exclaimed, "Who am I that I should deserve that one of the rulers of heaven should deign to descend and cure me by the sacrifice of hands and eyes?" "What was the face of the saintly person like who gave you the remedy?" he then asked Chao Chen. "It was like unto that of your deceased daughter, Miao Shan," he replied. "When you removed her hands and eyes, did she seem to suffer? I saw a great flow of blood, and my heart failed, but the face of the victim seemed radiant with happiness." "This certainly must be my daughter Miao Shan, who has attained to perfection," said the king. "Wobuch would have given hands and eyes. Purify yourselves and observe the rules of abstinence, and go quickly to Xiangshan to return thanks to the saint for this inestimable favor. I myself will ere long make a pilgrimage thither to return thanks in person." The king and queen taken prisoners. 3 years later, the king and queen, with the grandees off their court, set out to visit Xiangshan. But on the way the monarchs were captured by the green lion, or god of fire, and the white elephant, or spirit of the water, the 2 guardians of the temple of Buddha, who transported them to a dark cavern in the mountains. A terrific battle then took place between the evil spirits on the one side and some hosts of heavenly genii, who had been summoned to the rescue, on the other. While its issue was still uncertain, reinforcements under the Red Child Devil, who could resist fire, and the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, who could subdue water, finally routed the enemy, and the prisoners were released. The king's repentance. The king and queen now resumed their pilgrimage, and Miao Shan instructed Shan Tsai to receive the monarchs when they arrived to offer incense. She herself took her place on the altar, her eyes torn out, her hands cut off, and her wrists all dripping with blood. The king recognized his daughter, and bitterly reproached himself. The queen fell swooning at her feet. Miao Shan then spoke and tried to comfort them. She told them of all that she had experienced since the day when she had been executed, and how she had attained to immortal perfection. She then went on, "In order to punish you for having caused the deaths of all those who perished in the wars preceding your accession to the throne, and Al Soto avenged the burning of the nunnery of the White Bird, Yu Huang afflicted you with those grievous ulcers. It was then that I changed myself into a priest in order to heal you, and gave my eyes and hands, with which I prepared the ointment that cured you. It was I, moreover, who procured your liberty from Buddha when you were imprisoned in the cave by the green lion and the white elephant. Sackcloth and ashes." At these words the king threw himself with his face in the ground, offered incense, worshipped heaven, earth, the sun, and the moon, saying with a voice broken by sobs, "I committed a great crime in killing my daughter, who has sacrificed her eyes and hands in order to cure me sickness." No sooner were these words uttered than Miao Shan reassumed her normal form, and, descending from the altar, approached her parents and sisters. Her body had again its original completeness, and in the presence of its perfect beauty, and at finding themselves reunited as one family, all wept for joy. "Well," said Miao Shan to her father, "will you now force me to marry and prevent my devoting myself to the attainment of perfection? Speak no more of that, replied the king. I was in the wrong. If you had not reached perfection, I should not now be alive. I have made up my mind to exchange my scepter for the pursuit of the perfect life, which I wish to lead henceforth together with you. The king renounces the throne. Then, in the presence of all, he addressed his Grand Minister Chao Chun, saying, Your devotion to the Sere, vice of the state has rendered you worthy to wear the crown. I surrender it to you. The court proclaimed Chao Chun king of Xinglin, bade farewell to Miao Chuang, and set out for their kingdom accompanied by their new sovereign. Pardon of the Green Lion and the White Elephant Buddha had summoned the White Elephant and the Green Lion, and was on the point of sentencing them to eternal damnation when the compassionate Miao Shan interceded for them. Certainly you deserve no forgiveness, he said, but I cannot refuse a request made by Miao Shan, whose clemency is without limit. I give you over to her, to serve and obey her in everything. Follower, Miao Shan becomes a Buddha. The guardian spirit on duty that day then announced the arrival of a messenger from Yuhuang. It was Tai Pa Chin Xing, who was the bearer of a divine decree, which he handed to Miao Shan. It read as follows. The august emperor, make known to you this decree. Miao Chuang, king of Xinglin, forgetful alike of heaven and hell, the 6 virtues, and metempsychosis, has led a blameworthy life. But your 9 years of penitence, the filial piety which caused you to sacrifice your own body to effect his cure, in short, all your virtues, have redeemed his faults. Your eyes can see and your ears can hear all the good and bad deeds and words of men. You are the object of my especial regard. Therefore I make proclamation of this decree of canonization. Miao Shan will have the title of very merciful and very compassionate Pusa, savior of the afflicted. Miraculous and always helpful protectress of mortals on your lofty precious lotus flower throne, you will be the sovereign of the southern seas and of Pu Tuile. Your 2 sisters, hitherto tainted with earthly pleasures, will gradually progress till they reach true perfection. Miao Qing will have the title of very virtuous Pusa, the completely beautiful, rider of the Green Lion. Miao Yin will be honored with the title of very virtuous and completely resplendent Pusa, rider of the White Elephant. The goddess of mercy, King Miao Chuang, is raised to the dignity of virtuous. Conquering P*USA, surveyor of mortals. Queen Paya receives the title of Pusa of 10,000 virtues, surveyor of famous women. Shan Tsai has bestowed upon him the title of golden youth. Lung Mi has the title of jade maiden. During all time incense is to be burned before all the members of this canonized group. Chapter 11, the 8 Immortals, Pa Shin, E. If they're singly or in groups, the 8 Immortals, Pa Shin, of the Taoist religion are one of the most popular subjects of representation in China. Their portraits are to be seen everywhere, on porcelain vases, teapots, teacups, fans, scrolls, embroidery, etc. Images of them are made in porcelain, earthenware, roots, wood metals. The term 8 Immortals is figuratively used for happiness. The number 8 has become lucky in association with this tradition, and persons or things 8 in number are graced accordingly. Thus we read off reverence shown to the 8 genii table, Pa Shin Cho, the 4 8 genii bridge, Pa Shin Chiyo, 8 genii vermicelli 9, Pa Shin Mean, the 8 genii of the wine cup, Tin Chung Pa Shin, wine bibbers of the Tang dynasty celebrated by Tu Fu, the poet. They are favorite subjects of romance and special objects of adoration. In them we see the embodiment of the ideas of perfect but imaginary happiness which possess the minds of the Chinese people. 3 of them, Chungli Chf Ian, Chang Kwa, and Li Yin, were historical personages. The others are mentioned only in fables or romances. They represent all kinds of people, old, young, male, female, civil, military, rich, poor, afflicted, cultured, noble. They are also representative of early, middle, and later historical periods. The legend of the 8 Immortals is certainly not older than the time of the Sung dynasty, AD 960-1280, and is probably to be assigned to that of the Yuan dynasty, 1280 to 1368. But some, if not all, of the group seem to the 8 Immortals have been previously celebrated as immortals in the Taoist legends. Their biographies are usually arranged in the order of their official eminence or seniority in age. Here I follow that adopted in Su Xiang Pa Shin Tung Yuqi, in which they are described in the order in which they became immortals. Li T*Ye Kwai. Li Tiquai, depicted always with his crutch and gourd full of magic medicines, was of the family name of Li, his own name being Li Yuan, Hsin, now Red Yuan. He is also known as Kung Mu. Shi Wangmu cured him of an ulcer on the leg and taught him the art of becoming immortal. He was canonized as Rector of the East. He is said to have been of commanding stature and dignified mien, devoting himself solely to the study of Taoist lore. Shi Wangmu made him a present open iron crutch and sent him to the capital to teach the doctrine of immortality to Han Chengli. He is also identified with Li Ningyang, to whom Lao Tiqiu descended from heaven in order to instruct him in the wisdom of the gods. Soon after he had completed his course of instruction, his soul left his body to go on visit to Huashan. Some say he was summoned by Lao Tzu, others that Lao Tzu engaged him as escort to the countries of Shiyi. He left his disciple Lang Ling in charge of his body, saying that if he did not return within 7 days, he was to have the body cremated. Unfortunately, when only 6 days had elapsed, the disciple was called away to the deathbed of his mother. In order to be able to leave at once, he cremated the body forthwith, and when the soul returned, it found only a heap of ashes. Myths and Legends of China. Some say the body was not cremated, but only became devitalized through neglect or through being uninhabited for so long a time. The object of the setting of the watch was not only to prevent injury to or theft of the body, but also to prevent any other soul from taking up its abode in it. In a forest nearby, a beggar had just died of hunger. Finding this corpse untenanted, the wandering spirit entered it through the temples and made off. When found that his head was long and pointed, his face black, his beard and hair woolly and disheveled, his eyes of gigantic size, and one of his legs lame, he wished to get out of this vile body. But Lao Tzu advised him not to make the attempt and gave him a gold band to keep his hair in order and an iron crutch to help his lame leg. On lifting his hand to his eyes, he found they were as large as buckles. That is why he was called Li Kung Mu, Li Hollow Eyes. Popularly, he is known as Li Tiquai, Li with the iron crutch. No precise period seems to be assigned to his career on Earth, though one tradition places him in the Yuan dynasty. Another account says that he was changed into a dragon, and in that form ascended to heaven. Elsewhere it is related that Tiquai, after entering the body of the lame beggar, benevolently preceded Torviv, the mother of Yang, his negligent disciple. Leaning on his iron staff and carrying a gourd of medicines on his back, he went to Yang's house, where preparations were being made for the funeral. The contents of the gourd, poured into the mouth, revived the dead woman. He then made himself known, and, giving Yang another pill, vanished in a gust of wind. 200 years later, he effected the immortalization of his disciple. During his peregrinations on Earth, he would hang a bottle on the wall at night and jump into it, emerging on the following morning. He frequently returned to Earth, and at times tried to bring about the transmigration of others. An example is the case of Chao 2, the watchman. Tiquai walked into a fiery furnace and bade Chao follow. The latter, being afraid of imitating an act evidently associated with the supernatural world of evil spirits, refused to do so. Tiquai then told Chao to step onto a leaf floating on the surface of the river, saying that it was a boat that would bear him across safely. Again the watchman refused, whereupon Tiquai, remarking that the cares of this world were evidently too weighty for him to be able to ascend to immortality, stepped on to the leaf himself and vanished. Chengli Taiyan. Regarding the origin and life of this immortal, several different accounts are given. One states that his family name was Chengli, and that he lived in the Han dynasty, being therefore called Han Chengli. His cognomen was Chian, his literary appellation Chi Tao, and his pseudonyms Ho Ho Tzq and Wang Yang Tzi, his style Yinfang. He was born in the district of Xinyang Xin, a subprefecture of the ancient capital Xianfu, in Shenxi. He became Marshal of the Empire in the cyclic year 2496. In his old age he became a hermit on Yangqiu Shan, 30 li northeast of ICH** Ngshinan in the prefecture of Pingyangfu in Shanxi. Hayes, referred to by the title of King Emperor of the True Active Principle. Another account describes Cheng Li Xiaoqian as merely a vice-marshal in the service of Duke Zhou Xiao. He was defeated in battle and escaped to Chengnan Shan, where he met the 5 heroes, the Flowers of the East, who instructed him in the doctrine of immortality. At the end of the Tang dynasty, Han Chengli taught this same science of immortality to Li Tengpin, see page 297, and took the pompous title of the only independent one under heaven. Other versions state that Han Chung Li is not the name of a person, but of a country, that he was a Taoist priest Chung Li Tzu, and that he was a beggar, Chung Li by name, who gave to one Lao Chi a pill of immortality, and no sooner had the latter swallowed it than he went mad, left his wife, and ascended to heaven. During a great famine, he transmuted copper and pewter into silver by amalgamating them with some mysterious drug. This treasure he distributed among the poor, and thousands of lives were thus saved. One day, while he was meditating, the stone wall of his dwelling in the mountains was rent asunder, and a jade casket exposed to view. This was found to contain secret information as to how to become an immortal. When he had followed these instructions for some time, his room was filled with many-colored clouds, music was heard, and a celestial stork came and bore him away on its back to the regions of immortality. He is sometimes represented holding his feather fan, Yi Mao Shan, at other times the peach of immortality. Since his admission to the ranks of the gods, he has appeared on earth at various times as the messenger of heaven. On one of these occasions he met Li Yin, as narrated on page 297. Lan Ts Ai Ho. Lan Ts Ai Ho is variously stated to have been a woman and an hermaphrodite. She is the strolling singer or mountebank of the immortals. Usually she plays a flute or a pair of cymbals. Her origin is unknown, but her personal name is said to have been Yang Su, and her career is assigned to the period of the Tang dynasty. She wandered abroad clad in a tattered blue gown held by a black wooden belt 3 inches wide, with one foot shoeless and the other shod, wearing in summer an undergarment of wadded material, and in winter sleeping on the snow, her breath rising in a brilliant cloud like the steam from a boiling cauldron. In this guise, she earned her livelihood by singing in the streets, keeping time with a wand 3 feet long. Though taken for a lunatic, the doggerel verse she sang disprove the popular slanders that it denounced this fleeting life and its delusive pleasures. When given money, she either strung it on a cord and waved it to the time of her song, or scattered it on the ground for the poor to pick up. One day she was found to have become intoxicated in an inn at Fengyang Fu in Anhui, and while in that state disappeared on a cloud, having thrown down to earth her shoe, robe, belt, and castanets. According to popular belief, however, only one of the 8 immortals, namely, Ho Shin Ku, was a woman, Lan Ts Aho being represented as a young person of about 16, bearing a basket of fruit. According to the Sayub Siang Pa Shin Tung Yu Chi, he was the red-footed great genius, Siche Xiaotashin incarnate. Thuff was a man. Adds the writer, he could not understand how to be a man, which is perhaps the reason why he has been supposed to be a woman. Changqua. The period assigned to Changqua is the middle or close of the 7th to the middle of the 8th century AD. He lived as a hermit on Chengtiao Shan, in the prefecture of Pingyang Fu in Shanxi. The emperors Tai Tsungen Cao Tsung of the Tang dynasty frequently invited him to court, but he persistently refused to go. At last, pressed once more by the Empress Wu, AD 684 to 705, he consented to leave his retreat, but was struck down by death at the gate of the temple of the jealous woman. His body began to decay and to be eaten by worms. When lo, he was seen again, alive and well, on the mountains of Hangzhou in Pingyang Fu. He rode on a white mule, which carried him thousands of miles in a day, and which, when the journey was finished, he folded up like a sheet of paper and put away in his wallet. When he again required its services, he had only to spurt water upon the packet from his mouth, and the animal at once assumed its proper shape. At all times he performed wonderful feats of necromancy, and declared that he had been Grand Minister to the Emperor Yao, 2357 to 2255 BC, during a previous existence. In the 23rd year, AD 735, of the reign period, Ai Yuan of the Emperor Suen Tsung of the Tang dynasty, he was called to Luoyang in Honan and elected Chief of the Imperial Academy, with the honorable title of very perspicacious teacher. It was just at this time that the famous Taoist Ye Feishan, thanks to his skill in necromancy, was in great favor at court. The emperor asked him who this Changqua Lao, he usually has the epithet Lao, old, added to. His name was. I know, replied the magician, but if I were to tell your majesty I should fall dead at your feet. So I dare not speak unless your majesty will promise that you will go with bare feet and bare head to ask Changqua to forgive you, in which case I should immediately revive. Shi and Tsung having promised, Fa Shan then said, Changqua is a white spiritual bat which came out of primeval chaos. No sooner had he spoken than he dropped dead at the emperor's feet. Sun Tsung, with bare head and feet, went to Chanqua as he had promised, and begged forgiveness for his indiscretion. The latter then sprinkled water on Fashion's face, and he revived. Soon after, Chang fell sick and returned to die in the Hangzhou Mountains during the period AD 742-746. When his disciples opened his tomb, they found it empty. He is usually seen mounted on his white mule, sometimes facing its head, sometimes its tail. He carries a phoenix feather or a peach of immortality. At his interviews with the Emperor Ming Huang Ina.D. 723, when he was alive still, Chang Kuo entertained the emperor with a variety of magical tricks, such as rendering himself invisible, drinking off a cup of aconite, and felling birds or flowers by pointing at them. He refused the hand of an imperial princess, and also declined to have his portrait placed in the Hall of Worthies. A picture of Chang Kuo sitting on a donkey and offering, a descendant to the newly married couple, is often found in the nuptial chamber. It seems somewhat incongruous that an old ascetic should be associated with matrimonial happiness and the granting of offspring, but the explanation may possibly be connected with his performance of wonderful feats of necromancy, though he is said not to have given encouragement to others in these things during his lifetime. Ho Shin Ku, a maiden holding in her hand a magic lotus blossom, the flower of open-heartedness, or the peach of immortality, given her by Lu Tungpin in the mountain gorges, a symbol of identity, playing at times the sbfng, or reed organ, or drinking wine. This is the picture the Chinese paint of the immortal Ho Shin Ku. She was the daughter of Ho T*Ai, a native of Sinking Shin in Guangdong. Others say her father was a shopkeeper at Lingling in Hunan. She lived in the time of the usurping Empress Wu, AD 684-705, of the Tiong dynasty. At her birth, 6 hairs were found growing in the crown of her head, and the account says she never had any more, though the pictures represent her with a full head of hair. She elected to live on Yunmu Ling, 20 li west of Sangch in Shin. On that mountain was found a stone called Yinmu Shi, mother of pearl. In a dream she saw a spirit who ordered her to powder and eat one of these stones, by doing which she could acquire both agility and immortality. She complied with this injunction, and also vowed herself to a life of virginity. Her days were thenceforth passed in floating from one peak to another, bringing home at night to her mother the fruits she collected on the mountain. She gradually found that she had no need to eat in order to live. Her fame having reached the ears of the empress, she was invited to court, but while journeying thither suddenly disappeared from mortal view and became an immortal. She is said to have been seen again in AD 750 floating upon a cloud of many colors at the temple of Ma Ku, the famous female Taoist magician, and again, some years later, in the city of Canton. She is represented as an extremely beautiful maiden, and is remarkable as occupying so prominent a position in a cult in which no system of female asceticism is developed. Lu Tungpin. Li Tungpin's family name was Li, his personal name Tungpin, also Yin, and his pseudonym Shun Yang Tizaji. He was born in AD 798 at Yongluo Shin, in the prefecture of Hocheng Fu in Shanxi, 120 southeast of the present subprefecture of Yangqi Shin, P*Q. He came of an official family, his grandfather having been president of the Ministry of Ceremonies, and his father prefect of Haichou. He was 5 feet 2 inches in height, and at 20 was still unmarried. At this time he made a journey to Lushan in Jiangxi, where he met the fire dragon, who presented him with a magic sword, which enabled him at will to hide himself in the heavens. During his visit to the capital, Xichong'an and Shinxi, he met the immortal Han Cheng-li, who instructed him in the mysteries of alchemy and the elixir of life. When he revealed himself as Yinfang Xinxing, Lu Yin expressed an ardent desire to aid in converting mankind to the true doctrine, but was first exposed to a series of 10 temptations. These being successfully overcome, he was invested with supernatural power and magic weapons, with which he traversed the empire, slaying dragons and ridding the earth of divers kinds of evils, during a period of upward of 400 years. Another version says that Han Cheng-li was in an inn, heating a jug of rice wine. Here Lu met him, and going to sleep dreamed that he was promoted to a very high office and was exceptionally favored by fortune in every way. This had gone on for 50 years when unexpectedly a serious fault caused him to be condemned to exile, and his family was exterminated. Alone in the world, he was sighing bitterly when he awoke with a start. All had taken place in so short a space of time that Han Cheng-Li's wine was not yet hot. Thesis, the incident referred to in Chinese literature in the phrase *rice wine dream. Convinced of the hollowness of worldly dignities, he followed Han Cheng-Li to the Ho Ling Mountains at Chengnan in Shinxi, where he was initiated into the divine mysteries and became an immortal. In AD 1115, the Emperor Huizong conferred on him the title of Hero of Marvelous Wisdom, and later he was proclaimed King Emperor and Strong Protector. There are various versions of the legend of Li Tengpin. Point one of these adds that in order to fulfill his promise Medido Cheng Li to do what he could to aid in the work of converting his fellow creatures to the true doctrine, he went to Yuyang in the guise of an oil seller, intending to immortalize all those who did not ask for additional weight to the quantity of oil purchased. During a whole year, he met only selfish and extortionate customers, with the exception of one old lady who alone did not ask for more than was her due. So he went to her house, and a well in the courtyard threw a few grains of rice into it. The water miraculously turned into wine, from the sale of which the dame amassed great wealth. He was very skillful in fencing, and is always represented with his magic Excalibur named Chan Yao Kuai, devil-slaying saber, and in one hand holds a fly whisk, yunshou, or cloud sweeper, a symbol common in Taoism of being able to fly at will through the air and to walk on the clouds of heaven. Like Quan Kung, he is shown bearing in his arms a male child, indicating a promise of numerous progeny, including literati and famous officials. Consequently, he is one of the spiritual beings honored by the literati. Han Xiangzi, who is depicted with a bouquet of flowers or a basket of peaches of immortality, is stated to have been a grandnephew of Han Yu. AD 768, 824, the great statesman, philosopher, and poet of the T*Ong dynasty, and an ardent votary of transcendental study. His own name was Qing Fu. The child was entrusted to his uncle to be educated and prepared for the public examinations. He excelled his teacher in intelligence and the performance of wonderful feats, such as the production from a little earth in a flower pot of some marvelous flowering plants, on the leaves of which were written in letters of gold some verses to this effect: "The clouds hide Mount Qinling. Where is your abode? The snow is deep on Lan Quan. Your horse refuses to advance." "What is the meaning of these verses?" asked Han Yu. "You will see," replied Han Xiangzi. Some time afterward, Han Yu was sent in disgrace to the prefecture of Fu in Guangdong. When he reached the foot of Lan Quan, the snow was so deep that he could not go on. Han Xiangzi appeared, and, sweeping away the snow, made a path for him. Han Yi then understood the prophecy in his pupil's verses. 50 years when unexpectedly a serious fault caused him to be condemned to exile, and his family was exterminated. Alone in the world, he was sighing bitterly when he awoke with a start. All had taken place in so short a space of time that Han Cheng-Li's wine was not yet hot. Thesis, the incident referred to in Chinese literature in the phrase *rice wine dream. Convinced of the hollowness of worldly dignities, he followed Han Cheng-Li to the Ho Ling Mountains at Chengnan in Shinxi, where he was initiated into the divine mysteries and became an immortal. In AD 1115, the Emperor Huizong conferred on him the title of Hero of Marvelous Wisdom, and later he was proclaimed King Emperor and Strong Protector. There are various versions of the legend of Li Tengpin. Point one of these adds that in order to fulfill his promise Medido Cheng Li to do what he could to aid in the work of converting his fellow creatures to the true doctrine, he went to Yuyang in the guise of an oil seller, intending to immortalize all those who did not ask for additional weight to the quantity of oil purchased. During a whole year, he met only selfish and extortionate customers, with the exception of one old lady who alone did not ask for more than was her due. So he went to her house, and a well in the courtyard threw a few grains of rice into it. The water miraculously turned into wine, from the sale of which the dame amassed great wealth. He was very skillful in fencing, and is always represented with his magic Excalibur named Chan Yao Kuai, devil-slaying saber, and in one hand holds a fly whisk, yunshou, or cloud sweeper, a symbol common in Taoism of being able to fly at will through the air and to walk on the clouds of heaven. 8 Immortals because the other 7, who occupied 7 of the 8 grottos of the upper spheres, was shed to see the 8th inhabited, and nominated him because his disposition resembled that of a genie. The legend relates that the Empress Tisao, wife of the Emperor Zhenzong, AD 1023-64, had 2 younger brothers, The elder of the two, Qing Su, did not concern himself with the affairs of state. The younger, Qingqi, was notorious for his misbehavior. In spite of all warnings, he refused to reform, and being at last guilty of homicide, was condemned to death. His brother, ashamed at what had occurred, went and hid in the mountains, where he clothed his head and body with wild plants, resolved to lead the life of a hermit. One day Han Chengli and Li Tengpin found him in his retreat, and asked him what he was doing. "I am engaged in studying the way," he replied. "What way, and where is it?" they asked. He pointed to the sky. "Where is the sky?" they went on. He pointed to his heart. The two visitors smiled and said, "The heart is the sky, and the sky is the way. You understand the origin of things." They then gave him a recipe for perfection, to enable him to take his place among the perfect ones, that in a few days only he had reached this much sought-after condition. In another version, we find fuller details concerning this. Immortal, a graduate named Yuan Wencheng of Xiaoqiang in the sub-prefecture of Sichuan Guangdong, was traveling with his wife to take his examinations at the capital. Tsao Qingqi, the younger brother of the empress, saw the lady and was struck with her beauty. In order to gratify his passion, he invited the graduate and his young wife to the palace, where he strangled the husband and tried to force the Wafido cohabit with him. She refused obstinately, and as a last resort he had her imprisoned in a noisome dungeon. The soul of the graduate appeared to the imperial censor Pao Laya and begged him to exact vengeance for the execrable crime. The elder brother, Qing Su, seeing the case put in the hands of the upright Pao Laya, and knowing his brother to be guilty of homicide, advised him to put the woman to death, in order to cut off all source of information and so to prevent further proceedings. The young voluptuary thereupon caused the woman to be thrown down a deep well, but the star Taipa Qinxing, in the form of an old man, drew her out again. While making her escape, she met on the road an official procession which she mistook for that of Pao Laya, and, going up to the sedan chair, made her accusation. This official was no other than the elder brother of the murderer, Qing Su. Terrified, dared not refuse to accept the charge, but on the pretext that the woman had not placed herself respectfully by the side of the official chair, and thus had not left a way clear for the passage of his retinue, he had her beaten with iron-spiked whips, and she was cast away for dead in a neighboring lane. This time also she revived, and ran to inform Pao Laoya. The latter immediately had Tsao Qing Su arrested, caned, and fettered. Without loss of time, he wrote an invitation to the second brother, Ao Qingqi, and on his arrival confronted him with the graduate's wife, who accused him to his face. Pao Laoya had him put in a pit, and remained deaf to all entreaties of the emperor and empress on his behalf. A few days later, the murderer was taken to the place of execution, and his head rolled in the dust. The problem now was how to get Tsao Qing Su out of the hands of the terrible censor. The Emperor Jin Tsung, to please the empress, had a universal amnesty proclaimed throughout the empire, under which all prisoners were set free. On receipt of this edict, Paola liberated Tsao Qing Su from the king, and allowed him to go free. As one risen from the dead, he gave himself up to the practice of perfection, became a hermit, and, through the instruction of the perfect ones, became one of the Eight Immortals. Pa Shin Qua Hai. The phrase Pa Shin Qua Bat, the Eight Immortals crossing the sea, refers to the legend of an expedition made by these deities. Their object was to behold the wondrous things of the sea, not to be found in the celestial sphere. The usual mode of celestial locomotion, by taking a seat in a cloud, was discarded at the suggestion of Liu Yin, who recommended that they should show the infinite variety of their talents by placing things on the surface of the sea and stepping on them. Li Tiquai threw down his crutch and scudded rapidly over the waves. Cheng Li Chilian used his feather fan, Chang Qua his paper mule, Ldi Tung Pin his sword, Han Xiang Tzi his flower basket, Ho Shin Ku her lotus flower, Lan Tieseho his musical instrument, and Tieso, Quichiu his tablet of admission to court. The popular pictures often represent most of these articles, changed into various kinds of sea monsters. The musical instrument was noticed by the son of the dragon king off the eastern sea. This avaricious prince conceived the idea of stealing the instrument and imprisoning its owner. The immortals thereupon declared war, the myths and legends of China, details of which are described at length by the Chinese writers, the outcome being that the Dragon King was utterly defeated. After this, the Eight Immortals continued their submarine exploits for an indefinite time, encountering numberless adventures, But here the author travels far into the fertile region of romance, beyond the frontiers of our present province. Chapter 12. The Guardian Off Gate of Heaven. Li, the pagoda bearer. In Buddhist temples, there is to be seen a richly attired figure of a man holding in his hand a model of a pagoda. He is Li, the Prime Minister of Heaven and Father of Nocha. He was a general under the tyrant Cho and commander of Sichuan Quan at the time when the bloody war was being waged which resulted in the extinction of the Yin dynasty. Nocha is one of the most frequently mentioned heroes in Chinese romance. He is represented in one account as being Yi Huang's shield bearer, 60 feet in height, his 3 heads with 9 eyes crowned by a golden wheel, his 8 hands each holding a magic weapon, and his mouth vomiting blue clouds. At the sound of his voice, we are told, the heavens shook and the foundations of the earth trembled. His duty was to bring into submission all the demons which desolated the world. His birth was in this wise. Li Qing's wife, Yin Shi, bore him 3 sons, the eldest Qin Cha, the second Mu Cha, and the third No Cha, generally known as the third prince. Yin Shi dreamed one night that a Taoist priest entered her room. She indignantly exclaimed, "How dare you come into my room in this indiscreet manner?" The priest replied, "Woman, receive the child of the unicorn." Before she could reply, the Taoist pushed an object to her bosom. Yin Shi awoke in a fright, a cold sweat all over her body. Having awakened her husband, she told him what she had dreamed. At that moment she was seized with the pains of childbirth. Li Qing withdrew to an adjoining room, uneasy at what seemed to be inauspicious omens. A little later 2 servants ran to him, crying out, "Your wife has given birth to a monstrous freak, an avatar of the intelligent pearl." Li Qing seized his sword and went into his wife's room, which he found filled with a red light exhaling a most extraordinary odor. A ball of flesh was rolling in the floor like a wheel. With a blow of his sword he cut it open, and a babe emerged, surrounded by a haluf red light. Its face was very white, a gold bracelet was on its right wrist, and it wore a pair of red silk trousers, from which proceeded rays of dazzling golden light. The bracelet was the horizon of heaven and earth, and the 2 precious objects belonged to the cave Qin Kuang Tung of Tai Qinjian, the priest who had bestowed them upon him when he appeared to his mother during her sleep. The child itself was an avatar of Ling Chut's Fai, the intelligent pearl. On the morrow Tai Qinjian returned and asked Li Qing's permission to see the newborn babe. "He shall be called No Cha," he said, "and will become municipal." A precocious youth. At 7 years of age No Cha was already 6 feet in height. One day he asked his mother if he might go for a walk outside the town. His mother granted him permission on condition that he was accompanied by a servant. She also counseled him not to remain too long outside the wall, lest his father should become anxious. It was in the 5th moon. The heat was excessive. No Cha had not gone of it before he was in a profuse perspiration. Some way ahead, he saw a clump of trees, to which he hastened, and, settling himself in the shade, opened his coat, and breathed with relief the fresher air. In front of him he saw a stream of limpid green water running between 2 rows of willows, gently agitated by the movement of the wind, and flowing round a rock. The child ran to the banks of the stream, and said to his guardian, "I am covered with perspiration, and will bathe from the rock." "Be quick," said the servant. "If your father returns home before you, he will be anxious." No Cha stripped himself, took his red silk trousers, several feet long, and dipped them in the water, intending to use them as a towel. No sooner were the magic trousers immersed in the stream than the water began to boil, and heaven and earth trembled. The water of this river, the Chuan Ho, 9 Bends River, which communicated with the Eastern Sea, turned completely red, and Lung Wang's palace shook to its foundations. The Dragon King, surprised at seeing the walls of his crystal palace shaking, called his officers and inquired, "How is it that the palace threatens to collapse? There should not be an earthquake at this time." He ordered one of his attendants to go at once and find out what evil was giving rise to the commotion. When the officer reached the river, he saw that the water was red, but noticed nothing else except a boy dipping a band of silk in the stream. He cleft the water and called out angrily, "That child should be thrown into the water for making the river red and causing Lung Wang's palace to shake." "Who is that who speaks so brutally?" said No Cha. Then, seeing that the man intended to seize him, he jumped aside, took his gold bracelet, and hurled it in the air. It fell on the head of the officer, and No Cha left him dead on the rock. Then he picked up his bracelet and said, smiling, His blood has stained my precious horizon of heaven and earth. He then washed it in the water. The slaying of the Dragon King's son. How is it that the officer does not return? Inquired Lung Wang. At that moment attendants came to inform him that his retainer had been murdered by a boy. Thereupon Ao Ping, the third son of Lung Wang, placing himself at the head of a troop of marines, his trident in his hand, left the palace precincts. The warriors dashed into the river, raising on every side waves mountains high. Seeing the water rising, No Cha stood up on the rock and was confronted by Ao Ping mounted on a sea monster. Who slew my messenger? Cried the warrior. I did, answered No Cha. Who are you? Demanded Ao Ping. I am No Cha, the third son of Li Qing of Sichin Tianquan. I came here to bathe and refresh myself. Your messenger cursed me, and I killed him. Then, rascal, do you not know that your victim was a deputy of the King of Heaven? How dare you kill him, and then boast of your crime? So saying, Ao Ping thrust at the boy with his trident. No Cha, by a brisk move, evaded the thrust. Who are you? He asked in turn. I am Ao Ping, the third son of Lung Wang. Ah, you are a blusterer, jeered the boy. If you dare to touch me, I will skin you alive, you and your mud eels. You make me choke with rage, rejoined Ao Ping, at the same time thrusting again with his trident. Furious at this renewed attack, No Cha spread his silk trousers in the air, and thousands of balls of fire flew out of them, felling Lung Wang's son. No Cha put his foot on Ao Ping's head and struck it with his magic bracelet, whereupon he appeared in his true form of a dragon. I am now going to pull out your sinews, he said, in order to make a belt for my father to use to bind on his cuirass. No Cha was as good as his word, and Ao Ping's escort ran and informed Lung Wang of the fate of his son. The Dragon King went to Li Qing and demanded an explanation. Being entirely ignorant of what had taken place, Li Qing sought No Cha to question him. An unruly son. No Cha was in the garden, occupied in weaving the belt of dragon sinew. The stupefaction of Li Qing may be imagined. You have brought most awful misfortunes upon us, he exclaimed. Come and give me an account of your conduct. Have no fear, replied No Cha superciliously. His son's sinews are still intact. I will give them back to him if he wishes. When they entered the house, he saluted the Dragon King, made a curt apology, and offered to return his son's sinews. The father, moved with grief at the sight of the proofs of the tragedy, said bitterly to Li Qing, You have such a son and yet dare to deny his guilt, though you heard him haughtily admitting it. Tomorrow I shall report the matter to Yu Huang. Having spoken thus, he departed. Li Qing was overwhelmed at the enormity of his son's crime. His wife, in an adjoining room, hearing his lamentations, went to her husband. What obnoxious creature is this that you have brought into the world? He said to her angrily. He has slain 2 spirits, the son of Lung Wang, and a steward sent by the King of Heaven. Tomorrow the Dragon King is to lodge a complaint with Yu Huang, and 2 or 3 days hence will see the end of our existence. The poor mother began to weep copiously. What? She sobbed. You whom I suffered so much for, you are to be the cause of our ruin and death. No Cha, seeing his parents so distracted, fell on his knees. Let me tell you once for all, he said, that I am an ordinary mortal. I am the disciple of Tai Qinjian. My magic weapons I received from him. It is they which brought upon me the undying hatred of Lung Wang. But he cannot prevail. Today I will go and ask my master's advice. The guilty alone should suffer. The penalty, it is unjust that his parents should suffer. In his stead, drastic measures. He then left for Xingyan Shan and entered the cave of his master Tai Qinjian, to whom he related his adventures. The master dwelt upon the grave consequences of the murders, and then ordered No Cha to bare his breast. With his finger he drew on the Skeena magic formula, after which he gave him some secret instructions. Now, he said, go to the gate of heaven and await the arrival of Lung Wang, who purposes to accuse you before Yu Huang. Then you must come again to consult me, that your parents may not be molested because of your misdeeds. When No Cha reached the gate of heaven, it was closed. In vain he sought for Lung Wang, but after a while he saw him approaching. Lung Wang did not see No Cha, for the formula written by Tai Qinjian rendered him invisible. As Lung Wang approached the gate, No Cha ran up to him and struck him so hard a blow with his golden bracelet that he fell to the ground. Then No Cha stamped on him, cursing him vehemently. The Dragon King now recognized his assailant and sharply reproached him with his crimes. But the only reparation he got was a renewal of kicks and blows. Then, partially lifting Lung Wang's cloak and raising his shield. No Cha tore off from his body about 40 scales. Blood flowed copiously, and the Dragon King, under stress of the pain, begged his foe to spare his life. His No Cha consented on condition that he relinquished his purpose of accusing him before Yi Huang. Now, went on No Cha, change yourself into Asmal serpent that I may take you back without fear of your escaping. Lung Wang took the form of a small blue dragon and followed No Cha to his father's house, upon entering which Lung Wang resumed his normal form and accused No Cha of having belabored him. I will go with all the Dragon Kings and lay an accusation before Yi Huang, he said. Thereupon he transformed himself into a gust of wind and disappeared. No Cha draws a bow at a venture. Things are going from bad to worse, sighed Li Qing. His son, however, consoled him. I beg you, my father, not to let the future trouble you. I am the chosen one of the gods. My master is Tai Chen Jin, and he has assured me that he can easily protect us. No Cha now went out and ascended a tower which commanded a view of the entrance of the fort. There he found a wonderful bow and 3 magic arrows. No Cha did not know that this was the spiritual weapon belonging to the fort. My master informed me that I am destined to fight to establish the coming Zhou dynasty. I ought therefore to perfect myself in the use of weapons. This is a good opportunity. He accordingly seized the bow and shot an arrow toward the southwest. A red trail indicated the path of the arrow, which hissed as it flew. At that moment Pai Yin, a servant of Shiqi Nyang, happened to be at the foot of Kulu Shan, Skeleton Hill, in front of the cave of his mistress. The arrow pierced his throat, and he fell dead, bathed in his blood. Shiqi Nyang came out of her cave, and examining the arrow found that it bore the inscription, Arrow which shakes the heavens. She thus knew that it must have come from Sichintian Quan, where the magic bow was kept. Another encounter. The goddess mounted her blue phoenix, flew over the fort, seized Li Qing, and carried him to her cave. There she made him kneel before her, and reminded him how she had protected him that he might gain honor and glory on earth before he attained to immortality. It is thus that you show your gratitude, by killing misservant. Li Qing swore that he was innocent, but the telltale arrow was there, and it could not but have come from the fortress. Li Qing begged the goddess to set him at liberty, in order that he might find the culprit, and bring him to her. If I cannot find him, he added, you may take my life. Once again, No Cha frankly admitted his deed to his father, and followed him to the cave of Shiqi Nyang. When he reached the entrance, the second servant reproached him with the crime, whereupon No Cha struck him a heavy blow. Shiqi Nyang, infuriated, threw herself at No Cha, sword in hand. One after the other she wrenched from him his bracelet and magic trousers. Deprived of his magic weapons, No Cha fled to his. For 5 or 6 nights the son appeared to his mother, each time repeating his request. The last time head. Do not forget that by nature I am ferocious. If you refuse my request, evil will befall you. His mother then sent builders to the mountain to construct a temple to No Cha, and his image was set up in it. Miracles were not wanting, and the number of pilgrims who visited the shrine increased daily. Li Qing destroys his sorry statue. One day Li Qing, with a troop of his soldiers, was passing this mountain, and saw the roads crowded with pilgrims of both sexes. Where are these people going? He asked. For 6 months past, he was told. The spirit of the temple on this mountain has continued to perform miracles. People come from far and near to worship and supplicate him. What is the name of this spirit? Inquired Li Qing. No Cha, they replied. No Cha, exclaimed the father. I will go and see him myself. In a rage, Li Qing entered the temple and examined the statue, which was a speaking image of his son. By its side were images of 2 of his servants. He took his whip and began to beat the statue, cursing it all the while. It is not enough, apparently, for you to have been a source of disaster to us, he said. But even after your death you must deceive the multitude. Hugh hipped the statue until it fell to pieces. He then kicked over the images of the servants, and went back, admonishing the people not to worship so wicked a man, the shame and ruin of his family. By his orders the temple was burnt to the ground. When he reached Tichintiang Quan, his wife came to him, but he received her coldly. You gave birth to that cursed son, he said, who has been the plague for lives, and after his death you build him a temple in which he deceives the people. Do you wish to have me disgraced? If I were to be accused at court of having instituted the worship of false gods, would not my destruction be certain? I have burned the temple, and intend that shall settle the matter once for all. If ever you think of rebuilding it, I will break off all relations with you. No Cha consults his master. At the time of his father's visit, No Cha was absent from the temple. On his return, he found only its smoking remnants. The spirits of his two servants ran up lamenting. Who has demolished my temple? He said. Li Qing, they replied. In doing this he has exceeded his powers, said No Cha. I gave him back the substance I received from him. Why did he come with violence to break up my image? I will have nothing more to do with him. No Cha's soul had already begun to be spiritualized. So he determined to go to Tai Qingjin and beg for his help. The worship rendered to you there, replied the Taoist, had nothing in it which should have offended your father. It did not concern him. He was in the wrong. Before long, Chang Tia will descend to inaugurate the new dynasty. And since you must throw in your lot with him, I will find a way to aid you. A new No Cha. Tai Qingjin had 2 water lily stalks and 3 lotus leaves brought to him. He spread these on the ground in the form of a human being and placed the soul of Noka in this lotus skeleton, uttering magic incantations while there emerged a new No Cha full of life, with a fresh complexion, purple lips, keen glance, and 16 feet of height. Follow me to my peach garden, said T**ai Qingjin, and I will give you your weapons. He handed him a fiery spear, very sharp, and 2 wind and fire wheels which, placed under his feet, served as a vehicle. A brick of gold in a panther skin bag completed his magic armament. The new warrior, after thanking his master, mounted his wind and fire wheels and returned to Sichintianquan. A battle between father and son. Li Qing was informed that his son No Cha had returned and was threatening vengeance. So he took his weapons, mounted his horse, and went forth to meet him. Having cursed each other profusely, they joined battle, but Li Qing was worsted and compelled to flee. No Cha pursued his father, but as he was on the point of overtaking him, Li Qing's second son, Mu Cha, came on the scene and keenly reproached his brother for his unfilial conduct. Li Qing is no longer my father, replied No Cha. I gave him back my substance. Why did he burn my temple and smash up my image? Mu Cha thereupon prepared to defend his father, but received on his back a blow from the golden brick and fell unconscious. No Cha then resumed his pursuit of Li Qing. His strength exhausted, and in danger of falling into the hands of his enemy, Li Qing drew his sword and was about to kill himself. Stop, cried a Taoist priest. Come into my cave, and I will protect you. When No Cha came up, he could not see Li Qing and demanded his surrender from the Taoist. But he had to do with one stronger than himself, no less a being than Wen Shu Tin's son, whom Tai Qingjin had sent in order that No Cha might receive a lesson. The Taoist, with the aid of his magic weapon, seized No Cha, and in a moment he found a gold ring fastened round his neck, 2 chains on his feet, and he was bound to a pillar of gold. Peace at the last. At this moment, as if by accident, Tai Qingjin appeared upon the scene. His master had no shabrat before Wen Shu Tin's son and Li Qing, and advised him to live at peace with his father, but he also rebuked the father for having burned the temple on Tsupng Shan. This done, he ordered Li Qing to go home, and No Cha to return to his cave. The latter, overflowing with anger, his heart full of vengeance, started again in pursuit of Li Qing, swearing that he would punish him. But the Taoist reappeared and prepared to protect Li Qing. No Cha, bristling like a savage cat, threw himself at this enemy and tried to pierce him with his spear, but a white lotus flower emerged from the Taoist's mouth and arched the course of the weapon. As No Cha continued to threaten him, the Taoist drew from his sleeve a mysterious object which rose in the air, and, falling at the feet of No Cha, enveloped him in flames. Then No Cha prayed for mercy. The Taoist exacted from him 3 separate promises: to live in harmony with his father, to recognize and address him as his father, and to throw himself at the Taoist's feet, to indicate his reconciliation with himself. After this act of reconciliation had been performed, Wen Shu Tin's son promised Li Qing that he should leave his official post to become an immortal able to place his services at the disposal of the new Zhou dynasty, shortly to come into power. In order to ensure that the guardian of the gate of heaven, their reconciliation should last forever, and to place it beyond No Cha's power to seek revenge, he gave Li Qing the wonderful object by whose agency No Cha's feet had been burned, and which had been the means of bringing him into subjection. It was a golden pagoda, which became the characteristic weapon of Li Qing, and gave rise to his nickname, Li the Pagoda Bearer. Finally, Yu Huang appointed him Generalissimo of the 26 Celestial Officers, Grand Marshal of the Skies, and Guardian of the Gate of Heaven. Chapter 13, A Battle of the Gods. Multifarious Versatile Divinities. He FTNG Xin Yin I describes at length how, during the wars which preceded the accession of the Zhou dynasty in 1122 BC, a multitude of demigods, Buddhas, immortals, etc., took part on one side or the other, some fighting for the old, some for the new dynasty. They were wonderful creatures, gifted with marvelous powers. They could at will change their form, multiply their heads and limbs, become invisible, and create, by merely uttering a word, terrible monsters who bit and destroyed, or sent forth poison gases, or emitted flames from their nostrils. In these battles there is much lightning, thunder, flight of fire dragons, dark clouds which vomit burning hails of murderous weapons, swords, spears, and arrows fall from the sky onto the heads of the combatants. The earth trembles, the pillars of heaven shake. Chun Ti. One of these gifted warriors was Chun Ti, a Taoist off the Western Paradise, who appeared on the scene when the armies of the rival dynasties were facing each other. Kung Xian was gallantly holding the pass of the Qinshi Ling. Chang Tsuya was trying to take it by assault, so far without success. Chun Ti's mission was to take Kung Xian to the abode of the blessed, his wisdom and general progress having now reached the required degree of perfection. This was a means of breaking down the invincible resistance of this powerful enemy, and at the same time off rewarding his brilliant talents. But K'Gung Suin did not approve of this plan, and a fight took place between the two champions. The T1 moment Chun Ti was seized by a luminous bow and carried into the air, but while enveloped in a cloud of fire he appeared with 18 arms and 24 heads, holding in each hand a powerful talisman. The one-eyed peacock. He put a silk cord round Kung Xian's neck, touched him with his wand, and forced him to reassume his original form of a red one-eyed peacock. Chun tiziated himself on the peacock's back, and it flew across the sky, bearing its savior and master to the Western Paradise. Brilliantly variegated clouds marked its track through space. Arrangements for the siege. On the disappearance of its defender, the defile of Qinshi Ling was captured, and the village of Chipai Quan, the bulwark of the enemy's forces, reached. This place was defended by a host of genii and immortals, the most distinguished among them being the Taoist In Chaochu, whose specially effective charms had so far kept the fort secure against every attempt upon it. Lao Tiziji himself had deigned to descend from dwelling in happiness, together with Yuan Shiten's son Anshin Taojian, to take part in the siege. But the town had 4 gates, and these heavenly rulers were only 3 in number. So Chun Ti was recalled, and each member of the quartet was entrusted with the task of capturing one of the gates. Impediments. Chun Ti's duty was to take the Chushin men, defended by Tung Tien Chaochu. The warriors who had tried to enter the town by this gate had one and all paid for their temerity with their lives. The moment each had crossed the threshold, a clap of thunder haters sounded, and a mysterious sword, moving with lightning rapidity, had slain him. Offense and defense. As Chun Ti I advanced at the head of his warriors, terrible lightning rent the air, and the mysterious sword descended like a thunderbolt upon his head. But Chun Ti held on high his 7 precious branch, whereupon there emerged from it thousands of lotus flowers, which formed an impenetrable covering and stopped the sword in its fall. This and the other gates were then forced, and a grand assault was now directed against the chief defender of the town. Tung Tien Chaochu, riding his ox and surrounded by his warriors, for the last time risked the chance offer and bravely faced his 4 terrible adversaries. With his sword held aloft, he threw himself on Qin Tijin, whose only weapon was his fly whisk. But there emerged from this a 5-colored lotus flower, which stopped the sword thrust. While Lao Tzu struck the hero with his staff, Yuan Shitian's son warded off the terrible sword with his jade Juai. Chun Ti now called to his help the spiritual peacock, and took the form of a warrior with 24 heads and 18 arms. His mysterious weapons surrounded Qin Chaochu, and Lao Tzu struck the hero so hard that fire came out from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Unable to parry the assaults of his adversaries, he next received a blow from Chun Ti's magic wand, which felled him, and he took flight in a whirlwind of dust. The defenders now offered no further resistance, and Yuan Shitin's son thanked Chun Ti for the valuable assistance he had rendered in the capture of the village. After which the gods returned to their palace in the western heaven. Attempts at revenge. Tung Tien Chaochu, vanquished and routed, Swarito have his revenge. He called to his aid the spirits of the 28 constellations and marched to attack Wu Wang's army. The honor of the victory that ensued belonged to Chun Ti, who disarmed both the immortal Wu Yin and Tung Tian Chaochu. Wu Yin, armed with his magic sword, entered the lists against Chun Ti, but the latter opened his mouth and a blue lotus flower came out and stopped the blows aimed at him. Other thrusts were met by similar miracles. "Why continue so useless a fight?" said Chun Ti at last. "Abandon the cause of the Shang and come with me to the Western Paradise. I came to save you, and you must not compel me to make you resume your original form." An insulting flow of words was the reply. Again the magic sword descended like lightning, and again the stroke was averted by a timely lotus flower. Chun Tino waved his wand, and the magic sword was broken to bits, the handle only remaining in Wu Yin's hand. The golden-bearded turtle. Mad with rage, Wu Yin seized his club and tried to fell his enemy. But Chun Ti summoned a disciple, who appeared with a bamboo pole. This he thrust out like a fishing rod, and on a hook at the end of the line attached. To the pole dangled a large golden-bearded turtle. This was the immortal Wu Yin, now in his original form of a spiritual turtle. The disciple seated himself on its back, and both, disappearing into space, returned to the western heavens. The Battle of On. To conquer Tung Tian Chaochu was more difficult, but after a long fight Chun Ti waved his wand of the 7 treasures and broke his adversary's sword. The latter, disarmed and vanquished, disappeared in a cloud of dust. Chun Ti did not trouble to pursue him. The battle was won. Budakud, a disciple of Tung Tian Chaochu, Pai Lu Xin. The immortal Pai Lu, seeing his master beacon in 2 successive engagements, left the battlefield and followed Chun Ti to the Western Paradise to become a Buddha. He is known as Pai Lu Fo, one of the principal gods of Buddhism. Chun Ti's festival is celebrated on the 6th day of the 3rd moon. He is generally shown with 8 hands and 3 faces, one of the latter being that of a pig. Chapter 14. How the Monkey Became a God. The Shiucium. In dealing with the gods of China, we notice the monkey among them. Why and in what manner he attained to that exalted rank is set forth in detail. In the Shi Yu Qi 1, a work the contents of which have become woven into the fabric of Chinese legendary lore, and are known and loved by every intelligent native. Its pages are filled with ghosts, demons, and fairies, good and bad, but it contains no more than the average Chinese really believes to exist, and his belief in such manifestations is so firm that from the cradle to the grave he lives and moves, and has his being in reference to them. Its characters are said to be allegorical, though it may be doubted whether these implications may rightly be read into the Chinese text. Thus, Xian, or Yuan, Chuang, or Tang Sung, is the pilgrim off the Shi Yu Qi, who symbolizes conscience, to which all actions are brought for trial. The priestly garment of Shi and Chuang symbolizes the good work of the rectified human nature. It is held to be a great protection to the new heart from the myriads of evil beings which surround it, seeking its destruction. Sun Hotzi, the monkey fairy, represents human nature, which is prone to all evil. His unreasonable vagaries moved Shi and Chuang to compel him to wear a head-splitting helmet, which would contract upon his head in moments of waywardness. The agonizing pressure thus caused would bring him to his senses, irrespective of his distance from his master. The iron wand of Sun Hotzi is said to represent the use that can be made of doctrine. It was useful for all purposes, great or small. By a word it could be made invisible, and by a word it could become long enough to span the distance between heaven and earth. Chu Pa Chi, the pig fairy, with his muckrake, stands for the coarser passions, which are constantly at war with the conscience in their endeavors to cast off all restraint. Sha Ho Shang, priest Sha, is a good representation of Mr. Faithful in the Pilgrim's Progress. In the Shi Yu Qi, he stands for the human character, which is naturally weak and which needs constant encouragement. Legend of Sun Hotzi. The deeds of this marvelous creature, the hero of the Shi Yu Qi, are to be met with continually in Chinese popular literature, and they are very much alive in the popular mind. In certain parts a regular worship is offered to him, and in many temples representations of or legends concerning him are to be seen or heard. Other names by which Sun Hotzi is referred to are Sun Xingche, Sun Wu Keong, Mei Ho Wang, Sicheng Sheng, and Pai Ma Wen, the last mentioned being a title, which caused him annoyance by recalling the derisive dignity conferred upon him by Yu Huang. 1. Throughout the remainder of this chapter, Sun Hotze will be shortly referred to as Sunday *. Beyond the seas, in the eastern continent, in the kingdom of Ao Lai, is the mountain Huaquashan. On the steep sides of this mountain, there is a rock point 36 feet 5 inches high and 24 feet in circumference. The very top, an egg formed, and fructified by the breath of the wind, gave birth to a stone monkey. The newly born saluted the 4 points of the horizon. From his eyes shone golden streaks of lightning, which filled the palace of the North Pole Star with light. This light subsided as soon as he was able to take nourishment. Today, said Yu Huang to himself, I am going to complete the wonderful diversity of the beings engendered by heaven and earth. This monkey will skip and gambol to the highest peaks of mountains, jump about in the waters, and, eating the fruit of the trees, will be the companion of the gibbon and the crane. Like the deer, he will pass his nights on the mountain slopes, and during the day will be seen leaping on their summits or in their caverns. That will be the finest ornament of all for the mountains. The creature's exploits soon caused him to be proclaimed king of the monkeys. He then began to find some means of becoming immortal. After traveling for 18 years by land and sea, Hemet the immortal Puti Su Shi on the mountain Ling Ti *Aifong Ts Un. During his travels, the monkey had gradually acquired human attributes. His face remained always as it had been originally, but dressed in human apparel, he began to be civilized. His new master gave him the family name of Sun and personal name of Wukong, discoverer of secrets. He taught him how to fly through the air and to change into 72 different forms. With one leap, he could cover 108,000 at about 36,000 miles. A rod of iron. Sun, after his return to Huaquashan, slew the demon Hunshi Mo Wang, who had been molesting the monkeys during his long absence. Then he organized his subjects into a regular army, 47,000 all told. Thus the peace of the Simian kingdom was assured. As for himself, he could not find a weapon to suit him, and went to consult Ao Kuang, the Lung Wang, or Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, about it. It was from him that he obtained the formidable rod of iron, formerly planted in the ocean bed by the great Yu Wang, to regulate the level of the waters. He pulled it out and modified it to suit his tastes. The 2 extremities he bound round with gold bands, and on it engraved the words, gold-bound wand of my desires. This magic weapon could accommodate itself to all his wishes. Being Ablito assumed the most incredible proportions, or to reduce itself to the form of the finest of needles, which he kept hidden in his ear. He terrorized the 4 kings of the sea, and dressed himself at their expense. The neighboring kings allied themselves with him. A splendid banquet with copious libations of wine sealed the alliance of friendship with the 7 kings. But alas, Sun had partaken so liberally that when he was seeing his guests off, no sooner had he taken a few steps than he fell into a drunken sleep. The undertakers of Yin Wang, King of the Hells, to whom Lung Wang had accused him as the disturber of his watery kingdom, seized his soul, put chains round its neck, and led it down to the infernal regions. Sun awoke in front of the gate of the kingdom of the dead, broke his fetters, killed his 2 custodians, and, armed with his magic staff, penetrated into the realm of Yin Wang, where he threatened to carry out general destruction. He collected the 10 infernal gods to bring him the register of the living and the dead, tore out with his own hand thepage on which were written his name and those of his monkey subjects, and then told the king of the hells that he was no longer subject to the laws of death. Yin Wang yielded, though with bad grace, and Sun returned triumphant from his expedition beyond the tomb. Before long, Sun's escapades came to the knowledge of Yu Huang. Ao Kuang and Yin Wang each sent deputies to the Master of Heaven, who took note of the double accusation, and sent Taipe Qinxing to summon before him this disturber of the heavenly peace, Grand Master of the heavenly stables. In order to keep him occupied, Sun was appointed Grand Master of the heavenly stables, and was entrusted with the feeding of Yu Huang's horses, his official celestial title being Paima 1. Later on, learning the object of the creation of this derisory appointment, he overturned the master's throne, seized his staff, broke down the south gate of heaven, and ascended on a cloud to Huaquashan, Grand Superintendent of the Heavenly Peach Garden. Yu Huang, in great indignation, organized a siege of Huaquashan, but the kings of heaven and the generals with their celestial armies were repulsed several times. Sun now arrogated to himself the pompous title of Grand Saint, Governor of Heaven. He had this emblazoned in his banners, and threatened Yu Huang that he would carry destruction into his kingdom if he refused to recognize his new dignity. Yu Huang, alarmed at the result of the military operations, agreed to the condition laid down by Sunday. The latter was then appointed Grand Superintendent of the Heavenly Peach Garden, the fruit of which conferred immortality, and a new palace was built for him. Double immortality. Having made minute observations on the secret properties of the peaches, Sun ate of them, and was thus assured against death. The time was ripe for him to indulge in his tricks without restraint, and an opportunity soon presented itself. Deeply hurt at not having been invited to the feast of the Peach Festival, Panteoui, given periodically to the immortals by Wang Wenyangyang, the goddess of the immortals, he resolved upon revenge. When the preparations for the feast were complete, he cast a spell over the servants, causing them to fall into a deep sleep, and then ate up all the most juicy meats and drank the fine wines provided for the heavenly guests. Sun had, however, indulged himself too liberally. With heavy head and bleary, he missed the road back to his heavenly abode, and came unaware to the gate of Lao Qin, who was, however, absent from his palace. It was only a matter of a few minutes for Sun to enter and swallow the pills of immortality, which Lao Qin kept in 5 gourds. Thus Sun, doubly immortal, riding on the mist, again descended to Huaquashan. Sun Ho Tzu captured. These numerous misdeeds aroused the indignation of all the gods and goddesses. Accusations poured in upon Yu Huang, and he ordered the 4 gods of the heavens and their chief generals to bring Sun to him. The armies laid siege to Huaquashan. A net was spread in the heavens. Fantastic battles took place, but the resistance of the enemy was as strenuous and obstinate as before. Lao Qin and Erlang, nephew of Yu Huang, then appeared on the scene. Sun's warriors resisted gallantly, but the forces of heaven were too much for them, and at length they were overcome. At this juncture Sun changed his form, and in spite of the net in the sky managed to find a way out. In vain search was made everywhere, until Li Tianwang, by the help of his devil-finding mirror, detected the quarry and informed Erlang, who rushed off in pursuit. Lao Qin hurled his magic ring on to the head of the fugitive, who stumbled and fell. Quick as lightning, the celestial dog, Tian Ko, who was in Erlang's service, threw himself on him, bit him in the calf, and caused him to stumble afresh. This was the end of the fight. Sun, surrounded on all sides, was seized and chained. The battle was won. Sun escapes from Lao Chun's furnace. The celestial armies now raised the siege, and returned to their quarters. But a new and unexpected difficulty arose. Yu Huang condemned the criminal to death, but when they went to carry out the sentence, the executioners learned that he was invulnerable. Swords, iron, fire, even lightning, could make no impression on his skin. Yu Huang, alarmed, asked Lao Qin the reason of this. The latter replied that there was nothing surprising about it, seeing that the knave had eaten the peaches of life in the garden of heaven and the pills of immortality which he had composed. Hand him over to me, he added. I will distill him in my furnace of the 8 trigrams, and extract from his composition the elements which render him immortal. Yu Huang ordered that the prisoner be handed over, and in the sight of all he was shut up in Lao Chun's alchemical furnace, which for 49 days was heated white hot. But at an unguarded moment Sun lifted the lid, emerged in a rage, seized his magic staff, and threatened to destroy heaven and exterminate its inhabitants. Yu Huang, at the end of his resources, summoned Buddha, who came and addressed Sun as follows. Why do you wish to possess yourself of the kingdom of the heavens? Have I not power enough to be the god of heaven? Was the arrogant reply. What qualifications have you? Asked Buddha. Enumerate them. My qualifications are innumerable, replied Sunday. I am invulnerable. I am immortal. I can change myself into 72 different forms. I can ride on the clouds of heaven and pass through the air at will. With one leap, I can traverse 108,000/start. Well, replied Buddha, have a match with me. I wager that in one leap you cannot even jump out of the palm of my hand. If you succeed, I will bestow upon you the sovereignty of heaven. Broad jump competition. Sun rose into space, flew like lightning in the great vastness, and reached the confines of heaven, opposite the 5 great red pillars which are the boundaries of the created universe. On one of them he wrote his name, as irrefutable evidence that he could reach this extreme limit. This done, he returned triumphant Toadman to Buddha the coveted inheritance. But, wretch, said Buddha, you never went out off me hand. How is that? Rejoined Sunday. I went as far as the pillars of heaven, and even took the precaution of writing my name on one of them as proof in case of need. Look then at the words you have written, said Buddha, lifting a finger on which Sun read with stupefaction his name as he had inscribed it. Buddha then seized Sun, transported him out of heaven, and changed his 5 fingers into the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which instantly formed 5 high mountains contiguous to each other. The mountains were called Wu Xing Shan, and Buddha shut Sun up in them. Conditions of release. Thus subdued, Sun would not have been able to get out of his stone prison, but for the intercession of Kuan Yin Fusa, who obtained his release on his solemn promise that he would serve as guide, philosopher, and friend to Xian Chuang, the priest who was to undertake the difficult journey of 108,000 it to the western heaven. This promise, on the whole, he fulfilled in the service of Xian Chuang during the 14 years of the long journey. Now faithful, now restive and undisciplined, he was always the one to triumph in the end over 31 fantastical tribulations which beset them as they journeyed. Sha Hoshang. One of the principal of Sun's fellow servants of the master was Sha Hoshang. He is depicted wearing a necklace of skulls, the heads off the 9 Chinese deputies sent in former centuries to find the Buddhist canon, but whom Sha Hoshang had devoured on the banks of Lusha River when they had attempted to cross it. He is also known by the name of Sha Wuqing, and was originally Grand Superintendent of the Manufactory stores for Yu Huang's palace. During a great banquet given on the Peach Festival to all the gods and immortals off the Chinese Olympus, he let fall a crystal bowl, which was smashed to atoms. Yu Huang caused him to be beaten with 800 blows, drove him out of heaven, and exiled him to earth. He lived on the banks of the Lusha Ho, where every 7th day a mysterious sword appeared and wounded him in the neck. Having no other means of subsistence, he used to devour the passers-by. Sha Hoshang becomes baggage coolie. When Kuan Yin passed through that region on her way to China to find the priest who was predestined to devote himself to the laborious undertaking of the quest of the sacred Buddhist books, Sha Hoshang threw himself on his knees before her and begged her to put an end to all his woes. The goddess promised that he should be delivered by the priest, her envoy, provided he would engage himself in the service of the pilgrim. On his promising to dot his, and to lead a better life, she herself ordained him priest. In the end it came about that Xian Chuang, when passing the Sha Ho, took him into his suite as coolie to carry his baggage. Yi Huang pardoned him in consideration of the service he was rendering to the Buddhist cause. Chu Pa-chi. Chu Pa-chi is a grotesque, even gross, personage, with all the instincts of animalism. One day, while he was occupying the high office of Overseer General of the Navigation of the Milky Way, he, during a fit of drunkenness, vilely assaulted the daughter of Yi Huang. The latter had him beaten with 2,000 blows from an iron hammer and exiled to earth to be reincarnated. During his transition a mistake was made, and entering the womb of a sow he was born half man, half pig, with the head and ears of a pig and a human body. He began by killing and eating his mother, and then devoured his little porcine brothers. Then he went to live on the wild mountain Fuling Shan, where, armed with an iron rake, he first robbed and then ate the travelers who passed through that region. Mao Er-chi, who lived in the cave Yinshan Tong, engaged him as carrier of her personal effects, which she afterward bequeathed to him. Yielding to the exhortations of the goddess Kuan Yin, who, at the time of her journey to China, persuaded him to lead a less dissolute life, he was ordained a priest. By the goddess herself, who gave him the name of Chu, pig, and the religious name of Wuneng, for seeker after strength. This monster was knocked down by Sun when a ladder was passing over the mountain accompanied by Xian Chuang, and he declared himself a disciple of the pilgrim priest. He accompanied him throughout the journey, and was also received in the Western Paradise as a reward for his aid to the Buddhist propaganda. Suan Chuang, the master. The origin of this priest was as follows. In the reign of the Emperor T*Ai Tsung of the Tang dynasty, Sichin Quangji, a graduate of Hai Chou, in his examination for the doctor's degree came out as Chuang Yuan, first on the list. Wen Chao, also named Mantiong Chao, the daughter of the minister Yin Kaishan, meeting the young academician, fell in love with him and married him. Several days after the wedding, the emperor appointed Sichin Quangji governor of Changzhou, modern Xinjiang, in Jiangsu. After a short visit to his native town, he started to take up his post. His old mother and his wife accompanied him. When they reached Hangzhou, his mother fell sick, and they were forced to stay for a time at the Inn of 10,000 Flowers, kept by one Lu Sur. Days passed. The sickness did not leave her, And as the time for her son to take over the seals of office was drawing near, he had to proceed without her. The released carp. Before his departure, he noticed a fisherman holding in his hand a fine carp. This he bought for a small sum to give to his mother. Suddenly he noticed that the fish had a very extraordinary look, and, changing his mind, he let it go in the waters of the Hung Chang, afterward telling his mother what he had done. She congratulated him on his action, and assured him that the good deed would not go unrewarded. The Chuang Yuan murdered. N. Kuangji re-entered his boat with his wife and his servant. They were stopped by the chief waterman, Lu Heng, and his assistant. Struck with the great beauty of Sichin Kuangji's wife, the former planned a crime which he carried out with the help of his assistant. At the dead of night, he took the boat to a retired spot, killed Sichin and his servant, threw their bodies into the river, seized his official documents of title and the woman he coveted, passed himself off as the real Chuang Yuan, and took possession of the magistracy of Changzhou. The widow, who was with child, had two alternatives, silence or death. Meantime, she chose the former. Before she gave birth to her child, T.F.A.I. Chinsing, the spirit of the South Pole Star, appared to her, and said he had been sent by Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy, to present her with a son whose fame would fill the empire. Above all, he added, take every precaution lest Lu Heng kill the child, for he will certainly do so if he can. When the child was born, the mother, during the absence of Lu Heng, determined to expose it rather than see it slain. Accordingly, she wrapped it up carefully in a shirt and carried it to the bank of the Blue River. She then bit her finger and with the blood wrote a short note stating the child's origin and hid it in its breast. Moreover, she bit off the infant's left little toe as an indelible mark of identity. No sooner had this been done than a gust of wind blew a large plank to the river's edge. The poor mother tied her infant firmly to this plank and abandoned it to the mercy of the waves. The waif was carried to the shore off the Isle of Qinshan, on which stands the famous monastery of Qinshan SSC, near Qingqiang. The cries of the infant attracted the attention of an old monk named Chang Lao, who rescued it and gave it the name of Chang Lu, waif of the river. He reared it with much care and treasured the note its mother had written with her blood. The child grew up, and Chang Lao made him a priest, naming him Suan Chuang on the day of his taking the vows. When he was 18 years of age, having one day quarreled with another priest, who had cursed him and reproached him with having neither father nor mother, he, much hurt, went to his protector Chang Lao. The latter said to him, the time has come to reveal to you your origin. He then told him all, showed him the note, and made him promise to avenge his assassinated father. To this end he was made a roving priest, went to the official court, and eventually got into touch with his mother, who was still living with the prefect Lu Heng. The letter placed in his bosom, and the shirt in which he had been wrapped, easily proved the truth of his statements. The mother, happy at having found her son, promised to go and see him at Qinshan. In order to do this, she pretended to be sick, and told Lu Heng that formerly, when still young, she had taken a vow which she had not yet been able to fulfill. Lu Heng himself helped her to do so by sending a large gift of money to the priests, and allowed her to go with her servants to perform her devotions at Qinshan. On this second visit, during which she could speak more freely with her son, she wished to see for herself the wound she had made on his foot. This removed the last shadow of doubt. Suan Chuang finds his grandmother. She told Suan Chuang that he must first of all go to Hangzhou and find his grandmother, formerly left at the Inn of 10,000 Flowers, and then on to Sichuan and to take to her father Yin Kaishan a letter, putting him in possession of the chief facts concerning Lu Heng, and praying him to avenge her. She gave him a stick of incense to take to her mother-in-law. The old lady lived the life of a beggar in a wretched hovel near the city gate, and had become blind from weeping. The priest told her of the tragic death of her son, then touched her eyes with the stick of incense, and her sight was restored. And I, she exclaimed, have so often accused my son of ingratitude, believing him to be still alive. He took her back to the Inn of 10,000 Flowers and settled the account, then hastened to the palace of Yin Kaishan. Having obtained an audience, he showed the minister the letter, and informed him of all that had taken place. The murderer executed. The following day a report was presented to the emperor, who gave orders for the immediate arrest and execution of the murderer of Sichin Kuangji. Yin Kaishan went with all haste to Qinchang, where he arrived during the night, surrounded the official residence, and seized the culprit, whom he sent to the place where he had committed the murder. His heart and liver were torn out and sacrificed to the victim. The carp's gratitude. Now it happened that Chn Quanji was not dead after all. The carp released by him was in fact no other than Lung Wang, the god of the river, who had been going through his kingdom in that guise and had been caught in the fisherman's net. On learning that his rescuer had been cast into the river, Lung Wang had saved him and appointed him an officer of his court on that day, when his son, wife, and father-in-law were sacrificing the heart of his assassin to his manes on their river bank. Lung Wang ordered that he return to earth. His body suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, floated to the bank, revived, and came out full of life and health. The happiness of the family reunited under such unexpected circumstances may well be imagined. In Quangji returned with his father-in-law to Qinchang, where he took up his official post, 18 years after his nomination to it. Xian Chuang became the emperor's favorite priest. He was held in great respect at the capital and had innumerable honors bestowed upon him, and in the end was chosen for the journey to the Western Paradise, where Buddha in person handed him the sacred books of Buddhism. Pai Ma, the Ivekite horse. When he left the capital, Xian Chuang had been presented by the emperor with a white horse to carry him on his long pilgrimage. One day, when he reached Shipi Shan, near a torrent, a dragon emerged from the deep riverbed and devoured both the horse and its saddle. Sun tried in vain to find the dragon, and at last had to seek the aid of Kuan Yin. Now Yulong San Taitsu, son of Ao Jun, Dragon King of the Western Sea, having burnt a precious pearl on the roof of his father's palace, was denounced to Yu Huang, who had him beaten with 300 blows and suspended in the air. He was awaiting death when Kuan Yin passed on her way to China. The unfortunate dragon requested the goddess to have pity on him, whereupon she prevailed upon Yi Huang to spare his life on condition that he served as steed for her pilgrim on the expedition to the Western Paradise. The dragon was handed over to Kuan Yin, who showed him the deep pool in which he was to dwell while awaiting the arrival of the priest. It was this dragon who had devoured Xian Chuang's horse, and Kuan Yin now bade him change himself into a horse of the same color to carry the priest to his destination. He had the honor of bearing on his back the sacred books that Buddha Gavido Tai Tsung's deputy, and the first Buddhist temple built at the capital bore the name of Pai Ma Miao, Templioff, the White Horse. Perils, by the way. It is natural to expect that numberless exciting adventures should befall such an interesting quartet, and indeed the Shiyu Chi, which contains 100 chapters, is full of them. The pilgrims encountered 80 difficulties on the journey out and 1 on the journey home. The following examples are characteristic of theirist. The grove of cypress trees. The travelers were making their way westward through shining waters and over green hills, where they found endless luxuriance of vegetation and flowers of all colors in profusion. But the way was long and lonely, and as darkness came on without any sign of habitation, the priest said, "Where shall we find a resting place for the night?" The monkey replied, "My master, he who has left home and become a priest must dine on the wind and lodge on the water, lie down under the moon and sleep in the forest. Everywhere is his home. Why then ask where shall we rest?" But Pa Chi, who was the bearer of the pilgrim's baggage, was not satisfied with this reply, and tried to get his load transferred to the horse, but was silenced when told that the latter's sole duty was to carry the master. However, the monkey gave Pai Ma a blow with his rod, causing him to start forward at a great pace, and in a few minutes from the brow of a hill Xian Chuang espied in the distance a grove of cypress trees, beneath the shade of which was a large enclosure. This seemed a suitable place to pass the night, so they made toward it, and as they approached observed in the enclosure a spacious and luxurious establishment. There being no indications that the place was then inhabited, the monkey made his way inside. A proposal of marriage. He was met by a lady of charming appearance, who came out of an inner room, and said, "Who is this that ventures to intrude upon a widow's household?" The situation was embarrassing, but the lady proved to be most affable, welcomed them all very heartily, told them how she became a widow, and had been left in possession of riches in abundance, and that she had 3 daughters, Truth, Love, and Pity by name. She then proceeded to make a proposal of marriage, not only on behalf of herself, but of her 3 daughters as well. They were 4 men, and here were 4 women. She had mountain lands for fruit trees, dry lands for grain, flooded fields for rice, more than 5,000 acres of each, horses, oxen, sheep, pigs innumerable, 60 or 70 farmsteads, granaries choked with grain, storehouses full of silks and satins, gold and silver enough to last several lifetimes however extravagantly they lived. Why should the four travelers not finish their journey there and be happy ever afterward? The temptation was great, especially as the three daughters were ladies of surpassing beauty as well as adepts at needlework and embroidery, well-read, and able to sing sweetly. But she and Chuang sat as if listening to frogs after rain, unmoved except by anger that she should attempt to divert him from his heavenly purpose. And then the lady retired in a rage, slamming the door behind her. The covetous Pa Chi, however, expressed himself in favor of accepting the widow's terms. Finding it impossible to do so openly, he stole round to the back and secured a private interview. His personal appearance was against him, but the widow was not altogether compliant. She not only entertained the travelers, but agreed to Pa Chi retiring within the household in the character of a son-in-law, the other three remaining as guests in the guest rooms. Blind Mad's buff. But a new problem now arose. If Pa Chi were wedded to one of the three daughters, the others would feel aggrieved. So the widow proposed to blindfold him with a handkerchief and marry him to whichever succeeded in catching. But, with the bandage tied over his eyes, Pa Chi only found himself groping in darkness. The tinkling sound of female trinkets was all around him. The odor of musk was in his nostrils. Like fairy forms they fluttered about him, but he could no more grasp one than he could a shadow. One way and another he ran till he was too giddy to stand, and could only stumble helplessly about. The prospective mother-in-law then unloosed the bandage, and informed Pa Chi that it was not her daughter's asterisk slipperiness, as he had called it, which prevented their capture, but the extreme modesty of Feech in being generous enough to forego her claims in favor of one of her sisters. Pa Chi thereupon became very importunate, urging his suit for any one of the daughters, or for the mother herself, or for all three, or all 4. This was beyond all conscience, but the widow was equal to the emergency and suggested another solution. Each of her daughters wore a waistcoat embroidered in jewels and gold. Pa Chi was to try these on in turn, and to marry the owner of the one which fitted him. Pa Chi put one on, but as he wasting the cord round his waist it transformed itself into strong coils of rope, which bound him tightly in every limb. He rolled about in excruciating agony, and Ash did so the curtain of enchantment fell, and the beauties in the palace disappeared. Next morning the rest of the party, on waking up, also found that all had changed, and saw that they had been sleeping on the ground in the cypress grove. On making search they found Pa Chi bound fast to a tree. They cut him down, to pursue the journey a sadder and wiser pig, and the butt of many a quip from his fellow travelers. The Lotus Cave. When the party left the elephant country, seeing a mountain ahead, the master warned his disciples to be careful. Sun said, "Master, say not so. Remember the text of the sacred book, for so long as the heart is right there is nothing to fear." After this Sun kept a close watch on Pa Chi, who, while professing to be on guard, slept most of the time. When they arrived at Pingtingshan, they were approached by a woodcutter, who warned them that in the mountain, which extended for 200 miles, there was a lotus cave, inhabited by a band of demons under 2 chiefs, who were lying in wait to devour the travelers. The woodcutter then disappeared. Accordingly, Pa Chi was ordered to keep watch. But, seeing some hay, he lay down and went to sleep, and the mountain demons carried him away to the lotus cave. On seeing Pa Chi, the second chief said, "He is no good. You must go in search of the master and the monkey." All this time the monkey, to protect his master, was walking ahead of the horse, swinging his club up and down and to right and left. The demon king saw him from the top of the mountain and said to himself, "This monkey is famous for his magic, but I will prove that he is no match for me. I will yet feast on his master." So, descending the mountain, he transformed himself into a lame beggar and waited by the roadside. The master, out of pity, persuaded the monkey to carry him. While on the monkey's back the demon, by magic skill, threw Mount Meru on to Sun's head, but the monkey warded it off with his left shoulder and walked on. Then the demon threw Mount Omei onto Sun's head, and this he warded off with his right shoulder and walked on, much to the demon's surprise. Lastly, the demon caused Tai Shan to fall onto his head. Tis at last stunned the monkey. Sha Hoshang now defended the master with his staff, which was, however, no match for the demon's starry sword. The demon seized the master and carried him under one arm and Sha Hoshang under the other to the lotus cave. The 2 demons then planned to take their 2 most precious things, a yellow gourd and a jade vase, and try to bottle the monkey. They arranged to carry them upside down and call out the monkey's name. If he replied, then he would be inside, and they could seal him up, using the seal of the great Ancient of Days, the dweller in the mansion of Tai Sui. 1. The monkey under the mountain. When the monkey found that he was being crushed under the mountain, he was greatly distressed about his master, and cried out, "Oh, master, you delivered me from under the mountain before, and trained main religion. How is it that you have brought me to this pass? If you must die, why should Sha Hoshang and Pa Chi and the dragon horse also suffer?" Then his tears poured down like rain. The spirits of the mountain were astonished at hearing these words. The guardian angels of the 5 religions asked, "Whose is this mountain, and who is crushed beneath it?" The local gods replied, "The mountain is ours, but who is under it we do not know." "If you do not know," the angels replied, "we will tell you. It is the great Holy One, the equal of heaven, who rebelled there 500 years ago. He is now converted, and is the disciple of the Chinese ambassador. How dare you lend your mountain to the demon for such a purpose?" The guardian angels and local gods then recited some prayers, and the mountain was removed. The monkey sprang up, brandishing his spear, and the spirits at once apologized, saying that they were under enforced service to the demons. While they were speaking, Sun saw a light approaching and asked what it was. The spirits replied, "This light comes from the demons' magic treasures. We fear they are bringing them to catch you." Sun then said, "Now we shall have some sport. Who is the demon chief's associate?" "He is a Taoist," they replied, "who is always occupied in preparing chemicals." The monkey said, "Leave me, and I will catch them myself." He then transformed himself into a duplicity of the Taoist. The magic gourd. Sun went to meet the demons, and in conversation learnt from them that they were on their way to catch the famous monkey, and that the magic gourd and vase were for that purpose. They showed these treasures to him, and explained that the gourd, though small, could hold 1,000 people. "That is nothing," replied Sunday. "I have a gourd which can contain all the heavens." At this they marveled greatly, and made a bargain with him, according to which he was to give them his gourd, after it had been tested as to its capacity to contain the heavens, in exchange for their precious gourd and vase. Going up to heaven, the monkey obtained permission to extinguish the light of the sun, moon, and stars for 1 hour. At noon the next day there was complete darkness, and the demons believed Sun when he stated that they had put the whole heavens into his gourd so that there could be no light. They then handed over to the monkey their magic gourd and vase, and in exchange he gave them his false gourd. The magic rope. On discovering that they had been deceived, the demons made complaint to their chiefs, who informed them that Sun, by pretending to be one of the immortals, had outwitted them. They had now lost 2 out of here 5 magic treasures. There remained 3, the magic sword, the magic palm fan, and the magic rope. "Go," said they, "and invite our dear grandmother to come and dine on human flesh." Personating one of the demons, Sun himself went on this errand. He told the old lady that he wanted her to bring with her the magic rope with which to catch Sunday. She was delighted, and set out in her chair carried by 2 fairies. When they had gone some few li, Sun killed the ladies, and then saw that they were foxes. He took the magic rope, and thus had 3 of the magic treasures. Having changed the dead so that they looked like living creatures, he returned to the Lotus Cave. Many small demons came running up, saying that the old lady had been slain. The demon king, alarmed, proposed to release the whole party, but his younger brother said, "No, let me fight Sunday. If I win, we can eat them. If I fail, we can let them go." After 30 bouts, Sun lost the magic rope, and the demon lassoed him with it, and carried him to the cave, and took back the magic gourd and vase. Sun now transformed himself into 2 false demons. One helpless instead of himself in the lasso bound to a pillar, and then went and reported to the second demon chief that Sun was struggling hard, and that he should be bound with a stronger rope lest he make his escape. Thus, by this strategy, Sun obtained possession of the magic rope again. By a similar trick, he also got back the magic gourd and vase. The master rescued. Sun and the demons now began to wrangle about the respective merits of their gourds, which, each assured the other, could imprison men and make them obey their wishes. Finally, Sun succeeded in putting one of the demons into his gourd. There ensued another fight concerning the magic sword and palm fan, during which the fan was burnt to ashes. After more encounters, Sun succeeded in bottling the second demon in a magic vase, and sealed him up with the seal of the Ancient of Days. Then the magic sword was delivered, and the demons submitted. Sun returned to the cave, fetched his master out, swept the cave clean off all evil spirits, and they then started again on their westward journey. On the road they met a blind man, who addressed them saying, "Whither away, Buddhist priest? I am the Ancient of Days. Give me back my magic treasures." A little, and the boat moves along without any effort. Finally, the red child, having been overcome, repented and begged to be received as a disciple. Kuan Yin received him and blessed him, giving him the name of steward. The demons of Blackwater River. One day the master suddenly exclaimed, "What is that noise?" Son replied, "You are afraid. You have forgotten the heart prayer, according to which we Arito be indifferent to all the calls of the six senses, thy, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind. These are the six thieves. If you cannot suppress them, how do you expect to see the great Lord?" The master thought a while and then said, "O disciple, when shall we see the incarnate model, July, face to face?" Pachi said, "If we are to meet such demons as these, it will take us 1,000 years to get to the west." But Sha Hoshang rejoined, "Both you and I are stupid. If we persevere and travel on, shoulder to shoulder, we shall reach there at last." While thus talking, they saw before them a dark river in flood, which the horse could not cross. Seeing a small boat, the master said, "Let us engage that boat to take you across." While crossing the river in it, they discovered that it was a boat sent by the demon of Blackwater River to entrap them in midstream, and the master would have been slain had not Sun and the Western Dragon come to the rescue. The Slowcarts country. Having crossed the Blackwater River, they journeyed westward, facing wind and snow. Suddenly they heard a great shout as of 10,000 voices. The master was alarmed, but Sun laughingly went to investigate. Sitting on a cloud, he rose in the air and saw a city, outside of which there were thousands of priests and carts laden with bricks and all kinds of building materials. This was the city where Taoists were respected and Buddhists were not wanted. The monkey, who appeared among the people as a Taoist, was informed that the country was called the Sichif **H**, Slowcarts country, and for 20 years had been ruled by 3 Taoists who could procure rain during times of drought. Their names were Tiger, Deer, and Sheep. They could also command the wind and change stones into gold. The monkey said to the 2 leading Taoists, "I wonder if I shall be so fortunate as to see your emperor?" They replied, "We will see to that when we have attended to our business." The monkey inquired what business the priests could have. "In former times," they said, "when our king ordered the Buddhists to pray for rain, their prayers were not answered. Then the Taoists prayed, and copious showers fell. Since then, all the Buddhist priests have been our slaves, and have to carry the building materials, as you see. We must assign them their work, and then we'll come to you." Sun replied, "Never mind, I am in search of an uncle of mine, from whom I have not heard for many years. Perhaps he is here among your slaves." They said, "You may see if you can find him." Restraints on freedom. Sun went to look for his uncle. Hearing this, many Buddhist priests surrounded him, hoping to be recognized as his lost relative. After a while he smiled. They asked him the reason. He said, "Why do you make no progress? Life is not meant for idleness." They said, "We cannot do anything. We are terribly oppressed." "What power have your masters?" "By using their magic, they can call up wind or rain." "That is a small matter," said Sunday. "What else can they do?" "They can make the pills of immortality and change stone into gold." Sun said, "These are also small matters. Many can do the same." "How did these Taoists deceive your king?" "The king attends their prayers night and day, expecting thereby to attain to immortality." "Why do you not leave the place?" "It is impossible, for Peking has ordered pictures of us to be hung up everywhere. In all the numerous prefectures, magistracies, and marketplaces in Slowcarts country are pictures of the Buddhist priests, and any official who catches a runaway priest is promoted 3 degrees, while every non-official receives 50 taels. The proclamation is signed by the king. So you see we are helpless." Sun then said, "You might as well die and end it, immortal for suffering." They replied, "A great number have died. At one time we numbered more than 2,000. But through deaths and suicides there now remain only about 500. And we who remain cannot die. Ropes cannot strangle us. Swords cannot cut us. If we plunge into the river we cannot sink. Poison does not kill us." Sun said, "Then you are fortunate, for you are all immortals." "Alas," said they, "we are immortal only for suffering. We get poor food. We have only sand to sleep on. But in the night our spirits appear to us and tell us not to kill ourselves, for an Arhat will come from the east to deliver us. With him there is a disciple, the great Holy One, the equal of heaven, most powerful and tender-hearted. He will put an end to these Taoists and have pity on us Buddhists. The savior of the Buddhists. Inwardly, Sun was glad that his fame had gone abroad. Returning to the city, he met the two chief Taoists. They asked him if he had found his relative. Yes, he replied. They are all my relatives. They smiled and said, How is it that you have so many relatives? Sun said, 100 are my father's relatives, 100 my mother's relatives, and the remainder my adopted relatives. If you will let all these priests depart with me, then I will enter the city with you. Otherwise, I will not enter. You must be mad to speak to use in this way. The priests were given us by the king. If you had asked for a few only, we might have consented, but your request is altogether unreasonable. Sun then asked them 3 times if they would liberate the priests. When they finally refused, he grew very angry, took his magic spear from his ear and brandished it in the air, when all their heads fell off and rolled on the ground. Singer of the Buddhist priests. The Buddhist priests saw from a distance what had taken place and shouted, Murder! Murder! The Taoist superintendents are being killed. They surrounded Sun, saying, These priests are our masters. They go to the temple without visiting the king, and return home without taking leave of the king. Peking is the high priest. Why have you killed his disciples? The Taoist chief priest will certainly accuse us Buddhist priests of the murders. What are we to do? If we go into the city with you, they will make you pay for this with your life. Sun laughed. My friends, he said, do not trouble yourselves over this matter. I am not the master off the clouds, but the great Holy One, a disciple of the Holy Master from China, going to the Western paradise to fetch the sacred books, and have come to save you. No, no, said they. This cannot be, for we know him. Sun replied, having never met him, how can you know him? They replied, we have seen him in our dreams. The spirit of the planet Venus has described him to us and warned us not to make a mistake. What description did he give? Asked Sun. They replied, he has a hard head, bright eyes, a round, hairy face without cheeks, sharp teeth, prominent mouth, a hot temper, and is uglier than the thunder god. He has a rod of iron, caused a disturbance in heaven itself, but later repented, and is coming with the Buddhist pilgrim in order to save mankind from calamities and misery. With mixed feelings, Sun replied, my friends, no doubt you are right in saying I am not Sun. I am only his disciple, who has come to learn how to carry out his plans. But, he added, pointing with his hand, is not that Sun coming yonder? They all looked in the direction in which he had pointed. Sun bestows talismans. Sun quickly changed himself from a Taoist priest and appeared in his natural form. At this they all fell down and worshipped him, asking his forgiveness because their mortal eyes could not recognize him. They then begged him to enter the city and compel the demons to repent. Sun told them to follow him. He then went with them to a sandy place, emptied 2 carts and smashed them into splinters, and threw all the bricks, tiles, and timber into a heap, calling upon all the priests to disperse. Tomorrow, he said, I am going to see the king and will destroy the Taoists. Then they said, Sir, we dare not go any farther, lest they attempt to seize you and cause trouble. Have no fear, he replied, but if you think so, I will give you a charm to protect you. He pulled out some hairs and gave one to each to hold firmly on the 3rd finger. If anyone tries to seize you, he said, keep tight hold of it. Call out, Great Holy One, the equal of heaven, and I will at once come to your rescue, even though I be 10,000 miles away. Some of them tried the charm, and, sure enough, there he was before them like the god of thunder. In his hand he held a rod of iron, and he could keep 10,000 men and horses at bay. The magic circle. It was now winter. The pilgrims were crossing a high mountain by a narrow pass, and the master was afraid of wild beasts. The 3 disciples bade him fun it, as they were united, and were all good men seeking truth. Being cold and hungry, they rejoiced to see a fine building ahead of them, but Sun said, it is an authoritative trap. I will make a ring round you. Inside that you will be safe. Do not wander outside it. I will go and look for food. Sun returned with his bowl full offerus, but found that his companions had got tired off waiting and had disappeared. They had gone forward to the fine building, which Pachi entered. Not a soul was to be seen, but on going upstairs he was terrified to see a human skeleton of immense size lying on the floor. At this moment the demon of the house descended in them, bound the master, and said, we have been told that if we eat of your flesh our white hair will become black again, and our lost teeth grow anew. So he ordered the small devils who accompanied him to bind the others. This they did, and thrust the pilgrims into a cave, and then lay in wait for Sunday. It was not long before the monkey came up, when a great fight ensued. In the end, having failed, notwithstanding the exercise of numerous magic arts, to release his companions, Sun betook himself to the spiritual mountain and besought Julai's aid. 18 Lohan were sent to help him against the demon. When Sun renewed the attack, Thelahin threw diamond dust into the air, which blinded the demon and also half-buried him. But by skillful use of his magic coil, he gathered up all the diamond dust and carried it back to his cave. The Lohan then advised Sun to seek the aid of the Ancient of Days. Accordingly, Sun ascended to the 33rd heaven, where was the palace of the god. He there discovered that the demon was none other than one of the god's ox spirits who had stolen the magic coil. It was, in fact, the same coil with which Sim himself had at last been subdued when he had rebelled against heaven. Help from Julai. The Ancient of Days mounted a cloud and went with Sun to the cave. When the demon saw who had come, he was terrified. The Ancient of Days then recited an incantation, and the demon surrendered the magic coil to him. On the recitation of a second incantation, all his strength left him, and he appeared as a bull, and was led away by a ring in his nose. The master and his disciples were then set at liberty, and proceeded on their journey. The fire-quenching fan. In the autumn, the pilgrims found themselves in the Stee-Holly country, where everything was red. Red walls, red tiles, red varnish on doors and furniture. 60th from this place was the Flaming Mountain, which lay on their road westward. An old man they met told them that it was possible to cross the Flaming Mountain only if they had the magic iron fan, which, waved once, quenched fire, waved a second time produced strong wind, and waved a third time produced rain. This magic fan was kept by the Iron Fan Princess in a cave on Tiasian Shan, 1500 li distant. On hearing this, Sun mounted a cloud, and in an instant was transported to the cave. The Iron Fan Princess was one of the Loch as wives and daughters of demons, and the mother of the Red Child demon, who had become a disciple of Kuan Yin. On seeing Sun, she was very angry, and determined to be revenged for the outwitting of her husband, King Oxhead, and for the carrying away of Herdsman. The monkey said, "If you lend me the iron fan, I will bring your son to see you." For answer, she struck him with a sword. They then fell to fighting, the contest lasting a long while, until at length, feeling her strength failing, the princess took out the iron fan and waved it. The wind it raised blew Sun to a distance of 84,000 li, and whirled him about like a leaf in a whirlwind. But he soon returned, reinforced by further magic power lent him by the Buddhist saints. The princess, however, deceived him by giving him a fan which increased the flames of the mountain instead of quenching them. Sun and his friends had to retreat more than 20/*, or they would have been burned. The local mountain gods now appeared, bringing refreshments, and urging the pilgrims to get the fan so as to enable them to proceed on their journey. Sun pointed to his fan, and said, "Is not this the fan?" They smiled and said, "No, this is a false one which the princess has given you." They added, "Originally there was no flaming mountain, but when you upset the furnace in heaven 500 years ago, the fire fell here, and has been burning ever since. For not having taken more care in heaven, we have been set to guard it." The demon king Oxhead, though he married the Lacha princess, deserted her some 2 years ago for the only daughter of a fox king. They live at Chile Shan, some 3,000 li from here. If you can get the true iron fan through his help, you will be able to extinguish the flames, take your master to the west, save the lives of many people round here, and enable us to return to heaven once more. Sun at once mounted a cloud, and was soon at Chile Shan. There he met the fox princess, plump braided, and pursued back to her cave. The ox demon came out, and became very angry with Sun for having frightened her. Sun asked him to return with him to the Thaloka princess, and persuade her to give him the magic fan. This he refused to do. They then fought 3 battles, in all of which Sun was successful. He changed into the ox demon's shape and visited the Lacha princess. She, thinking he was the ox demon, gladly received him, and finally gave him the magic fan. He then set out to return to his master. The power of the magic fan. The ox demon, following after Sun, saw him walking along, joyfully carrying the magic fan on his shoulder. Now Sun had forgotten to ask how to make it small, like an apricot leaf, as it was at first. The ox demon changed himself into the form of Pa Chi, and going up to Sun he said, "Brother Sun, I am glad to see you back. I hope you have succeeded." "Yes," replied Sun, and described his fights, and how he had tricked the ox demon's wife into giving him the fan. The seeming Pa Chi said, "You must be very tired after all your efforts. Let me carry the magic fan for you." As soon as he had got possession of it, he appeared in his true form, and tried Tauset to blow Sun away 84,000/T, for he did not know that the Great Holy One had swallowed a wind-resisting pill, and was therefore immovable. He then put the magic fan in his mouth and fought with his two swords. He was a match for Sun in all the magic arts, but through the aid of Pa Chi and the help of the local gods sent by the master, the monkey was able to prevail against him. The ox demon changed himself many times into a number of birds, but for each of these Sun changed himself into a swifter and stronger one. The ox demon then changed himself into many beasts, such as tigers, leopards, bears, elephants, and an ox 10,000 feet long. He then said to Sun, with a laugh, "What can you do to me now?" Sun seized his rod of iron and cried, "Grow." He immediately became 100,000 feet high, with eyes like the sun and moon. They fought till the heavens and the earth shook with their onslaughts. Defeat of the ox demon. The ox demon being of so fierce and terrible a nature, both Buddha in heaven and the Taoist celestial ruler sent down whole legions of celebrated warriors to help the master's servant. The ox demon tried to escape in every direction, one after the other, but his efforts were in vain. Finally defeated, he was made to promise for himself and his wife to give up their evil ways and to follow the holy precepts of the Buddhist doctrine. The magic fan was given to Sun, who at once proceeded to test its powers. When he waved it once, the fires on Flaming Mountain died out. When he waved it a second time, a gentle breeze sprang up. When he waved it a third time, refreshing rain fell everywhere, and the pilgrims proceeded on their way in comfort. The lovely Ivoman. Having traveled over many mountains, the travelers came to a village. The master said, "You, my disciples, are always very kind, taking round the begging bowl and getting food for me. Today I will take the begging bowl myself." But Sun said, "That is not right. You must let us, your disciples, do this for you." But the master insisted. When he reached the village, there was not a man to be seen, but only some lovely women. He did not think that it was right for him to speak to women. On the other hand, if he did not procure anything for their meal, his disciples would make fun of him. So, after long hesitation, he went forward and begged food of them. They invited him to their cave home, and, having learnt who he was, ordered food for him, but it was all human flesh. The master informed them that he was a vegetarian, and rose to take his departure, but instead of letting him go, they surrounded and bound him, thinking that he would be a fine meal for them next day. An awkward predicament. Then 7 of the women went out to bathe in a pool. Their son, in search of his master, found them and would have killed them, only he thought it was not right to kill women. So he changed himself into an eagle and carried away their clothes to his nest. This so frightened the women that they crouched in the pool and did not Dorito come out. But Pa Chi, also in search of his master, found the women bathing. He changed himself into a fish, which the women tried to catch, chasing him hither and thither around the pool. After a while, Pa Chi leapt out of the pool and, appearing in his true form, threatened the women for having bound his master. In their fright, the women fled to a pavilion, round which they spun spiders, threads so thickly that Pa Chi became entangled and fell. They then escaped to their cave and put on some clothes. How the master was rescued. When Pa Chi at length had disentangled himself from the webs, he saw Sun and Sha Hoshang approaching. Having learnt what had happened, they feared the women might do some injury to the master, so they ran to the cave to rescue him. On the way, they were beset by the 7 dwarf sons of the 7 women, who transformed themselves into a swarm of dragonflies, bees, and other insects. But Sun pulled out some hairs and, changing them into 7 different swarms of flying insects, destroyed the hostile swarm, and the ground was covered a foot deep with the dead bodies. On reaching the cave, the pilgrims found it had been deserted by the women. They released the master and made him promise never to beg for food again. Having given the promise, he mounted his horse, and they proceeded on their journey. The spiders and the extinguisher. When they had gone a short distance, they perceived a great building of fine architecture ahead of them. It proved to be a Taoist temple. Sha Hoshang said, "Lead us enter, for Buddhism and Taoism teach the same things. They differ only in their vestments." The Taoist abbot received them with civility and ordered 5 cups of tea. Now he was in league with the 7 women, And when the servant had made the tea, they put poison in each cup. Sun, however, suspected a conspiracy and did not drink his tea. Seeing that the rest had been poisoned, he went and attacked the sisters, who transformed themselves into huge spiders. They were able to spin ropes instead of webs with which to bind their enemies. But Sun attacked and killed them all. The Taoist abbot then showed himself in his true form, a demon with 1,000 eyes. He joined battle with Sun, and a terrible contest ensued, the result being that a demon succeeded in putting an extinguisher on his enemy. This was a new trick which Sun did not understand. However, after trying in vain to break out through the top and sides, he began to bore downward, and, finding that the extinguisher was not deep in the ground, he succeeded in effecting his escape from below. Both feared that his master and the others would die of the poison. At this juncture, while he was suffering mental tortures on their behalf, a bodhisattva, Lady Pylon, came to his rescue. By the aid of her magic, he broke the extinguisher, gave his master and fellow disciples pills to counteract the poison, and so rescued them. Shaving a Ivol city. The summer had now arrived. On the road, the pilgrims met an old lady and a little boy. The old lady said, "You are priests. Do not go forward, for you are a Buddha pass into the country known as the country that exterminates religion. The inhabitants have vowed to kill 10,000 priests. They have already slain that number all but 4 noted ones whose arrival they expect. Then their number will be complete." This old lady was Kuan Yin, with Shun Tsai, steward, who had come to give them warning. Sun thereupon changed himself into a candle moth and flew into the citadel to examine for himself. He entered an inn and heard the innkeeper warning his guests to look after their own clothes and belongings when they went to sleep. In order to travel safely through the city, Sun decided that they should all put on turbans and clothing resembling that of the citizens. Perceiving from the innkeeper's warning that thieving was common, Sun stole some clothing and turbans for his master and comrades. Then they all came to the inn at dusk, Sun representing himself as a horse dealer. Fearing that in their sleep their turbans would fall off, and their shaven heads be revealed, Sun arranged that they should sleep in a cupboard, which he asked the landlady to lock. During the night, robbers came and carried the cupboard away, thinking to find in it silver to buy horses. That a watchman saw many men carrying this cupboard, and became suspicious, and called out the soldiers. The robbers ran away, leaving the cupboard in the open. The master was very angry with Sun for getting him into this danger. He feared that at daylight they would be discovered and all be executed. But Sun said, "Do not be alarmed. I will save you yet." He changed himself into an ant and escaped from the cupboard. Then he plucked out some hairs and changed them into 1,000 monkeys like himself. To each he gave a razor and a charm for inducing sleep. When the king and all the officials and their wives had succumbed to this charm, the monkeys were to shave their heads. On the morrow there was a terrible commotion throughout the city, as all the leaders and their families found themselves shaved like Buddhists. Thus the master was saved again. The return to China. The pilgrims, having overcome the predicted 80 difficulties of their outward journey, there remained only one to be overcome on the homeward way. They were now returning upon a cloud which had been placed at their disposal, and which had been charged to bear them safely home. But alas! The cloud broke and precipitated them to the earth by the side of a wide river which they must cross. There were no ferry boats or rafts to be seen, so they were glad to avail themselves of the kind offices of a turtle, who offered to take them across on his back. But in midstream the turtle reminded Xianchuang of a promise he had made him when on his outward journey, namely, that he would intercede for him before the ruler of the West, and ask His Majesty to forgive all past offenses and allow him to resume his humanity again. The turtle asked him if he had remembered to keep his word. Xianchuang replied, "I remember our conversation, but I am sorry to say that under great pressure I quite forgot to keep my promise." "Then," said the turtle, "you are at liberty to dispense with my services." He then disappeared beneath the water, leaving the pilgrims floundering in the stream with their precious books. They swam the river, and with great difficulty managed to save a number of volumes, which they dried in the sun. The travelers honored. The pilgrims reached the capital of their country without further difficulty. As soon as they appeared in sight, the whole population became greatly excited, and cutting down branches of willow trees went out to meet them as a mark of special distinction. The emperor sent his own horse for Xianchuang to ride on, and the pilgrims were escorted with royal honors into the city, where the emperor and his grateful court were waiting to receive them. Xianchuang's queer trio of converts at first caused great amusement among the crowds who thronged to see them. But when they learned of Sun's superhuman achievements and his brave defense of the master, their amusement was changed into wondering admiration. But the greatest honors were conferred upon the travelers at a meeting of the immortals presided over Bumalo Fo, the coming Buddha. Addressing Shi and Chuang, the Buddha said, "In a previous existence you were one of my chief disciples. But for disobedience and for lightly esteeming the great teaching your soul was imprisoned in the eastern land. Now a memorial has been presented to me stating that you have obtained the true classics of salvation, thus, by your faithfulness, completing your meritorious labors. You are appointed to the high office of controller of sacrifices to His Supreme Majesty the Pearly Emperor." Turning to Sun, the Buddha said, "You, Sun, for creating a disturbance in the palace of heaven, were imprisoned beneath the mountain of the 5 elements, until the fullness of heaven's calamities had descended upon you, and you had repented and had joined the holy religion of Buddha. From that time you have endeavored to suppress evil and cherish virtue. And in your journey to the west, you have subjugated evil, spirits, ghosts, and demons. For your services you are appointed god of victorious strife. For his repentance, and for his assistance to his master, Chu Pa Chi, the pig fairy, was appointed head altar washer to the gods. This was the highest office for which was eligible, on account of his inherent greed. Sha Hoshang was elevated to the rank of golden body perpetual saint. Pai Ma, the white horse who had patiently carried Suan Chuang and his burden of books, was led by a god down the spirit mountain to the banks of the pool of dragon transformation. Pai Ma plunged in, when he changed at once into a 4-footed dragon, with horns, scales, claws, and wings complete. From this time, he became the chief of the celestial dragon tribe. Sun's first thought upon receiving his promotion was to get rid of the head-splitting helmet. Accordingly, he said to his master, "Now that I am, like yourself, a Buddha, I want you to relieve my head of the helmet how the monkey became a god, imposed upon me during the years of my waywardness." Shi and Chuang replied, "If you have really become a Buddha, your helmet should have disappeared of itself. Are you sure it is still upon your head?" Sun raised his hand, and lo, the helmet was gone. After this the great assembly broke up, and each of the immortals returned in peace to his own celestial abode. Chapter 15. Fox Legends. The fox. J.K. among the many animals worshipped by the Chinese, those at times seen emerging from coffins/m, or graves naturally hold a prominent place. They are supposed to be the transmigrated souls of deceased human beings. We should therefore expect such animals as the fox, stoat, weasel, etc., to be closely associated with the worship of ghosts, spirits, and such like creatures, and that they should be the subjects of, or included in, a large number of Chinese legends. This we find. Of these animals the fox is mentioned in Chinese legendary lore perhaps more often than any other. The subject of fox lore has been dealt with exhaustively by my respected colleague, the late Mr. Thomas Waters, formerly HBM Consul General at Canton, a man of vast learning and extreme modesty, insufficiently appreciated in his generation, in the Journal of the North China Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, 845-65, to which the reader is referred for details. Generally, the fox is a creature of ill omen, long-lived, living to 800 even 1,000 years, with a peculiar virtue in every part of his body, able to produce fire by striking the ground with his tail, cunning, cautious, skeptical, able to see into the future, to transform himself, usually into old men, or scholars, or pretty young maidens, and fond of playing pranks and tormenting mankind. Fox Legends. Many interesting fox legends are to be found in a collection of stories entitled Liao Chai Chi Ti by Pu Sungling, 17th century AD, part of which was translated into English many years ago by Professor H. A. Giles and appeared in 2 fascinating volumes called Strange Stories Front, a Chinese studio. These legends were related to the Chinese writer by various people as their own experiences, friendship with foxes. A certain man had an enormous stack of straw, as big as a hill, in which his servants, taking what was daily required for use, had made quite a large hole. In this hole a fox fixed his abode, and would often show himself to the master of the house under the form of an old man. One day the latter invited the master to walk into his abode. He at first declined, but accepted on being pressed, and when he got inside, lo, he saw a long suite of handsome apartments. They then sat down, and exquisitely perfumed tea and wine were brought. But the place was so gloomy that there was no difference between night and day. By and by, the entertainment being over, the guest took his leave, and on looking back, the beautiful rooms and their contents had all disappeared. The old man himself was in the habit of going away in the evening and returning with the first streaks of morning, and as no one was able to follow him, the master of the house asked him one day whither he went. To this he replied that a friend invited him to take wine, and then the master begged to be allowed to accompany him, a proposal to which the old man very reluctantly consented. However, he seized the master by the arm, and away they went as though riding on the wings of the wind, and in about the time it takes to cook a pot of millet, they reached a city and walked into a restaurant, where there were a number of people drinking together and making a great noise. The old man led his companion to a gallery above, from which they could look down on the feasters below, and he himself went down and brought away from the tables all kinds of nice food and wine, without appearing to be seen or noticed by any of the company. After a while, a man dressed in red garments came forward and laid upon the table some dishes of kumquats. When the master at once requested the old man to go down and get him some off these. "Ah," replied the latter, "that is an upright man. I cannot approach him." Thereupon the master said to himself, "By thus seeking the companionship of a fox, I then am deflected from the true course. Henceforth I too will be an upright man." No sooner had he formed this resolution than he suddenly lost all control over his body, and fell from the gallery down among the revellers below. These gentlemen were much astonished by his unexpected descent, and he himself, looking up, saw there was no gallery to the house, but only a large beam upon which he had been sitting. He now detailed the whole of the circumstances, and those present made up a purse for him to pay his traveling expenses, for he was at ETI, 1,000 it from home. The marriage lottery. A certain laborer, named Ma Tianyong, lost his wife when he was only about 20 years of age, and was too poor to take another. One day, when out hoeing in the fields, he beheld a nice-looking young lady leave the path and come tripping across the furrows toward him. Her face was well painted, too, and she had altogether such a refined look that Ma concluded she must have lost her way, and began to make some playful remarks in consequence. "You go along home," cried the young lady, "and I'll be with you by and by." Ma doubted this rather extraordinary promise, but she vowed and declared she would not break her word, and then Ma went off, telling her that his front door faced the north, etc. At midnight the young lady arrived, and then Ma saw that her hands and face were covered with fine hair, which made him suspect at once that she was a fox. She did not deny the accusation, and accordingly Ma said to her, "If you really are one of those wonderful creatures, you will be able to get me anything I want, and I should be much obliged if you would begin by giving me some money to relieve my poverty." The young lady said she would, and next evening, when she came again, Ma asked her where the money was. "Dear me," replied she, "I quite forgot it." When she was going away, Ma reminded her of what they wanted, but on the following evening she made precisely the same excuse, promising to bring it another day. A few nights afterward Ma asked her once more for the money, and then she drew from her sleeve 2 pieces of silver, each weighing about 5 or 6 ounces. They were both of fine quality, with turned-up edges. One, and Ma was very pleased, and stored them away in a cupboard. Some months after this he happened to require some money for use, and took out these pieces, but the person to whom showed them said they were only pewter, and easily bit off a portion of one of them with his teeth. Ma was much alarmed, and put the pieces away directly, taking the opportunity, when evening came, of abusing the young lady roundly. "It's all your bad luck," retorted she. "Real gold would be too much for your inferior destiny." There was an end of that, but Ma went on to say, "I always heard that fox girls were of surpassing beauty. How is it you are not?" "Oh," replied the young lady, "we always adapt ourselves to our company. Now you haven't the luck of an ounce of silver to call your own, and what would you do, for instance, with a beautiful princess? My beauty may not be good enough for the aristocracy, but among your big-footed, bent-backed rustics, it may safely be called *surpassing. A few months passed away, and then one day the young lady came and gave Ma 3 ounces of silver, saying, "You have often asked me for money, but in consequence of your bad luck I have always refrained from giving you any. Now, however, your marriage is at hand, and I here give you the cost of a wife, which you may also regard as a parting gift from me." Ma replied that he was not engaged, to which the young lady answered that in a few days a go-between would visit him to arrange the fair. "And what will she be like?" asked Ma. "Why, as your aspirations are for surpassing beauty," replied the young lady, Of course she will be possessed of surpassing beauty. I hardly expect that, said Ma. At any rate, 3 ounces of silver will not be enough to get a wife. Marriages, explained the young lady, are made in the moon. 2 mortals have nothing to do with them. And why must you be going away like this? Inquired Ma. Because, answered she, for us to meet only by night is not the proper thing. I had better get you another wife and have done with you. Then when morning came she departed, giving Ma a pinch of yellow powder, saying, in case you are ill after we are separated, this will cure you. Next day, sure enough, a go-between did come, and Ma at once asked what the proposed bride was like, to which the former replied that she was very passable looking. For her 5 ounces of silver was fixed as the marriage present, Ma making no difficulty on that score, but declaring he must have a peep at the young lady. One the go-between said she was a respectable girl and would never allow herself to be seen. However, it was arranged that they should go to the house together and await a good opportunity. So off they went, Ma remaining outside while the go-between went in, returning in a little while to tell him it was all right. A relative of mine lives in the same court, and just now I saw the young lady sitting in the hall. We havianly got to pretend we are going to see my relative, and you will be able to get a glimpse of her. Ma consented, and they accordingly passed through the hall, where he saw the young lady sitting down with her head bent forward while someone was scratching her back. She seemed to be all that the go-between had said, but when they came to discuss the money it appeared that the young lady wanted only 1 or 2 ounces of silver, just to buy herself a few clothes, etc., which Ma thought was a very small amount. So he gave the go-between a present for her trouble, which just finished up the 3 ounces his fox friend had provided. An auspicious day was chosen, and a young lady came over to his house, when lo, she washed-backed and pigeon-breasted, with a short neck like a tortoise, and feet which were fully 10 inches long. The meaning of his fox friend's remarks then flashed upon him. The magnanimous girl. At Chinling there lived a young man named Ku, who had considerable ability, but was very poor, and having an old mother, he was very loath to leave home. So he employed himself in writing or painting one for people, and gave his mother the proceeds, going on thus till he was 25 years of age without taking a wife. Opposite to their house was another building, which had long been untenanted, and one day an old woman and a young girl came to occupy it. But there being no gentleman with them, young Ku did not make any inquiries as to who they were whence they hailed. Shortly afterward it chanced that just as Ku was entering the house, he observed a young lady come out of his mother's door. She was about 18 or 19, very clever and refined looking, and altogether such a girl as one rarely sets eyes on. And when she noticed Mr. Ku, she did not run away, but seemed quite self-possessed. It was the young lady over the way. She came to borrow my scissors and measure, said his mother, and she told me that there is only her mother and herself. They don't seem to belong to the lower classes. I asked her why she didn't get married, to which she replied that her mother was old. I must go and call on her tomorrow, and find out how the land lies. If she doesn't expect too much, you could take care of her mother for her. So next day Ku's mother went, and found that the girl's mother was deaf, and that they were evidently poor, apparently not having a day's food in the house. That Ku's mother asked what their employment was, and the old lady said they trusted for food to her daughter's 10 fingers. She then threw out some hints about uniting the 2 families, to which the old lady seemed to agree, but, on consultation with her daughter, the latter would not consent. Mrs. Ku returned home and told her son, saying, perhaps she thinks we are too poor. She doesn't speak or laugh, is very nice looking, and as pure as snow. Trillino, ordinary girl. There ended that, until one day, as Ku was sitting in his study, up came a very agreeable young fellow, who said he was from a neighboring village, and engaged Ku to draw a picture for him. The 2 youths soon struck up a firm friendship and met constantly, and later it happened that the stranger chanced to see the young lady of over the way. Who is that? Said he, following her with his eyes. Ku told him, and then he said, she is certainly pretty, but rather stern in her appearance. By and by Ku went in, and his mother told him the girl had come to beg a little rice, as they had had nothing to eat all day. She's a good daughter, said his mother, and I'm very sorry for her. We must try and help them a little. Ku thereupon shouldered a peck of rice, and, knocking at their door, presented it, with his mother's compliments. The young lady received the rice, but said nothing, and then she got into the habit of coming over and helping Ku's mother with her work and household affairs, almost as if she had been her daughter-in-law, for which Ku was very grateful to her, and whenever he had anything nice, he always sent some of it in to her mother, though the young lady herself never once took the trouble to thank him. So things went on until Ku's mother got an abscess on her leg and lay writhing in agony day and night. Then the young lady devoted herself to the invalid, waiting on her and giving her medicine with such care and attention that at last the sick woman cried out, "Oh, that I could secure such a daughter-in-law as you to see this old body into its grave." The young lady soothed her and replied, "Your son is 100 times more filial than I, a poor widow's only daughter." "But even a filial son makes a bad nurse," answered the patient. "Besides, I am now drawing toward the evening of my life, when my body will be exposed to the mists and the dews, and I am vexed in spirit about our ancestral worship and the continuance for line." As she was speaking, Ku walked in, and his mother, weeping, said, "I am deeply indebted to this young lady. Do not forget to repay her goodness." Ku made a low bow, but the young lady said, "Sir, when you were kind to my mother, I did not thank you. Why then thank me?" Ku thereupon became more than ever attached to her, but could never get her to depart in the slightest degree from her cold demeanor toward himself. One day, however, he managed to squeeze her hand, upon which she told him never to do so again, and then for some time he neither saw nor heard anything of her. She had conceived a violent dislike to the young stranger above mentioned, and one evening, when Hugh was sitting talking with Ku, the young lady appeared. After a while she got angry at something he said, and drew from her robe a glittering knife about a foot long. The young man, seeing her do this, ran out in a fright, and she after him, only to find that he had vanished. She then threw her dagger up into the air and wished slash. A streak of light like a rainbow, and something came tumbling down with a flop. Ku got a light, and ran to see what it was, and lo, there lay a white fox, head in one place and body in another. "There is your friend," cried the girl. "I knew he would cause me to destroy him sooner or later." Ku dragged it into the house, and said, "Let us wait till tomorrow to talk it over. We shall then be more calm." Next day the young lady arrived, and inquired about her knowledge of the black art, but she told Ku not to trouble himself about such affairs, and to keep it secret, or it might be prejudicial to his happiness. Ku then entreated her to consent to their union, to which she replied that she had already been as it were a daughter-in-law to his mother, and there was no need to push the thing further. "Is it because I am poor?" asked Ku. "Well, I am not rich," answered she, "but the fact is, I had rather not." She then took her leave, and the next evening, when Ku went across to their house to try once more to persuade her, the young lady had disappeared and was never seen again. The boon companion. Once upon a time there was a young man named E, who was not particularly well off, but at the same time very fond of his wine, so much so that without his 3 stoups of liquor every night he was quite unable to sleep, and bottles were seldom absent from the head of his bed. One night he had waked up and was turning over and over, when he fancied someone was in the bed with him. But then, thinking it was only the clothes which had slipped off, he put out his hand to feel, and in doing so touched something silky like a cat. Striking a light, he found it was a fox, lying in a drunken sleep like a dog, and then looking at his wine bottle he saw that it had been emptied. "A boon companion," said he, laughing, as he avoided startling the animal, and, covering it up, lay down to sleep, with his arm across it, and the candle alight, so as to see what transformation it might undergo. About midnight the fox stretched itself, and Seiichi cried, "Well, to be sure, you've had a nice sleep." He then drew off the clothes, and beheld an elegant young man in a scholar's dress. But the young man jumped up, and, making a low obeisance, returned his host many thanks for not cutting off his head. "Oh," replied Seiichi, "I am not averse to liquor myself. In fact, they say I'm too much given to it. If you have no objection, we'll be a pair of bottle and glass chums." Southey lay down and went to sleep again, Seiichi urging the young man to visit him often, and saying that they must have faith in each other. The fox agreed to this, but when Seiichi awoke in the morning his bedfellow had already disappeared. So he prepared a goblet of first-rate wine in expectation of his friend's arrival, and at nightfall sure enough he came. They then sat together drinking, and a fox cracked so many jokes that Seiichi said he regretted had not known him before. "And truly one don't know how to repay your kindness," replied the former, "in preparing all this nice wine for me." "Oh," said Seiichi, "what's a pint or so of wine? Nothing worth speaking of." "Well," rejoined the fox, "you are only a poor scholar, and money isn't so easily to be got. I must see if I can't secure a little wine capital for you." Next evening, when he arrived, he said to Seiichi, 2 miles down toward the southeast, you will find some silver lying by the wayside. To go early in the morning and get it." So on the morrow he set off, and actually obtained 2 lumps of silver, with which he bought some choice morsels to help them out with their wine that evening. The fox now told him that there was a vault in his backyard which he ought to pen, and when he did so, he found therein more than 100 strings of cash. "One now then," cried Seiichi, delighted. "I shall have no more anxiety about funds for buying wine with all this in my purse." "Ah," replied the fox, "the water in a puddle is not inexhaustible. I must do something further for you." Some days afterward the fox said to Seiichi, "Buckwheat is very cheap in the market just now. Something is to be done in that line." Accordingly Seiichi bought over 40 tons, and thereby incurred general ridicule. But by and by there was a bad drought, and all kinds of grain and beans were spoilt. Only buckwheat would grow, and Seiichi sold off his stock at a profit of 11%. His wealth thus began to increase. He bought 200 acres of rich land, and always planted his crops, corn, millet, or what not, upon the advice of the fox secretly given him beforehand. The fox looked on Seiichi's wife as a sister, and on Seiichi's children as his own, but when subsequently Seiichi died it never came to the house again. The alchemist one at Sichongan, there lived a scholar named Chia Tiziglong, who one day noticed a very refined-looking stranger, and, on making inquiries about him, learned that he was a Mr. Chun who had taken lodgings hard by. Accordingly, Chia called next day and sent in his card, but did not see Chun, who happened to be out at the time. The same thing occurred thrice, and at length Chia engaged someone to watch and let him know when Mr. Chun was at home. However, even then the latter would not come forth to receive his guest, and Chia had to go in and rout him out. The two now entered into conversation, and soon became mutually charmed with each other, and by Chia sent off a servant to bring wine from a neighboring wine shop. Mr. Chun proved himself a pleasant boon companion, and when the wine was nearly finished he went to a box, and took from it some wine cups, and a large and beautiful jade tankard. Into the latter he poured a single cup of wine, and immediately it was filled to the brim. They then proceeded to help themselves from the tankard, but however much they took out, the contents never seemed to diminish. Chia was astonished at this, and begged Mr. Chun to tell him how it was done. "Ah," replied Mr. Chun, "I try to avoid making your acquaintance solely because of your one bad quality, avarice. The art I practice is a secret known to the immortals only. How can I divulge it to you?" "You do me wrong," rejoined Chia, "in thus attributing avarice to me. The avaricious, indeed, are always poor." Mr. Chun laughed, and they separated for that day. But from that time, they were constantly together, and all ceremony was laid aside between them. Whenever Chia wanted money, Mr. Chun would bring out a black stone, and, muttering a charm, would rub it on a tile or a brick, which was forthwith changed into a lump of silver. This silver he would give to Chia, and it was always just as much as he actually required, neither more nor less. And if ever the latter asked for more, Mr. Chun would rally him in the subject of avarice. Finally, Chia determined to try to get possession of this stone, and one day, when Mr. Chun was sleeping off the fumes of a drinking bout, he tried to extract it from his clothes. However, Chun detected him at once, and declared that they could be friends no more, and next day he left the place altogether. About a year afterward, Chia was one day wandering by the riverbank, when he saw a handsome-looking stone, marvelously like that in the possession of Mr. Chun, and he picked it up at once and carried it home with him. A few days passed away, and suddenly Mr. Chun presented himself at Chia's house and explained that the stone in question possessed the property of changing anything into gold, and had been bestowed upon him long before by a certain Taoist priest whom he had followed as a disciple. "Alas," added he, "I got tipsy and lost it, but divination told me where it was, and if you will now restore it home, I will take care to repay your kindness." "You have divined rightly," replied Chia. "The stone is with me. But recollect, if you please, that the indigent Quan Chung once shared the wealth of his friend Pao Shu." At this hint Mr. Chun said he would give Chia 100 ounces soft silver, to which the latter replied that 100 ounces was a fair offer, but that he would far sooner have Mr. Chun teach him the formula to utter when rubbing the stone on anything, so that he might try the thing once himself. Mr. Chun was afraid to do this, whereupon Chia cried out, "You are an immortal yourself. You must know well enough that I would never deceive a friend." So Mr. Chun was prevailed upon to teach him the formula, and then Chia would have tried the art upon the immense stone washing block one, which was lying near at hand, had not Mr. Chun seized his arm and begged him not to do anything so outrageous. Chia then picked up half a brick and laid it on the washing block, saying to Mr. Chun, "This little piece is not too much, surely?" Accordingly, Mr. Chun relaxed his hold and let Chia proceed, which headed by promptly ignoring the half-brick and quickly rubbing the stone on the washing block. Mr. Chun turned pale when he saw him do this, and made a dash forward to get hold of the stone, but it was too late. The washing block was already a solid mass of silver, and Chia quietly handed him back the stone. "Alas! Alas!" cried Mr. Chun in despair, "what is to be done now? For, having thus irregularly conferred wealth upon a mortal, heaven will surely punish me. Oh, if you would save me, give away 100 coffins too, and 100 suits of wadded clothes." "My friend," replied Chia, "my object in jetting money was not to hoard it up like a miser." Mr. Chun was delighted at this, and during the next 3 years Chia engaged in trade, taking care to fulfill always his promise to Mr. Chun. At the expiration of that time, Mr. Chun himself reappeared, and, grasping Chia's hand, said to him, "Trustworthy and noble friend, when we last parted, the spirit of happiness impeached me before God. 3 and my name was erased from the list of angels. But now that you have carried out my request, that sentence has been rescinded. Go on as you have begun, without ceasing." Chia asked Mr. Chun what office he filled in heaven, to which the latter replied that he was only a fox who, by a sinless life, had finally attained to that clear perception of the truth which leads to immortality. Wine was then brought, and the 2 friends enjoyed themselves together as of old, and even when Chia had passed the age of 90 years, the fox still used to visit him from time to time. Chapter 16, Miscellaneous Legends. The Unnatural People. Hishan Haik Bing, or Hill and River Classic, contains descriptions of some curious people supposed to inhabit the regions on the maps represented in the 9 tripod vases of the Great Yu, first emperor of the Xia dynasty. The Pygmies. The Pygmies inhabit many mountainous regions of the empire, but are few in number. They are less than 9 inches high, but are well-formed. They live in thatched houses that resemble ants' nests. When they walk out, they go in companies of from 6 to 10, joining hands in a lean for mutual protection against birds that might carry them away or other creatures that might attack them. Their tone of voice is too low to be distinguished by an ordinary human ear. They occupy themselves in working in wood, gold, silver, and precious stones, but a small proportion are tillers of the soil. They wear clothes of a red color. The sexes are distinguishable by a slight beard on the men and long tresses on the women, the latter in some cases reaching 4 to 5 inches in length. Their heads are unduly large, being quite out of proportion to their small bodies. A husband and wife usually go about hand in hand. A Hakka charcoal burner once found 3 of the children playing in his tobacco box. He kept them there, and afterward, when he was showing them to a friend, he laughed so that drops of saliva flew from his mouth and shot 2 of them dead. He then begged his friend to take the 3rd and put it in a place of safety before he should laugh again. His friend attempted to lift it from the box, but it died on being touched. The Giants. In the country of the giants, the people are 50 feet in height. Their footprints are 6 feet in length. Their teeth are like those of a saw, their fingernails present the appearance of hooked claws, while their diet consists wholly of uncooked animal food. Their eyebrows are of such length as to protrude from the front of the carts in which they ride, large though it is necessary for these vehicles to be. Their bodies are covered with long, black hair resembling that of the bear. They live to the advanced age of 18,000 years. Tough cannibals, they never eat members of their own tribe, confining their indulgence in human flesh chiefly to enemies taken in battle. Their country extends some thousands of miles along certain mountain ranges in northeastern Asia, in the passes of which they have strong iron gates, easy to close, but difficult to open hence. Though their neighbors maintain large standing armies, they have thus far never been conquered. The Headless People. The Headless People inhabit the Long Sheep Range, to which their ancestors were banished in the remote Pak for an offense against the gods. One of the said ancestors had entered into a controversy with the rulers of the heavens, and they in their anger had transformed his 2 breasts into eyes and his navel into a mouth, removed his head, leaving him without nose and ears, thus cutting him off from smell and sound, and banished him to the Long Sheep Mountains, where with a shield and axe, fiendly weapons vouchsafed to the people of the headless country, he and his posterity were compelled to defend themselves from their enemies and provide their subsistence. This, however, does not in the least seem to have affected their tempers, as their bodies are wreathed in perpetual smiles, except when they flourish their warlike weapons on the approach of an enemy. They are not without understanding, because, according to Chinese notions of physiology, their bellies are full of wisdom. The armless people, in the mountains of the sun and moon, which are in the center of the great waste, are the people who have norms, but whose legs instead grow out of their shoulders. They pick flowers with their toes. They bow by raising the body horizontal with the shoulders, thus turning the face to the ground. The long-armed and long-legged people. The long-armed people are about 30 feet high, their arms reaching from the shoulders to the ground. Once when a company of explorers was passing through the country, which borders on the eastern sea, they inquired of an old man if he knew whether or not there were people dwelling beyond the waters. He replied, "Theta cloth garment, in fashion and texture not unlike that of a Chinese coat, with sleeves 30 feet in length, had been found in the sea." The explorers fitted out an expedition, and the discovery of the long-armed country was the result. The natives subsist for the most part on fish, which they obtain by wading in the water and taking the fish with their hands instead of with hooks or nets. The arms of the long-legged people are of a normal length. The legs are developed to a length corresponding to that of the arms of the long-armed people. The country of the latter borders on that of the long legs. The habits and food of the two are similar. The difference in their physical structure makes them of mutual assistance, those with the long arms being able to take the shellfish of the shallow waters, while those with the long legs take the surface fish from the deeper localities. Thus the two gather a harvest otherwise unobtainable. The one-eyed people and others. A little to the east of the country of the long legs are to be found the one-eyed people. They have but one eye, rather larger than the ordinary human eye, placed in the center of the forehead, directly above the nose. Other clans or families have but one arm and one leg. Some having a right arm and left leg, others a left arm and right leg, while still others have both on the same side, and go in pairs, like shoes. Another species not only has but one arm and one leg, but is of such fashion as to have but one eye, one nostril, and beard on but one side of the face. There being as it were rights and lefts, the two in reality being one, for it is in this way that they pair. The long-eared people resemble Chinese in all except their ears. They live in the far west among mountains and in caves. Their pendant, flabby ears extend to the ground, and would impede their feet in walking if they did not support them on their hands. They are sensitive to the faintest sound. Still another people in this region are distinguished by having 6 toes on each foot. The feathered people, etc. The feathered people are very tall, and are covered with fluffy down. They have wings in place of arms, and can fly short distances. On the points of the wings are claws, which serve as hands. Their noses are like beaks, gentle and timid. They do not leave their own country. They have good voices, and like to sing ballads. If one wishes to visit this people, he must go far to the southeast, and then inquire. There is also the land of the people with 3 faces, who live in the center of the great waste and never die. The land of the 3 heads, east of the K.F. Unloan Mountains, the 3-body country, the inhabitants of which have 1 head with 3 bodies, 3 arms, and but 2 legs, and yet another where the people have square heads, broad shoulders, and 3 legs, and the stones on the land are all gold and jade. The people of the punctured bodies. Another community is said to be composed of people who have holes through their chests. They can be carried about on a pole put through the orifice, or may be comfortably hung upon a peg. They sometimes string themselves on a rope, and thus walk out in file. They are harmless people, and eat snakes that they kill with bows and arrows, and they are very long-lived. The Ivoman's Kingdom. The Women's Kingdom, the country inhabited exclusively by women, is said to be surrounded by a sea of less density than ordinary water, so that ships sink on approaching the shores. It has been reached only by boats carried thither in whirlwinds, and but few of those wrecked on its rocks have survived and returned to tell of its wonders. The women have houses, gardens, and shops. Instead of money they use gems, perforated and strung like beads. They reproduce their kind by sleeping where the south wind blows upon them. The land of the flying cart. Situated to the north of the plain of Great Joy, the land of the flying cart joins the country of the 1-armed people on the southwest, and that of the 3-bodied people on the southeast. The inhabitants have but 1 arm, and an additional eye of large size in the center of the forehead, making 3 eyes in all. Their carts, though wheeled, do not run along the ground, but chase each other in mid-air as gracefully as a flock of swallows. The vehicles have a kind of winged framework at each end, and the one-armed occupants, each grasping a flag, talk and laugh one to another in great glee during what might be called their aerial recreation, were it not for the fact that it seems to be their sole occupation. The expectant wife. A curious legend is told regarding a solitary, weird figure which stands out, rudely weather-worn, from a hilltop in the pass called Shaoxing Gorge, Canton Province. This point of the pass is called Lung Min, or Dragon's Mouth, and the hill the husband-expecting hill. The figure itself, which is called the expectant wife, resembles that of a woman. Her bent head and figure down to the waist are very lifelike. The story, widely known in this and the neighboring province, runs as follows. Centuries ago, a certain poor woman was left by her husband, who went on a journey into Guangxi, close by, but in those days considered a wild and distant region, full of dangers. He promised to return in 3 years. The time went slowly and sadly past, for she dearly loved her lord, but no husband appeared. He, ungrateful and unfaithful spouse, had fallen in love with a fair one in Guangxi, a sorceress or witch, who threw a spell over him and charmed him to his destruction, turning him at length into stone. To this day his figure may be seen standing near a cave close by the river, which is known by the name of the Detained Man Cave. The wife, broken by grief at her husband's failure to return, was likewise turned into a stone, and it is said that a supernatural power will one day bring the Completo life again and reward the ever-faithful wife. The legend receives entire credence from the simple boatmen and country people. The Ivilt men. The wild beasts of the mountain have a king. Hayes, a wild man, with long, thick locks, fiery red in color, and his body is covered with hair. He is very strong. With a single blow of his huge fist, he can break large rocks to pieces. He also can pull up the trees of the forest by the root. His flesh is as hard as iron, and is invulnerable to thrusts of knife, spear, or sword. He rides Uponadager when he leaves his home. He rules over the wolves, leopards, and tigers, and governs all their affairs. Many other wild men, like him in appearance, live in these mountains, but on account of his great strength he alone is king. These wild men kill and eat all human beings they meet, and other hill tribes live in terror of meeting them. Indeed, who of all these mountain people would have been left alive had not some men, more crafty than their fellows, devised a means of overpowering these fierce savages? This is the method referred to. On leaving his home, the herb-gatherer of the mountains arms himself with 2 large hollow bamboo tubes, which he slips over his wrists, and arms 5. He also carries a jar of very strong wine. When he meets one of the wild men, he stands still, and allows the giant to grasp him by the arm. As the giant holds him fast, as he supposes, in his firm grasp, he quietly and slowly withdraws one arm from the bamboo cuff, and, taking the pot of wine from the other hand, quickly pours it down the throat of the stooping giant, whose mouth is wide open with a moderate laughter at thought of having captured a victim so easily. The potent draught of wine acts at once, causing the victim to drop to the ground in a dead sleep, whereupon the herb-gatherer either dispatches him summarily with a thrust through the heart, or leaves the drunken tyrant to sleep off. The effect of his draught, while he returns again to his work of collecting the health-restoring herbs. In this way have the numbers of these wild men become less and less, until at the present time but few remain. The jointed snake. The people on Omei-shan tell of a wonderful kind of snake that is said to live there. Part of its life is spent among the branches of the trees. If by chance it falls to the ground, it breaks up into 2 or more pieces. These separate segments later on come together again and unite. Many other marvelous and interesting tales are related of this mountain and its inhabitants. The casting of the Great Bell. In every province of China, there is a legend relating to the casting of the Great Bell swung in the bell tower off the chief city. These legends are curiously identical in almost every detail. The following is the one current in Peking. It was in the reign of Young Lo, the 3rd monarch of the Ming dynasty, that Peking first became the capital of China. Till that period the son of heaven had held his court at Nanking, and Peking had been of comparatively little note. Now, however, on being honored by the sacred presence, stately buildings arose in all directions for the accommodation of the emperor and his courtiers. Clever men from all parts of the empire were attracted to the capital, and such as possessed talent were sure of lucrative employment. About this time the drum tower and the bell tower were built, both of them as lookout and alarm towers. The drum tower was furnished with a monster drum, which it still possesses, of such a size that the thunder of its tones might be heard all over the city, the sound being almost enough to waken the dead. The bell tower had been completed some time before attempts were made to cast a bell proportionate to the size of the building. At length young Lo ordered Kuan Yu, a mandarin of the second grade, who was skilled in casting guns, to cast a bell the sound of which should be heard, on the least alarm, in every part of the city. Kuan Yu at once commenced the undertaking. He secured the services of a great number of experienced workmen and collected immense quantities of material. Months passed, and at length it was announced to the emperor that everything was ready for the casting. A day was appointed. The emperor, surrounded by a crowd of courtiers and preceded by the court musicians, went to witness the ceremony. At a given signal, and to the crash of music, the melted metal rushed into the mold prepared for it. The emperor and his court then retired, leaving Kuan Yu and his subordinates to await the cooling of the metal, which would tell of failure or success. At length the metal was sufficiently cool to detach the mold from it. Kuan Yu, in breathless trepidation, hastened to inspect it, but to his mortification and grief discovered it honeycombed in many places. The circumstance was reported to the emperor, who was naturally vexed at the expenditure of so much time, labor, and money without satisfactory result. However, he ordered Kuan Yu to try again. The mandarin hastened to obey, and, thinking the failure of the first attempt must have resulted from some oversight or omission on his part, he watched every detail. With redoubled care and attention, fully determined that no neglect or remissness should mar the success of this second casting. After months of labor the mold was again prepared, and the metal poured into it, but again with the same result. Kuan Yu was distracted not only at the loss of his reputation, but at the certain loss of the emperor's favor. Young Lo, when he heard of this second failure, was very wroth, and at once ordered Kuan Yu into his presence, and told him he would give him a third and last trial, and if he did not succeed this time he would beat him. Kuan Yu went home in a despairing state of mind, asking himself what crime he or any of his ancestors could have committed to have justified this calamity. Now Kuan Yu had an only daughter, about 16 years of age, and, having no sons, the whole of his love was centered in this girl, for he had hopes of perpetuating his name and fame through her marriage with some deserving young nobleman. Truly she was worthy of being loved. She had almond-shaped eyes, like the autumn waves, which, sparkling and dancing in the sun, seemed to leap up in very joy and wantonness to kiss the fragrant reeds that grow upon the river's banks, yet of such limpid transparency that one's form could be seen in their liquid depths as if reflected in a mirror. These were surrounded by long silken lashes, now drooping in coy modesty, anon rising in youthful gaiety and disclosing the laughing eyes, but just before concealed beneath them. Eyebrows like the willow leaf, cheeks of snowy whiteness, yet tinged with the gentlest coloring of the rose. Teeth like pearls of the finest water were seen peeping from between half-open lips, so luscious and juicy that they resembled two cherries. Hair of the jettiest blackness and of the silkiest texture. Her form was such as poets love to describe and painters limn. There was grace and ease in every movement. She appeared to glide rather than walk, so light was she of foot. Add to her other charms that she was skillful in verse-making, excellent in embroidery, and unequaled in the execution of her household duties, and we have but a faint description of Koai, the beautiful daughter of Kuan Yu. Well might the father be proud of and love his beautiful child, and she returned his love with all the ardor of her affectionate nature, often cheering him with her innocent gaiety when he returned from his daily vocations wearied or vexed. Seeing him now return with despair depicted in his countenance, she tenderly inquired the cause, not without hope of being the means of alleviating it. When her father told her of his failures, and of the emperor's threat, she exclaimed, "Oh, my father, be comforted. Heaven will not always be thus unrelenting." Or when it told that, "Out of evil cometh good *. These two failures will but enhance the glory of your eventual success, for success this time must crown your efforts. I am only a girl, and cannot assist you but with my prayers. These I will daily and hourly offer up for your success, and the prayers of a daughter for a loved parent must be heard." Somewhat soothed by the endearments of Koai, Kuan Yu again devoted himself to his task with redoubled energy, Koai meanwhile constantly praying for him in his absence, and ministering to his wants when returned home. One day it occurred to the maiden Togo to a celebrated astrologer to ascertain the cause of these failures, and to ask what means could be to prevent a recurrence of them. She thus learned that the next casting would also be a disappointment if the blood of a maiden were not mixed with the ingredients. She returned home full of horror at this information, yet inwardly resolving to immolate herself rather than allow her father to fail. The day for the casting at length came, and Ko requested her father to allow her to witness the ceremony and to exult in his success, as she laughingly said. Kuan Yu gave his consent, and accompanied by several servants she went, taking up a position near Themold. Everything was prepared as before. An immense concourse assembled to witness the third and final casting, which was to result either in honor or degradation and death for Kuan Yu. A dead silence prevailed through a vast assemblage as the melted metal once more rushed to its destination. This was broken by a shriek and a cry, "For my father!" And Ko was seen to throw herself headlong into the seething, hissing metal. One of her servants attempted to seize her while in the act of plunging into the boiling fluid, but succeeded only in grasping one of her shoes, which came off in his hand. The father was frantic, and had to be kept by force from following her example. He was taken home a raving maniac. The prediction of the astrologer was fulfilled, for, on uncovering the bell after it had cooled, it was found to be perfect, but not a vestige of Ko was to be seen. The blood of a maiden had indeed been infused with the ingredients. After a time the bell was suspended by order of the emperor, and expectation was at its height to hear it. Rung for the first time. The emperor himself was present. The bell was struck, and far and near was heard the deep tone of its sonorous boom. This indeed was a triumph. Here was a bell surpassing in size and sound any other that had ever been cast. And the surrounding multitudes were horror-struck as they listened. The heavy boom of the bell was followed by a low wailing sound like the agonized cry of a woman, and the word shu, was distinctly heard. To this day the bell, each time it is rung, after every boom appears to utter the word *c, and people when they hear it shudder and say, "There's poor Koai's voice calling for her shu." The Cursed Temple. The reign of Cheng, the last monarch of the Ming dynasty, was much troubled both by internal broils and by wars. He was constantly threatened by Tartar hordes from without, though these were generally beaten back by the celebrated General Wu Sankei, and the country was perpetually in a state of anarchy and confusion, being overrun by bands of marauding rebels. Indeed, so bold did these become under a chief named Li Stisi that they actually marched on the capital with the avowed intention of placing their leader on the dragon throne, *Ung Cheng. On the reception of this startling news, with no one that he could trust in such an emergency, for Wu Sankei was absent on an expedition against the Tartars, was at his wit's end. The insurgents were almost in sight off Peking, and at any moment might arrive. Rebellion threatened in the city itself. If he went out boldly to attack the oncoming rebels, his own troops might go over to the enemy, or deliver him into their hands. If he stayed in the city, the people would naturally attribute it to pusillanimity, and probably open the gates to the rebels. In this strait he resolved to go to the San Quan Miao, an imperial temple situated near the Seong Min, and inquire of the gods as to what he should do, and decide his fate by drawing the slip. If he drew a long slip, this would be a good omen, and he would boldly march out to meet the rebels, confident of victory. If a middle-length one, he would remain quietly in the palace and passively await whatever might happen. But if Heshold unfortunately draw a short one, he would take his own life rather than suffer death at the hands of the rebels. Upon arrival at the temple, in the presence of the high officers of his court, the sacrifices were offered up, and then since burnt, previous to drawing the slip on which hung the destiny of an empire, while Chung himself remained on his knees in prayer. At the conclusion of the sacrificial ceremony, the tube containing the bamboo-telling sticks was placed in the emperor's hand by one of the priests. His courtiers and the attendant priests stood round in breathless suspense, watching him as he swayed the tube to and fro. At length one fell to the ground. There was dead silence as it was raised by a priest and handed to the emperor. It was a short one. Dismay fell on every one present, no one daring to break the painful, horrible silence. After a pause the emperor, with a cry of mingled rage and despair, dashed the slip to the ground, exclaiming, "May this temple built by ancestors evermore be accursed. Henceforward may every suppliant be denied what he entreats, as I have been. Those who come in sorrow, may that sorrow be doubled. In happiness, may that happiness be ghetto misery. In hope, may they meet despair. In health, sickness. In the pride of life and strength, death. I. Chung Chung, the last of the Mings, curse it. Without another word he retired, followed by his courtiers, proceeded at once to the palace, and went straight to the apartments of the empress. The next morning he and his empress were found suspended from a tree on Prospect Hill. In their death they were not divided. The scenes that followed, how the rebels took possession of the city and were driven out again by the Chinese general, assisted by the Tartars, how the Tartars finally succeeded in establishing the Manchu dynasty, are all matters of history. The words used by the emperor at the temple were prophetic. He was the last of the Mings. The tree on which the monarch of a mighty empire closed his career and brought the Ming dynasty to an end was ordered to be surrounded with chains. It still exists and is still in chains. Upward of 170 years have passed since that time, yet the temple is standing as of old, but the halls that at one time were crowded with worshippers are now silent. No one ever venturing to worship there. It is the resort of the fox and the bat, and people at night pass it. Shudderingly, it is the cursed temple. The maniacs might. An interesting story is told of a lady named Chen, who was a Buddhist nun celebrated for her virtue and austerity. Between the years 1628 and 1643, she left her nunnery Weihai city and set out on a long journey for the purpose of collecting subscriptions for casting a new image of the Buddha. She wandered through Shantung, Chile, and finally reached Peking. And there, subscription book in hand, she stationed herself at the Great South Gate in order to take toll from those who wished to lay up for themselves treasures in the western heaven. The first passerby who took any notice of her was an amiable maniac. His dress was made of colored shreds and patches, and his general appearance was wild and uncouth. "Whither away, nun?" he asked. She explained that she was collecting subscriptions for the casting of a great image of Buddha and had come all the way from Shantung. "Throughout my life," remarked the madman, "I was ever a generous giver." So, taking the nun's subscription book, he headed a page with his own name, in very large characters, and the amount subscribed. The amount in question was 2 cash, equivalent to a small fraction of a farthing. He then handed over the 2 small coins and went on his way. In course of time the nun returned to Weihai Wei with her subscriptions, and the work of casting the image was duly begun. When the time had come for the process of smelting, it was observed that the copper remained hard and intractable. Again and again the furnace was fed with fuel, but the shapeless mass of metal remained firm as a rock. The head workman, who was a man of wide experience, volunteered an explanation of the mystery. "An offering of great value must be missing," he said. "Let the collection book be examined so that it may be seen whose subscription has been withheld." The nun, who was standing by, immediately produced the madman's money, which on account of its minute value, she had not taken the trouble to hand over. "There is 1 cash," she said, "and there is another. Certainly the offering of these must have been an act of the highest merit, and the giver must be a holy man who will some day attain Buddhahood." As she said this, she threw the 2 cash into the midst of the cauldron. Great bubbles rose and burst. The metal melted and ran like the sap from a tree, limpid as flowing water, and in a few moments the work was accomplished and the new Buddha successfully cast. The city god of Yintying. The following story of the Sichef Unghuangpi, FUSA of Yinxicheng, Salt City, is told by Helena von Pasek in the East of Asia magazine, Volume 3, 1904, pages 169 to 171. This legend is also related of several other cities in China. The Xinlong Pusa is, as already noted, the tutelary god of a city, his position in the unseen world answering to that of a chib-shin, or district magistrate, among men, if the city under his care be a shin, but if the city hold the rank of a/, it has, or used to have until recently, 2 Xinlong Pusas, one a prefect, and the other a district magistrate. One part of his duty consists of sending small demons to carry off the spirits of the dying, of which spirits he afterward acts as ruler and judge. He is supposed to exercise special care over Thek*UK, or spirits which have no descendants to worship and offer sacrifices to them. And on the occasion of the 7th-month festival, he is carried round the city in his chair to maintain order among them, while the people offer food to them and burn paper money for their benefit. He is also carried in procession at the Qingming festival, and on the 1st day of the 10th month. The Chinghuang Pusa of the city of Yinxicheng is in the extremely unfortunate predicament of having no skin to his face, which fact is thus accounted for. Once upon a time there lived at Yinxicheng an orphan boy who was brought up by his uncle and aunt. He was just entering upon his teens when his aunt lost a gold hairpin and accused him of having stolen it. The boy, whose conscience was clear in the matter, thought of a plan by which his innocence might be proved. "Let us go tomorrow to Saint Pu's temple," he said, "and one will there swear an oath before the god, so that he may manifest my innocence." They accordingly repaired to the temple, and the boy, solemnly addressing the idol, said, "If I have taken my aunt's gold pin, may my foot twist, and may I fall as I go out of your temple door." Alas for the poor suppliant! As he stepped over the threshold, his foot twisted, and he fell to the ground. Of course, everybody was firmly convinced of his guilt, and what could the poor boy say when his own appeal to the god thus turned against him? After such a proof of his depravity, his aunt had no room in her house for her orphan nephew. Neither did he himself wish to stay with people who suspected him of theft. So he left the home which had sheltered him for years, and wandered out alone into the cold, hard world. Many a hardship did he encounter, but with rare pluck he persevered in his studies, and at the age of 20-odd years became a mandarin. In course of time our hero returned to Yanxicheng to visit his uncle and aunt. While there he betook himself to the temple of the deity who had dealt so hardly with him, and prayed for a revelation as to the whereabouts of the lost hairpin. He slept that night in the temple, and was rewarded by a vision in which the Siluang P USA told him that the pin would be found under the floor of his aunt's house. He hastened back and informed his relatives, who took up the boards in the place indicated, and lo, there lay the long-lost pin. The women of the house then remembered that the pin had been used in pasting together the various layers of the soles of shoes, and, when night came, had been carelessly left on the table. Gnawed-out rats, attracted by the smell of the paste which clung to it, had carried it off to their domains under the floor. The young mandarin joyfully returned to the temple, and offered sacrifices by way of thanksgiving to the Siluang Pusa for bringing his innocence to light. But he could not refrain from addressing to him what one is disposed to consider a well-merited reproach. "You made me fall down," he said, "and so led Piaplito think I was guilty, and now you accept my gifts. Aren't you ashamed to do such a thing? You have no face." As he uttered the words, all the plaster fell from the face off the idol, and was smashed into fragments. From that day forward the Sichuan Pusa of Yanxicheng has had no skin on his face. People have tried to patch up the disfigured countenance, but in vain. The plaster always falls off, and the face remains skinless. Some try to defend the Sichuan Pusa by saying that he was not at home on the day when his temple was visited by the accused boy and his relatives, and that one off the little demons employed by him in carrying off dead people's spirits out of sheer mischief perpetrated a practical joke on the poor boy. In that case, it is certainly hard that his skin should so persistently testify against him by refusing to remain on this face. The origin of a lake. In the city of Taiyashin, Hubei, there is a large sheet of water known as the Liangti Lake. The people of the district give the following account of its origin. About 500 years ago, during the Ming Dynasty, there was no lake where the broad waters now spread. A flourishing Shin city stood in the center of a populous country. The city was noted for its wickedness, but amid the wicked population dwelt one righteous woman, a strict vegetarian and a follower of all good works. In a vision of the night, it was revealed to her that the city and neighborhood would be destroyed by water, and the sign promised was that when the stone lions in front of the Yaman wept tears of blood, then destruction was near at hand. Like Jonah at Nineveh, the woman, known today simply as Nyansi, walked up and down the streets of the city, warning all of the coming calamity. She was laughed at and looked upon as mad by the careless people. A pork butcher in the town, a noted wag, took some pig's blood and sprinkled it round the eyes of the stone lions. This had the desired effect, for when Nyansi saw the blood, she fled from the city amid the jeers and laughter of the inhabitants. Before many hours had passed, however, the face of the sky darkened. A mighty earthquake shook the countryside. There was a great subsidence of the earth's surface, and the waters of the Yangtze River flowed into the hollow, burying the city and villages out of sight. But a spot of ground on which the good woman stood, after escaping from the doomed city, remained at its normal level, and it stands today in the midst of the lake, an island called Nyangtsu, a place at which boats anchor at night, or to which they fly for shelter from the storms that sweep the lake. They are saved today because of one good woman helped by the gods so long ago. As a proof of the truth of the above story, it is asserted that on clear days traces of the buried city may be seen. while occasionally a fisherman casting his net hauls up some household utensil or relic of bygone days. Meow creation legends. If the Meow have no written records, they have many legends in verse, which they learn to repeat and sing. The Hey Meow, or Black Meow, so called from their dark chocolate-colored clothes, treasure poetical legends of the creation and of a deluge. These are composed in line-soft 5 syllables, in stanzas of unequal length, one interrogative and one responsive. They are sung or recited bitwo persons or 2 groups at feasts and festivals, often be a group of youths and a group of maidens. The legend of the creation commences. Who made heaven and earth? F. Who made insects? Who made men? F. Made male and made female. I who speak don't know. Heavenly King made heaven and earth. Zine made insects. Zine made men and demons. Made male and made female. How is it you don't know? L. How made heaven and earth? F. How made insects? How made men and demons? Made male and made female. T. I who speak don't know. Heavenly King was intelligent. Spat a lot of spittle into his hand. Clapped his hands with a noise. Produced heaven and earth. Tall grass made insects. Stories made men and demons. Made male and made female. How is it you don't know? The legend proceeds to state how and by whom the heavens were propped up and how the sun was made and fixed in its place. But the continuation is exceedingly silly. The legend of the flood is another very silly composition, but it is interesting to note that it tells of a great deluge. It commences, who came to the bad disposition to send fire and burn the hill? Who came to the bad disposition to send water and destroy the earth? F. I who sing don't know. I did. I was of bad disposition. I sent fire and burned the hill. Thunder did. Thunder was of bad disposition. Thunder sent water and destroyed the earth. Why don't you know? In T9's story of the flood, only 2 persons were saved. Large bottle gourd used as a boat, and these were Azai and his sister. After the flood, the brother wished his sister to become his wife, but she objected to this as not being proper. At length she proposed that one should take the upper and one the nether millstone, and going to opposite hills should set the stones rolling to the valley between. If these should be found in the valley properly adjusted one above the other, she would be his wife, but not if they came to rest apart. The young man, considering it unlikely that 2 stones thus rolled down from opposite hills would be found in the valley one upon another, while pretending to accept the test suggested, secretly placed 2 other stones in the valley one upon the other. The stones rolled from the hills were lost in the tall, wild grass, and on descending into the valley, Azai called his sister to come and see the stones he had placed. She, however, was not satisfied, and suggested as another test, that each should take a knife from a double sheath, and, going again to the opposite hilltops, hurl them into the valley below. If both these knives were found in the sheath in the valley, she would marry him, but if the knives were found apart, they would live apart. Again the brother surreptitiously placed 2 knives in the sheath, and, the experiment ending as Azai wished, his sister became his wife. They had 1 child, a misshapen thing without arms or legs, which Azai in great anger killed and cut to pieces. He threw the pieces all over the hill, and next morning, on awaking, he found these pieces transformed into men and women. Thus the earth was repeopled. The dream of the South Branch. The dawn of Chinese Romantic literature must be ascribed to the period between the 8th and 10th centuries of our era, when the cultivation of the liberal arts received encouragement at the hands of sovereigns, who had reunited the empire under the sway of a single ruler, and whose conquests and distant embassies attracted representatives from every Asiatic nation to their splendid court. It was during this period that the vast bulk of Indian literature was successfully attacked by a host of Buddhist translators, and that the alchemists and mechanicians of Central Asia, Persia, and the Byzantine Empire introduced their varied acquirements to the knowledge of the Chinese, with the flow of new learning, which thus gained admittance to qualify the frigid and monotonous cultivation of the ancient classics and their commentators. There came also an impetus to indulgency in the license of imagination, in which it is impossible to mistake the influence of Western minds. While the Sanskrit fables, on the one hand, passed into a Chinese dress, and contributed to the coloring of the popular mythology, the legends which circulated from mouth to mouth in the lively Arabian bazaars found, in like manner, an echo in the heart of China. Side by side with the mechanical efforts of rhythmical composition, which constitute the national ideal of poetry, there began, during the middle period of the Tang dynasty, AD 618 to 907, to grow up a class of romantic tales in which the kinship of ideas with those that distinguish the products of Arabian genius is too marked to be ignored. The invisible world appears suddenly to open before the Chinese eye. The relations of the sexes overstep for a moment the chilling limit imposed by the traditions of Confucian decorum. A certain degree of freedom and geniality is, in a word, for the first time, and only for a brief interval, infused into the intellectual expression of a nation hitherto closely cramped in the bonds of a narrow pedantry. It was at this period that the drama began to flourish, and the germs of the modern novelist's art made their first appearance. Among the works of imagination dating from the period in question, which have come down to the present day, there is perhaps none which better illustrates the effect of an exotic fancy upon the sober and methodical authorship of the Chinese, or which has left a more enduring mark upon the language than the little tale, which is given in translation in the following pages. The Nan Kao Ming, or Dream of the South Branch, as the title, literally translated, should read, is the work of orator named Li Kungtso, who, from an incidental mention of his own experiences in Qiangxi, which appears in another of his tales, is ascertained to have lived at the beginning of the 9th century of our era. The Nan K*O, or South Branch, is the portion of a huai tree, Sephora japonica, a tree well known in China, and somewhat resembling the American locust tree, in which the adventures narrated in the story are supposed to have occurred. And from this narrative of a dream, recalling more than one of the incidents recounted in the Arabian Nights, the Chinese have borrowed a metaphor to enrich the vocabulary of their literature. The equivalent of our own phrase, the baseless fabric of a vision, is in Chinese Nankaoki Ming, a dream of the South Branch. Chun Yu Fan enters the locust tree. Chun Yu Fan, a native of Tungpingji, was by nature a gallant who had little regard for the proprieties of life, and whose principal enjoyment was found in indulgency and wine bibbing in the society of boon companions. At time he held a commission in the army, but this he lost through his dissipated conduct, and from that time he more than ever gave himself up to the pleasures of the wine cup. One day, it was in the 9th moon of the 7th year of Chung Yuan, AD 791, after drinking heavily with a party of friends under a wide-spreading old locust tree near his house, he had to be carried to bed, and there left to recover, his friends saying that they would leave him while they went to bathe their feet. The moment he laid down his head, he fell into a deep slumber. In his dream appeared to him 2 men clothed in purple, who kneeling down informed him that they had been sent by their master the king of Huayan, locust tree peace, to request his presence. Unconsciously he rose, and, arranging his dress, followed his visitors to the door, where he saw a varnished chariot drawn by a white horse. On each side were ranged 7 attendants, by whom he was assisted to mount, whereupon the carriage drove off, and, going out of the garden gate, passed through a hole in the trunk of the locust tree already spoken of. Filled with astonishment, but too much afraid to speak, Sichan noticed that he was passing by hills and rivers, trees and roads, but of quite a different kind from those he was accustomed to. A few miles brought them to the walls of a city, the approach to which was lined with men and vehicles, who fell back at once the moment the order was given. Over the gate of the city was a pavilion on which was written in gold letters, the capital of Huayan. As he passed through, the guard turned out, and a mounted officer, shouting that the husband of the king's daughter had arrived, showed him the way into a hall where he was to rest a while. The room contained fruits and flowers of fevery description, and on the tables was laid out a profuse display of refreshments. While Chun Yi still remained lost in astonishment, a cry was raised that the prime minister was coming. Yu got up to meet him, and the two received each other with every demonstration of politeness. He marries the king's daughter. The minister, looking at Chun Yi, said, "The king, my master, has brought you to this remote region in order to give his daughter in marriage to you." "How could I, a poor useless wretch," replied Chun Yi, "have ever aspired to such honor?" With these words both proceeded toward the audience chamber, passing through a hall lined with soldiers, among whom, to his great joy and surprise, Chun Yi recognized an old friend of his former drinking days, to whom he did not, however, then venture to speak, and, following the prime minister, he was ushered into the king's presence. The king, a man of noble bearing and imposing stature, was dressed in plain silk, a jeweled crown reposing on his head. Yu was so awe-stricken that he was powerless even to look up, and the attendants on either side were obliged to remind him to make his prostrations. The king, addressing him, said, Your father, small as my kingdomies, did not disdain to promise that you should marry mid-daughter. Chnu could not utter a word. He merely lay prostrate on the ground. After a few moments he was taken back to his apartments, and he busied his thoughts in trying to discover what all this meant. My father, he said to himself, fought on the northern frontier and was taken prisoner, but whether his life was saved or not he don't know. It may be that this affair was settled while he was in those distant regions. That same night preparations were made for the marriage, and the rooms and passages were filled with damsels who passed and repassed, filling the air with the sound of their dancing and music. They surrounded Chnu and kept up a constant fire of witty remarks, while he sat there overcome by their grace and beauty, unable to say a word. Do you remember, said one of them, coming up to Chnu the other day when with the Lady Ling Qi, I was listening to the service in the courtyard of a temple, and while I, with all the other girls, was sitting on the window step, you came up to us, talking nonsense and trying to get up a flirtation? Don't you remember how we tied a handkerchief on the stem of a bamboo? Then she continued, another time at a temple, when I threw down 2 gold hairpins and an ivory box as an offering, you asked the priest to let you look at the things, and after admiring them for a long time you turned toward me and said that neither the gifts nor the donor were of this world, and you wanted to know my name and where I lived, but I wouldn't tell you. And then you gazed on me so tenderly and could not take your eyes off me. You remember this, without doubt? I have ever treasured the recollection in my heart. How could I possibly forget it? Was Chnu's reply, whereat all the maidens exclaimed that they had never expected to see him in their midst on this joyful occasion. At this moment 3 men came up to Chnu and stated that they had been appointed his ministers. He stepped up to one of them and asked him if his name was not Stihua. It is, was the reply, whereupon Chnu, taking him by the hands, recalled to him their old friendship and questioned him as to how he had found his way to the spot. He then proceeded to ask him if Chopian was also here. He is, replied the other, and holding very high office. He has often used his influence on my behalf. As they were talking, Chnu was summoned to the palace, and as he passed within, a curtain in front of him was drawn aside, disclosing a young girl of about 14 years of age. She was known as the Princess of the Golden Stem, and her dazzling beauty was well in keeping with her matchless grace. He writes to his father. The marriage was celebrated with all magnificence, and the young couple grew fonder from day to day. Their establishment was kept up in princely style, their principal amusement being the chase, the king himself frequently inviting Chnu to join him in hunting expeditions to the Tortoiseback Hill. As they were returning one day from one of these excursions, Hichif Unyi said to the king, On my marriage day your majesty told me that it was my father's desire that I should espouse your daughter. My father was worsted in battle on the frontier, and for 17 years we have had no news of him. If your majesty knows his whereabouts, I would beg permission to go and see him. Your father, replied the king, is frequently heard of. You may send him a letter. It is not necessary to go to him. Accordingly, a letter and some presents were got ready and sent, and in due time a reply was received, in which Chnu's father asked many questions about his relations, his son's occupation, but manifested no desire that the latter should come to him. He takes office. One day Chnu's wife asked him if he would not Lakido hold office. His answer was to the effect that he had always been a rolling stone and had no experience of official affairs, but the princess promised to give him her assistance and found occasion to speak on the subject to her father. In consequence, the king one day told Chnu that he was not satisfied with the state of affairs in the south of his territory, that the present governor was old and useless, and that he would be pleased if he would proceed thither. Chnu bowed to the king's commands and inwardly congratulated himself that such good fortune should have befallen a rover like him. He was supplied with a splendid outfit, and farewell entertainments were given in his honor. Before leaving, he acknowledged to the king that he had no great confidence in his own powers, and suggested that he should be allowed to take with him Chopian and Suhua as commissioners of justice and finance. Peking gave his consent and issued the necessary instructions. The day of departure having arrived, both the king and the queen came to see Chnu and his wife off, and to Chnu the king said, The province of Nankou is rich and fertile, and the inhabitants are brave and prosperous. It is by kindness that you must rule them. To her daughter the queen said, Your husband is violent and fond of wine. The duty of a wife is to be kind and submissive. Act well toward him, and I shall have no anxiety. Nan Ko, it is true, is not very far, only 1 day's journey. Still, in parting from you my tears will flow. Chun-Yi and his bride waved a farewell, and were whirled away toward their destination, reaching Nankou the same evening. Once settled in the place, Chun-Yi set himself to become thoroughly acquainted with the manners and customs of the people and to relieve distress. To Chopian and Tizijihua, he confided all questions of administration, and in the course of 20 years a great improvement was to be noticed in the affairs of the province. The people showed their appreciation by erecting a monument to his honor, while the king conferred upon him an estate and the dignity of a title, and in recognition of their services promoted Chopian and Siswa to very high posts. Sichef Unyi's children also shared their father's rewards. The 2 sons were given office, while the 2 daughters were betrothed to members of the royal family. There remained nothing which could add to his fame and greatness. He meets with disasters. About this period the state of F and Lo made an incursion in the province of Nankfo. The king at once commanded that Chopian should proceed at the head of 30,000 men to repel the enemy. Chopian, full of confidence, attacked the foe, but sustained a disastrous defeat, and, barely escaping with his life, returned to the capital, leaving the invaders to plunder the country and retire. Chf Unyai threw Chopian into prison and asked the king what punishment should be visited upon him. His Majesty granted Chopian his pardon, but that same month had died of disease. A few days later Sichunyu's wife also fell ill and died, whereupon he begged permission to resign his post and return to court with his wife's remains. This request was granted, and Stihua was appointed in his stead. Gunyu, sad and dejected, was leaving the city with the funeral cortege. He found the road lined with people giving loud expression to their grief, and almost ready to prevent his taking his departure. He returns home. As he neared the capital, the king and queen, dressed in mourning, were awaiting the bier in tears. The princess, after a posthumous title had been conferred upon her, was buried with great magnificence a few miles to the east of the city, while Yi remained in the capital. Living in such state, and gaining so much influence, that he excited the king's jealousy, and when it was foretold, by means of signs in the heavens, that ruin threatened the kingdom, that its inhabitants would be swept away, and that this would be the work of an alien, the prophecy seemed to point to ambitious designs on the part of Sichuanyi, and means were taken to keep him under restraint. Sichuanyi, conscious that he had faithfully filled a high office for many years, felt greatly grieved by this calumnies, a result which the king could not avoid noticing. He accordingly sent for Sichuanyi, and said, "For more than 20 years we have been connections, although my poor daughter, unfortunately, has not been spared to be a companion to you in old age. Her Mothras now taking care of her children. Your own home you have not seen for many years. Return to see your friends. Your children will be looked after, and in 3 years you will see them again. Is not this my home? Whither else am I to go?" was Sichuanyi's reply. "My friend," the king said laughingly, "you are a human being. You don't belong to this place." At these words Sichuanyi seemed to fall into a deep swoon, and he remained unconscious for some time, after which he began to recall some glimpses of the distant past. With tears and highs he begged that he might be allowed to return to his home, and, saying farewell, he departed. Outside the palace he found the same 2 officials in purple clothes who had led the way so many years ago. A conveyance was also there, but this time it was a marabolical cart, with no outriders. He took the same road as before, and noticed the same hills and streams. The 2 officials were by no means imposing this time, and when asked how far was his destination, they continued to hum and whistle and paid no attention to him. At last, they passed through an opening, and he recognized his own village, precisely as he had left it. The 2 officials desired him to get down and walk up the steps before him, where, much to his horror, he saw himself lying down in the porch. He was too much bedazed with terror to advance, but the 2 officials called out his name several times, and upon this he awoke. The servants were bustling about the house, and his 2 companions were still washing their feet. Everything was as he had left it, and the lifetime he had lived in his dream had occupied only a few moments. Calling out to his 2 friends, he made them follow him to the locust tree, and pointed out the opening through which he had begun his journey in dreamland. An axe was sent for, and the interior of the trunk thrown open, whereupon a series of galleries was laid bare. To the root of the tree a mound of earth was discovered, in shape like a city, and swarming with ants. This was the capital of the kingdom in which he had lived in his dream. A terrace surrounded by a guard of ants was the residence of the king and queen, two winged insects with red heads. 20 feet or so along another gallery was found an old tortoise shell covered with a thick growth of moss. It was the tortoiseback hill of the dream. In another direction was found a small mound of earth round which was coiled a root in shape like a dragon's tongue. It was the grave of the king's daughter, Sichunyi's wife. In the vision, as he recalled, each incident of the dream was much affected at discovering its counterpart in this nest of ants, and he refused to allow his companions to disturb it further. They replaced everything as they had found it, but that night a storm of wind and rain came, and next morning not a vestige of the ants was to be seen. They had all disappeared, and here was the fulfillment of the warning in the dream that the kingdom would be swept away. Tianyu regenerate. At this time Chunyi had not seen Chopian and Suhua for some 10 days. He sent a messenger to make inquiries about them, and the news he brought back was that Chopian was dead and Suhua lying ill. The fleeting nature of man's existence revealed itself to him as he recalled the greatness of these two men in the ant world. From that day, he became a reformed man. Drink and dissipation were put aside. After 3 years had elapsed, he died, thus giving effect to the promise of the Ant King that he should see his children once more at the end of 3 years. IVHY the Jung tribe have heads of dogs. The wave of conquest which swept from north to south. In the earliest periods of Chinese history, one left on its way, like small islands in the ocean, certain remnants of aboriginal tribes which survived and continued to exist, despite the sustained hostile attitude of the flood of alien settlers around them. When stationed at Fuchao, I saw the settlements of one of these tribes which lived in the mountainous country, not very many miles inland from that place. They were those of the Jung tribe, the members of which wore on their heads a large and peculiar headgear constructed of bamboo splints. Resting on a peg inserted in the chignon at the back of the head, the weight of the structure in front being counterbalanced by a pad, serving as a weight, attached to the end of the splints, which projected as far down as the middle of the shoulders. This framework was covered by a mantilla of red cloth which, when not rolled up, concealed the whole head and face. The following legend, related to me on the spot, explains the origin of this unusual headdress. 2 tribes at Ivar. In early times the chief of a Chinese tribe, another version says an emperor of China, was at war with the chief of another tribe who came to attack his territory from the west. The western chief so badly defeated the Chinese army that none of the generals or soldiers could be induced to renew hostilities and endeavor to drive the enemy back to his own country. This distressed the Chinese chief very much. As a last resort, he issued a proclamation promising his daughter in marriage to anyone who would bring him the head of his enemy, the chief of the west. The chief's promise. The people in the palace talked much of this promise made by the chief, and their conversation was listened to by a fine large white dog belonging to one of the generals. This dog, having pondered the matter well, waited until midnight and then stole over to the tent of the enemy chief. The latter, as well as his guard, was asleep, or, if the guard was not, the dog succeeded in avoiding him in the darkness. Entering the tent, the dog gnawed through the chief's neck and carried his head off in his mouth. At dawn he placed it at the Chinese chief's feet and waited for his reward. The chief was soon able to verify the fact that his enemy had been slain, for the headless body had caused so much consternation in the hostile army that it had already begun to retreat from Chinese territory. A strange contract. The dog then reminded the chief of his promise and asked for his daughter's hand in marriage. "But how," said the chief, "can I possibly marry my daughter to a dog?" "Well," replied the dog, "will you agree to marrying me if I change myself into a man?" This seemed a safe promise to make, and the chief agreed. The dog then stipulated that he should be placed under a large bell and that no one should move it or look into it for a space of 280 days. The chief's curiosity. This was done, and for 279 days the bell remained unmoved, but on the 280th day the chief could restrain his curiosity no longer, and tilting up the bell saw that the dog had changed into a man all except his head, the last day being required to complete the transformation. However, the spell was now broken, and the result was Amon with the dog's head. Since it was the chief's fault that, through his over-inquisitiveness, the dog could not become altogether a man, he was obliged to keep his promise, and the wedding duly took place, the bridegroom's head being veiled for the occasion by a red mantilla. The origin of a custom. Unfortunately, the fruit of the union took more after their father than their mother, and though comely of limb had exceedingly ugly features. 1. They were therefore obliged to continue to wear the head covering adopted by their father at the marriage ceremony, and this became so much an integral part of the tribal costume that notably has it been worn ever since by their descendants. But a change of headgear has become synonymous with a change of husbands or a divorce. One account says that at the original bridal ceremony, the bride wore the red mantilla to prevent her seeing her husband's ugly features. And that is why the headdress is worn by the women and not by the men, or more generally by the former than the latter, though others say that it was originally worn by the ugly children of both sexes. And Alpha worship. This legend explains the dog worship of the Jung tribe, which now consists of 4 clans, with a separate surname, Lei, Chung, Lang, and Pan, to each has a language of its own, and does not intermarry with the Fuchao natives. At about the time of the Old Chinese New Year, somewhere in February, they paint a large figure of a dog on a screen and worship it, saying it is their ancestor who was victorious over the Western invader. Conclusion. If the greatness of nations is to be judged by the greatness of their myths, using the word great asterisk in the sense of world famous and of perennial influence, there would be few great nations, and China would not be one of them. As stated in an earlier chapter, the design has been to give an account of Chinese myth as it is, and not as it might have been under imaginary conditions. But for the Chinese philosophers, we should in all probability have had more Chinese myths, but philosophy is unifying, and without it we might have had a breakup of China and perhaps no myths at all, or none specially belonging to China as a whole and separate independent nation. Had there been great, world-stirring myths, there could hardly but have been also more wars, more cruelty, more wounding of the heart that weeps and trembles, more saturating of the earth with human blood. It is not a small thing to have conquered myth with philosophy, especially at a time when the Western world was still steeped in the grossest superstition. Therefore, we may be thankful that the Chinese were and are a peace-loving, sober, agricultural, industrial, non-military, non-priest-ridden, literary, and philosophical people, and that we have, instead of great myths, a great people. But if the real test of greatness is purity and justice, then Chinese myth must be placed among the greatest of all, for it is not obscene, and it is invariably just. Thank you for listening. Like, share, and subscribe.